Block 4. Acting as Chris's temporary combat advisor, Urban reminded her as he followed her on an inspection along the city walls. I don't need you to remind me. What I need is for you to give me an effective response plan, not to cry to me. Chris didn't even look at him. She gave a snort, her eyes seriously observing the state of every soldier, the quantity of magic crystal supplies prepared nearby, and most importantly, the healing magic arrays, food supply channels, and a maintenance squad composed of gnomes and dwarves. Commander, I indeed don't have a plan, but I have the confidence for victory. Urban chuckled and pumped his fist. Bullshit. Chris glared at him and said slowly, the simplest way to break a formation is with brute force. If it were any other formation, our weapons would have the advantage. But this Dead Sea floating corpse formation is different. We need to find its foundation and destroy it. But we don't have any mages who understand this formation, so we can't find where the foundation is located. Hearing this, Urban nodded and then spoke up. Commander, if it really doesn't work out, should I take a few brothers and charge in later to find that foundation? You? Hey. Chris stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Urban, and sneered. Are you sure you can swim faster than those sea beasts and sharks in the water? It's fine if you want to offer yourself as bait, but don't drag my other brothers down with you. Also, don't embarrass Kessilai, and don't embarrass Her Highness. Rumble. Crash. Just as Urban wanted to argue further, the water in the rolling Dragon River channel in the distance suddenly surged, crashing against the ice walls of the channels with their massive impact. They're here. Quick, quick. Prepare for battle. Sound their horns. Prepare for battle. Following a low, suppressed blast of a horn, rolling black mist surged out from the open water at the bend of the river outside the city. Like the tentacles of a giant octopus, it instantly spread out along the river surface. Although the scene within the black mist was unclear, the tide pushed forward by the mist within the river channel continued to advance, growing higher and more rapid. Crash, crash. The sound of the tide grew louder, swirling with cold air and spray, and it rose higher in their field of vision. Everyone on the city walls held their breath, gripping their muskets tightly. Chris and Urban were now also crouched by the battlements, drawing their muskets and waiting on another turret. Guinevere rested her hand on her sword hilt, gazing at the approaching tide of black mist. Her pupils contracted like needles as if she were trying to see through the mist. She ordered all guards to join the battle. At the same time, an airship that had risen from Golden Spike City hovered in the clouds 30 miles away from Dragonfallen City, spying on the battlefield. Sakritha and Alonzo stood on the deck, looking down at the river channel and conversing, looking at the area covered by this black mist and its momentum. It should be a 3-star Dead Sea floating corpse formation. I didn't expect that fellow shaman to actually complete it in less than a month. I'm afraid Dragonfallen City won't be able to hold. Alonzo turned his gaze toward Dragonfallen City on the opposite side of the black mist, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Indeed, this formation is quite a headache. Sakritha's sinister eyes flickered with sharp light. Although Guinevere has the new alchemical weapons from the north, they are completely countered by this formation. Moreover, this is only the sea race's vanguard. Previous intelligence said there is still the 10,000 shark array behind them, as well as Shaman himself. I heard he has also advanced to a 4-star lord. That's the real trouble. True. With Dragonfallen City's current strength, the strongest are only Guinevere, Ishpuroti, and Dios, but the 3 of them are only 3-star. As for the others, they all rely on alchemical weapons. Now that the weapons are countered, there's basically no suspense left. Alonzo shook his head, seemingly feeling a hint of boredom. What? Do you want to go down and secretly help the royal family to weaken the sea race? Sakritha glanced at him sideways. Are you joking? I just feel that if the battle on their side ends too quickly, it won't be beneficial for what we intend to do. Alonzo scoffed. Don't worry. Whether they finish quickly or slowly, it won't affect us because the only thing that can affect us is the time those people arrive. HMPH, having 2 sets of preparations and still making me come. You people from the Mage Tower are truly cautious. Hearing this, Alonzo was clearly somewhat dissatisfied. But before he could continue, the situation in the river channel below caught his attention again. Look, they're about to start. Chapter 259 White Horse and Silver Spear. As the words fell, the black mist tide in the rolling Dragon River channel crashed violently against the frozen boundary. Boom, crash, crash. The 10-meter-high tide struck the frozen boundary with the force of an overturning mountain and a collapsing sea, sending a dull, thunderous roar echoing out. It felt as if the entire earth and the city walls shook. Creak, crunch. The tooth-aching sound of drift ice and solid ice being crushed and cracked drifted from the river surface. Then, chunks of ice that had been squeezed to the point of exploding were seen flying toward the city walls due to inertia. Bang, bang, bang. Inside every shattered chunk of ice was a human corpse. Though their features were lifelike, their expressions were hideous and terrifying. There were even children among them. Those animals. Fire, fire. On the city wall, Chris's eyebrows shot up at the sight, as if she were seeing the scene of her own family being slaughtered once again. She barked an order, and the 10 thunder crossbow cannons on the wall immediately had their breech blocks pulled. Hum, hum, hum. Huge energy magic arrays lit up at the muzzles of the crossbow cannons. Black steel crossbow bolts, each 3 meters in diameter and wrapped in sharp magic, boomed forth with the enhancement of thunder. Boom, shoo. Golden light entwined with blue electricity pierced the sky. The whistling sound of the massive bolts tearing through the air followed the narrow frozen river channel and plunged into the rolling black mist. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at this moment. However, after the black mist writhed for a moment, Everything went silent. What's the situation? How is that possible? Ceasefire. Stop. It wasn't just Chris who couldn't gauge the situation. The other soldiers also felt a sense of oppression. On the distant watchtower, Guinevere's fists subconsciously tightened. Originally, Chris wanted to use the physical crossbow cannons to intimidate the opponent right from the start, but she hadn't expected they wouldn't even cause a splash. Roar. Suddenly, the previously silent black mist erupted into chaos. Ghost heads the size of houses lunged out from the mist. Though they were 5 miles away, they pounced toward the city walls in the blink of an eye. Musket squad. All element magic. Attack. Rumble. Countless ghost heads slammed into the city wall's defensive barrier, creating ripples of mana. The musketeers on the wall also pulled their triggers. Rat-tat-tat. Tongues of lightning, explosive fire shells, windblade scythes, ice spike arrows, and various other magics pierced through the ghost heads. However, the ghost heads only trembled slightly, flickered with black energy, and remained unscathed. They even let out faint, mocking, and hideous laughs. Bastard. Chris slapped the city wall, sensing how troublesome the opponent was. This was the first time she had encountered magical creatures that feared neither magic nor physical attacks. She had originally wanted to use multiple types of magic to test the opponent's weaknesses, but she had failed again. What was even more infuriating was that these ghost heads seemed to possess a shred of intelligence. Realizing that the weapons on the wall could not harm them, they actually began to cling to the defensive barrier and devour the mana. This time, it wasn't just Chris who was shocked and angry. Even Guinevere could no longer maintain her composure. She ordered her personal guards to join the battle, determined to crush the enemy. Ha ha ha, it's useless. This Dead Sea floating corpse formation was prepared specifically for you. If you're smart, surrender now. Splash. A huge water screen projection appeared above the black mist. Shaman, sitting cross-legged on a massive throne of bones, had a smug and confident smile on his face, acting as if everything was under his control. Wishful thinking. Fire the cannons. Guinevere shouted sternly. The cannon fire on the walls rang out again, but the effect remained nil. In the distance, Sakritha and Alonso, who were watching the spectacle from the Golden Spike City airship, smiled at each other. It was as if everything was proceeding according to their script. This predicament was not beyond their expectations. A stifling and oppressive atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire Dragonfallen city. The faces of the soldiers on and below the walls turned grim as their morale suffered a blow. Spear of light. Kill. Just as everyone on the city tower was at their wits' end, a figure as fast as a flash of lightning came charging along the riverbank, treading over the waves toward the city wall. It was a figure riding a white unicorn and clad in 3-star mithril armor. A white light of battle chi condensed on the long spear in his hand. With a sharp cry, he brandished the spear, and streaks of light like sharp blades pierced and exploded the ghost heads clinging to the defensive barrier one by one. Though the scene was lightning fast, the effect shocked the entire field. White horse and silver spear. It's the Lord of Dragonfallen City, Dio's light battle chi. That's right, it's actually light element battle chi. Standing on the watchtower, Guinevere's spirits lifted, and her eyes sparkled. Although it was just a single rescue, the morale of the warriors on the wall clearly surged again. Princess, I wanted to say earlier that I might be able to charge into the formation to find the core of this Dead Sea floating corpse formation, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree. Now, Dios, in the name of the Lord of Dragonfallen City, request the princess to let me do something for my territory and my people. Below the wall, Dios pulled the reins and held his silver spear low, looking up at the city tower with a determined gaze. At this moment, it wasn't just Guinevere who felt a sense of solemn respect. Even the eyes of the ordinary soldiers were filled with reverence. Count Dios, in the name of the princess, I now appoint you as the vanguard of the empire to strike down the enemy's arrogance. Guinevere drew her sidearm, her face solemn as she pointed the sword at the enemy formation, her voice heavy and resolute. I accept the command. Dios struck his right hand heavily against the armor on his left chest, then spurred his unicorn. Leaning forward, he galloped away. Everyone on the city tower watched that white, solitary back as it rode into the cold wind and over the ice. Hooves clattering, someone began to chant in a low voice, and then it gradually joined into a chorus that echoed for a long time over the city tower. Loyalty, bravery, glory, sacrifice, kill. As if infused with infinite power, Dios suddenly erupted with brilliant light, like a blazing sun. He leveled his spear and charged into the black mist. Sizzle. The moment the light battle chi touched the black mist, it was like spring sun melting snow. The black mist dissolved completely. People could finally see the sights on both sides of Dios. Oh? It's actually the rare light element battle chi. This is getting interesting. On the airship floating above Golden Spike City in the distance, the previously bored Alonso raised an eyebrow, seemingly seeing something amusing. Beside him, a flash of malice crossed Sakritha's eyes, and he snorted, saying, it's nothing more than a final struggle. Alonso glanced at Sakritha and didn't argue back, nodding in agreement. True. After all, he's just a lone wolf, the outcome won't change. Meanwhile, Shaman, behind the sea beast army, looked at Dios in the water screen and merely sneered, completely unconcerned. Sizzle. Hum, hum, hum. At that moment, within the black mist of the Dead Sea floating corpse formation, a pillar of light pierced through the mist, revealing the river surface for a dozen meters around. In front of Dios was a piece of ice crystal the size of a hillock, floating among a crowd of sea beasts and frozen corpses. Inside the crystal, a knight holding a long sword in a striking pose was sealed away. Wisps of mana drifted from the ice crystal, seeping into the formation and turning into black resentment. Needless to ask, this ice crystal was one of the cores of the Dead Sea floating corpse formation. However, it would not be easy for Dios to destroy it. Countless sea beasts around him roared and pounced. Although the black mist was countered by the white light battle chi, there was simply too little of it, compared to the entire formation. It was like a single drop of water. On the bright side, the number of ghost heads emerging from the formation to attack Dragonfallen City had decreased significantly, giving the city defense force a moment to breathe. Maintenance team, immediately assemble the healing magic array modules onto the thunder crossbow cannons. Fast. Just as everyone was anxious yet unable to help, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Chris's eyes, and she made a decisive call. Hearing this, not only did the surrounding soldiers feel taken aback, but even Guinevere, who had noticed the situation from the distant watchtower, was stunned for a moment, but she quickly understood Chris's intention, and a faint glimmer of hope appeared. Chapter 260 Artillery Module. Quick, quick, quick! Everyone, hurry! We can't let Lord Dios fight alone. The dwarf and goblin squads received their orders and, like a swarm of soldier ants, climbed onto the thunder crossbow cannons to dismantle, cut, and assemble them. Although there were some discrepancies in the sizes of the magic array alchemy modules, fortunately, they were all highly experienced veterans. Time passed bit by bit, and everyone's palms were slick with sweat. Meanwhile, the attacks from the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation began to slow down again. The faint white light of the Duchy within the formation was clearly weakening, flickering like a feeble firefly that could be extinguished at any moment. What are those ugly dwarves and goblins doing? A makeshift modification? How laughable. This is the first time I've ever seen such an arrangement. Aboard the Golden Spike City airship, Alonso shook his head and sneered, seemingly showing utter disdain for such last-minute preparations. After all, in his combat career of lightning-fast assassinations, no one would ever give an opponent time to swap equipment. Who knows? Perhaps this is a characteristic of Northland alchemy weapons. They don't seem like much. Sakritha shook his head, also appearing to disapprove of the practice of dismantling and reassembling weapons just as a battle had begun. At the rear of the sea beast army, Shaman sat with his legs crossed, watching the dwarves and goblins through a water screen as they busied themselves tinkering with those alchemy weapons. It truly made him want to laugh. The original intelligence stated that Guinevere had received support from a large number of Alexander's alchemy weapons, which had caused him some concern. However, he hadn't expected that the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation he had established would counter these alchemy weapons so perfectly. Now, the enemy appeared to be in a frantic state, seemingly having lost their footing. This time, taking Dragonfallen City was a sure thing. Tell the vanguard to push harder, or I'll give the credit to the troops in the rear. Shaman issued the order quite casually, then stretched and leaned back against his chair, intending to take a nap. As you command. Roar. Nuo. The order was quickly relayed, and as expected, the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation began to surge. The massive black mist started to rotate, and the ghost heads that had momentarily calmed down swarmed out once more, lunging toward Dragonfallen City. Dios, inside the formation, had been completely submerged. Although his aura had not yet been extinguished, he could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Boom, boom, boom. The giant ghost heads, like meteors chasing the moon, slammed into the defensive barrier one after another. Their fangs pierced the barrier, gnawing away at the magic power. GG, surrender. Perhaps if Lord Shaman is in a good mood, he'll grant you a way to live. If you resist, Lord Shaman will turn you all into fertilizer for the fish and shrimp. The sea beast generals maintaining the formation were incredibly arrogant at this moment, looking at Dragonfallen City as if it were already in their grasp. Fire. However, right at that moment, Chris's voice finally rang out. Rumble. Beams of white light, carrying a holy aura, suddenly pierced through. A peaceful atmosphere flooded over the river, instantly diluting much of the original dark and resentful aura. The ghost heads that had been hissing and roaring were enveloped by this peaceful aura. In an instant, they showed expressions of terror, like tentacles that had spent too long in the dark and feared the sunlight, and they quickly retracted, hiding back within the formation. What's going on? Not good. Defense. Defense. The Sea Race generals who had been clamoring just a moment ago sensed the shift in the atmosphere as they saw the ghost heads retreat. At that moment, the pure white beams of light slammed into the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation. Puff. Boom. 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 Unlike the previous elemental bombardments, these elemental shells, infused with the power of holy healing, not only pierced through the black mist but also instantly purified the surrounding mist they touched. The sea beast army and the frozen corpse blocks originally hidden under the black mist were exposed. The residual power of the white healing light enveloped these frozen corpses, and the peaceful energy caused them to evaporate and sublimate. The hideous corpses within the ice blocks were wrapped in holy light, slowly turning into fluorescent specks and floating upward into the sky. Bang! Tilde. At that moment, the formation core corpse that Dios had previously targeted was also specifically locked onto by two beams of holy white light. Within the light, the facial expression of the knight inside the ice block gradually returned to peace before he turned into fluorescence and sublimated away. Crack! Crack, crack. As this section of the formation core shattered, the entire Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation shuddered. A large gap appeared in the black mist. Dios, who had been trapped in the formation, also revealed himself and took the opportunity to break through the encirclement. How is this possible? Shaman, who had been napping on his bone throne in the water screen, sat bolt upright, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could the alchemy fire that was completely non-threatening just a moment ago become the nemesis of the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation in the blink of an eye? This was completely different from what the intelligence had said. Furthermore, Sakritha from the Major Tower's side had also confirmed the characteristics of alchemy weapons. But why did it become like this? Could the intelligence be fake? Someone, go and find out what's going on with the alchemy weapons they're using. Also, tell the vanguard to attack with everything they've got. I don't believe they can hold out for long. Yes. Watching his subordinate leave, Shaman's aura fluctuated violently. Looking at Zez's name on the clairvoyance mirror beside him, he hesitated. Reporting now would surely result in a scolding from Zeza, so his only option was to face them head-on. Aboard the airship above Golden Spike City, the atmosphere was also somewhat awkward. Alonso and Sakritha watched the scene of the situation reversing in the river channel in the distance, momentarily unsure of what to say. After all, they had spent a long time analyzing and belittling Dragonfallen City, and now they had been slapped in the face publicly. It was truly embarrassing. Hee, they do have royalty present, after all. If they didn't have some trump cards, this battle would be quite boring. Alonso gave a dry chuckle, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Indeed, this is what royalty should look like. Otherwise, Dragonfallen City would have been breached long ago. Sir Crithan nodded in agreement, but then changed his tone. However, these weapons ultimately require magic crystal reserves. The Sea Beast army hasn't even shown its true strength yet. They're just testing the waters. Now that they're provoked, I fear Dragonfallen City won't be able to keep up with the consumption. Roar, roar, roar. Sure enough, as soon as Sir Crithan finished speaking, the Dead Sea floating corpse formation in front of Dragonfallen City surged once again. This time, the black mist above the formation had completely condensed into a giant vortex-like array. Countless ghost heads drifted within the array, emitting cries of terror. The unprecedented peaceful power in the surroundings was swallowed and strangled by the fear and resentment of the array, completely overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Crack, crack, crack. The sea beasts and floating ice beneath the formation also formed an array vortex, slamming into the ice ceiling barrier and beginning to eat away at the ice like an icebreaker. The rushing river water, mixed with ice crystal shards, surged back toward Dragonfallen City. The waves gradually grew higher, and the Dead Sea floating corpse formation rose with them, advancing with the tide. Fire. Fire with everything we've got. Chris had no other good solutions now. Her only reliance was the continuous supply from the energy-gathering array, but this supply wasn't unlimited either, and she had no idea how long they could actually hold out. Your Highness, the airships have finished assembling, and the healing magic arrays collected from the shelters have been installed. Ishiroti, having received a new mission, came to the battlement tower to report. Go, and stay safe. Guinevere patted her on the shoulder, setting aside any sentimentality. Yes, Ishiroti turned and left. Before long, 5 airships and a magic beast flight squad rose from Dragonfallen City, breaking through the defensive barrier to launch an attack on the Dead Sea floating corpse formation below from the air. Chapter 261 Adaptation. Ha ha ha, Lord Liar, you won't stop me this time, will you? I'm going to avenge Tyler. Knight Lannon took out barrels of freshly filled gunpowder from his storage belt, lined them up, and threw them one by one down into the Dead Sea floating corpse formation, his face filled with hatred. Don't worry, Tyler won't have died in vain. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Lord Liar's eyes as he, like Knight Lannon, began throwing gunpowder barrels from his storage belt. Other members of the flight squad followed suit. Even the 5 airships stationed in the center, aside from firing healing beams, opened their rear hatches and threw down barrels of freshly filled gunpowder. Wooden barrels fell from the sky like a dense downpour of rain. The Sea Beast generals who had previously fought Lord Liar and Knight Lannon mocked them with a spectator's attitude. Meanwhile, a messenger reported this news to Shaman. My lord, the forward units report that the enemy is using healing-type beams. They do have a restraining effect on the Dead Sea floating corpse formation, but because their numbers are limited, the formation's foundation hasn't been harmed. Oh? Then what's the deal with those wooden barrels being dropped from above? Shaman relaxed slightly upon hearing this, but he still pointed cautiously at the barrels falling from the sky and asked, rest assured, my lord. The messenger's lips curled up, and he said with absolute certainty, those barrels are just some alchemy powder. The explosive power is okay, but they only have fire effects. They tried using these things to test us before, but it was all in vain. I see. Then I can rest easy. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Shaman was about to nod and relax, the falling barrels ahead suddenly burst open just as they sank into the center of the black mist of the Dead Sea floating corpse formation. Fireballs, fire arrows, fire sickles, and a rain of fire from the Gatling laser cannons on the airships ignited all the barrels simultaneously. The massive explosive force turned into a powerful shockwave, expanding outward in a ring. The Sea Beast generals, who had experienced this once before, didn't care much at first. They just watched with a mocking attitude, waiting for the ring-shaped shockwave to be swallowed by the formation's black mist. However, this time, a sudden change occurred. As the massive ring-shaped shockwave formed, bits of fluorescence lit up within the exploding powder from the barrels. As the shockwave took shape, this fluorescence merged into it and spread outwards, everywhere it passed. The ghostly faces within the black mist shrieked in terror and retreated as if they had encountered an even more terrifying specter. A warm and peaceful aura spread out. As the shockwave ring continued to expand, the black mist was actually forced away from the center of the formation, creating a massive empty space. Looking down from the airships, the Dead Sea floating corpse formation now looked like a black hollow donut, with the massive ice crystal formation bases inside completely exposed. Fire. Aim at those formation bases and fire with everything you've got. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Did these fish and shrimp with brains full of brine really think we just repeat the same old trick? Now you know the taste of bombs mixed with healing potions. Ha ha ha. Knight Lannon laughed heartily in relief. It's just that half the city's healing potions are gone now. What a waste. Lord Liar thought of something and didn't show much joy. We can't worry about that now. Kill. Instantly, the airships and the flying magic beast squads began a frenzied assault from the air against the bases of the Dead Sea floating corpse formation. At the same time, the 10 thunder crossbow cannons on the city walls locked onto their targets, not hesitating to adjust for power loss to destroy the formation. All the alchemical muskets and Gatling guns on the walls also erupted in a barrage of fire and ice spikes, strafing the Sea Beast army controlled within the formation. In just a short time, the situation was reversed. The advance of the Dead Sea floating corpse formation ground to a halt. Countless formation bases were vaporized and sublimated, and the black mist dissipated, teetering on the brink of collapse. The sea beasts driving the operation were hit by the barrage until blood splattered and they floated belly up. Bastard. What's going on? Before the water screen projection, Shaman smashed the armrest of his throne with a palm strike. He stood up abruptly, his eyes glaring fiercely at the images being sent back. With a hum, another emergency communication water screen lit up, showing a group of wounded sea beast generals covered in blood. My lord, my lord, save us. Shut up. Looking at these generals, Shaman felt like devouring them. Finally, his gaze landed on a bald shark man, and he roared, "You tell me, what exactly happened? Didn't you say the enemy's alchemy powder was useless? My lord, please calm your anger." The bald shark man shrank his neck in fear and quickly explained, "These cunning humans mixed healing potions into the alchemy powder. As the explosive caused the potions to evaporate, they turned into light element magic." So, hearing this, Shaman choked for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "These despicable humans. I worked tirelessly for over a month without sleep, consuming 10 years of accumulated resources to create this Dead Sea floating corpse formation, and it's been broken just like that by their schemes." He paused, and seeing that morale was wavering, his eyes flickered. His expression instantly changed to one of comfort as he reassured them, "However, you don't need to worry. Everything is within this lord's control. Go gather your troops and give me an all-out attack." "Ah, my lord, but if we do that, won't our losses be?" The bold sea beast general hesitated for a long time, ultimately too timid to speak plainly. "HMPH, coward, can't you use your brain?" Shaman sneered. "Since they used so many healing potions and healing beams to meet the enemy, it means their medical supplies inside the city are now depleted. As long as we keep a tight grip on them, every one of them we kill is one less they have, and every one we wound is one less fighter. Do you understand?" The bold sea beast general was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. He gave a thumbs up and said, "My lord is brilliant. As expected, your foresight is far-reaching. Our sea beast army might not have much else, but we win on numbers. HMPH, go. I will have the 10,000 shark array support you. I'm done playing games with them." Shaman waved his hand. "As you command." The others left, and after closing the emergency communication water screen, Shaman's gaze turned dark. He thought Dragonfallen City would be an easy catch, but he hadn't expected to be dealt such a blow. If he hadn't come prepared, he might have suffered a humiliating defeat. "Someone, have the 10,000 shark array enter the battlefield. Completely destroy all of the enemy's defenses for me." Yes, on the walls of Dragonfallen City, the soldiers' fighting spirit was soaring. Seeing the troublesome Dead Sea floating corpse formation gradually collapse, their previously dampened spirits rallied once more. "Brothers, let's finish them off in one go." "Right, crush them." Alchemical muskets spat tongues of fire and a hail of bullets, causing the ice and water surfaces to explode. The already teetering black mist defense could no longer hold and dissipated even faster. Just as they saw the Dead Sea floating corpse formation begin to contract its lines and slowly retreat, thinking the enemy was about to be defeated, a sharp warning signal suddenly came from the airships in the sky. At the same time, the Magic Beast flight squad turned around and flew back toward Dragonfallen City, followed closely by the retreating airships. "What's going on?" "I don't know. Wait, look at the river water in the channel. It seems to be decreasing." When they saw the warning signals from the retreating airships, everyone was confused. But when someone noticed that the river water and ice blocks below the wall, which had been surging toward the city, were now undergoing an abnormal and rapid low tide, it heightened everyone's vigilance. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from far down the river channel, followed by the sound of crashing tides. It drew closer and closer, the sound becoming deeper as if the tide carried muffled thunder. It rushed forward like 10,000 galloping horses, and with every step it approached, the ground began to vibrate. "My god, what is that? By the gods! Quick, defend, defend, fire, fire." Use ice type. Chapter 262 Acceleration. At the bend of the river, a 30-meter-high wall of water, 5 meters taller than the walls of Dragonfallen City, surged forward with the force of 10,000 tons, like a mountain toppling into the sea. The surrounding embankments were all swallowed up as if the heavenly river had burst its banks, washing away the nearby forests and fields. Houses were instantly submerged. The water formed a vast ocean, blanketing the sky and covering the earth as it rushed forward. Dios, who had been searching for stragglers on the embankment, was now leading his subordinates in a frantic retreat toward the highest peak, looking quite disheveled. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, the residual ghostly black mist from the previously retreated Dead Sea floating corpse formation merged with the flood, turning into small clusters of black mist that surged within the waves. Amidst the waves, giant sharks over 10 meters long could be seen cruising horizontally, baring their sharp teeth as they rode the surge. Although they were still several miles away, that malevolent aura already struck fear into people's hearts. Are they trying to submerge Dragonfallen City in one go? The faces of those atop Dragonfallen City changed, but their hands didn't hesitate as they continued firing. Having defended the city for so long, they were used to scenes of mortal threat. Though this assault was even more ferocious, no one retreated. Countless ice magic bullets streaked across the sky like shooting stars, slamming into the waves, but the water did not freeze. Instead, a blue magic barrier lit up, with faint shark phantoms within it biting frantically, rapidly consuming the magical energy of the attacks. Some stray ice bullets fell into the waves and turned into shards of ice, only to be swallowed by the surge in the blink of an eye. Rumble. 5 miles isn't long, but it isn't short either. In just a few breaths, the waves crashed against the defensive barrier of Dragonfallen City. The massive inertial impact shook the entire city, and it even seemed as if the city's foundations shifted back by 2 finger widths. Guinevere stood on the highest watchtower, her expression solemn, her fingers gripping the battlements tightly, not retreating an inch. Looking up at the massive shark maws within the waves, she could almost see the scarlet flesh between the triangular teeth. Ka-ka-ka, a tooth-gritting grinding sound came from the city wall's defensive barrier. The waves had completely crested over the city walls. Looking down from above, the massive torrent was like a flood crashing into a hemispherical dome, with the waves flowing off to both sides. However, the shark schools within the waves were circling the hemispherical dome, biting frantically like fish fighting for food in a pond. It looked like it could shatter at any moment. Mama, I'm scared. The citizens hiding in shelters within the city finally felt the battle outside. If they just looked up, they could see fierce sharks on the defensive barrier above the town, trying to ram their way in. Some even had their noses bent from the impact. These beasts. Someone save us. The 10,000 shark array was now like a giant millstone, trapping Dragonfallen City firmly in the middle. The sea beast sharks within were arranged according to the formation, attacking and biting the Dragonfallen City defensive barrier in groups, just like a stone mill grinding beans. It didn't matter how hard you were, as long as some water was added and enough time passed, you would be slowly ground to pieces. Princess, at this rate, the magic crystal reserves will be depleted immensely. I'm afraid we won't last 3 days. Ishiroti descended from the airship and saw at a glance that the consumption rate of the defensive barrier was 10 times higher than usual. With Dragonfallen City's magic crystal reserves, they likely wouldn't even last 3 days. She dared not delay and immediately flew to the city tower, grabbing Guinevere's hand with an urgent expression. You don't need to persuade me, I'm not leaving. Guinevere didn't need to look into her eyes to know what Ishiroti meant, but in this situation, how could she leave alone? Guinevere, I promised Brother Hank that I would protect you. Besides, only if you evacuate can the others leave. Sea beasts are different from us. They won't accept noble ransoms. So, save whoever can be saved, right? Without waiting for her to finish, Guinevere sneered, if I retreat, the people's morale will crumble. My last shred of dignity will be gone. In that case, I'd rather you just kill me. Then let's contact the third prince now and tell him to hurry. No, I actually hope he arrives a bit later. Looking at the crumbling defensive barrier before her, Guinevere felt worried for Alexander instead. Ishiroti bit her lip, seeing her friend's expression. She knew her mind was made up. Don't worry, I still have this. As if to comfort Ishiroti, or perhaps to bolster her own courage, Guinevere took out a golden pill. This medicine is... You planned to. Ishiroti's pupils constricted. Before she could stop her, Guinevere had already leapt off the city tower, passing through the defensive barrier and stepping onto the surging waves. The show is about to begin. Should we get to work too? From the direction of Golden Spike City, Alonzo, who was lying on an airship, finally broke the awkwardness of having been humiliated by the earlier gunpowder keg bombardment. Having watched the spectacle today and being repeatedly humiliated by Dragonfallen City's methods, no matter how thick-skinned he and Sakritha were, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Ahem, no rush. First, mobilize the troops to move slowly. We still need to wait for a message before we can launch the surprise attack. Sakritha's eyes flickered as he looked toward the Northlands. HMPH, what? Are you still worried that little prince will rush here to turn the tables? How about I go down now and give the sea beasts a hand? Alonzo sneered. Sakritha remained unmoved, waving his hand to signal the airship to turn around before slowly saying, we must be prepared for anything. After all, that little prince now controls the entire Northlands. HMPH, just luck. And an old dog. Alonzo snorted and said no more. He just pulled himself together, looked toward Crystal City, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. 200 miles from Dragonfallen City, a grand army of 10,000, composed of sea, land, and air forces, was advancing majestically. Hummingbird-like airships served as scouts, overlooking the land and transmitting information in real time. On the mountain plains, cavalry units, armored war vehicles, and the amphibious transport desert ships roared along. On the river, metal warships wound like dragons, their sinister cannon barrels pointed forward as they drove straight in. Deep within the rolling Dragon River, a shell-shaped submarine followed along. Your Highness, we will reach Dragonfallen City in another hour. But we still can't connect to the princess's clairvoyance mirror. Captain Longby turned around, stepping aside to reveal the blurred image on the clairvoyance mirror, his brow slightly furrowed. Alexander's fingers stopped tapping on the table. After a slight pause, he said, have the airship units go ahead and intervene as the situation dictates, prioritizing rescue. Also, dispatch 5 desert ships to follow. Medical supplies should be what Dragonfallen City lacks most. Yes, Captain Longby acknowledged and ordered the deployment of the units. Alexander looked at the blurred clairvoyance mirror, a slight sense of foreboding growing within him. If I'd known, I should have prepared a separate communication device for Chris. It seems the situation in Dragonfallen City is already very critical. Could Guinevere have already? Your Highness, a large amount of ice has appeared in the river ahead, and the water level is surging. At this moment, a crew member responsible for underwater monitoring stepped forward to report. Patch the feed through. Alexander nodded, and a mirror probe projection condensed on the magic crystal screen. The light in the river was dim. The emerald green water swirled as it backflowed from the south into the Northlands River channel. The collision with the submarine's magic barrier created even more chaotic turbulence mixed with the impact of stones, weeds, and ice chunks. The submarine's slight vibrations were clearly felt. Diddy. A sharp alarm sounded. This was a notification of a sudden increase in surrounding pressure, indicating that the external water levels were rising rapidly and the submarine's depth was increasing. Ascend 20 meters. Increase the barrier's strength. And notify the entire army. Full speed ahead to reinforce Dragonfallen City. Yes. Alexander's face was solemn. Such a violent backflow of river water was definitely not a natural phenomenon. It was clear the sea race at Dragonfallen City had launched their general offensive. Furthermore, they were still 200 miles away, yet the shockwaves of the battle were already this intense. The current state of Dragonfallen City was self-evident. Woo woo woo. A deep and long siren echoed across the fields. Instantly, all units increased their energy output. The 3-star tornado engines roared with increased power, while the Northland's royal banners were raised high. A majestic and murderous aura quickly coalesced, like a massive lion roaring as it lunged toward its prey. Chapter 263. You tricked me. In front of the 10,000 shark array of Dragonfallen City, a path opened in the water. Guinevere stepped across the waves, her gaze fixed on a shaman, who sat far off on his bone throne, carried by 10 strong shark men. he rapidly grew larger in her field of vision. At this moment, aside from that same playful smile he had during their last encounter, Shaman's aura, physique, and the magic fluctuations surging around him were all heart-stopping. His originally 3-meter-tall body was now nearly 5 meters. His bulging muscles gleamed with a metallic luster like blocks of iron, and his skin had turned a deep blue speckled with starlight. The range of the magic fluctuations surrounding him was clearly more than 10 times larger than before. Is this a 4-star Lord Class Sea Beast? Guinevere took a deep breath, looked at the golden pill in her hand, slowly placed it in her mouth, and swallowed it. Hee, Guinevere, it seems you're at your wit's end. Why the rush to challenge me to a duel? Are you so certain I would accept? With a wave of his large hand, Shaman stopped the bone throne 50 meters away from Guinevere. Looking down from a distance, he opened his senses to check for any ambushes in the surroundings. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, especially regarding those thunder crossbow cannons on the walls of Dragonfallen City. HMPH, Shaman, in terms of combat losses, our side still has the upper hand, doesn't it? You don't need to provoke me with words. We both know what the outcome will be if this battle of attrition continues. Even if one side wins, it will likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Guinevere's tone was steady. The Dukian magic within her body slowly circulated to dissolve the pill's medicinal power, and threads of golden energy gradually merged into her cells. The winner will definitely be my sea race. Shaman tilted his chin slightly and grinned, but a hint of conflict still flickered in his eyes. At this moment, the 10,000 shark array besieging Dragonfallen City's magic barrier had not successfully torn a breach. Instead, they had suffered heavy casualties under the opponent's relentless alchemical musket fire. Although he was confident he could crush the enemy's defenses in the subsequent battle and completely submerge the entire town, the consumption generated in the process also gave him a headache. This was the reason why he had agreed after a slight hesitation when he heard Guinevere's challenge before the battle lines. You will win. Are you sure? Guinevere's eyes suddenly narrowed as she glanced toward Golden Spike City, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally hinting at something. However, it was this casual glance that caused the originally confident Shaman's face to stiffen. The Major Tower, Sakritha, in his elation. He had actually forgotten about that old fox who was watching the fire from the other side. What? Is this the reason you want to duel me? Shaman's face darkened as he finally rose slowly from his throne. Looking down at Guinevere, he stepped onto the waves and waved his hand behind him, signaling the 10 shark men to carry the throne away. Isn't it obvious? Guinevere shrugged and said with feigned ease, how about we make peace first, then join forces to take down a mage tower before we continue our fight? Don't worry, how about giving all the benefits of the mage tower to you? Ha ha ha. Guinevere, do you take me for a 3-year-old cub? Making peace now and then using me as a tool? Do you think that's possible? Shaman gave a sinister laugh, having basically confirmed there were no ambushes nearby. Giggle, Shaman, with your intelligence, I naturally wouldn't try to use you as a tool. In that case, let's begin. Kill. Suddenly, Guinevere's entire aura exploded like a blazing sun. She stepped on the water's surface, creating a massive curved indentation. Her figure was as fast as lightning. As soon as the word kill left her lips, she appeared before Shaman, her great broadsword wrapped in violent flames as she slashed down. You were stalling for time. Feeling the surrounding air temperature suddenly spike, Shaman finally saw Guinevere's figure lunging in front of him. Thick, orange heat waves rolled off the great broadsword like lava. Even with his magic barrier protection, he felt a faint, parched pain. In a purely reflexive move, he threw a punch. His 4-star physique, combined with the water element inherent to sea beasts, condensed into a fist that slammed heavily against the great broadsword. The air produced a humming, distorted sonic vibration, and the surrounding waves seemed to dance like splashing water, emitting rhythmic explosions. SSS. White steam rose where the great broadsword met the water element iron fist. One figure flew backward rapidly. The back of his hand split open with dots of blue blood seeping out, but it healed quickly, leaving only a faint white scar. At the same time, another figure followed closely out of the white mist, surrounded by blazing flames. She swung the great broadsword and lunged again. Despicable human. I should have guessed you were digesting medicinal power to forcibly raise your strength to 4-star, but you've miscalculated. After all, this is the water, and your power is false. Die. Roar. Shaman let out a loud roar, and the river water within 100 jang radius instantly surged up, turning into a water curtain that shielded him. Then, giant sharks 50 meters long condensed within the curtain, crazily lunging and biting at Guinevere. Wind walk. Slash. At the critical moment, Guinevere activated a Duki skill, and 2 feathers condensed from Duki lit up beneath her feet. Her figure turned into an afterimage, weaving rapidly through the giant sharks as they closed in. She narrowly escaped the encirclement, her gaze locking onto Shaman's tall body. She unleashed a crescent-shaped Duki slash with her great sword, tearing through the water curtain and sweeping toward Shaman's waist. PFFT. The Duki slash swept through. Shaman seemingly didn't have time to react and was cut in two. This caused Guinevere to pause for a moment. However, no blood dripped from Shaman's body. Instead, it turned into a pool of river water. Oh no, a water clone. Hee, I'm right here. Splash. A large hand suddenly emerged from the water beneath Guinevere's feet, grabbing her ankle. Then, a head and face emerged from underwater. Who else could it be but Shaman? Die. Having caught Guinevere, Shaman couldn't suppress the look of triumph on his face. This was the first time he had used the Lord class skill, Water Clone, since advancing to 4-star, and he hadn't expected it to actually deceive her. Feeling her frail body within his grasp, knowing he could crush her with a single palm strike, Shaman could hardly restrain himself from laughing wildly. Giggle, you caught me, but you're the one who's going to die. Suddenly, just as Shaman was about to deliver a finishing blow, a heart-stopping sense of crisis came from above his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pitch-black gun barrel pressed against his forehead. At the same time, he saw a slender, snowy white finger gently pull the trigger behind the barrel. Guinevere leaned to the side, holding her sword in one hand while her other hand reached behind her waist, pressing the alchemical musket holstered there. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. You bitch. You set me up. Boom. The adjusted energy gathering array erupted with near 4-star power. A massive pillar of light exploded at such close range that the entire river surface trembled. The sharks, sea beasts at the edge of the surrounding 10,000 shark array were instantly pinned by the collapsing water surface. The river water, 100 meters deep, was directly pierced to the bottom by this shot. Caught off guard, even with Shaman's fast reflexes, he could not escape unscathed under such close range power. He put all his strength into defending his upper body, simultaneously relying on the explosive power of his innate aquatic skills and the underwater traversal ability of a 4-star lord. He only managed to barely move his head out of the way. The shoulder that had grabbed Guinevere's ankle, along with his right ear, was instantly vaporized. 200 meters. Shaman's limit was an instantaneous underwater traversal of 200 meters. As he surfaced now, half of his body was a blur, covered in blue blood, though the bleeding soon stopped. However, his face was deathly pale, and his previous high spirits were long gone. Guinevere, I suppose I underestimated you. As expected of the Lance royal family, offspring of Baratuk, Shaman's gaze was as cold as a blade. Looking at the woman opposite him, who had also lost half a leg, he felt a mix of admiration, hatred, and a lingering sense of fear. Chapter 264 Baratuk are all bastards. What? Do you not fight with the resolve to die when you duel others? It's just a pity the power was a bit weak. Guinevere supported her body with her left leg, turning slightly sideways, holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. Her face surprisingly calm. A leg for an arm, plus a right ear. Guinevere was somewhat satisfied. Although the pseudo 4-star power was a bit weak, there was no other way. In fact, from the moment she decided to leave the city to challenge him and took the elven's secret medicine to stimulate her potential, she hadn't planned on returning alive. The best case scenario was taking him down with her. She had made up her mind from the very beginning. After all, the secret medicine only lasts for 2 hours. Once that time passes, she will enter a 3-month period of weakness. You want to provoke me into fighting you to the death? Shaman sneered and shook his head. You can't fool me. This state of yours must have a time limit. I only need to wear you down, and Dragonfallen City will be mine anyway. Everyone listen up, at all costs. Full-scale assault on the city. Roar, roar, roar. With Shaman's command, the 10,000 shark array, which had previously slowed its offensive, became violent once again. Especially seeing Shaman wounded, they attacked Dragonfallen City even more recklessly. After all, as sea beasts, if their commander is wounded or killed, most of these losers would end up as rations for other sea beast generals. So if they didn't fight with their lives, death was waiting for them. Fighting might offer a way to live. Mad shark bite. At the same time, Shaman also began his attack on Guinevere, giving her no chance to catch her breath. He manipulated the water wave giant shark, moving his body quickly, keeping his sight turned toward Dragonfallen City as much as possible. While staying wary of Dragonfallen City's black gun, he also made Guinevere hesitant to fire directly at him again. Otherwise, that pseudo 4-star power light beam hitting Dragonfallen City's defensive shield would actually assist the assault. Kill. Guinevere wrapped her severed leg in battle chi to keep her body balanced. She also didn't face Shaman head-on, but instead dove into the 10,000 shark array to find the generals controlling the formation's base. As the saying goes, pay them back in their own coin. Boom, boom, boom. The pseudo 4-star power firelock now pierced through the 10,000 shark array without restraint. With her level boosted to 4 stars by the secret medicine, Guinevere felt the slaughter was quite satisfying at this moment, especially when catching a glimpse of Shaman outside the array, jumping and cursing in a fit of rage. She felt much better. Guinevere, if you have the guts, fight me for another 300 rounds, you despicable coward. Shaman gritted his teeth and charged over as well. He didn't know how long her medicinal power would last, and he didn't dare to gamble, so he could only try his best to entangle her and wear each other down. This made him feel very frustrated. He could have waited quietly in the rear for the result, but he had fallen for this woman's trick and insisted on a duel. Now look, he had dragged himself into a quagmire of a fight to the death. Bastard. The Baratuk line are all bastards. That Alexander before also played schemes, and now there's another one, each one more of a bastard than the last. Bastard. Above the rolling Dragon River, the airship unit from the north could now see the outline of Dragonfallen City in the distance. However, the current situation in Dragonfallen City was clearly not optimistic. It could be said that the area within 100 miles of Dragonfallen City was already a vast ocean and a place where sea beasts ran rampant. The rushing and surging waves strangled Dragonfallen City in the form of a vortex. Looking down from a high altitude, Dragonfallen City was the eye of the vortex, and within this vortex, hundreds of thousands of sea beasts were hidden. It could also be felt that these sea beasts were not swimming randomly but were shuttling in a regular pattern. This caused many small turbulent eddies to appear within the large vortex, pulling at the magic fluctuations of the surrounding space and forming a powerful strangling force. 10,000 shark array. Standing on the deck of the airship, Andrew, who was in charge of this operation, slowly turned the angle of his telescope, and his face gradually darkened. Many gaps had already appeared in the Dragonfallen City defense shield. River water was pouring in frantically, and sea beasts were swarming inside. In Dragonfallen City, not only were the soldiers firing desperately to remedy the situation, but even civilians had spontaneously organized militia squads to block the sea beasts. Although the distance was still a bit far and things couldn't be seen very clearly, the atmosphere of panic and tension in the entire city could still be felt. Report to His Highness immediately. Dragonfallen City is in critical danger. My vanguard requests to intervene directly in the battlefield. Soon, the messenger ran back, reporting to my lord. His Highness has approved your request and asks you to stay safe. Very good. Andrew put down the telescope, pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and ordered, notify all airships to advance at full speed. Once within range, open fire immediately, fire at will. Yes. Watching the messenger leave, Andrew's eyes were determined. This was his first time as the vanguard for the King of the North, and he had to perform well, at the bottom of the rolling Dragon River. Inside the submarine, Alexander watched the images of Dragonfallen City transmitted back in real time by the clairvoyance mirror, secretly worried. At this moment, the airship Vanguard had already entered the edge of the battlefield. Relying on the advantageous high terrain and fire coverage, they had indeed achieved some results. It also disrupted the rhythm of the 10,000 shark array slightly, causing the offensive to slow down for a moment. But the 10,000 shark array was simply too extensive. How could a magic array covering 100 miles be turned around by just a few dozen airships? At this moment, several deep blue water curtain barriers had risen from the 10,000 shark array, divided into 3 layers and rotating in forward and reverse directions. The airship's gunfire hit them. Even if it broke through the first or second layer of the water curtain, it was basically exhausted by the third layer. Therefore, the damage that could break through the 3 layers of water curtain barriers and fall on the shark sea beasts in the waves was minimal. Even though Andrew had come down a few times and used pseudo 4-star gunfire, it only caused local damage and couldn't find the base of the array. Instead, it caused the alchemy cannons to stop due to overload. Below the city walls, Guinevere's figure was occasionally blown out from inside the sea beast array, looking very disheveled. Although Guinevere's expression couldn't be seen clearly, from the speed of her movement, the intensity of her breathing, and the rhythm of switching from dual guns to a single gun, it could be concluded that she was at the end of her rope. On the other hand, Shaman, who was chasing relentlessly and fighting more and more fiercely, had already regrown most of his severed arm. Although the hand hadn't grown yet, his range of motion was clearly increasing. At the same time, in terms of momentum, he was also faintly overshadowing Guinevere. Alexander's gaze locked onto Guinevere's severed leg, which was bleeding from time to time, and his fists clenched until they cracked. He had already faintly guessed why her clairvoyance mirror couldn't be contacted. Looking at how Guinevere had obviously used some forbidden method to forcibly boost her strength to the 4-star level and was fighting so desperately, and the way Dragonfallen City was now hanging by a thread. Even a fool could guess what her plan as an older sister was. Captain Longby, how much longer until we arrive? Alexander rose quietly, straightened his collar, and walked down from the control console. Your Highness, we still need another hour. Captain Longby caught Alexander's eye for a moment and felt his heart tremble, not daring to look directly. At the same time, guessing what Alexander wanted to do, he hesitated and said, Your Highness, our target is Crystal City. If we expose our strength in advance, then, can't wait any longer. Alexander waved his hand, his psychic power slowly dispersing, his voice slightly trembling and suppressed. However, you don't need to show yourselves. I just need to make an appearance. At that time, whether it's the Major Tower side or Zeza's side, they will all think I am in Dragonfallen City. It will make our plan more convenient then. Your Highness, are you going personally? Suddenly, Captain Longby understood Alexander's meaning and hurriedly tried to stop him. Your Highness, absolutely not. Although you have also broken through to 4 stars, as the Supreme Commander of the North, you must never go deep into danger. After all, Zeza and the Mage Tower are both in the shadows. Perhaps they have backup plans waiting for you to make a mistake. And don't forget, there is still no news about the Golden Knights from the Major Tower's side. We can slowly take back Crystal City and Dragonfallen City, but you must not have any accidents surface. You all proceed as planned. Alexander only responded faintly, then turned and walked toward the hatch ladder above. Captain Longby froze on the spot, looking at Alexander's back, not knowing how to persuade him. After a long while, he took a deep breath and ordered, surface immediately. Chapter 265 Thunder. A sudden spray of water surged up from the riverbed with a splash. A black cylinder emerged from the spray, its top hatch opening with a hiss as a sword light flew out 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The black cylinder then sank back down, like a giant fish surfacing briefly to blow a bubble before diving back into the depths. Astride the sword light, Alexander's psychic power was fully unleashed, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius. To save time, he directly used teleportation. About 50 breaths later, Dragonfallen City appeared beneath him. From his bird's eye view, the defensive barrier outside the city walls had already collapsed by a third. In such a short time, the 10,000 shark array had destroyed nearly half of Dragonfallen City's defensive barrier modules. Clearly, regarding this war of attrition, people's attitudes toward Dragonfallen City's magic crystal reserves and defense levels had been far too optimistic. They had also significantly underestimated the strength of the sea beast army. The city streets were already flooded with deep red blood. The corpses of sea beasts and humans were jammed together in the bloody water, bobbing up and down like discarded trash. Only a few rooftops and towers showed signs of the inhabitants, but most were elderly or children, sobbing and wailing there. On the city walls, the soldiers' eyes were bloodshot from the killing. Some had grown numb, their minds left with only 3 mechanical thoughts: aim, pull the trigger, and reload magic crystals. Alexander even saw several soldiers with only half their bodies left, unconsciously performing the same 3 mechanical actions. The sea beast army was the same: charging, pouncing, biting, wave after wave, like a blood-crazed beast tide, fearless of death and ready to perish together with their enemies. Below the city walls, Guinevere was half kneeling on the waves, her face as pale as paper and swaying unsteadily, as if a slight breeze could knock her over. Her once resolute eyes were now somewhat unfocused. Seemingly unable to maintain focus for long due to extreme exhaustion, Shaman slowly walked out from the large hole in the damaged base of the 10,000 chakra opposite her, his severed arm having completely regrown. Such was the regenerative power of a 4-star Lord Class Sea beast. He looked down at Guinevere from above, a cruel smile touching his lips, as if he couldn't bear to give her a quick death just yet. Guinevere, choose your way to die. Shall I throw you into the 10,000 chakra and let those lowliest giant claw hermit crabs and poisonous sea spiders tear you to pieces? Or shall I cripple you and make you watch as they tear everyone in the city to shreds before I swallow you whole? HMPH, even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Guinevere forced herself to stay conscious. Her palm brushing over her storage bracelet as a golden pill appeared in her hand. The elven secret medicine, a treasure left to her by her mother, was not to be taken unless absolutely necessary. It was a life-saving item. Furthermore, the interval between doses had to exceed a year, otherwise, taking it consecutively meant certain death. What are you doing? Shaman's pupils constricted. He was very sensitive to the aura of the pill in Guinevere's hand and understood what she meant. He wouldn't let her succeed. This woman was simply a lunatic. What am I doing? You'll find out in a moment. Guinevere gave a tragic laugh, her eyes full of resolve, and raised her hand to swallow the pill. Enough. Just as Guinevere was about to swallow the pill and Shaman was about to lunge, a surge of psychic pressure suddenly descended. It was as if the 1,000-meter space around them had frozen. All eyes turned toward this spot. A heroic figure teleported to Guinevere's side, pressing down on the pill in her hand. Simultaneously, he controlled a barrier of ice walls and water curtains to block Shaman's lunging form. With a boom, Shaman slammed into the ice wall and water curtain. Caught off guard, he was momentarily dazed, but his mind relaxed the moment he saw Guinevere stop her movement to take the medicine. However, when he shifted his gaze and saw clearly who had stopped Guinevere, the fury in his heart flared up again. Alexander, brother, how did you get here so fast? No one paid attention to Shaman. Guinevere felt a strong hand supporting her and finally focused her eyes to see him clearly. When she realized it was her brother, her face immediately showed a look of urgency. Sister, don't worry, I'm here. Alexander didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out a 3-star healing module and placed it in Guinevere's hand. A holy light enveloped her, seemingly clearing her mind significantly. Alexander, you must leave quickly. Dragonfallen City cannot be held. Go back to the Northlands and develop well. Guinevere tried to push Alexander away and stand in front of him, but her strength had long been overdrawn. How could she budge Alexander even an inch? Sister, it's just a little shark monster. Your brother is very strong now. The corners of Alexander's mouth curled slightly as he patted Guinevere's shoulder reassuringly. Seeing that she could stand steadily under the healing magic array, he turned to face Shaman. His aura was indeed more than 10 times more powerful than when they were in the little Gold Lake Reed marshes outside Crystal City, and his height and physique had more than doubled. However, against his current 4-star psychic power control, he was confident he could kill him in a single strike despite the 10-fold increase in power. Shaman stared at Alexander, his eyes instantly turning blood red. The humiliation of the previous year was still vivid in his mind. The fire in the little Gold Lake Reed marshes had sent him fleeing in total defeat. Afterward, not only was he sentenced to fire torture by Zeza, but he had also completely lost face before the Sea Beast army. Had he not endured a year of humiliation and continuously destroyed and reclaimed all the towns along the riverbank from Crystal City to Dragonfallen City, he might never have had a chance to redeem himself. Alexander, you finally delivered yourself to me. I've waited for you for a long time. At this moment, a brief silence seemed to settle over the battlefield. Not only did the 10,000 shark array beneath the walls grow quiet, but even the sea beasts that had been fiercely attacking the gaps in the defensive barrier stopped their assault. Following the 10,000 shark array, 10,000 heads swayed as they all looked toward Alexander and Shaman. The soldiers on the walls and the airships in the sky also paused their offensive. It wasn't that they were observing some sense of chivalry, but that they were truly exhausted. Furthermore, Alexander's appearance told them that the battle was nearing its end. Victory or defeat hinged on this single moment. Whether everyone would live or die depended on the outcome of the battle between these two. Everyone held their breath. In the distance, toward Golden Spike City, Sakritha and Alonzo were also watching the transmitted images through the clairvoyance mirror. However, their airship was currently moving further and further away from Dragonfallen City. Regarding Alexander's appearance, they didn't offer commentary as they had during the earlier parts of the battle. Instead, their eyes held a hint of excitement. He finally showed up. Now we can go about our business in peace. Sakritha's gaze shifted between Alexander and Shaman, a rare smile appearing on his face as he said, who do you think will win between the two of them? HMPH, aren't you asking the obvious? Alonzo searched through the clairvoyance mirror, seemingly failing to find the target he wanted to see. He snorted and said, you don't care which of them wins. What you care about is how long they can fight. Then Crystal City will be ours, and after that, Dragonfallen City will be ours too. He. Exactly. I want them to fight for a long time. Hearing this, Sakritha laughed even more brightly, his wrinkled face looking like a blooming chrysanthemum. He said, we previously received intelligence that Alexander brought a Northland force of over 10,000 men, and they are very well equipped. I was originally worried he might have other plans, but now that he's appeared at Dragonfallen City, his troops will basically all congregate here. Initially, I was worried whether his Northland force was just a hollow reputation, but now it seems they'll certainly give Shaman enough trouble for a while. Exactly. This way, we can use this time window to send word to Zeza in Crystal City, letting him send more reinforcements to Shaman. Alonzo followed Sakritha's train of thought, adding, that will inevitably leave Crystal City empty, giving us our chance. Sakritha nodded with a smile and looked at the clairvoyance mirror again. But how long do you think they can fight? A day, 2 days, or a week? Hey, I prefer to see the results. Anyway, I have time to wait. Alonzo rolled his eyes, remembering how he had been repeatedly proven wrong before. He had learned to be more cautious this time. They're about to make their move. Let's wait and see. Chapter 266 The Shark Doing the Problem. Emerald waves surged up, forming dozens of water tornadoes 50 meters high and over 10 meters thick around Shaman. The rumbling roar of the wind and the centrifugal force of the rapid currents sucked in floating ice, rocks, trees, and even some shark sea beasts that couldn't evade in time. The riverbed shook, mana became chaotic, and the sky and earth seemed to darken because of it. Everyone around, whether on the city walls, below them, or in the water, paled at the sight of this natural disaster-level phenomenon. The true power of a 4-star Lord class sea beast was finally being fully displayed. So strong. How can he be this strong? Was he acting before? The soldiers on the city tower all showed expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, looking at Alexander and Guinevere, who seemed tiny beneath the water tornadoes, they all broke into a cold sweat. Actually, this is Shaman's true strength. What happened before was just him being caught off guard by Guinevere. Ishuroti stood at the gap in the defensive barrier with a solemn expression, covered in blood. With Guinevere gone, she was the only woman left to hold the line at the city's defense. Roar. Lord Shaman will surely win. Roar roar roar. The Sea Beast army finally snapped out of their previous silence. Led by the Sharkman generals, their morale soared. Jai. Alexander, are you scared? Your stupidity was trusting your own eyes too much. Did you really think my strength was what you saw before? You're too arrogant. I'll show you now. You're so talkative. Shaman originally wanted to exert more effort to make the water tornadoes even more violent, seeking to intimidate and avenge the humiliation he suffered at Alexander's hands. But Alexander's expression turned cold. He slowly raised his palm and made a grasping motion toward the space around Shaman. The psychic power covering 1,000 meters suddenly condensed. Those dozens of massive water tornadoes seemed to be frozen in an instant, immediately stopping their rotation. Then, the moment Alexander's fingers closed, they all collapsed, turning into a sky full of rain and mist that receded into the riverbed. Everyone's eyes went wide. The scene fell into an eerie silence, with only the pitter-patter of the rain falling from the sky. Whether human or beast, everyone had their mouths wide open, unable to make a sound. Everyone just stared at Shaman standing foolishly on the water, like a donkey given an Olympic math problem. Lost in the rain. Clang. Someone's iron weapon dropped to the ground, and then the whole place erupted in an uproar. Is the third prince this strong? This is practically the power of a god. Dragonfallen City is saved. We still have hope. Roar. Cheers erupted on the city tower. Even the wounded soldiers lying down propped themselves up against the battlements to look out, their eyes filled with earnest hope. Impossible. How could Lord Shaman lose? The Lord must be playing hard to get, letting the opponent relax their guard before making them die in despair. The generals of the 10,000 Shark array looked at each other silently. Everyone knew the truth deep down, but they didn't want to admit it. In the distance, the Mage Tower airship heading toward Crystal City to gather troops jerked inexplicably in midair. Inside, it seems someone had accidentally knocked something over out of shock, making the atmosphere quite awkward. Archmage Sakritha, are you alright? At the little prince's current pace, it seems a bit too fast, doesn't it? Is there really no problem with your intelligence? Looking at the wineglass Sakritha had knocked over, Alonso's gaze was complex. Luckily, he hadn't made any excessive comments just now, or he would have been face-slapped again. However, he also gained a new understanding of Alexander's strength, and a sense of wariness rose in his heart. Sakritha's sinister eyes stared fixedly at Alexander in a clairvoyance mirror, his face strained as if he were constipated. He felt a sense of crisis. He had considered almost every aspect of his plans, but he had underestimated the individual strength of this little prince. Although Shaman hasn't failed yet, don't forget that Shaman is a sea beast. Besides mana, he also has powerful innate muscular strength. And what about them? As mages, would they have any power to fight back against Alexander, who has magic immunity? Look at what happened just now. The water tornadoes triggered by 4-star magic were scrapped by a simple grasp from the little prince. How many hits could he himself withstand? Send the order. Contact the Golden Knights immediately. Immediately, fast. Sakritha took a deep breath, suppressing his exasperation, and looked at Alonso. It seems we need to pick up the pace. Otherwise, once Dragonfallen City is under Alexander's control, the hundreds of magic crystal mines in the surrounding area will fall into his pocket. Do you know what the consequences will be? As he spoke, Sakritha raised his hand and drew a circle on the nearby magic sand table. Alonso didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw the terrain inside that circle, he stood up abruptly with a serious expression. The environment in the circle was very familiar. It was the route their wolf cavalry took to Golden Spike City, and this route was on the border between the Elku Empire and the Orc Empire. Sakritha's meaning was clear. Once Alexander controls the territory around Dragonfallen City, he will obtain a vast supply of magic crystals. At that time, with the power of those alchemical weapons, not only will the Major Tower have a hard time, but if those weapons are transported toward the Elku Empire's border along that route, what will happen to their Orc Empire? Taking a deep breath, Alonso looked at Alexander in the clairvoyance mirror again. His gaze becoming extremely sharp, he said solemnly, "Our wolf cavalry regiment will fully cooperate with you. Crystal City must be controlled by an ally." Good. Sakritha nodded and walked quickly toward the communication room. He felt it was best to personally explain the stakes to the Golden Knights. Below Dragonfallen City, Shaman finished his math problem, still unable to understand how a human without battle chi or magic could instantly extinguish his water tornadoes. However, that was no longer important. For a 4-star Lord class sea beast powerhouse, he still had his muscles. According to the law of the jungle, it didn't matter if one wasn't smart. As long as one could crush the opponent with power, the desired effect could still be achieved. So, amidst the restless cheers of encouragement from his surroundings, Shaman gathered all his strength and lunged at Alexander again. However, a dark muzzle locked onto his brow a step ahead of time. At that moment, Shaman felt like the whole world had become unfriendly to him. An immense sense of grievance and indignation filled his heart. The thought that had just been suppressed in his mind surged up even more violently this time. Bartuk, you're all bastards. Can a duel even be like this? Is there any knightly spirit left? I use a magic ultimate move, and you inexplicably extinguish it. I try to clash with you using raw power, but you take out an alchemical musket for a long-range strike. Aren't you bullying this shark too much? This scene fell into the eyes of all the sea beasts in the 10,000 shark array, and they also felt very aggrieved. Their small, resentful eyes looked at the alchemical musket in Alexander's hand with both hatred and fear. After all, that crazy woman had just rampaged through the 10,000 shark array with 2 pistols, and her desperate fighting style had left an indelible psychological shadow on them. They had developed a deep-seated resistance to such weapons. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the city walls looked at each other, their feelings difficult to describe. Some were secretly clenching their fists, some were turning a blind eye, some were whistling while looking at the sky, and some were covering their faces in embarrassment but couldn't help peeking through their fingers. It was a mixed bag. Chapter 267 Deployment and Planning. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. A splash of water erupted as Shaman, locked on by the crisis, performed a sudden swerve and brake. Using a skillful shark tail flick, he avoided the front of the musket fire and moved to the side, gnashing his teeth as he looked at Alexander and Guinevere. Playing? You think this is a game? Hearing this, Alexander's expression suddenly turned incredibly cold. Countless civilians in Dragonfallen City had died or been injured, and in the other party's eyes, it was just a game. An invisible killing intent, almost tangible, erupted from Alexander. The river water within a 1,000-meter radius acted like a cat with its fur standing on end, condensing into countless water spikes. This caused a wave of chaos among the sea beasts of the 10,000 shark array who had originally been watching the spectacle. Alexander, if you've got the guts, face me one-on-one in a head-on clash. What kind of knight uses petty tricks? Shaman's mind was now in disarray, a major taboo for a commander. Moreover, he had exhausted his techniques and was being countered at every turn. He knew that his momentum was gone today. If he continued to force the issue, not only might he lose his life here, but the sea beast army that came with him would likely. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the thought of retreat sprouted in Shaman's mind, the sound of dense artillery fire suddenly came from the rear of Dragonfallen City. The 10,000 shark array, which had come to a halt, suddenly reversed its flow. The surging waves also created an undertow. Several messengers, their faces pale with terror, began to howl from a distance. My lord, this is bad. The northern reinforcements have arrived. There are so many of them, they stretch as far as the eye can see. What? Suddenly, Shaman's Olympiad math-solving brain finally figured one thing out. As the newly appointed king of the north, how could Alexander possibly come to reinforce them alone? Clearly, there was a large force behind him. Bastard. He wanted to stall me first and then wipe us all out in one go. Notify everyone, retreat. Shaman decisively issued the retreat order, not forgetting to leave behind a harsh parting word before diving into the water. Alexander, you just wait for me. Retreat. Splash. Like a mountain collapsing, the 10,000 shark array received the order and immediately fell into a chaotic mess. The surging river water churned violently, making it impossible to distinguish between sea beasts and the river itself. The thunderous artillery fire in the distance and the guns firing again from the city walls created a dense atmosphere of killing intent. As the river water receded, a portion of the soldiers actually rushed out from the gaps in the defensive barrier, nipping at the heels of the sea beast army to harvest their lives. Looking down from high above, the northern part of Dragonfallen City was black with cavalry, war chariots, and warships. Artillery fire streaked across the sky, weaving into a grid of firepower. Brother, should we order a pursuit? Guinevere had regained some of her strength by now. Although it would take more time for her broken leg to heal, her spirits were much better. Wait a moment. Watching Shaman hide within the shark swarm, Alexander did not kill him directly. Instead, he activated a communication crystal. Captain Longby, what's the situation over at Crystal City? Inside the submarine, Captain Longby, who had been waiting for Alexander's communication, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the other party was unharmed. He said seriously, Your Highness, as you expected, the Mage Tower is massing troops toward Crystal City. There are about 5,000 men, including 1,000 wolf cavalry. Should we? No, wait a little longer. Alexander pondered for a moment and shook his head. First, have Mogander and the others find an opportunity to infiltrate Crystal City to scout their troop deployment. Then, find a good spot to lie in ambush and wait for the signal. Understood. We'll just see which side gets weaker and give them a hand. Although Captain Longby was eager to fight Alonso, he knew the importance of the big picture. Closing the communication with Captain Longby, Alexander then connected with Andrew. Your Highness, what are your orders? Andrew now held a deep awe for Alexander. Although fighting as the vanguard had been a bit frustrating, they had ultimately delayed the Sea Beast army and prevented Dragonfallen City and Guinevere from falling. However, upon seeing the power Alexander had just displayed, he was once again deeply intimidated. It was even stronger than when Alexander had subdued the 10 Grand Mages. Notify your troops to head to Golden Spike City immediately and take it as quickly as possible. Remember to appease the citizens and minimize the killing. Yes. Andrew didn't dare say anything and left immediately to carry out the order. Brother, are you planning to cut off Sakritha's retreat and drive the wolf to devour the tiger? Guinevere had guessed his intentions after listening to Alexander's arrangements. She also understood why he hadn't ordered the pursuit of Shaman just now. By leaving Shaman alive, he could tell everyone that Alexander was currently stationed in Dragonfallen City. Sister, let's head back to the city first to help the citizens. We can settle the other scores slowly. Saying this, he supported Guinevere and teleported directly into Dragonfallen City under the reverent gazes of all the soldiers. At the same time, he received a massive amount of golden power of faith. While Dragonfallen City was undergoing emergency rescue operations, Zeza in Crystal City finally received a report. However, this report was not a victory message from Shaman, but a plea for help. Dragonfallen City is in crisis. A large number of northern troops have arrived as reinforcements. Our side has suffered heavy losses and requests assistance. That useless trash. Shaman splash. Zeza's massive body rose from a mountain-like nest of magic crystals. A terrifying surge of magic power caused his body to slowly transform, eventually becoming an 8-meter-tall monster with a human body and an octopus head. He hovered in the air, looking down disdainfully at the messenger merman below. Why are you only reporting this now? Zeza's eyes, filled with black pupils, flashed with darkness as he stared at the messenger merman as if he wanted to eat him. Reporting, my lord. Lord Shaman led the charge and fought bloodily against the Lance Royal families Guinevere and the third prince, Alexander. He said that if he didn't take Dragonfallen City, he would have no face to see you. If the situation hadn't changed and the Mage Tower hadn't started making secret moves against the Sea Beast army, Lord Shaman wouldn't have asked for help either. The messenger merman's voice trembled, but he still reported respectfully. The Mage Tower. Hearing this, Zeza frowned slightly. Logically, with Shaman's strength and the troops he led, sweeping through Dragonfallen City should have been foolproof. Even with the sudden appearance of Alexander and the northern forces, he shouldn't have needed to ask for help so soon. However, if the Mage Tower was added to the mix, the situation would indeed be hard to say. But why would the Mage Tower help the Lance Royal family? Someone, go and investigate the movements of the Mage Tower in Golden Spike City. Report back immediately. Yes. Soon, Sea Beast scouts dived into the water. After a full hour, news was sent back. Reporting, my lord. An ambush by Mage Tower warships was discovered in the river channel 30 miles from Crystal City. According to the captured prisoners, they are preparing to ambush the troops heading from Crystal City to reinforce Dragonfallen City. Zeza's eyes flashed at the news, and he quickly asked, how many warships do they have? What is their troops' strength? Replying to my lord, there are 10 warships. The troop strength is roughly estimated to be 1,000 men. As for their equipment, most of it is 3-star. Zeza nodded, thinking that this made sense. The Mage Tower was definitely not trying to help the Lance Royal family or launch a surprise attack on Crystal City. Otherwise, this small amount of troops wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. They must want to weaken the forces of both the royal family and the sea race so they can reap the benefits later. HMPH, wishful thinking. Someone, lead 5,000 elites to Dragonfallen City to support Shaman. Make sure to end the battle quickly. And don't forget to clear out the little rats along the way. Yes, my lord. An extremely burly Orca general accepted the command and left. Pass down the order. Activate the water curtain barrier in the city to guard against any surprise attacks. Zeza thought about it and decided to take safety measures just in case. After all, the importance of Crystal City was incomparable. It was not only the pass that divided the northern and southern sectors of the Lance Empire but also an important seaport. Its strategic location was extremely vital. Moreover, with Crystal City as the center, the area radiating out to Linshan Town, Dragonfallen City, and Golden Spike City accounted for 2/5 of the Lance Empire's total magic crystal and crystal deposits. Such a uniquely blessed place would be of immense value to whoever held it. Mage Tower, Lance Royal family. I will make you all fodder for my sea race army. Chapter 268. The Oriole. 30 li away from Crystal City, in a patch of reeds, several bald heads popped up, covered in aquatic plants. Single eyes hidden behind crystal lenses cautiously observed the surroundings, finally locking on to 10 warships 300 meters ahead. Commander, the target has been spotted. Should we head over now and cause some trouble for them? Nage, wearing an energy-gathering respirator over his mouth and holding a custom 3-star ice spike shotgun, stabilized himself with his Windwhirl jet boots as he reported softly into the crystal transmission array inside the respirator. What kind of reward do you think His Highness would give you for doing that? Moganda swam over slowly, his single eye flashing with a fierce light of disappointment. If they weren't on a secret mission, he really wanted to whack the back of the other's head with the butt of his vortex rifle shotgun. I was just saying. Nage gave a dry laugh, thinking back to when Alexander Bartukan ordered them tied to the desert ship to be tortured nearly to death to train their resistance to seasickness. Now that he heard the prince was conducting some sort of high-speed, high-pressure anti-vertigo test, he had no desire to be a guinea pig. HMPH, there is no joking in the military. Brother, I think you actually want to try that test His Highness mentioned, don't you? I'm all for it. Naylor squinted his single eye from behind. He had always remembered how Nage had pranked him while he was seasick. That's enough. Commander, what do we do next? Do we sneak into Crystal City now, or wait for them to start fighting before we slip in? The mirror detection array in Vice Captain Tidata's hand transmitted images from within 500 meters, showing that the water level of the rolling Dragon River was quietly rising. At the same time, an imperceptible ripple of magic was radiating from south to north along with the surging waves. The sea beasts are moving. Hearing this, Moganda glanced at the mirror detector in Vice Captain Tidata's hand, then gave the others a signal to dive and slowly submerged. The group arrived at a cluster of underwater reefs where the other one-eyed barbarians were resting. They were equipped with uniform frogman gear, energy-gathering respirators, crystal goggles, high-quality Windwhirl jet boots, a 3-star custom amphibious alchemy assault rifle for each man, and multifunctional storage backpacks. This was undoubtedly Kesialai's most elite force. Looking at this legion, even though Mogunda had seen them countless times, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride every time. He also felt deeper respect and admiration for Alexander Bartuk, compared to the one-eyed barbarian legion he had led before. This team could truly be called invincible on land, and perhaps they would be invincible in the water as well in the future. A battle is about to break out here. Let's find a safe place first and wait for the situation to change. After Mogunda gave the order, he had Vice Captain Tidatu and Nadley scout ahead, and then the group moved quietly to wait for their opportunity. On the river, the waves began to roar, one after another, the continuous momentum gradually accelerating as the water level rose rapidly. The 10 major tower warships anchored in the distance began to rock gently, and figures moved on the decks. They had clearly noticed the situation as well. "They're here." Alonso appeared on the deck in a flash, his eyes fixed on the black tide surging from the southern river surface, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The plan to lure the enemy had succeeded. This way, they could whittle down the enemy's elites bit by bit, making Crystal City's defenses a mere formality. Judging by the height of the waves, the sea beast soldiers carried within should be around 5,000, and the magic fluctuations condensed around the crests were roughly at the 3-star level. This was entirely within the predictions of Sakritha and himself. Looking up at the airship hidden in the clouds, Alonso waved to those beside him and shouted, "Wolf cubs, it's time for us to hunt. Stay sharp, don't let anyone look down on us." Roar. Glory to the beast god. Awoo. Following Alonso's command, magic portals lit up on the rear hatches of the 10 warships. One by one, 3-meter-long green giant wolves with powerful limbs charged out onto the waves, their eerie green eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light as they bared their fangs and growled low. Each green giant wolf was mounted by a wolf warrior wearing leather magic armor with 3-star blood flames ignited around them. They brandished their hook-sickle spears and formed an arrowhead formation with their companions, charging forward. Galloping across the waves, they formed an invisible protective barrier, appearing from behind as if they were tearing the river surface open. "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Kill with me." Alonso looked down at the Wolf Cavalry Legion, laughing triumphantly with satisfaction. Then he gave a whistle, and an even more massive green giant wolf leapt from the cabin. Besides being twice the size of the other wolves, it had a skyward pointing azure horn on its forehead, looking hideous and terrifying. Alonso leapt onto its back, brandishing a hook-sickle spear as thick as a duck egg. The giant wolf let out a long howl to the sky and turned into a streak of green light, landing at the front of the Wolf Cavalry. As the sharpest point of the arrow, it tore through the air and charged toward the massive Orca warrior in the tide opposite them. Screech. Rip. The two forces collided in the blink of an eye. Alonso's Wolf Cavalry Legion was like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, meeting almost no resistance as they tore the sea beast army's tide in two. The surging magic and splashing water, carrying the severed limbs of sea beasts, became food for the giant wolf mounts. Amidst the mournful cries, Alonso soon met the commander of this sea beast reinforcement, a 4-star Orca warrior. Seeing the shock and anger in the Orca warrior's eyes, Alonso only gave a cold, arrogant smile. He thrust his hook-sickle spear, and a violent surge of blood energy traveled through the weapon, transforming into a massive wolf head that roared and bit down. With a massive splash, the Orca warrior opposite him let out a roar and dove into the water, kicking up a huge water column that transformed into the shape of a giant orca to collide with the wolf head. Boom! The river surface exploded, and the magical turbulence kicked up surging waves. A sudden gale arose, but fortunately, both sides were at the 3-star level. Even as their group defense barriers rattled from the impact of the waves, their overall formation remained unchanged. As the violent waves gradually subsided, everyone saw Alonso and the Orca warrior clashing in the center of the spray. However, drops of blue blood were flowing down the Orca warrior's legs into the river, and Alonso's hook-sickle spear had already pierced through the opponent's abdomen. Kill. Alonso gave a cold, low shout and pulled out his hook-sickle spear, finishing off the Orca warrior in one move. The Wolf Cavalry under his command took the opportunity to charge. In an instant, the river surface was in chaos, like wolves among sheep. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 3,000 of the 5,000 sea beast elites had been wiped out, while the rest were either wounded or fleeing. Attack Crystal City. Victorious in the first battle, Alonso looked up and saw a signal array flashing from the airship in the sky. As the decoy force, they charged toward Crystal City in one breath to continue wearing down the enemy. The one-eyed barbarian legion, hiding far behind in the depths, also began to move. They trailed behind the Wolf Cavalry, cleaning up any sea beasts that had slipped through the cracks while reporting the battle situation to the commander-in-chief, Captain Longby. After watching the footage, Captain Longby fell into a long silence. Alonso's strength had clearly reached the level of a 4-star Berserk warrior, and killing a same-ranked Orca warrior in one move meant that Alonso's strength was top tier even among 4 stars. This put a lot of pressure on Captain Longby, who was at the peak of the 3-star level. "Mogunda, you guys sneak into Crystal City first to clear a path. I'll wait here for His Highness." He said he'd come immediately after handling the rescue at Dragonfallen City. Coming back to his senses, Captain Longby transmitted a projection of the new Crystal City map recently drawn by Guinevere to Mogunda, advising, "I suggest you clear the underground river at the west gate of Crystal City, then enter through the well at the corner of the west gate. There should be fewer guards there. This route is indeed safer than the sewer on the east side. Although it'll take some effort, with the quick sandpit gun, it won't be a problem." Looking at the route Captain Longby pointed out in the projection, Mogunda nodded in agreement, then closed the communication and led the group to change their route toward the west gate of Crystal City. Chapter 269 Clash and Slaughter. At the same moment, inside Dragonfallen City, Alexander personally attended to Guinevere, healing her broken leg. After arranging the rescue matters, he left the various Northern Territory Lord forces under Guinevere's command, taking only the Kessil elite troops. he set out for Crystal City aboard the amphibious desert ship. Your Highness, I have finally seen you. Your subordinate has been thinking of you constantly these days. Manager Vaughn has also been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chris knelt on one knee. Though she was exhausted from the fierce battle, seeing Alexander now made her spirits particularly excited. You've worked hard, my knight. Alexander helped Chris up and gave her shoulder an encouraging pat. He then nodded to each of the warriors behind her. You have all worked hard. However, our battle is not yet over. There are still our subjects in Crystal City waiting for us to rescue them. I must ask for your hard work once more. We are willing to serve your highness. The crowd responded in unison. Alexander nodded, looking at these soldiers. Most were veterans who had followed him all the way from the royal city, descendants of the 6 great vassals. Every one of them was covered in wounds. Even after being restored by the healing magic array, the scars on their armor could not be smoothed away. Furthermore, there were those who would sleep here forever. The fallen. Chris, take everyone down to regroup first. Eat some food and make time to rest. Originally, Alexander wanted to arrange time for everyone to speak with their families, but he thought better of it. Now was not the time. He could only let them talk to their relatives after Crystal City was reclaimed. Watching Chris lead the crowd away, he only then opened the communication crystal, preparing to study the upcoming battle plan with Captain Longby. War was not what he wanted. But in this world, to live well and hope for peace, power was a necessity. Perhaps only by standing at the highest point could he pass down the concept of peace. But would standing at the highest point add countless killings and sacrifices? Does peace evolve from war? Forget it. I'm thinking too far ahead. I can't figure it out anyway. Better to focus on saving the remaining subjects in Crystal City. Once Crystal City is taken, the North will have its gateway, and peace can be expected. Also, these veterans of the 6 great vassals should all be able to use the soul magic array for sublimation. There are many soul crystals here. It would be a pity not to try. Standing before a magic sand table, he virtualized the topography of Crystal City and its surrounding mountains and rivers. At that moment, Captain Longby's image surfaced on the communication crystal. He asked directly, how is the situation ahead? Has the Mage Tower attacked? How is the progress of Mogunder and the others? Your Highness, I want to fight Alonso. Captain Longby's face looked incredibly solemn, and his muscles were tense all over. What? Has he made a move? Alexander's gaze swept over the Mastiff clan warriors behind Captain Longby. Every one of them had the same serious expression, clearly provoked by something. Your Highness, the Mage Tower has already clashed with Crystal City. Just now, Alonso led only the Wolf Cavalry. Their strength is immense. They instantly killed the opponent's 4-star Orca warrior and an elite army of 5,000 sea beasts. Sakratha did not act, and the Golden Knights did not appear. Meanwhile, Mogunder and the others are preparing to infiltrate from the West Gate. Your Highness. Captain Longby's eyes were eager as he wanted to apply for battle again, but he was interrupted by Alexander. Calm yourself. Alexander pondered for a moment. If it was as Captain Longby described, then this Alonso was much more powerful than imagined. After all, Captain Longby's initial information dated back to when he was exiled. The information obtained from Cecily only noted that Alonso's Wolf Cavalry regiment was a 3-star regiment with formidable strength, but there was no specific standard for exactly how strong they were. But now, with the comparison to the 4-star Orca warrior, the strength of Alonso and his Wolf Cavalry was becoming apparent. Captain Longby was currently unable to defeat him. Even with a 3-star alchemy spear, he couldn't win. After all, Guinevere was the best example. There was still a fundamental gap between quasi 4-star and 4-star. However, it wasn't as if there were no ways to bridge the gap. Captain Longby, you should understand that the matter of Crystal City is the most important right now. Given your current strength, how much certainty do you have in defeating him? Alexander analyzed calmly. Your Highness, my Mastiff clan does not fear life or death. Captain Longby's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his aura rose to its peak. I know. However, I have a method here that can improve your strength in the short term. I wonder if you are willing to try? Really? I am willing. Hearing Alexander's words, Captain Longby's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. Your Highness, we are also willing to try. The other Mastiff soldiers echoed in agreement. Good. Then stand by where you are. I will be there in a moment. Alexander considered that stopping Captain Longby now would surely dampen the man's fighting spirit. If he fine-tuned the soul magic array, perhaps he could improve the soul constitution of the orcs and maybe even achieve sublimation. Why not give it a try? Next was the discussion on how to recover Crystal City. The most critical point was how to ensure the safe evacuation of the subjects currently surviving within the city. Inside Crystal City, Zezza was requisitioning a large number of the territory's original residents, bringing them toward his nest. When he heard the messenger report that the Orca warrior he had just sent out were killed in a single encounter by the enemy's Wolf Cavalry, even with Zezza's calm nature, he couldn't help but feel enraged. Say that again. How many people did the opponent have? Who was the commander? Reporting to my lord, the opponent had only 500 Wolf Cavalry. The commander is Alonso, the 4th Legion commander of the Orc Empire. Smack. As soon as the messenger finished speaking, one of Zezza's arms suddenly elongated and transformed into a giant tentacle, whipping the man like a steel flail. Due to the excessive force, the small messenger was instantly turned into a mass of blood and gore. What a bunch of trash. 5,000 elites were actually wiped out by 500 Wolf Cavalry. It's a total disgrace to my sea race. Guards. Zezza waved his hand and barked an order. Pass my command. Have Shaman immediately lead his remaining troops to Golden Spike City and take it at any cost. Tell him this is his one and only chance to redeem himself. He must teach the Mage Tower a profound lesson. If he doesn't succeed, don't bother coming back. Yes. A soldier took the order and left. The rest of the generals follow me out of the city. I want to see what tricks this alliance between the Mage Tower and the Orc Empire can pull off. Zezza's gaze swept over his remaining generals. With a flicker of his body, he flashed toward the north gate of Crystal City. The massive arched north gate of Crystal City had now collapsed into ruins. Seawater mixed with river water, flooding the area up to waist height. One after another, exceptionally sturdy Orca warrior led their sea beast soldiers to form a battle array outside the north gate, raising a water sphere barrier. From a distance, one could see the azure clouds rolling over the northern river surface. That was a battle aura killing array formed by the convergence of azure giant wolves, each 3 meters long. 500 3-star wolf riders, each erupting with blood-burning power, channeled the wind element magic gathered by the azure wolves, transforming it into a cloud of azure battle aura. Skimming the river surface, it sometimes transformed into a pack of wolves on a raid, sometimes into crescent blades flying along the river, and sometimes into blood-burning wolves howling at the sky. The sound shook the surroundings, causing countless birds and beasts along the riverbanks to flee in panic. HMPH, their momentum is indeed sharp. If such a combat unit was secretly helping Dragonfallen City and causing us trouble, then Shaman really can't be blamed. Zeza hovered outside the water sphere barrier after a flash. Looking up at the sharp momentum of the Wolf Cavalry Regiment, he developed a few theories about Shaman's defeat at Dragonfallen City. Originally, he hadn't taken the military forces of Dragonfallen City seriously. Even though various reports praised the Northern Territory reinforcements to the heavens, he hadn't believed them. After all, he had never met an opponent in the water. But now, the Wolf Cavalry Regiment from the Orc Empire before his eyes made him take things a bit more seriously. Turbid waves surging to the heavens. Seeing the Wolf Cavalry enter the 500-meter defense perimeter, Zeza suddenly spread his arms and shook them. The water waves before him surged up like a monster's tongue, crashing forward. However, the color was black and carried a sweet, fishy scent as it surged toward the Wolf Cavalry. Chapter 270 I was tricked. Wolf cubs, move it. Gale formation. Alonzo led the charge. His nostrils flared as he caught the scent of the deadly toxins in the waves from afar. But as a veteran of many battles, how could he be stumped by such a common tactic? At his command, the wolf riders beside him immediately split apart with Alonzo at the center. They began to run in a circular motion, and the azure and element magic circle gradually transformed into a tornado. The black waves crashed against it and were instantly swept into the sky. Protected by the tornado, the Wolf Cavalry continued their charge until they were 100 meters from the defensive barrier of Crystal City, where Alonzo gave a great shout, gathering magic. Wolffang Gale Spear. The Wolf Riders changed formation once more. Alonzo, as the Alpha Wolf, raised his hook-side spear high above his head and spun it, gathering the strength of all the Wolf Cavalry. He channeled the originally uncontrolled tornado into his hook-side spear and thrust forward. A woo! A low roar of wind shook the surface of the water, sounding like 10,000 wolves howling at the moon. The azure tornado changed direction, skimming across the water like a hideous monstrous python as it lightning struck Zeza in front of the defensive barrier. The response was incredibly swift. From facing the toxic waves to turning that force against the enemy, everything was performed in one fluid motion while on the move. It seemed simple, but the coordination, the control of power, and the reaction to the ever-changing battlefield were all a testament to Alonzo's strength. Tsunami impact. Seeing the tornado attack arrive before them, how could the Orca warrior let Zeza take action again? They immediately formed a grand array, condensing water elements into a giant water orca that bit down fiercely on the incoming tornado. Rumble. That fanged maw was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing the entire tornado in one gulp. However, at that moment, a cold smirk played on Alonzo's lips. With a slight flick of his wrist, the tornado suddenly exploded within the belly of the water orca. The giant tornado broke apart into countless dense, crescent-shaped wind blades, like an exploding beehive. In an instant, it tore the water orca to shreds. Meanwhile, the wind blades continued their momentum, throwing the Orca warrior array into chaos. Attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, Alonzo's pupils constricted. Spotting a gap the moment the water exploded, he thrust his spear directly at Zeza's throat. Humphrey. Zeza's perception had been locked onto the surrounding 100 meters the entire time, so Alonzo's movements did not escape him. With a cold snort, he moved forward instead of retreating. Just as the cold spear tip was about to pierce his throat, Zeza's body performed a gravity-defying, extremely flexible bend. His arms and upper body twisted contortedly, wrapping around Alonzo's hook-side spear like a vine round a tree, stabbing into thin air with full force. The resulting sense of overextension made Alonzo frown slightly, but Zeza's subsequent response caused his pupils to shrink violently. As an octopus monster in his true form, Zeza was like a wrestler now. Using the momentum of Alonzo's thrust, he wrapped around his opponent and pulled. Even though Alonzo had perfect control over his strength, he couldn't help but stumble and be pulled off his mount. Woo. Fortunately, the Wolf King beneath him was quick to react. Sensing Alonzo's loss of balance, it immediately lunged at Zeza with its jaws open. Bang! Facing the bloody maw of the 4-star Wolf King, Zeza didn't dare to be careless. He had no choice but to abandon his attack on Alonzo and divert his attention to clash with the Wolf King. The exchange happened in a flash. As the two sides separated after the clash, both were secretly wary of the other. Ha ha ha, I've long heard that great Commander Zeza of the Sea Clan army is incredibly powerful. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well deserved. Alonzo raised his voice, his gaze sweeping across the sky before repeatedly scanning the surroundings to observe any weaknesses in the enemy's formation. However, although the north gate of Crystal City had collapsed, the formation Zeza had arranged before him perfectly filled the gap. Humphrey. Alonzo, as a Legion commander of the Orc Empire, why have you come to meddle in this mess? Do you really intend to become an enemy of our Sea Clan? Zeza's eyes were cold. Although he had seemingly gained a slight advantage in the brief exchange, he had actually suffered a small loss in secret. After all, the berserk blood-burning energy infused into the other's hook-side spear had still left faint scorch marks on his tough leather armor, though they were hard to notice due to his rapid recovery. Of course, this was also because it was a 2-on-1 fight. Our two races have always minded our own business. This time, I've only come because I was invited. As long as you give up Crystal City, I can guarantee that the Major Tower will not make things difficult for you. Absurd. As soon as Alonso finished speaking, Zeza almost cursed out loud in anger, but he then sneered, we can evacuate, provided you agree to provide our Sea Clan with 10 million humans and 30 million livestock as rations every month. How about it? Hearing this, Alonso was clearly stunned, but he quickly realized the other was mocking him. Setting livestock aside, 10 million people a month would be over 100 million a year. Did he think the human race was some backyard livestock farm to occupy Crystal City and treat the entire human race as a livestock farm? The way he calculated this, even the Orc Empire wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. Zeza, if you want a portion of Crystal City's mineral veins or the precious legacies of the Major Tower, I can mediate for you. But as for the condition you've proposed, it seems we have nothing more to talk about. Alonso's eyes narrowed. The Aussie Wolf King beneath him let out a low snarl, baring its fangs, and the wolf riders behind him all made a move to pounce. Attack! Splash! Zeza didn't bother with any more nonsense. With a cold laugh, his body suddenly blurred as he transformed into his true form. His 100-meter-long giant tentacles, like massive wind wheels lined with ivory-like spikes and powerful suckers, crashed into the wolf riders' formation. Wolf cubs, retreat with me. Alonso used a gale thrust to parry a tentacle that swung toward him. The powerful impact and tough texture made it feel as if his hook-scythe spear had struck an iron pillar. Furthermore, at such close range, the toxins and suction force provided no advantage to the wolf riders. After all, their mounts couldn't bite the opponent. Warriors of the Sea Clan, charge! Seeing the wolf riders making a move to retreat, the sea beast army behind Zeza could finally no longer contain themselves and surged forward, each scrambling to be first. Seeing this, a playful smirk appeared at the corner of Alonso's mouth. In less than 15 minutes, the wolf riders had retreated 15 miles, with the Sea Clan army led by Zeza hot on their heels. However, at that moment, a buzzing vibration rang out from above Crystal City. Everyone looked up to see a dazzling golden arrow trailing a brilliant trail of fire. It shot out from the clouds like a falling meteor, broke the sound barrier, and slammed into the defensive barrier of Crystal City. Crack! 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 The sound of breaking glass accompanied fine cracks radiating outward. With a bang, the defensive barrier of Crystal City collapsed. Buzz! 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 The clouds surged as over 100 airships flying the banners of the Mage Tower revealed themselves. At the same time, squads of mages in robes descended from the airships on the wind. Each squad had a clear objective, and in the blink of an eye, they moved to occupy designated positions within Crystal City. Then, a series of explosions erupted within the city like a chain reaction of fireworks, throwing Crystal City into total chaos. Not good. We've been tricked. Zeza's figure came to a sudden halt. His eyes, as large as millstones, looked back at Crystal City with shock and rage. When he saw the 4 people standing on the deck of one of the airships, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation despite the distance. 4-star Archmage Sakritha stood toward the back on the very edge. 3 other knights wearing golden armor stood proudly at the front. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Both men were burly. One held a lance, and the other a knight's sword. Judging from their auras, both were golden knights of at least the 4-star rank. The aura of that woman was even superior to the 2 men. She held a golden grip bow that was as tall as she was. Clearly, the arrow that had just destroyed Crystal City's defensive barrier had come from her, the Major Tower's Temple Golden Knights. Zeza's heart sank. He hadn't expected the Major Tower's forces to be hiding Temple Golden Knights. According to the information he had received, all the Temple Golden Knights had been sent to Dragon Mountain. Why had 3 suddenly appeared now? If he had known the Mage Tower was hiding such a trump card, he would have agreed to Shaman's proposal to requisition the Orc Legion from a Lord Hayaura. But it was too late now. Bastards, despicable humans, cunning orcs. Zeza's eyes flickered before he finally ordered, follow me to Golden Spike City. My lord, are we really going to just give up Crystal City to them? And what about the bastard Alonso? Humphrey, what else? Can you block that arrow from just now? Let's go. We'll kill that despicable fellow Alonso first. Roar. Chapter 271 4-star Berserker. 15 miles away, a periscope rotated slowly, recording the entire scene above Crystal City back into the underwater submarine. At this moment, Alexander was setting up a soul magic array while occasionally glancing at the projection of the great battle for Crystal City. Although he couldn't hear the specific sounds, the surging magic fluctuations on the screen alone allowed him to feel the thunderous, explosive vibrations of the clash. Your Highness, is it ready? I can't wait any longer. Captain Longbuy's eyes were glowing as he watched the battle between Alonso and Zeza in the projection. Even as steady as he was, he could not suppress the longing for the soul magic array in his heart. The humiliation he had carried for many years and the pain of his clansman's displacement, now the culprit was right before his eyes, and their hope was also right before them. How could he not be excited? Even the Mastiff clan soldiers standing in neat formation beside him were currently so excited they could hardly control themselves. It's done. With a hum of magic vibration, Alexander stood up and looked at the circular array of soul crystals before him. Strands of pure white magic gathered into a ring, hovering above the array. Even without standing inside the array, just being near it allowed one to feel a baptism of the soul, as if their entire being had become much more clear and comfortable. Your Highness, how do I use this? Captain Longby took an impatient step forward, his chest heaving, clearly very agitated. Step directly onto it, relax your mind, and do not resist. Alexander explained based on Uxiu's descriptions and then let Captain Longby enter the array. He used his psychic power to observe, helping Captain Longby adjust his breathing and enter a state of peace. Gradually, Captain Longbuy's tense body began to relax. He slowly closed his eyes, and his face returned to a calm expression. With his steady breathing, the pure white magic surrounding the array drifted like silk threads into his nostrils. Subsequently, Captain Longbuy's body slowly became holy, appearing to glow. His originally wrinkled skin seemed to regain its youth, as if a gentle breeze was stroking the folds in a rhythmic motion. Hum! Suddenly, a soft, clear sound rang out from the array, like a bell of enlightenment, causing the hearts of those around him to sway. Captain Longby, who had been immersed in enjoyment, suddenly had a sharp light burst from his eyes. Blood-colored flames ignited uncontrollably around his body. Whoosh! The blood flames soared, and the temperature in the entire submarine cabin rose abruptly. Fortunately, Alexander had taken precautions. With a thought, the array immediately raised an egg-shaped magic barrier, confining the blood flames released by Captain Longby within it. The blood flames compressed back around Captain Longby's body. The outer flames hissed against the magic barrier like roasting fat, and then they slowly turned golden. Ha! Refreshing. Captain Longby let out a low shout he couldn't suppress, shaking his arms as his pupils flickered with golden light. This was the sign of advancing to a 4-star berserk warrior. At the same time, the soul crystals on the soul magic array dimmed, eventually turning grayish-white and shattering into powder with a soft pop. How do you feel? Alexander's psychic power had remained locked on him, so he knew Captain Longby had successfully advanced, but he still wanted to ask about the experience. After all, if this fine-tuned soul magic array was successful, its significance would be immense. The most direct impact would be that the Northlands would possess an incredibly powerful force. At the 4-star level, if everyone was equipped with 4-star gear and paired with an energy-gathering array, they would have combat power equivalent to a quasi-5-star. Think about it, a legion composed of quasi-5-star archmages or quasi-5-star dark gold knights. Even if they couldn't sweep across the Noah continent, protecting the safety of the Northlands would be no problem at all. However, what Alexander was thinking about was not just this explosive power, but the people of his territory. If this array could be popularized, the lifespan of the people in his territory would generally increase. What could create a stronger sense of belonging and cohesion among the subjects than that? By then, the Northland's political power would be even more stable, and a future of peaceful development would draw closer and closer. Your Highness, I feel that if Alonso and Zeza were in front of me now, I could beat them so hard their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. As he stepped out of the array, Captain Longby's aura was still not fully under control, but his excitement stimulated the Mastiff clan soldiers lined up nearby. Stay calm, adapt to your power first. I'll continue helping the others level up. Alexander smiled, and seeing the impatient soldiers, he quickly began setting up the next array. We are in your debt, Your Highness. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness. At the same moment, deep within the clouds far away, heading toward the eternal winter mountains of the Northlands, airships with active illusion arrays moved through the clouds like migratory birds. In the flagship, Prince Huosi swirled his red wine glass, watching the scenes transmitted through the clairvoyance mirror of the Kessilai reinforcements heading to Dragonfallen City and the great battle at Crystal City. He curled his lip and shook his head. Prince, the third prince's move was quite brilliant. Why are you? Is something wrong? Salgate held a wine bottle, serving him while looking at Prince Huosi's expression with confusion. Sal, are you asking what you already know? Prince Huosi glanced at him and snorted. Prince, I truly do not understand the intricacies here. Sal thought for a moment and shook his head. HMPH, this brother of mine looks at the front but forgets the back. He clearly knows the Major Tower's target is the Eternal Winter Mountains, yet he still mobilized all his elite troops. Now that Kessilai is empty, do you think the people of the Golden Knights from the Mage Tower are the type to follow rules? Isn't it up to me, his older brother, to rush to the Northlands day and night to clean up his mess? Prince Huosi downed the red wine in one gulp, sounding somewhat resentful. He could have found a place to hide away and live a carefree life, but his brother's operations were full of holes, forcing him to take great risks and act personally. Prince, regarding the Eternal Winter matter, you could have just sent Bill at ease. Why go to such great lengths yourself? Sal refilled the glass with a small amount of wine and said, furthermore, at Crystal City, the Mage Tower actually sent the 3-person team of the Sharpshooter Alina, the Lancer Ablonso, and the Swordsman Anstui to stay behind. I'm afraid the third prince is in significant trouble. Shouldn't you be over there? What would I go there for? Before Sal could finish, Prince Huosi snapped irritably, the moment my influence shows itself over there, the Major Tower will find me like dogs catching a scent. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be? He. I was just worried about the third prince. Sal gave a dry laugh. Then you go to his side. I don't mind. Prince Huosi rolled his eyes and shrugged. Hearing this, the corner of Sal's mouth twitched. Remembering the time he drugged Alexander and the subsequent time he was counter-drugged by the third prince, Sal pulled his neck in and said with a bitter smile, Prince, I am your most loyal knight. You can't just discard me. Fine, Alexander will be okay. With his current strength, he can't beat Alina, but running away won't be a problem. Besides, even if Crystal City is lost, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Prince Huosi narrowed his eyes, looking at the scene in the clairvoyance mirror where Crystal City had been breached and Zeza was leading the army to retreat toward Golden Spike City. He said indifferently, if the Mage Tower occupies Crystal City, they'll have a massive grudge with the Sea Race. By then, the Mage Tower will become the Northland's free watchdog. Add to that the old fellows in Eternal Winter who are getting restless and putting pressure on the Mage Tower. If Alexander stays tucked away in the Northlands developing quietly, it'll work out perfectly. It also saves me from having to clean up his mess everywhere. Your vision is truly profound, Prince. I am in awe. Sal gave a thumbs up with genuine admiration on his face. Stop with the flattery. Look at the crystal. I'm afraid my brother won't be able to resist making a move. I just wonder what his expression will be when he gets thrashed by Alina. Prince Huosi showed a playful expression, taking a small sip of wine as if his thoughts were visualizing an amusing scene. Chapter 272 Successful Infiltration. Quick, Nage Hor, hurry up, Nadley. Haven't you broken through yet the deepest part of the river channel at the west gate of Crystal City? Mogunda looked at the images fed back by the detection device in Vice Captain Tidata's hand. He knew that Crystal City above had already been breached, yet their team was still blocked by the underground river passage in front of them. Chich, chich, chich. The quick sandpit gun in Nadley's hand fired continuously. The dark barrel glowed slightly red from the heat, and bubbles rose from the surrounding river water as the riverbed in front of them began to collapse. It's through. Gurgle, gurgle. An undercurrent surged from the hole in the riverbed. Everyone's bodies swayed involuntarily, but then Mogunda waved his hand, and they filed in one by one. This way, Vice Captain Tidata operated the detection device, leading the way by following the map, while Mogunda commanded the others to follow behind. The current was very gentle, and the walls of the underground river were quite wide. Even with a barbarian's size, one could do somersaults inside. In less than 5 minutes, a faint shimmering light appeared ahead, and they could also vaguely feel vibrations from the ground above. That was the roar of magical combat. Who's there? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Just as Mogunda and the others were approaching the wellhead, a rustling sound of waves came from the underground river ahead. Then, a small squad of sea beasts emerged from the opposite side, looking panicked and fumbling about. The leader, an orca warrior, had a powerful aura and a very stalwart build, but his eyes were filled with shock and fury. He was covered in wounds, still dripping with blue blood, and his subordinates behind him looked like startled birds. Clearly, this squad of sea race warriors were deserters who wanted to hide in this well to survive. They hadn't expected to run into Mogunda and his team. Don't be afraid, it's just a few barbarians, and we're in the water. The leading orca general also spotted Mogunda and the others. After a quick glance to identify the race of the opposing team, he felt relieved. After all, he was a 4-star lord. Even though he had just been wounded by the sword-wielding Golden Knight from the Mage Tower and his strength was greatly reduced, he was still confident he could handle a group of 3-star desert-dwelling barbarians who had sneakily dived in. Even though these people wore strange equipment, according to intelligence, these were nothing more than the alchemy equipment from the north that had been hyped up as godlike. During the previous battle for Dragonfallen City, Shaman had spent over a month testing and scouting, long ago figuring out the strengths and weaknesses of this alchemy equipment. This equipment was clearly only usable on land. In the water, it was completely useless. Although Shaman had just failed at Dragonfallen City, that was under the premise of the sea race besieging a city. If it were underwater combat, the sea race would surely win. That's right, they're barbarians. They gave me a fright. The sea beast soldiers also regained their composure, knowing the pros and cons of alchemy weapons. Their confidence began to rise again. Kill them. However, Mogunda didn't waste any words. He had signed a military pledge for this secret mission, deciding instantly. The vortex shotgun in his hand fired first. Puff, puff, puff. Massive forces of vortexes formed roaring water dragons 10 meters in diameter within the underground river, instantly sucking the shouting sea beast soldiers into the water. Simultaneously, the ice spike shotgun, thunder assault rifle, and barrier suffocation gun behind him all erupted at once. In an instant, the underground river seemed to boil. Spikes pierced through the water, and meteor-like ice arrows pinned the sea beast soldiers. Parts of them were frozen and then snapped off by the current. The dense electrical nets caused the sea beast soldiers to roll their eyes and shake like they had ague upon contact. Another type of alchemy gun fired bubble-like isolation barriers, which were even more terrifying. 3 to 5 soldiers would be trapped inside, unable to break out, and would be smothered to death. What kind of weapons are these? Before the sea race soldiers could react, the powerful water dragons, overwhelming ice spike shrapnel, and lightning strikes enveloped them. Piercing cold, sensations of paralysis and suffocation, and a world-spinning tearing force once again ruthlessly ravaged the already broken bodies of the sea race soldiers. How are they so strong? The orca general, hit by the vortex shotgun, felt his head spinning. After seeing his subordinates floating belly up one by one, his groggy mind suddenly cleared. These bastards have been hiding their strength. Their goal must have been to sneak attack Crystal City from the very beginning. The thought flashed through his mind, and the orca general understood a few things. But then, a bitter smile appeared in his heart. What use was understanding now? Escape and tell the people in the Major Tower? Impossible. So what should he do now? Escape? I'll take you all down with me. The orca general understood that only the dead can keep secrets. Seeing the decisive firing stance of the barbarians opposite him, he knew this was a life or death struggle with no room for luck. Splash. Huge waves rose and surged with the orca general at the center, filling the entire underground river. Gurgling bubbles swirled in the violent current. Anything caught in it, even rocks, would be ground to dust. Ice block ceiling gun. Bang, bang, bang. At Mogunda's command, a row of barbarian soldiers behind him raised their weapons and pulled their triggers repeatedly at the orca general. Pure white cold air pounced on the orca general like countless tentacles. Before he could recover from his terror, the surrounding water had rapidly crystallized. Creak. The massive block of ice squeezed the twisting and struggling orca general. One could see the resentment and pain in his eyes. But finally, his body stiffened and his life faded away. The battle ended in just a dozen or so breaths. Mogunda looked at the mess of sea beast soldier corpses in the underground river, his single eye flashing with excitement and thrill. He had been very nervous just now. After all, as a desert race, fighting a 4-star sea beast general in the water for the first time, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But now, relying on the frogman equipment Alexander had given them, They had ended the battle in just a dozen breaths. Furthermore, it was an overwhelming victory with 0 casualties. Although the opponent was a squad of wounded deserters, being able to win so easily gave them immense encouragement. His Highness is mighty. Mogundu exhaled softly and tightened his grip on the vortex shotgun as his voice was transmitted through the respirator's communicator. The other one-eyed barbarians felt the same way, offering their heartfelt respect and praise. Commander, our barbarians will truly be invincible from now on. That's right, Commander. Your decision to follow Prince Alexander was truly the wisest choice. Hey, stop the flattery. We still have a mission. Let's go. Mogundu felt like he was walking on air. A smile he couldn't suppress appearing on his face. But he knew now was not the time to get ahead of himself. Commander, this wellhead is a bit small. I see a small warehouse over in the northwest corner. Why don't we go up from there? The group swam forward a distance and looked up. After Vice Captain Tidata performed a scan, he pointed to a small shack on the detection map which looked relatively hidden. Mogundu took a look but shook his head. No, we'll go out from here. Just enlarge the wellhead a bit. That place is too close to the base of the city wall. If using the quick sandpit gun causes a cave-in, we'll be exposed immediately. Yes, sir. Vice Captain Tidata nodded at his words. Then Nadley swam over, aimed his gun upward, adjusted it to minimum power, and began expanding the wellhead. Tidata, connect to Captain Longby and tell him we have successfully entered. Chapter 273 Ambush. On the northern river channel of Crystal City, Alonso led the Wolf Cavalry Regiment in a wide circle. After 3 head-on clashes, they finally broke through the encirclement of Zez's army. Seeing Alonso rushing towards Crystal City, Zeze eventually gave up the pursuit and turned to advance towards Golden Spike City. The fall of Crystal City was only a matter of time. After all, once it collapsed from within, the Mage Tower found it much easier to control the magical facilities inside the city. Moreover, with 3 Golden Paladins and Sikritha, a 4-star Archmage, presiding over it, Golden Spike City was currently empty, making it the perfect time to occupy the base. Seeing waves of deserters continuously pouring out of Crystal City from afar, a relaxed smile appeared on Alonso's face. The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Aureole behind. The Sea Race Army and the Lance Royal family of Dragonfallen City were fighting fiercely, yet in the end, Crystal City was captured by the Mage Tower. He wondered what kind of expression the Lance Royal family would have when they came to their senses and learned that Crystal City had changed hands. And then there was that stray dog, Captain Longby. Did he really think he could make a comeback just by following a prince? It was simply a pipe dream. Kill. Bang bang bang. Rat-tat-tat. Just as Alonso's thoughts were drifting while he gradually approached the north gate of Crystal City, suddenly, a ripple of magical energy fluctuated among the water weeds on the left bank of the river, as if a giant magical hand had abruptly pulled away a cloaking tablecloth. A group of fierce-looking soldiers, clad in strange mechanical armor and wielding menacing alchemical weapons, began firing frantically at their cavalry unit. Enemy attack. Scatter. Scatter. Defense. As a 4-star berserk warrior, Alonso was both shocked and enraged to find himself ambushed. After barking out an order, he spurred his Azure Wolf King mount and immediately locked onto the position of the leader of the unit that had ambushed them. It was an elderly orc of the Mastiff clan, his entire body wreathed in pale golden flames. His black cloak billowed without any wind, revealing strange red mechanical alchemical armor underneath. He held a large caliber alchemical gun in both hands, his face solemn, his eyes flickering with hatred and satisfaction. It was exactly the stray dog he had just been thinking about. Captain Longby. Ah, my hand. Quick, scatter to the left, to the left. With the prepared calculating against the unprepared, Alonso's surroundings were now a scene of wailing and chaos. The Wolf Cavalry, caught off guard, exposed their flanks to the enemy's muzzles, allowing the alchemical weapons to exert an extraordinary advantage. The Wolf Cavalry, who had just been invincible and had sent the Sea Beast army reeling, were now scurrying like rats across a street under the covering fire of the alchemical weapons' long-range magical barrages. Most importantly, in this open stretch of water chosen by Captain Longby for the ambush using a stealth formation, the Wolf Cavalry had no cover at all. They were essentially sitting ducks. No matter how fast they charged, they couldn't outrun the bullets of the alchemical muskets. Moreover, caught so completely by surprise, how could they even organize a charge? In the blink of an eye, a third of the Wolf Cavalry regiment was dead or wounded. Stop! Alonso let out a roar, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. These Wolf Riders were not just elite warriors of the Legion. Most of them were also his own kinsmen. When he brought them out this time, he hadn't planned on losing many. He was thinking about how much merit they could earn. If they had died in battle against the Sea Race, he could have demanded an explanation from the Empire upon his return. But if they were wiped out in an ambush by Captain Longby, not only would it be hard to ask for an explanation, but his reputation would also be completely ruined. After all, Captain Longby's name in the Orc Empire was synonymous with traitor and exile. If he were wiped out by such a person, one could imagine how he would ever show his face in the Orc Empire again. Thus, he wanted to challenge the other to a duel, in the way of the Orc Empire. Keep firing. Don't let a single one escape. Captain Longby looked indifferently at the raging Alonso. By now, he had torn off his cloak and was fully focused, locking onto his opponent. He knew that Alonso had been completely provoked. This cunning wolf would never fight properly unless he was driven into a corner. Captain Longby. Everyone says I, Alonso, am despicable. But now you are even more shameless. If you're a hero, duel me. In the way of an orc warrior. Alonso didn't believe this old dog could keep his cool. Besides, those alchemical guns were at most quasi 4-star rank. He had observed them on the airship before. They shouldn't be this difficult to deal with. His hook scythe spear whirled like a fire and wind wheel, leading a dozen or so personal wolf riders. He condensed a battle chi barrier and charged forward while shouting provocations. Yes, you're right. We should have a fair duel in the way of an orc warrior. I agree. Captain Longby took a step forward and nodded seriously, but his hands immediately raised the musket, ruthlessly pulling the trigger on Alonso. Bang bang bang. Simple and brutal explosive fireballs struck the battle chi defense barrier one after another with a dense whistling sound. This caused Alonso, who had slightly lowered his guard, to almost stumble off his mount, his nose twitching with rage. Old dog, you are the most despicable one. He, my hand just slipped. Everyone, hear my command. Give our old friend something exciting. Understood. Beam coverage. At Captain Longby's command, the Mastiff squad immediately changed formation, scattering across the waves in groups of 3. The tornado thrusters on their mechanical exoskeletons opened, supporting their sinking bodies. Then, the alchemical guns in their hands were mounted onto the exoskeletons and adjusted to maximum power. On the opposite side, a sense of danger made Alonso's hair stand on end. As a 4-star berserk warrior, he was particularly sensitive to crisis. Moreover, he had seen the quasi 4-star power of the alchemical guns after fine-tuning with his current team. Except for him who could withstand it, the other wolf riders were simply cannon fodder. Everyone, dive. Making a prompt decision, almost at the same moment the muskets on the other side pulled their triggers and fired massive beams of light. Alonso ordered a wolf cavalry regiment to dive into the water. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere but was vaporized in an instant by the beams of light. A few wolf cavalry in the rear who reacted too slowly were also evaporated simultaneously, leaving nothing behind but a foul, burnt smell. They finally went down, failing to hit with one strike, and seeing Alonso dive into the water, Captain Longby didn't get angry. Instead, a successful smile appeared on his lips. As land-based cavalry, Captain Longby might have had some reservations about the wolf riders, but wolf riders who dove into the water themselves were just drowning wolves. As for the Mastiff clan in the water, their hellish training over the past month wasn't for nothing. Not to mention they were aided by special equipment. Switch gear. Kill the enemy. While barking the command, Captain Longby took out a pig snout-style underwater respirator from his mechanical exoskeleton backpack and put it on. At the same time, he replaced the magic module of the alchemical musket in his hand for underwater combat. The high-power tornado thrusters activated, and each Mastiff soldier dived into the water like a frenzied shark, chasing down the wolf cavalry who were hiding at the bottom using dog paddle swimming techniques, hunting them like fish. Alonso, where do you think you're running? Didn't you want to duel me? Come. First let me give you a taste of the Vortex shotgun. Watching the Mastiff soldiers split up, Captain Longby also turned on his detector and loudspeaker, firing a blast directly at the Earsy Wolf King that was trying to escape. Despicable glug glug glug, bast glug glug glug. While cursing, Alonso condensed his battle chi as propulsion power together with the Earsy Wolf King, who focused its strength into its paws to paddle vigorously. Their coordinated speed was as fast as a wolf fish. Unfortunately, the Vortex shotgun came with a powerful quasi 4-star suction. Alonso felt as if an invisible giant hand was pulling his back, and the Earsy Wolf King felt as if its body was stuck in a quagmire. His curses were also blocked by the water, turning into bubbles. Glancing upward and then back at the wolf cavalry who were being slaughtered and fleeing in panic, Alonso felt a bitterness in his heart. If he wanted to escape now, it would probably be no problem, but he truly couldn't bear to abandon 500 wolf riders. Then the only way was to capture the leader to stop the followers. Chapter 274 Alonso's Death. Old Longby, you old clucker, if you have the guts, stop clucking. Kill, cluck cluck cluck. His mind clear, Alonso patted the Earsy Wolf King and turned back to charge directly at Captain Longby. The Earsy Wolf King and Alonso were almost of one mind. With a low growl, a cyan wind vortex condensed on its forehead horn and slowly floated in front of Alonso. The power of a water tornado is nothing more than rotation. Do you think I can't do it if you can? Let me show you the gap between a 4-star and a quasi 4-star. Rumble. Alonso's eyes widened. He shook the hook scythe spear in his hand rapidly, and the pale gold blood flame around his body transformed into ribbon-like battle chi, merging into the spear's shaft and churning the surrounding water into a massive whirlpool. With a soft hiss, the wind attribute condensed by the Earsy Wolf King merged with the massive whirlpool. In an instant, the giant vortex turned cyan and red, with sharp wind blades faintly mixed within. The momentum was grand, as if the entire underwater floor was rumbling and shaking. Go to hell. Cluck cluck cluck. The massive vortex tornado, over 100 meters in diameter, crushed toward Captain Longby's vortex. Upon the slightest contact, the vortex created by Captain Longby was swallowed without a trace. The battered wolf cavalry nearby felt a surge of joy upon seeing this sight. However, when they noticed that the Mastiff soldiers chasing them didn't seem nervous at all, they began to doubt themselves. The same thought flashed through Alonso's mind. Captain Longby, facing such an attack, showed no signs of panic. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Alonso realized something he had misjudged from the very beginning. Blood-burning reserves and the quantity of battle chi. He, the Earsy Wolf King, and all the wolf cavalry had been fighting since morning. Although most of it was to lure the enemy, their physical and battle chi consumption was real regardless. Meanwhile, Captain Longby, also a 4-star berserk warrior, had been relying on the alchemical weapons in his hands for his attacks until now. This meant the opponent was only consuming magic crystals, while his own blood-burning battle chi hadn't been consumed much at all. In other words, he had misjudged this alchemical equipment. His overconfidence in his own strength and his disdain for alchemical equipment had led him into a desperate situation. Bastard cluck cluck. Longby, you old clucker. I've been tricked cluck cluck. Ha ha ha. Alonso, Now you know the taste of being exhausted while the enemy waits in comfort, and being stabbed in the back. That's exactly how grieved I felt when you set me up back then." Seeing Alonso's exasperated expression, Captain Longby felt a surge of gratification, as if years of pent-up frustration had suddenly lightened. He remained perfectly relaxed in the face of Alonso and the Azure Wolf King's combined technique. Mastiff fangs. With a roar, the pale gold blood chi around Captain Longby surged violently. A massive mastiff head opened its bloody maw and lunged toward the giant vortex. Although the mastiff head was slightly smaller in volume, its solidity made it look like a real mastiff. Boom. The two energies collided, sounding like countless muffled thunders exploding underwater. The shockwaves from the powerful acoustic pressure hit everyone, both mastiff warriors and wolf cavalry, like a hammer blow. However, because the mastiff warriors were protected by mechanical exoskeletons and had ample experience in underwater combat, most could naturally deflect the force. At worst, they might spit out some blood, but they would quickly recover under the healing magic array built into the exoskeletons. The situation for the wolf cavalry was completely different. Not only did they lack underwater combat experience, but their defense in the water was also stretched thin. Furthermore, having already consumed a large amount of physical energy, the battle chi they were using to sustain the fight was already squeezing their potential. They had no reserves left to defend against this sudden impact. Yet that wasn't even the most frustrating part. The most infuriating thing was the dimensionality reduction strike from the enemy's equipment, which came with its own healing magic array. Looking at their unconscious companions floating upward and the Azure wolves that had turned belly up and lost their lives, the remaining wolf cavalry, struggling to survive, lost their will to fight. Everyone's eyes turned toward Alonso, but that look was devastating. All the remaining wolf cavalry were instantly stunned, staring blankly at the back of the figure fleeing toward the surface alone, completely at a loss. That's right. After his thoughts cleared, Alonso decided to abandon his pride. Even if he had to go back and live as a stray wolf, it was better than dying here, especially dying at the hands of a love rival. He would never be able to rest in peace. Drop your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. After giving the order to his subordinates, Captain Longby turned and gave chase to Alonso. He believed such an opportunity wouldn't come a second time, and he still had a question in his heart that he hadn't cleared up. Namely, why did Alonso harm him back then? Was it really just because of Natalia? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Musket beams continuously shot from underwater into the air. Alonso truly looked like a stray wolf with nowhere to run. He didn't dare run in a straight line and could only circle underwater in a panic. But his stamina told him that if this continued, he would definitely be ground down to death by the opponent. Just hold on a little longer. Crystal City is almost here. Damn it, Sakritha. You definitely have to give me an explanation when I get back. Alonso remembered when he first received the Beast King's mobilization order to accompany Sakritha to Crystal City to assist. How could he have expected this outcome? Sakritha had described this mission as extremely easy, especially regarding the decadence of the Lance royal family, describing them as pathetic and easily defeated. But looking at his current situation, he was being beaten into a rout by the so-called alchemical weapons created by the Lance royal family, to the point where he had even abandoned his dignity. This feeling of being hoodwinked and deceived made him absolutely furious. Boom. Oh. Just as Alonso was slightly distracted, a beam of light suddenly shot from the water ahead. Caught off guard, he reflexively dodged, but the Azure Wolf King beneath him wasn't so lucky. It was hit in the hind leg by the beam. In such high-intensity combat, it had been difficult for the Azure Wolf King to maintain its dog paddle swimming technique. At this moment, it seemed to finally feel a sense of relief. Having lost its hind leg, it struggled to push Alonso out of the water, while it was vaporized into dross by a second beam of light. Bastard. Cluck cluck cluck. Having lost his most loyal partner, Alonso's eyes nearly split from rage as he paddled hard toward the surface. He could also clearly see the thing that had ambushed him. It was a massive, shell-shaped metal alchemical object, dark and heavy. The cannon muzzle aiming at him was currently flashing with white light, and there were rows of dark, eerie holes on the upper sides of the metal object. Alonso, you can't run. With just that moment of delay, Captain Longby had caught up from behind and burst out of the water almost simultaneously with Alonso. Step, step, step. The hook scythe spear and the iron fist battle chi collided, and the two separated to face off while treading on the waves. By now, the surrounding water was full of sea beast corpses, the stench pungent. The north gate of Crystal City was less than 100 meters ahead. Longby, you're dead. Seeing that he had finally reached the gates of Crystal City, Alonso felt a surge of confidence in his survival again. However, he was currently gasping for air, dripping wet, and pale-faced. The once fierce pale gold blood flame was now as weak as a flickering candle, looking as if it could be extinguished with a single breath. Alonso, you said the same thing back then. Too bad you couldn't do it. You'll always be a loser, whether in love or anything else. Captain Longby adjusted his stance, feeling the steady stream of power within his body. He was full of confidence. Bullshit. Natalia is the one who truly loves me. As if his tail had been stepped on, the veins on Alonso's forehead bulged. He slowly moved his feet toward the base of the city wall, but he only roared and didn't dare to strike. Natalia hasn't mentioned your name once in all these years. I really feel it's not worth it for you, stabbing someone in the back all those years ago, only to end up like this now. A mocking expression appeared on Captain Longby's face. He moved his feet, his aura locking onto the opponent as he looked for a weakness, ready to deliver a killing blow at any moment. What the hell do you know? Back then, I was acting on orders. Are you trying to trick me into talking? Suddenly, Alonso realized he had let something slip. He then gave a sinister grin. Fine, you old dog-head Longby. I was wondering why that big thing was hidden in the water and why you let me run here. So you were waiting for me here? However, this is a huge secret. If you want to know, you'll have to become a dead man. Oh. As soon as he finished speaking, taking advantage of the flicker in Captain Longby's eyes, Alonso bolted toward Crystal City. He could cover the 100-meter distance in almost 3 breaths. At the same time, he he let out a roar, calling for help from Sakritha. However, just as Captain Longby reflexively chased after Alonso, a light arrow flew down from above. Fast as lightning, it pierced through the center of Alonso's brow, pinning him to the surface of the water. Chapter 275 Olena PFFT. Alonso's eyes were filled with disbelief. His throat moved, but he had no chance to speak. He instinctively reached for the bone flute hanging around his neck. However, before he could touch it, the light arrow turned into a ball of light, vaporizing his body. Only a wisp of fading consciousness remained. Recalling his past life, the young version of himself becoming the youngest commander in the history of the Wolf Clan, Natalia's backward glance, Captain Longby stealing his love, the satisfaction of stabbing someone in the back upon orders, the humiliation of being beaten like a stray dog now, and the figure behind Elena, Sakritha. It was all a conspiracy by that guy. How frustrating. What? Alonso's death happened in the blink of an eye. Captain Longby, who was half a step behind, braked his momentum. His pupils shrank violently, his body tensed, and blood flames roared around him. He snapped his head up to look at the cold and arrogant figure that had appeared atop Crystal City. 4-star Golden Temple Knight, Divine Archer, Elena. Not good. According to information gathered when the city was breached with a single arrow, Guinevere and Ishuroti had both described this Lena. She was extremely powerful, ranking in the top 5 even within the Major Tower's Golden Knights. Seeing her face, Captain Longby felt locked on by cold eyes. He instinctively jumped to the side to dodge. This instinctive reflex to avoid danger saved his life. In a daze, his consciousness captured Elena on the wall, drawing her bound, notching an arrow in slow motion, then firing at him. Actually, when he saw the arrow light, he could smell the holy aura. His instinctive dodge caused the arrow to hit his left arm. PFFT. His whole left arm was vaporized instantly, but he survived. Escape. Without hesitation, Captain Longby used the jump to complete a series of diving motions. The severed arm was slowly recovering under the mechanical exoskeleton's healing magic array. He didn't care about it, pushing his blood-burning battle chi and tornado thruster to maximum power. Speeding underwater, he saw the woman on the wall sneering, drawing her bow in slow motion again, locking onto him. It's over. Captain Longby's heart sank. S-curve evasive maneuvers were useless. He suddenly regretted choosing open water to ambush Alonso. There was no cover. This was truly instant karma. Just a hunter a moment ago, he had become the prey the second he showed his head. Don't be afraid. Come towards the submarine. Just as Captain Longby felt he was finished, Alexander's voice came through the comms, short and powerful. Hearing this voice, Captain Longby's eyes lit up, like a drowning person clutching at a straw. He dove towards the hidden submarine. Chi-I. The golden battle chi arrow pierced through space, appearing behind Captain Longby. He was about to be pierced like Alonso. Captain Longby even felt his soul being pulled out of his head by the arrow light behind him. Just then, an invisible giant hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing the arrow light like a loach in water. Although the arrow light struggled as if alive, it couldn't escape the giant hand's grip. The lock on Captain Longby's presence was instantly severed. His out-of-body soul returned to its place. He even took the chance to look back. Alexander's heroic figure was hovering behind him, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile on his face, eyes deep and bright. Your Highness. Captain Longby's eyes were full of gratitude, but he didn't stop. Swimming quickly to the submarine, staying there would only be a burden to Alexander. Commanding the submarine was what he needed to do now. Then there was the information Alonso revealed. The backstabbing wasn't for love, but orders. Who could order the 4th Legion commander? Alonso, a majestic and domineering figure wearing a crown, quietly surfaced in Captain Longby's mind. But he felt a trace of doubt. He had never done anything to wrong that person in the past. Why would he do such a thing? Chi-I. The submarine's isolation barrier opened. Captain Longby adjusted his mechanical exoskeleton, entered the cabin, and rushed to the console. He ordered the crystal projection to lock onto the battle between Alexander and Elena, and also commanded the main force bringing up the rear to enter the designated combat zone for a general offensive. He also contacted Princess Guinevere in Dragonfallen City to transmit the video footage. Inside the Lord's castle in Dragonfallen City, Ishuroti, help me onto the airship. I must go to Crystal City. Elena is too dangerous. We must stop Alexander. Forget Crystal City. Guinevere watched the projection on the clairvoyance mirror. Even though she was shaking weakly, she insisted on getting on the airship. Princess, in our current state, we'd just be a burden to Prince Alexander. Besides, Zeza is near Little Gold Lake. If he raids Golden Spike City or counterattacks Dragonfallen City, we need a mainstay to hold the fort. Ishuroti helped Guinevere sit up, explaining the pros and cons instead of taking her to the airship. But Elena worries me. I'm afraid little Alexander is no match for her. And Guinevere thought of some terrible consequence. She knew Dragonfallen City's situation, but Alexander's opponent happened to be Elena. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. Ishuroti pondered, explaining, Alexander can't be judged by common logic. We don't know his means, but we know Elena's. But her father. Guinevere hesitated to speak, her fists clenching slightly. Hearing Guinevere mention her father, Ishuroti also frowned. Looking at Elena's arrogant face in the clairvoyance mirror, she couldn't help but feel worried. For a long time, both were silent. Finally, Guinevere sighed. Fine, I won't go. If Alexander fails, he won't fight to the death. I'll be his backup here. Notify everyone. The entire city is on high alert. Wise. Princess, this way. Zeza won't dare to act rashly. Even if he wants to return to Crystal City to reap the benefits as a fisherman, we will be the aureole behind. Ishuroti looked at Elena one last time before passing down the order. In the reed marshes of Little Gold Lake, the water was crowded with the backs of sea beasts. Zeza regained his human form, looking disheveled. Watching the projection of Crystal City, his eyes flickered with hatred and resentment. Shaman knelt in the water nearby, prostrated on the ground. His eyes darted around, stealing glances at the woman with the bow, praying she and Alexander would both be injured so he'd have a chance. Crystal City is finished. This woman is too strong. Zeza squeezed these words through his teeth. Unwilling as he was, he had seen Alina breach the barrier and kill Alonso with a single arrow, especially the arrow that pierced through Crystal City's defensive barrier. Others might not know the power of Crystal City's 4-star barrier, but as the powerhouse who occupied it for a year, how could he not know? If it were a war of attrition like the 10,000 shark array, he'd take a gamble and go back. But a single arrow, that strength was at least quasi 5-star. He'd end up like Alonso. So no matter how unwilling he was, he had to hold back. Lord Zeza, what should we do? Occupy Golden Spike City or retake Crystal City? Shaman felt humiliated, kneeling, finally speaking up. Can you handle her? If so, I'll give you my position as commander. Zeza glared at him. If not for heavy losses and being short-handed, he would have killed Shaman the moment he saw him. Lord, I can't beat her. Shaman choked, but tried again. But I'm sure about Golden Spike City, even with the people from the Northland involved. Is there any point? Zeza interrupted with a cold snort. Take it. And then what? Will she let you take root and sprout here? With Sakritha's methods, he'd turn you into a seed immediately. Lord is wise. Shaman deflated like a pufferfish, kneeling obediently like a dead fish to await his fate. Zeza ignored him, staring at the changes on the water screen. Though he couldn't see underwater or know if the Mastiff clan old man was alive, seeing Alina aiming underwater again told him the old dog might still be alive. This made him feel a sense of surprise. Chapter 276 Slap upon the walls of Crystal City. Alina's willow leaf brows twitched slightly. It was clear that Alexander catching her holy light arrow so easily had made her very uncomfortable. Captain Alina, what's wrong? Although Sakritha's status within the Major Tower was a notch higher than that of a Golden Knights member, the Golden Knights were an enforcement group directly under the branch president. Therefore, they addressed each other as equals. Moreover, Alina's identity was somewhat special. At this moment, Sakritha noticed a subtle fluctuation in Alina's aura, which was a rare occurrence. Is Alexander Bartuk only possessed of magic immunity? Does battle chi have any effect on him? Alina's voice was icy as she drew her bowstring to its limit. Light swirled in her pupils, shifting unpredictably like the flow of space itself. If someone of a lower level were to take a single look, they would surely lose themselves within it. Alexander. Sakritha was briefly stunned upon hearing the name, but he quickly realized what was happening when he saw Alina's movements. His gaze immediately shifted to the river below as he said, he cannot be immune to battle chi because his battle chi vortex was shattered by battle chi back then. It's impossible for him to be immune. Understood. Swoosh. Alina released her fingers from the string, and an arrow of light plunged into the water once more. However, this time was different from the last. The moment the water touched the arrow of light, a path was forcibly propped open, as if it were a pipe connecting to the riverbed. In a flash, the arrow of light appeared before its target. It really is Alexander. You're dead for sure this time. Looking down from his high vantage point along the straight path, Sakritha saw Alexander suspended underwater, watching the arrow's trajectory. A look of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he were finally about to complete his mission. However, with a soft hiss, the arrow of light passed through Alexander's body, only for them to find that Alexander was still suspended there, perfectly unharmed and wearing a smile. How is that possible? The smile on Sakritha's face froze. Watch out. It's an afterimage. Alina's pupils constricted, and she immediately deployed a battle chi barrier around herself. Are you looking for me? Just as Alina deployed her battle chi barrier, a calm yet indifferent voice appeared behind them. Sakritha and Alina both whipped their heads around in shock. They saw Alexander with his hands behind his back, floating behind them and looking down with golden eyes full of kingly disdain. Run. Almost instinctively, Sakritha pulled a teleportation scroll from his robes, preparing to tear it open. A mage was fragile before someone with magic immunity, let alone at such close range. He fully believed Alina wouldn't be able to save him. However, just as he pulled the scroll out, a bizarre scene occurred. The scroll was snatched as if by an invisible giant hand, pulled forcibly from his grasp and flying into Alexander's hand, leaving him in an awkward stance. Captain Alina, quickly notify Knights Sablonso and Anstui. If we take down Alexander, we can complete the branch president's mission. Sakritha sent an urgent, low-voiced transmission. But at this moment, Alina's entire presence was locked down by Alexander, and her heart was in immense shock. This was the first time in her life she had faced such an enemy. Heroic, powerful, and seemingly in control of everything. That was a feeling she had only ever seen in her father. How can he be this strong? As a 4-star peak Golden Temple Knight, Alina felt the danger almost instinctively. She even looked at Sakritha subconsciously, wanting to question whether the source of his information regarding Alexander's strength was reliable at all. I'll give you a chance. Have your people surrender, and I'll spare your lives. Alexander looked at the two coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Alina was backed by a 5-star Dark Gold Knight, Duke Bastrat, and the entire southern Black Gold territory, while Sakritha controlled the Major Tower's combat mage corps, in order to reduce unnecessary imperial casualties, he could have wiped them both out the moment they met. In your dreams. As a knight, her dignity would not allow such an insult. Before Sakritha could react, Alina gave a cold snort. Her figure blurred as she swung her great golden bow, which turned into an arc of light smashing toward Alexander's head. This happened too fast, but the people below the city walls could still see it clearly. After all, Alina was too dazzling. Even those who didn't know Alina before, having just seen her break the city's defenses with a single arrow, now instinctively thought that the heroic young man opposite her was finished. Who is that man? He overestimates himself. Third Prince Alexander actually dares to challenge Goddess Alina. Truly senseless. The sounds of battle below the city weakened. Whether it was the Major Tower's side or the Sea Beast side, almost everyone looking at the scene on the wall gave a one-sided evaluation. However, they didn't know about the scene underwater just now. They hadn't seen it at all. Powerful battle chi carrying dazzling holy light, along with a hint of a woman's fragrance, rushed toward him. Alexander merely narrowed his eyes, a cold sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to hit a woman, but if an enemy on the battlefield refused to yield and insisted on seeking death, he couldn't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would be failing his men who were risking their lives. Moreover, there were still commoners in Crystal City cowering in corners, being kept like livestock by sea beasts, eagerly waiting for rescue, seeking death. With a whoosh, Alexander's thought shifted his form, disappearing from his spot before anyone's eyes could follow the movement. He had already appeared beside Alina. Without giving her any chance to react, he swung his palm in a wide arc and delivered a massive slap to the back of Alina's head. Seeing the shadow of that palm descending in her peripheral vision and feeling the suffocating gale, Alina's heart sank. She wanted to break and change her move, but the great bow she had swung out couldn't be pulled back in time. There was a dull, heavy thud. She felt as if her head had been heavily rammed by a giant siege hammer. Her head felt like it was swelling, and there was even the sound of sloshing water inside as golden stars danced before her eyes. Fortunately, she was wearing a golden helmet, so it only buzzed loudly, like being inside a struck golden bell, vibrating out rings of little birds. Alina's entire body went stiff, and she plummeted headfirst like a meteor, smashing into the city wall. With a boom, a human-shaped crater appeared on the battlements, surrounded by a dense web of cracks. In an instant, above and below the city, including those watching through clairvoyance mirrors, everyone fell silent. The fighting stopped, the roaring stopped, and even the wails of those missing limbs came to an abrupt halt. Everyone even held their breath. How can he hit a woman? Where is the chivalry? My goddess, is her head okay? As someone eventually broke the silence, the crowd below the city erupted into waves of protests. Protests about the insults to chivalry. Far away in Dragonfallen City, Guinevere, who was originally taking medicine while watching the projection, nearly choked to death when she saw Alexander's move. She covered her face with a hand and muttered "It's over" 3 times in a row. Beside her, Ishioti's pretty face was also livid. She never imagined that Alexander, as a prince and a top-tier member of the imperial aristocracy, would use a move like slapping the back of the head against a noble Golden Temple Knight. This was even more embarrassing than a slap to the face. Before the wrath of the 5-star Dark Gold Knight could arrive, the fire of chivalry in these soldiers below the city had likely already been ignited. Little Gold Lake, the usually steady Zezzer, also stumbled as he watched the water screen projection. His mouth twitched, and after a long while, he looked at Shaman, who was kneeling in the water with an equally bewildered expression, and said slowly, "Get up. I might have wrongly blamed you before, encountering a prince like Alexander. It really is a bit difficult to handle." Shaman didn't get up, instead looking at Zezzer and stammering, "My lord, how about we withdraw first? The waters here might not be suitable for us to wade in. It would be better to report back to Lord Hayaora." Zezzer fell silent, though he was still unwilling in his heart. But seeing the strength Alina and Alexander displayed in their exchange, he also felt somewhat powerless. After a long internal struggle, he was about to agree when the water screen in front of him suddenly shook violently. Or rather, the entire Crystal City shook, and even they, far away at Little Gold Lake, could feel the surrounding waters rippling. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? My lord, look, Alina is going berserk. Chapter 277. 1 against 10. Clang. Inside the battlements of Crystal City, the sound of a helmet falling to the ground seemed to make everyone shudder. Everyone's gaze focused on that spot. Stones rolled within the battlements. After a long while, a stumbling Alina wobbled as she climbed out of the pit, clutching the back of her head. She looked at the sky in a daze, her eyes slowly misting over. She wanted to cry, but she bit her lip hard and held it back. Spoiled since childhood, when had she ever suffered such a huge loss? Moreover, having the back of her head slapped in front of countless ants above and below the city walls, the grievance, frustration, and anger in her heart were like a small volcano about to erupt, rumbling with a low growl. After such a great humiliation, even a fool would lose their temper. "I'm going to kill you." Buzz. A brilliant crystal stone floated up from the pendant on Alina's chest and shattered as Alina soared into the air and lunged at Alexander. A sun seemed to light up over Crystal City, and at the center of this sun was the furious Lena. Now, with her hair disheveled and fluttering without wind, her levitating body erupted with incandescent light. The golden grip bow in her hand expanded to no less than 100 jang, and a giant phantom appeared behind her. It was an elderly man in dark gold armor with a majestic appearance. At that moment, as if teaching Alina archery, one of his hands held the 100 jang bow while the other condensed an elemental light arrow. The magic in the surrounding space converged toward the elemental light arrow like a vortex. Below, Crystal City felt a tremor like a tsunami crashing against the city walls. A crisis of death enveloped a 100-mile radius. The faces of all combatants, whether sea beasts or mage tower members, changed drastically. "Alina, don't. Alina, if you destroy Crystal City, our mission is over." At this moment, 2 figures flew over with incredible speed. They were the anxious spearman Ablonso and the swordsman Nanstui. They were currently like ants on a hot pan. They both knew Alina's ultimate move. That was a life-saving move given to her by her father, Bastrat, a crystal stone sealing the power of that dark gold 5-star powerhouse. Now, Alina had clearly shattered the crystal stone, intending to fight to the death. The ultimate move sealed by a 5-star Dark Gold Knight, even if it was only a fifth of his power, was still from a 5-star Dark Gold. It was equivalent to a low-level forbidden spell of a 5-star Archmage, a disaster-level power. Once it fell, the entire Crystal City would surely be finished. It might even cause a chain reaction, earthquakes, tsunamis. At that time, neighboring regions like Golden Spike City and Linshan Town would likely suffer disasters. The consequences would be unimaginable. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. Alina's eyes were nearly bursting, her voice borderline hysterical. Captain Alina, you can kill him, but Crystal City must remain unharmed. Ablonso roared to stop her, his spear also frantically brewing Duchy. As the vice captain of this mission, he didn't have Alina's background. If Crystal City were truly destroyed, he would definitely become the scapegoat upon his return. Alina, calm down. There's no need to use a sledgehammer for a little prince. Doing this will only make others laugh at you more. And Stewie also tried to dissuade her from the side. But if he hadn't spoken, it might have been better. As soon as he did, Alina felt even more like she was in the spotlight, which was a deep sting. She could almost hear people laughing about her being slapped on the back of the head during their post-meal conversations. Whoever laughs at me, go die. You all deserve to die. With bloodshot eyes, Alina pulled the bowstring to its limit, seemingly about to release it. Just then, Alexander's figure disappeared again. This caused the pupils of everyone, including Alina, to contract violently. This time, people finally understood what had happened when Alina was hit earlier. And almost at the instant people understood, Alexander's voice appeared by Alina's ear again, saying indifferently, Miss Alina, it seems you still haven't seen the situation clearly. I told you to choose whether to surrender or not. I didn't say you could make a move. Whiz. As soon as he finished speaking, Alexander's palm rose and fell again. The same scene happened again. From the corner of her eye, Alina saw the huge shadow and the low whistling of the palm wind. Even though her Duchy was currently exploding, she was terrified, her face changing wildly, yet she found she still couldn't dodge in time. Everyone around was also dumbfounded. This scene was simply too fast. They could only watch helplessly as the large palm slapped the back of Alina's head once more. This time, there was no protection from a helmet. Fortunately, there was still the protection of Duchy. There was a loud bang. Alina's Duchy ultimate move came to a screeching halt. Like a meteor, her body went stiff and crashed into the battlements. And this time, the city wall collapsed with a boom. Alina was buried under the rubble, her fate unknown. The scene fell into a dead silence once more. Spearman Ablonso and swordsman Anstui, who had just wanted to stop Alina, both subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Beside them, the trembling Sakritha seemed to shrink a bit. Teleportation. The same thought occurred to all three of them almost subconsciously, and Sakritha simultaneously felt the subtle hints in the gazes from Ablonso and Anstui. There was a major problem with his intelligence. How powerful would an opponent with teleportation abilities and magic immunity be? 1 against 10? Looking at the Major Tower soldiers and Sea Beast soldiers who had stopped fighting below the city, Sakritha realized that Crystal City was about to be handed over. Now his only hope was whether he could escape amidst the chaos. Inside Dragonfallen City, Guinevere, who had just sat down, was now gripping the armrests of her chair tightly. If it weren't for her physical weakness, she probably would have jumped up immediately and flew to Alexander's side to give him 2 slaps. Why didn't this stupid younger brother use his head? If Alina dies, Crystal City can be taken, but what about the Southern Royal City and Black Gold Territory later? Would they secede? Wasn't this forcing a 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight to defect to the Major Tower? This is making an enemy for himself, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Princess, it's too late. I'm afraid there's no saving her. Ishiroti's fists were clenched. Looking at Alexander, she felt a strange emotion. This man was very dangerous. In Little Gold Lake, Zeza's figure slowly submerged into the water. He looked back again, gazing unwillingly toward Crystal City, before finally diving into the depths with a splash, commanding, let's go, back to the deep sea. Splash, splash, splash. The waves surged. Gloomy clouds hung over the heads of these dejected sea beast generals. They had completely lost their will to fight. They now followed Zeza through a narrow channel between Little Gold Lake and the rolling Dragon River, retreating toward the East Sea in disgrace. Everyone knew this was no longer a place where they could linger. With a great god like Alexander in Crystal City right now, they would only become fertilizer if they went there. Alexander, how about we discuss terms again? Above Crystal City, Sakritha saw Alexander turn his gaze toward the three of them and finally plucked up the courage to speak sharply but inwardly afraid. Discuss terms? What right do you have? Alexander looked at him coldly, simultaneously opening his psychic power to envelop the surroundings and prevent any hidden moves. At the same time, seeing Alina lying in the ruins pretending to be dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hated hitting women. Just now was a matter of expediency to save Crystal City and give her a lesson. Crystal City is yours. Let us go, Sakritha said, pointing his finger at the Mage Tower airships floating around Crystal City. Currently, the thunder crossbow cannons on the bows of these airships were flickering with magic, each aimed at specific points within Crystal City, clearly intending to go down fighting. Alexander didn't need to look back. A general scan with his psychic power made him understand the other's meaning. Those points were the magic crystal fulcrums inside Crystal City. Once these places were detonated, the entire Crystal City would be turned into ruins. Although the power wouldn't be as complete as Alina's arrow just now, these internal strikes would still make Crystal City lose its proper value. Hee. Do you think you can leave after doing this? Alexander sneered and gave a command in a low voice to the crystal stone communicator on his collar. All of you come out. Let our old friend see if he actually has the right to discuss terms. Chapter 278 Unexpected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Alexander's voice fell, magical ripples fluctuated in the distant river channel and open space. One by one, the desert ships shed their invisibility rays, raised their charged main cannons, and revealed their massive forms. Simultaneously, airships appeared in the clouds as well. All cannon barrels and alchemy machine guns shimmered with magic power, aiming at the Major Tower's airships. At the same moment, a tremor came from within Crystal City. Looking down, a giant black submarine, shaped like a cannonball, slowly surfaced at the core pond of Crystal City. Rows of cannon barrels on both sides of the hull gathered magic power, locking onto the nearby mage squads. A massive defensive barrier flickered into existence, ready to blast everyone to smithereens at a moment's notice. Ha ha ha, brothers, clear your positions and protect those magic nodes. With a boisterous, unrestrained laugh, massive one-eyed barbarians carrying cannon-like alchemy weapons suddenly appeared throughout the city. They tossed aside the mages and sea beast generals, blocking them like they were chickens, then activated the defensive barrier modules at their designated positions. What is that? The Major Tower soldiers and sea beast soldiers in the city looked at the abruptly appearing barbarian squad in the massive black submarine, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread, not to mention the barbarians' strange yet oppressive mask respirator equipment. Even the aggressive magic arrays lighting up on the black submarine floating in the center of the pond were enough. Anyone could feel the destructive power of this shell-shaped monster. How did it get in? On the city wall, Ablonso and Anstui frowned and exchanged a look. Right now, they were surrounded by their Mage Tower airships and mages, and their early warning detection devices were active at all times. Yet looking at the massive desert ships and airships around them, they hadn't noticed them at all. They were even locked onto. Most shockingly, such a dangerous submarine had slipped into the core area of Crystal City right under their noses. This was a direct slap in the face. Invisibility arrays. Their attack power can reach quasi 4-star level. Feeling the surrounding magic fluctuations, Sakritha broke into a cold sweat. He somewhat regretted underestimating the third prince before him. He never expected that this little prince, whom he hadn't seen in only a year, would not only have his personal strength skyrocket inexplicably, but also lead such a heart-shakingly powerful army. It seemed that escaping unscathed today would be impossible. In that case, Sakritha's mind raced. Suddenly, he looked at Ablonso and Anstui beside him, a hint of inexplicable cruelty appearing at the corner of his mouth. Alexander, it seems there's nothing left to talk about. Then you can just die. Roar. As Sakritha finished speaking, two red lights suddenly flared in his pupils, shining onto the faces of Ablonso and Anstui. Instantly, the two of them froze, their eyes narrowing. Then, their faces twisted in extreme agony. With a loud roar, the space between their eyebrows writhed, and veins like earthworms crawled from there across their entire faces. Crack, crack, crack. The bones in their bodies popped and boomed. Two large bulges rose from their backs, then burst open as two pairs of wings pierced through skin and armor. A ferocious aura like a hurricane blew, making the city walls tremble. Demons. Alexander used a teleportation to dodge the attacks of the two demonized 4-star golden knights. Seeing the current appearance of Ablonso and Anstui, his pupils shrank to the size of needle points. Glancing at the sneering Sakritha beside them, Alexander's heart sank, especially since the Mage Tower members in Crystal City all had calm expressions, which made him feel even more incredulous. These people clearly knew. If that was the case, then it wasn't just Sakritha who had a secret. Perhaps an even greater secret was hidden within the Major Tower. Previously, the resurrected George the Turksu encountered had been demonized, and now these two Golden Temple Knights were demonized as well. If this inference held, was the entire interior of the Mage Tower like this now? Thinking of the consequences, Alexander felt a surge of irritation. If these so-called demons were originally creations of the Mage Tower, then the Major Tower's methods were too despicable. To promote the Major Tower's teachings and consolidate its position in the hearts of believers, they used demons as a foil, appearing as saviors. Using such means to fool the people was simply heartless and a mockery of human life. Die. Anger burned in his heart. The great broadsword in Alexander's hand gathered power as heavy as Mount Tai, and in an instant, he swung it heavily towards Sakritha's head. Clang! Just as the wind pressure began to deform Sakritha's face, a golden spear flashed and blocked the great sword. At the same time, a gust of wind rose from behind as a snake-like sharp sword stabbed toward Alexander's waist with a hiss. Ablonso and Anstui had both come to the rescue in time. Having turned into demons, both their speed and strength had doubled. Even the Olina from earlier would not have been a match for either one of them. Alexander felt the vibration traveling back from the great broadsword, making the web between his thumb and forefinger ache. Although he had a defensive barrier protecting his waist, he could still feel a faint, needle-like sting. Being pincered by the three of them was extremely dangerous. With a thought, he teleported out of the circle. Adjusting his breathing, Alexander forced himself to calm down. A demon's only weakness was the head. Almost every other part could regenerate. Furthermore, the two in front of him were 4-star golden knights, not comparable to the 3-star George that Turksu had faced back then. This was evident from the attacks of Ablonso and Anstui just now. Their speed and destructive power could actually wound him. Even though he had the advantage of teleportation, he was slightly inferior to the demonized Golden Temple Knights in terms of attack speed and reaction time. Sakritha. Alexander's gaze locked onto Sakritha. Since he possessed magic immunity, Sakritha was definitely the easiest target for a one-hit kill. Moreover, the other two were clearly under his control. He. Alexander, are you surprised? We could have had a good talk, but you insisted on being self-righteous. Are you regretting it now? But it's too late. He. Kill him. Sakritha gave a cruel laugh, then tore open a scroll with a hum. It transformed into a massive array that trapped Alexander, Ablonso, and Anstui within. At the same time, another scroll was torn to shreds. Instantly, a commotion broke out inside and outside Crystal City. The Mage Tower soldiers and Mage Corps who were originally in a standoff all let out heart-wrenching roars, each of them demonizing just like Ablonso and Anstui. This scene not only shocked their opponents but also shook Alexander to his core. At the same moment, Guinevere, who was watching the battle in Crystal City through a clairvoyance mirror, jumped up from her seat. Her clenched fists trembled slightly, and fire seemed to erupt from her eyes. Major Tower. Is this the Major Tower's seed? Dorothy stood beside Guinevere, gently supporting her friend's shoulder to steady her weak body, though her own body was also trembling slightly. That's right, the reason I didn't join the Mage Tower and chose to follow you instead was because I discovered their so-called devotion. I think many mages who chose not to join the inner circle of the Mage Tower like me probably had their suspicions. It's just that there was never any evidence. Dorothy took a deep breath. Her tone was a mix of lingering fear, relief, and an inexplicable sadness as she said, "This is the respected Major Tower. Isn't it ridiculous?" Guinevere shook her head upon hearing this, then barked an order to those below. Dios, pass down the order. Assemble all Major Tower members. Say that they have performed well in defending Dragon Fallen City, and I want to register them for rewards based on their merit. Yes, Dios's face below was solemn. He caught the meaning in Guinevere's eyes. While it was ostensibly for registration, it was actually for house arrest and surveillance. Yesu, go tell Andrew to immediately send people to secretly reinforce Alexander. Now that Zeze has retreated to the East Sea, there shouldn't be too much pressure on Golden Spike City. Watching Dios leave, Guinevere turned and instructed Dorothy. Alright, I'll go give the order. Chapter 279 Victory. Chaos broke out completely within Crystal City. The demonized Mage Tower soldiers and mages were like bloodthirsty devils, stirring up a storm of blood everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy bombardment and suppressive fire from alchemy machine guns tore through the demonized Mage Tower soldiers rushing toward the magic nodes. Even the one-eyed barbarians were momentarily flustered by the chaos. The head is their weakness. Below the city, the heavy cannons of the desert ship were also firing continuously at the Mage Tower airships in the sky, like fireworks painting the sky of Crystal City in dazzling colors. On the battlements, Alexander attempted a teleportation kill, but Sakritha dodged it once again. In his mind, the quill had already helped him map out the formation beneath his feet. This was not a trapping or offensive formation, but a special formation designed to amplify a knight's battle chi attributes. In other words, Sakritha was well aware of his magic immunity and had no illusions about defeating him with magic. Instead, he shifted to a method of pressuring him by strengthening his own knights. Bastard. Alexander cursed under his breath. With the war erupting inside Crystal City, the most unfortunate ones were the innocent civilians. The longer the battle dragged on, the more severe the casualties among the people would be. In the end, even if he took Crystal City, an empty city where everyone was dead would be of little significance. Phew. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. I'll let you see my true strength. As Alexander spoke, a thought flashed through his ring, and suddenly, over 100 3-star alchemy modules emerged around him. This move caused Sakritha to visibly freeze, and even Ablonso and Anstui, who were preparing to attack, paused slightly, confused by Alexander's intentions. Did he plan to throw these alchemy lamps at them? However, the scene that followed left the three of them pale with shock. Kill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, golden light burst from Alexander's eyes, and all the 3-star alchemy modules floating around him lit up instantly. Beams of magical light, like mobile turrets, aimed at the three men and fired frantically. A massive magic circle illuminated half the sky of Crystal City, and the surging tide of magic seemed to tear ripples through the air. These were all magical powers at the quasi 4-star level. Under the control of Alexander's psychic power, they were comparable to massive laser cannons. What? Sakritha and the other two nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. They never imagined Alexander would possess such a method of attack. Boom, boom, boom. Defend, defend. Get out of the way. However, because the distance was too close and Alexander's thoughts were faster than their attack speed, and his psychic power range covered a full 500 meters, they were in trouble. As long as they were within this strike range, Alexander could conduct a dead angle-free sniped kill. Ah! Save me. With a thunderous boom, Ablonso's head and half his shoulder were vaporized, while his lower body was covered in ice crystals. His spear was still pointed diagonally at Alexander, but in the next second, that half of his body also turned into ice shards. Cross/. Seeing his companion perish, Anstui gritted his teeth and swung his great broadsword, desperately cutting through the pillar of fire before him. But the heat was not followed by cool air, but rather a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket. Intense paralysis spread through his entire body, making him twitch like a sieve. And then a windblade tornado crushed his head. This change happened too quickly for the people caught in the military act. They only saw the overwhelming magical fluctuations on the battlements and didn't expect that in just one round, those two seemingly invincible 4-star temple knights would be insta-killed. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Major Tower soldiers who had turned into demons in the city. At the same time, Kesiulai's combat team was greatly encouraged, and the scales of war began to tilt. GGG, Alexander, do you think you've won like this? Die. Just as the countless light beams converged and turned towards Sakritha, he appeared unusually calm, even revealing a bizarre smile at the corner of his mouth. This made Alexander's brow twitch, and he increased the frequency of the module attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The light beams fell indiscriminately on Sakritha. After bursts of magical agitation, the defensive barrier finally shattered, yet when the magic beams hit him, he didn't even make a move to dodge. His 4-star magic robe was instantly vaporized, followed by the smell of charred flesh, and then a mass of black energy could be seen jumping within the light beams. Alexander, whose psychic power was constantly active, felt his heart skip a beat. He saw that the evaporated Sakritha had not actually been blasted to dust. Wrapped in a mass of black energy, there was still a pulse of life. GGG, die. Suddenly, along with Sakritha's sinister laughter, a golden skeleton emerged from beneath the black energy. All the attacks from the alchemy modules hitting the golden skeleton were like striking iron, only sparks flew, and the golden skeleton remained unharmed. A heavy aura of necromancy jolted Alexander's spirit. Almost subconsciously, he associated this with the necromancer from the north, Beeston. However, Beeston's aura was clearly not as powerful as this golden skeleton of Sakritha's. The continuous quasi 4-star attacks were actually unable to cause any damage. SSH. Just as Alexander was slightly distracted, a massive skeletal ghost claw suddenly emerged from a black formation lighting up beneath his feet, lunging fiercely toward his abdomen. Accompanied by a foul stench and a biting gale, Alexander knew that if this hit, it would surely result in his intestines being ripped out. With a low shout, he moved his body with a thought and appeared behind Sakritha. At the same time, the floating alchemy modules had already heavily surrounded the opponent, with several healing modules added in between. Holy white light struck Sakritha's golden skeleton, and the sizzling black energy made a high-pitched screeching sound like steam from boiling water. However, these did not cause much damage to Sakritha. Instead, under Alexander's psychic perception, he found that some soul-like energy substances floating in the air were replenishing the black energy around Sakritha. I told you, it's useless. Sakritha leapt, swinging his bone claw, aiming it fiercely at Alexander's head and face. Even with a few inches of distance, the bone-chilling cold gave Alexander goosebumps all over. Then try this. Alexander didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes narrowed, and he swung his great broadsword again, while his thoughts mobilized the golden power of faith within him to meet the bone claw. Recalling when he dealt with the black vortex of necromancy before, he had used the golden power of faith. He wondered if it would be effective now. I said, it's use. Ah, what did you do? The bone claw barely touched the golden power of faith on the great broadsword when, like oil on a fire, the black energy-wrapped claw instantly ignited with golden flames. They were like maggots on a bone, impossible to extinguish. At the same time, the great broadsword clanged against the webbing of the bone claw. Although it didn't cut it off, it left an inch-long crack. It works. Having succeeded in one strike, the corner of Alexander's mouth curled. Seeing Sakritha in a fluster, with two flickering soul fires of fear in his skeletal eye sockets, Alexander surrounded him with the alchemy modules again, but this time, the alchemy modules were all attached with an enchantment formation outlined by golden power of faith. No, 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 Alexander, we can talk. I know many secrets. Just let me go. Die. Boom, boom, boom. The magic light beams imbued with golden power of faith struck Sakritha heavily. The holy aura was like a tide. The golden skeleton, upon the slightest touch, was like a tentacle touching a branding iron, trembling all over and screaming in agony. Sakritha's heart was filled with terror and regret. If he had known it would be like this, he should have taken the chance to escape while Alexander hadn't reacted earlier. But now, besieged by this holy golden energy, he had placed himself in a death trap. Alexander, you will definitely regret this. The Archduke will never let you go. Ah! With a pop, the golden skeleton turned to powder, as if golden dust were scattered in the sky over the city wall. Only a dull storage ring fell to the ground. Crystal City fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze turned toward the city wall, where only the single figure of Alexander hovered. The Major Tower was utterly defeated. Chapter 280. Final chapter. Surrender. And you shall be spared. Alexander's low voice echoed throughout the field. The surviving citizens cheered, while the stunned members of the Mage Tower looked at each other before finally giving up their resistance. Kesiulai's subordinates immediately flooded into the city, rescuing survivors, treating their wounds, restoring order, clearing the checkpoints, and gradually taking control of the situation. Inside Dragonfallen City, Guinevere was so excited she could hardly contain herself. She tightly gripped Ishbiroti's hand, nodding incessantly as she trembled. We succeeded. Crystal City is back. It's back. Yes, it's back. This is wonderful. We can go home now. Ishbiroti's eyes welled up with tears. Equally moved, Crystal City had been fallen for over a year. How much pressure had her dear sister endured? How much suffering had she gone through? Now, it was finally reclaimed. For over a year, every day had been spent in fear. Not only did she have to guard against further encroachment by the sea race, but she also had to be wary of the Major Tower's various schemes. Moreover, Linshantown was scarce in resources, and she had to support tens of thousands of citizens and refugees. Even with the help of many mages, the princess was still just a woman. Now that it was finally reclaimed, whether for the sake of returning home or for the trust placed in her by Earl Hank, this recovery of what was lost was all the more precious. As expected of my brother. Ha ha ha. Guinevere's gloom vanished. Looking at Alexander through the clairvoyance mirror, her eyes were filled with relief and pride, and even her weak body regained a bit of vitality. Prince Alexander has indeed given us a great surprise. However, I'm afraid the Mage Tower is truly going to drop all pretenses this time. It seems the matter of the seed has already taken root in the southern part of the empire. Otherwise, the reactions of those Mage Tower soldiers would be too strange. Looking at the members of the Major Tower surrendering in the clairvoyance mirror, Ishbiroti couldn't help but worry about how to defend against a future counterattack from the southern Major Tower. It was bound to happen sooner or later. What we need to do now is consolidate the north. Thinking too much about other things is useless. Like Alina's father. Guinevere waved her hand and asked Ishbiroti to help her to Crystal City immediately. Ishbiroti looked at her impatient friend and didn't stop her. Do what needs to be done now. As for the future, who can say for sure? Alexander slowly descended into the city. The overall situation was settled. What needed to be done most now was treating the wounded and comforting the citizens. His psychic power control was the fastest and most convenient tool, so he had to lead by example. At the same time, he told Captain Longby to contact Guinevere as soon as possible to discuss opening the Crystal City granary and requisitioning the grain stores of the major nobles to provide disaster relief. Considering his current strength and status, those nobles probably wouldn't refuse him. Rise, boom, crash. The ruins within a 500-meter radius rose at his command, and the wounded trapped beneath were quickly pulled out by their companions. At the same time, small faces peeked out from abandoned shacks, looking toward them. Those thin, dark figures, eyes filled with confusion and a hint of terror. In the freezing weather, some were even bare-bottomed. On street corners littered with corpses, both sea beasts and humans were discarded like trash on the ground. They searched for anything edible. I still arrived too late. At this moment, Alexander felt countless instances of spiritual sublimation flood into his spiritual sea. The quill also took another step toward the 4-star critical point. This all came from the love and respect of the rescued citizens, but it left a bitter taste in his heart. He felt he didn't deserve it. Unable to bear watching any longer, he ordered the soldiers to give their all in the search and rescue, to take the elderly and children to the settlement centers, and to have the able-bodied join the reconstruction efforts. Clothing, food, and medicine had to be distributed to the victims immediately. The captured mage tower mages and the large number of sea beasts were good helpers for rebuilding their homes. Your Highness, the princess is already on her way to Crystal City. She said all resources in the castle are at your disposal and that she fully supports you. However, regarding the supplies in the other nobles' manors, at that moment, Captain Longby flew down to his side and reported that Dragonfallen City and Golden Spike City were completely under control. But when he mentioned requisitioning the nobles' supplies, he sounded somewhat resentful. They are unwilling. Alexander's gaze turned cold. Not exactly. Captain Longby shook his head. They just want your Highness to prioritize rescuing their own people. Hey. Hearing this, Alexander gave a cold laugh. Tell them I'm only borrowing for now and will return everything in full later. If they won't lend, I won't force them, but I'm afraid the North will no longer have room for them in the future. Yes, Your Highness. I will immediately arrange for people to gather all usable resources from the various manor storehouses for unified distribution. Captain Longby's eyes shone brightly, his heart full of contempt for those nobles. The Alexander before him was no longer the little prince who had come out of the royal city. He was now the true king of the North. It was laughable that those nobles still thought they had the leverage to bargain, not knowing that their lives or deaths depended merely on a single grunt from Alexander. Similarly, as Alexander's status rose, Captain Longby had also become a true Legion commander. With 4-star berserk combat power, his great vengeance was avenged, and most importantly, his clansmen were safe. All of this was thanks to Alexander. He watched as Captain Longby bowed and left. Alexander didn't stop his thoughts, continuing the search, rescue, and cleanup. At the same time, he began to think about various matters following the reconstruction. For one, the prisoner Lina, whom he had told Captain Longby to watch over, was a ticking time bomb. On one hand, he didn't know if she would also undergo demonization. On the other hand, there was her father, Bastrat. Would he lead an army to seek revenge? Although Lina was the best bargaining chip, Alexander didn't want to take things too far. He was only keeping her as a precaution. After all, this Bastrat, a 5-star dark gold duke who possessed the Black Gold territory and its 5-star ore veins, was a typical doting father. If he knew Alina had suffered a great loss at his hands, he might already be on his way. However, Alina was still safe, so it shouldn't come to an open conflict yet. However, he was unsure if Crystal City had enough grain. If the reserves were insufficient, they would have to be transferred from the north. But the distance was great. Even with the teleportation array fully operational, there was still a distance that required horse-drawn carriages, which might be like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. The lack of speed in land transportation was now becoming apparent. It all comes down to insufficient strength. Not just my own power, but all aspects of the territory's construction need improvement. At the very least, air transport needs to be developed. Although Alexander could now take on 10 4-star Golden Temple Knights at once, he still lacked confidence when facing a 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight. Looking at the quill, which was still continuously absorbing spiritual sublimation, he felt a slight sense of urgency. At the same time, the expansion of the new territory added more weight to the responsibilities on his shoulders. Of course, territorial expansion also meant an explosion of resources. Just taking over Crystal City and coordinating the surrounding areas provided dozens of 4-star ore veins, not including special magic crystal resources like soul crystals and magic crystals. Furthermore, the climate here was much better than in Kesuli. If large-scale land reclamation and planting were carried out, 2 grain harvests a year would not be a problem. If they used the magic vegetation cultivated by Pang Bao, the yield would double. However, he would not seize ownership of Crystal City. What he wanted was to maintain a good sibling relationship with Guinevere and ensure smooth economic and trade relations. If he were to forcibly take Guinevere's lordship, it would definitely be more trouble than it was worth and would violate his principles. After all, if he even seized his own sister's territory, other lords would certainly feel threatened, which would do more harm than good for his future comprehensive development of the North. On the contrary, if he fully supported Guinevere's rule over Crystal City, others would surely feel at ease. Phew. With great power comes great responsibility. I didn't think much of it before, but now that I'm really putting my heart into it, I realize there are just too many things to do. And then there's the demonization matter. It seems the Mage Tower has quite a few secrets. I wonder if Guinevere knows anything about them. Moreover, the Mage Tower lost an Archmage and 3 Golden Temple Knights this time. They certainly won't let this go. Then there's the matter of the sea beasts. Although those who are not of our race must have different hearts. If we continue with a blood feud, humans will surely be at a disadvantage given our reproductive rate. We should adopt a different strategy. For example, that soul magic array. Could it also work on sea beasts? If it does, then the direction of development with the sea race might involve a change in strategy. Of course, the prerequisite is to have absolute strength to deter the opponent. And only then can we use a gentle approach. cleaning up along the way. He was now approaching the Lord's castle. Calculating that Guinevere would arrive soon, Alexander decided to wait for her inside the city. He also planned to look through the storage rings he had just collected from Sakritha and the other two. Perhaps there would be information about demonization inside. Chapter 281 Taking stock of the harvest. Tens of thousands of miles away, amidst the howling wind, a 5-star dragon-shaped airship was soaring through the clouds. Mist surged like tides, licking the massive elliptical magic barrier of the airship. Surrounding it were golden temple knights clad in golden armor, wielding dragon spears and riding massive wyverns as an escort. What? Alina has been captured? Ablonso and Anstui were both killed? How is this possible? At that moment, roars of disbelief and questioning echoed from within the airship. Immediately afterward, a cacophony of noisy discussions followed. Alina is at the peak of 4-star strength, placing her in the upper middle tier among us. Moreover, she had the support of Ablonso and Anstui, leaving her with no weaknesses in either melee or ranged combat. Has that little Prince Liming already become so powerful? Inside the airship, the captain-level members of the Golden Knights sat around a massive round table, their auras surging. This was especially true for a veteran knight in his 60s sitting at the head of the table. Faint dark golden electrical arcs flashed in his eyes as he blinked, and his presence completely overshadowed everyone else present. Lord Thornton, what should we do now? Alana is Bastrat's pride and joy. And now this. A golden knight with triangular eyes looked at the veteran knight with a grim expression. Simultaneously, the surrounding temple knights all cast inquiring glances. Everyone knew the temperament of Bastrat, the 5-star great knight of the Dark Path. Even if they knew the culprit was Prince Liming, their golden knights, as Alana's backing, would certainly not escape the man's collateral fury. As for their strength, they might not fear him in a direct confrontation, but the key was that Bastrat's abilities were the same as his daughter's, long-range attacks. In a critical moment, if that guy were to suddenly shoot an arrow at someone, it would be a fatal trap. After all, the effect of a sneak attack plus counter assist from a 5-star dark gold expert was not something anyone could withstand. We have more important tasks. Besides, wasn't this matter just reported to Branch President Tycho? We just need to wait for news. Thornton's aura was heavy and calm. He glanced at the questioning Vice Commander Conrad. Then coldly scanned everyone present. Seeing the concern in their hearts, he paused slightly and said slowly, "Fortunately, Alana's life is not in danger. The little prince surely knows Alana's identity, which gives us room to maneuver. But, Lord Thornton, our secret has been exposed. I'm afraid the little prince might go to extremes." Vice Commander Conrad was still worried. After all, as a 5-star dark gold great knight of the Dark Poison system, Bastrat's Holy Light system was his natural nemesis. Furthermore, he was the one who had secretly orchestrated Alina's mission to Crystal City, so he was the one most afraid of retaliation. This time, Thornton didn't even look at him. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the glowing clairvoyance mirror on the table. The mirror's surface flickered before revealing an archmage with a conflicted expression. This was the person who had previously received the information and reported it upward. "Lord Thornton, President Tycho has received your message. He says the Eternal Winter mission is the priority. You are to handle the matters regarding the knights on your own." That's it. The temple knights present waited for a moment. Seeing that the archmage in the mirror had nothing more to say, they were all speechless. Crystal City had fallen, the major tower was completely wiped out, and the Golden Knights had lost 1 captain and 2 vice-captain level knights. And all they got was a sentence to handle their own business? Wasn't this a bit too perfunctory? Moreover, there was the major secret of the demonization being exposed. As the branch president of the Mage Tower, could he really just ignore it? If the whole world found out, what would happen to the people's faith in the Major Tower? Ahem, Archmage Gerald, did the president have no other instructions? For instance, regarding the demonization in Crystal City? Seeing the awkward silence, Conrad finally couldn't help but probe. The messenger Archmage gave an embarrassed smile. Vice Commander Conrad, I am truly sorry. The president is currently at a critical stage of seclusion to break through to the 6-star rank, so everything will have to wait until he emerges. What? Everyone rolled their eyes inwardly upon hearing this. If breaking through to 6 stars were that easy, wouldn't Saint Archmages be everywhere? But the matter was urgent. If they waited until he came out of seclusion, it would likely be too late. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Archmage Gerald. As if he had long expected this outcome, Thornton's tone was very flat. He deactivated the clairvoyance mirror and looked at everyone. We are Temple Knights. We have our own mission. That old fellow hidden in the Eternal Winter Mountains is the greatest threat to our Mage Tower. Everything else can be put aside for now, Commander. Then shall we not avenge Ablonso and Anstui? Several captains were comrades who had gone through life and death together. They wanted an explanation no matter what. Hearing this, the corner of Thornton's mouth curled. I said the Eternal Winter mission is priority. We absolutely cannot turn back. However, Kessilai happens to be on the route to Eternal Winter. I don't mind our group passing over them. Lord, you mean? For a moment, the crowd didn't quite grasp the meaning. But then they all understood. Ha ha ha. Lord, we misunderstood. You are brilliant. Lord Thornton is mighty. With just a tiny border territory, passing through won't take much time. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The main hall of the Crystal City Manor had been cleared out. Liming opened all 3 captured spatial rings, chests of gold coins and magic crystals, 2 cricket jars, and the most precious Duchy cultivation manuals were piled up like a small mountain. He hadn't expected these Golden Temple Knights to carry their entire fortunes with them. A rough estimate put Ablonso and Anstai's combined wealth at nearly 20 million gold coins. This was a massive fortune. It was almost enough for the post-disaster reconstruction of Crystal City. Furthermore, there were many types of Duchy manuals, the most precious being the cultivation notes of the 2 men themselves. Although he couldn't use them, for others like Chris, Bradman, and Rabats, They were absolute treasures. They were all waiting to break through to the 4-star rank but lacked suitable Duchy manuals. However, what Lyman cared about most were 2 scrolls of maps for the Eternal Winter Mountains. They were finely drawn, capturing the frozen lands for tens of millions of miles. One location, resembling a massive glacier, was marked with a symbol. It was likely the destination of the Golden Knights. After a brief study, he saw that the areas marked on the map were inhabited by 5-star magical beasts, which was beyond his current ability to explore. Even though extremely rare 5-star mineral veins were marked there, he could only put the map away for now. As for the gold coins and other items, he temporarily handed them to Captain Longby. Once Vaughn arrived from Linshan town, they would be turned over to Vaughn for processing. After finishing with those, Lyman took out Sakritha's storage ring, but his brow furrowed slightly. He had investigated this ring immediately before, but the contents made him very suspicious. It wasn't because there were few items, though there were only a pile of soul crystals, a few magic scrolls, and 2 dull grey stones, but what Lyman questioned was the quality of these items. As an archmage, no matter how few items he carried, the quality should be decent. For instance, regarding life-saving items, there was nothing besides teleportation scrolls. This was very strange. Even if Sakritha lived a very frugal life, he should have some precious items befitting his status. Moreover, given Sakritha's character, who would believe he didn't have good things in his possession? Yet, the items in the storage ring before him were just that strange. Chapter 282 The True Secret Vault of Crystal City. Forget it. Perhaps this Sakritha had some other strange hobbies. Alexander weighed the 2 grey, unremarkable stones in his hand. Aside from feeling very light, they looked just like 2 ordinary pebbles. He put them back into his storage ring, let out a deep breath, and focused his attention on his psychic sea. He felt the blue gold vines growing from the quill pen as they pushed toward the 4th rank, longing for the new abilities that would unlock once he reached it. For the future development of the North, the most fundamental task was still improving his own strength. Only by breaking through to a higher level of power would he have the chance to tell those covetous fellows that the North possessed the strength to face any challenge without fear. Only then would others grant him the time and space for stable development. Setting aside the distant mage tower in the royal capital, which would surely send a counter-attack upon hearing that Crystal City was lost and their forces wiped out. There was also the Black Gold Territory, located several thousand miles from Crystal City. If Bastrat found out that Elena had become his prisoner, he would certainly dispatch troops to attack. With his current strength, Alexander truly had no confidence in whether he could withstand the power of a 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight. Although he had taken Crystal City and gained control of the gateway to the north, holding on to it required actual strength. Under the current circumstances, after repairing Crystal City's basic defense systems, it would form a 4-point defensive network with Linshan Town, Dragonfallen City, and Golden Spike City. However, if he followed the old strategy of only deploying thunder crossbow cannons and city defense barriers, the combat radius would still be limited to a range of just a few miles. That distance might be sufficient for dealing with a 4-star Golden Temple Knight, but against the power of a 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight, he feared he could only passively take a beating. Therefore, he needed to establish a brand new long-range combat offensive and defensive system as quickly as possible. In other words, by establishing the fastest resource transport arrays and combat airfields in Crystal City, Linshan Town, Dragonfallen City, and Golden Spike City, complete with takeoff and landing platforms and linked logistics support, the combat radius could be extended in a straight line, and mobility would be greatly enhanced. However, building airfields, recruiting combat pilots, and constructing transport arrays was not something that could be done in a day or two. Even with the assistance of mages, 6 months would be the limit. So, in the face of Bastrat, who would soon arrive with the momentum of a thunderbolt, he had to use some small tricks. Perhaps swaying Elena to his side was a way out. He didn't need to persuade the enemy to retreat, only to buy time. Only when forces are evenly matched will the other party seriously listen to your opinions. Report. Your Highness, the princess's airship has arrived. Gargadon, who was guarding the outside of the hall, walked in. Good. I'll go meet her now. As he spoke, Alexander straightened his collar and activated the cleaning bracelet on his wrist to remove the dirt and the odor from clearing the ruins. Then, taking Gargadon, New and Lisa from the entrance, he walked toward the airship landing platform on the castle side. With a loud fluttering sound, the dilapidated airship wobbled through Crystal City's defensive barrier. The joints of the deck and various planks emitted a toothacheing, creaking sound of decay, like a dying old man walking with trembling steps. In contrast, the brand new royal flag fluttering at the bow looked exceptionally spirited, like an old tree meeting spring, radiating a hint of vitality. Alexander watched the airship slowly descend onto the landing platform and hurried forward to meet it. The ramp lowered, and Guinevere sat in a reclining chair, being floated down by Ishuroti using a levitation spell. Although she looked physically weak, her eyes were exceptionally bright, unable to hide her excitement. Sister, welcome home. Alexander stepped forward quickly and gently held down Guinevere, who was trying to stand up, while simultaneously extending his psychic power to check her physical recovery. Although her broken leg had been fully restored through the healing magic array and recovery potions, there was still no improvement regarding the side effects of the secret medicine used to stimulate her potential. Guinevere gripped Alexander's hand tightly. Even though she tried her best to control it, he could feel her hand trembling slightly. Her excitement was simply irrepressible. Brother, you've truly grown up. Her lips moved for a long time, but in the end, Guinevere didn't say anything grand or impassioned. Instead, she held onto Alexander's hand and turned to Ishuroti, saying, "Come, let's go to the secret room. Taro, take some men to the city's secret treasury number 3 and hand over all the supplies to Captain Longby and the others for unified distribution." Yes. Watching Taro depart, Alexander simply smiled. He wasn't at all surprised that Crystal City had secret treasuries unknown to outsiders. let alone the Lord of Crystal City, even in those noble manors of various sizes. If the owner didn't lead the way personally, one likely wouldn't find the things hidden in the nooks and crannies. Soon, surrounded by a group of trusted aides, Alexander and Guinevere arrived at the castle's main hall. Under Ishioti's magical unsealing, a portal slowly rose from the ground. Gargadon, Lisa, and Nui consciously stood guard at the entrances of the hall and the secret room portal. Accompanied by Ishioti, Guinevere led Alexander into the secret room. As soon as they stepped through the door, a gust of fresh air greeted them. The stale, musty air he had imagined did not appear. Looking up, they were actually underwater. A massive piece of magic crystal served as the ceiling of this secret room. They were currently in a corridor. Based on his sense of where the hall had been, Alexander knew that the portal just now was a teleportation array. Their current location was likely no longer within Crystal City. This is at the bottom of the freshwater lake in Linshantown. Guinevere's voice came from beside him. Alexander was struck with a sudden realization upon hearing this. No wonder when Guinevere withdrew from Crystal City, she didn't choose Dragonfallen City or Golden Spike City, but instead chose that remote corner, Linshantown. It turned out this was the most important place. Sister, looking at this, you and my brother-in-law must have hidden quite a few treasures, right? Aren't you afraid that after I see them, I'll get greedy? Alexander deliberately peered inside, putting on an impatient expression. If you want them, you can take them all. Guinevere's gaze softened, as if she were truly seeing Alexander as he was when he was a child. The three of them walked about a dozen meters along a crystal corridor inscribed with magic arrays. The light at the end of the corridor became brighter and brighter, and a dense concentration of magic elements wafted over. Even though Alexander was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by the intensity of the magic elements. The three stepped out of the corridor, and the view suddenly opened up. This was a massive underwater cavern. Above was a ceiling formed by a huge natural magic crystal about 1,000 meters square, stretching beyond sight. Below was a magic crystal treasury of the same size. Actually, calling it a magic crystal treasury was an understatement. It contained not just mountains of magic crystals, but also vast quantities of magic plants, soul crystals, magic crystals, and other precious materials. Of course, gold coins were also piled up like mountains, treated like trash. This was likely the accumulation of Crystal City over countless years. Through his psychic power, Alexander sensed that the level of these magic plants was higher than those cultivated by Pang Bao. The quality of the soul crystals and magic crystals was also superior to the high-grade ones Guinevere had given him before. It seemed this was the true foundation of Crystal City. Brother, do you think your sister is very wealthy? Seeing Alexander's eyes shining, Guinevere smiled faintly but then sighed. Wealth is meaningless without strength. It's all just a bubble. And in the face of true hunger, these things are nothing more than stones. Perhaps remembering the crisis when the supple lines were cut and they were trapped in Linshantown, Guinevere felt deeply moved. She pointed ahead and said, "Come, sister will give you something, but whether you can use it depends on your own ability." "What is it?" Alexander curiously followed Guinevere and Ishioti's lead. Chapter 283 The Gift. The three of them walked deeper into the cave. Behind a mountain of magic crystals about half a kilometer in, Guinevere and the other woman finally stopped. Guinevere pointed to a cave opening in the crystal mountain and said, "It's right here. You'll understand once you go in and see for yourself." Although he didn't know what riddle Guinevere was playing at, Alexander knew she would never harm him. He leaned down slightly to enter the magic crystal cave, and as expected, there was an entirely different world inside. Is this an alien spaceship? Under the fluorescent glow of the magic crystals, a ship with a dark gold hull, over 300 meters long and featuring an olive-shaped special metal structure, lay across the center of the cave. Arrays shimmering with magic and pulsating levitation waves were present, things that even the quill could not replicate. However, the level of these arrays was definitely that of a flight array higher than a 3-star levitation array. What looked familiar to Alexander was that the unique design of this spaceship was exactly the same as the metal wreckage Mogunda had given him and the egg-shaped metal structure in the Goblin secret vault. According to the descriptions in the Goblin murals, these were all products of an extraterrestrial civilization. However, that wasn't what surprised Alexander the most. What shocked him was that this spaceship was still alive. He saw tubes resembling biomechanical parts extending from the bottom of the ship, taking root in the ground and the surrounding magic crystal mountains. Like human meridians or blood vessels, they seemed to be transporting energy. And there was even the sensation of a pulsing heartbeat. "Little brother, are you surprised?" At this moment, Guinevere and Ishiroti also followed him in. Seeing Alexander's expression, they smiled knowingly. "Sister, who built this thing?" Looking at its level, it must be at least at a 5-star rank or higher, right? Alexander wanted to use his psychic power to carefully scan the ship, but he unexpectedly found that his psychic power was suppressed by the vessel, only usable within a 10-meter radius around him. This was a situation that hadn't occurred back with Mogunda or at the Goblin Vault. This airship is not a product of craftsmanship from the Noah continent. Guinevere looked at the spaceship. Even though she had seen it countless times, she still couldn't hide the yearning and shock in her eyes as she said slowly, "Even the most excellent dwarves and goblins could not forge such a divine artifact. This is a creation of the gods. The level of this airship is at least 6-star or higher. Moreover, no one knows its origin. Even father only said that it is much older than Crystal City. It must have been here for over 10,000 years. 6-star or higher?" Alexander's mouth hung open. He thought to himself that if this thing could take to the skies, it wouldn't even need weapon systems. Just relying on this metal shell, it could ram those 5-star dark gold great knights who wanted to cause trouble until their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Alexander, have you noticed that the grade of the magic crystals here is higher than elsewhere? Guinevere pointed to the nearby magic crystal wall. Beside her, Ishbioroti beckoned with her hand and retrieved a crystal-clear magic crystal. Sister, you're not trying to say that this spaceship can increase the grade of magic crystals, are you? Only now did Alexander realize the significance of Guinevere saying she would give him something good. It wasn't just the power of the ship itself. If this ship could also elevate the grade of magic crystals, what would its value be if he took it back and placed it in the Cat's Paw Territory's mineral veins? Furthermore, if the secret to upgrading magic crystals lay inside this ship, and if he could use his quill to decipher it, would it bring even greater surprises in the future, just like the energy-gathering array? Thinking of this, even with Alexander's steady temperament, his breathing became a bit ragged, and he couldn't help but get excited. A divine artifact. This spaceship is absolutely a divine artifact. It seems you understand what I mean. Seeing Alexander's expression of being unable to wait to study the ship, the corners of Guinevere's mouth curled up. She turned to meet Ishbioroti's eyes, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief in silent understanding. Pressure. Even though Alexander was her own brother, the debt of gratitude for saving Linshantown and reclaiming Crystal City was so great that she, as his sister, couldn't comfortably accept the fruits of his labor with just a few words of thanks. Even if Alexander said nothing, what about those soldiers who had risked their lives? How would they see it? Setting aside the soldiers from Kessilai in the north, even her own direct units might eventually feel that her actions as a princess and elder sister were somewhat inappropriate. But now that Alexander had taken a fancy to this divine object, she would feel more at ease taking back Crystal City. Sister, are you really giving this thing to me? You can't regret it. Seeing Alexander's childlike expression, Guinevere gave him a playful, light glare and said, take it if you can. This divine object has a spirit. It all depends on your luck. As for the things outside, they are needed for the development of the North. Use them as you wish. What's mine is yours. Ha ha ha, that's great. Sister, you really are my dear sister. After speaking, Alexander impatiently leapt onto the top of the spaceship, opening his psychic power to its maximum to search for the cockpit entrance. Guinevere and Ishbioroti didn't disturb him further. They left the cave to look for restorative potions outside, intending to recover as quickly as possible to handle the affairs of Crystal City. Oh right, I forgot to ask about the demonization issue. After walking a circle around the top of the ship without finding anything, Alexander suddenly remembered there was something he hadn't asked. But seeing that Guinevere had already left, he could only let it be and focus all his attention back on the spaceship. If he could get this big guy working, then the demonization issue wasn't urgent. After all, with this massive thing stationed in the north, it could even intimidate Tycho Dios, the peak 5-star branch president of the Royal City Major Tower. What else would there be to fear? By then, the north would have plenty of time to develop, and he would have enough confidence to change the world's rules and let everyone live a good life. Let's look again. There are no gaps in this metal structure, but the magic power transmission nodes between the magic arrays of traces to follow. With a thought, the great broadsword lifted his body, and he began another carpet search around the spaceship. He compared the layout of the hatch positions of spaceships from the sci-fi blockbusters of his previous life to the structural layout of this ship and searched again, but he still had no clue. The magic array patterns on the hull were extremely complex, and he didn't recognize them at all with his current level. Fortunately, his perception was strong, allowing him to sense the flow of the array's magic power fluctuations, which gave him the means to follow the trail. After another 2 hours of searching, he finally locked onto a faint circular array on the belly of the spaceship. This array looked somewhat similar in structure to a teleportation array, but it was overlaid with other magic patterns. Alexander tried inputting magic power and psychic power, changing his methods dozens of times, but the array showed no reaction. Could it be that it requires magic power of level 6 or higher to activate? After all this tossing and turning, he felt his psychic power was nearly exhausted. He estimated it was already dark outside, but looking at this divine artifact within reach, he still didn't want to give up. Strands of psychic power soon surged into his sea of consciousness, restoring his depleted strength. These all came from the gratitude of the people of Crystal City, motivating him. Suddenly, the golden power of faith mixed within these psychic essences made his eyes light up. He had just tried magic power and psychic power, but he hadn't tried the golden power of faith yet. Thinking back to Guinevere's words, they must have tried to activate this divine object and surely used many methods. But as for the method of using power of faith, he was likely the only one who could do it currently. Does a divine object need a bit of faith to be opened? Suppressing his excitement, he channeled a strand of golden power of faith into the magic power flow trajectory of the array. Buzz. A slight vibration was instantly captured by Alexander, causing his eyes to brighten. He didn't inject too much power of faith at once, but rather tested it bit by bit. Now that there was a response, he began to slowly increase the output. Chapter 284 Takeoff. SSS, SSS, SSS. Like an electric current surging, the entire circular magic circle suddenly burst with golden light, and the complex magic patterns upon it wriggled like awakening worms. With a hiss of venting air, the magic circle slowly recessed, revealing a dark hole. Although there was light inside, it was very dim. Only metallic wires could be seen on the inner walls of the hole, exuding a cold, metallic texture. Alexander cast 3 defensive barriers on himself and then surrounded himself with various magic circle modules from his storage ring before entering on his sword. There was no aura of life. The space inside the ship was vast, but after flying for a while, he realized that the ship didn't seem to have the aura of human use. Aside from the metal floor at the entrance, which was unremarkable, the internal structure of the ship was simply like that of an ancient tree hollow. More precisely, it was a tree hollow with a metallic structure. The uneven walls were like cracked old bark, only with a metallic cluster glinting in the crevices. Countless metal wires and pipes, like the branches of a tree trunk or dense spider webs, hung between the ceiling and the cabins. Alexander avoided them with extreme care, flying through the gaps and not daring to touch anything. By now, he had lost his sense of direction somewhat because the structure of this metallic tree hollow completely lacked the conventional sense of direction found inside a typical ship. He simply followed his instinct to turn left after entering, heading towards what he believed to be the front of the ship. After flying along the pipes on the hollow walls for about 5 minutes, a cabin door finally appeared ahead, just like the circular magic circle outside. Alexander infused it with power of faith. With a hiss, the cabin door opened, revealing a massive hall with a honeycomb structure. In the center of this hall sat a throne, with metal pipes connecting the throne to the honeycomb. Although his psychic power could not probe its internal structure, he could guess that what flowed through these pipes must be mana. Finally, something human-made. Seeing the throne, the tension Alexander had been holding eased slightly. He controlled the magic circle modules around him to circle the cabin first. Sensing no reaction, he then flew toward the throne on his sword. The throne was not made of metal but of some kind of crystal. There were 2 oval-shaped indentations on the armrests, though he didn't know what they were for. Alexander tried landing on the throne, but nothing happened. He scanned the surroundings with his psychic power and found no abnormalities. He had originally wanted to try using the golden power of faith to activate some mechanism or magic circle to see if he could start the ship, but the result was disappointing. Why do these 2 indentations look so familiar? After looking around and finding nothing, his gaze finally fell back on the 2 oval indentations on the armrests, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Wait, those 2 dull grey stones seem to be just the right size and shape. As this thought popped into his head, Alexander couldn't help but chuckle to himself, wondering if he was being a bit paranoid. If those 2 stones really were the keys to starting this ship, it would be too much of a coincidence. However, as ridiculous as the idea was, it didn't stop him from trying. Meanwhile, in the cave outside, Guinevere and Ishuroti were busy gathering magic herbs for refinement. On a small alchemy platform, 5 magic circles were lit up. Ishuroti was skillfully controlling her mana to refine the magic herbs placed within them. Yasu, do you think little Alexander can drive that divine object? Guinevere lay back on a reclining chair, her head tilted toward the magic crystal mountain, her eyes filled with obvious expectation. Do you want me to comfort you? Ishuroti rolled her eyes. Asking her about something clearly impossible was obviously just seeking comfort. I think it's impossible too, otherwise, I wouldn't have let him use the wealth here so freely. After all, it all belongs to the Hank family. Guinevere's tone was frank, but her eyes betrayed her. She still hoped Alexander would succeed. HMPH, even a 5-star great archmage couldn't do anything with that old relic. You know how much effort His Majesty the King put in back then without success. And he couldn't even find the door. If Alexander can open it, no, even if he can just move it a little, I'll admire him. Rumble. Just as Ishuroti finished speaking, a roar of alchemical machinery erupted from the magic crystal mountain, shaking the entire mountain. Guinevere sat bolt upright, her eyes shining and her whole body trembling with excitement. Ishuroti's mouth hung slightly open, her eyes wide in disbelief. The magic crystal mountain crumbled and slid away like snow in spring. The massive dark gold hull was like a silkworm emerging from its cocoon, breaking free from its shackles and taking flight. Rings of mana circled the hull like brilliant colors, and unknown magic circles lit up one after another. From a distance, it looked like a giant longhorn beetle, letting out a suppressed roar. It moved. Alexander succeeded. It's actually moving. Guinevere had already stood up, supporting herself on the chair, her eyes full of excitement and pride. How is this possible? Is he the son of a god? That's a 6-star airship. Ishuroti felt her breathing grow shallow. As for what she had just said about admiring him, she didn't care at all. Instead, she was incredibly curious about how Alexander had managed to drive this super 6-star alchemical object. After all, as an archmage, the secret behind such an operation was enough to make her rich with curiosity. With a puff, the magic herbs on the alchemy platform turned to charcoal, but neither of them paid any attention. Ishuroti casually cast a levitation spell and flew toward the magic crystal mountain with Guinevere. Alexander now wore an expression of conflict, heartache, excitement, and shock. No one expected that those dull grey stone were actually the key to starting the ship. It just required a massive amount of power of faith to fuel it. At this moment, Alexander felt the golden power of faith he had painstakingly gathered in his psychic sea leaking out frantically, like a river breaching a dam. Yet this ship was like a bottomless pit in a desert. It could not be satisfied. He did a rough test and found that with his current reserves of power of faith, he could at most control it for 3 normal flights, and each flight likely wouldn't exceed 50,000 miles. Any more would drain him dry. This was the consumption at normal speed. If he went at full speed, he had no idea. However, he was still very satisfied with being able to control the flight. It was just that the stones being the key to the ship gave him a slight sense of crisis. The stones had been obtained from Sakritha. He didn't quite believe that the other party had another use for them, but if he judged that the other party's goal in taking Crystal City included this ship, did that mean the Major Tower might have known the origin and purpose of these foreign objects long ago? Could they even already control them easily? If that were the case, the rules of the Noah continent would be entirely subject to the whims of the Major Tower. His previous idea of using alchemical weapons to change the rules of the world and let everyone live a happy life seemed somewhat naive and laughable in the face of this 6-star ship. Alexander, you succeeded. What is this thing? How did you do it? At that moment, Guinevere's excited voice came from outside. Through the honeycomb screen, he saw Ishuroti hovering outside the ship with Guinevere. With a thought, Alexander infused a trace of power of faith into the grey stone on the throne. The ship opened a circular passage to bring the two of them inside. Chapter 285 Secrets. Wow. This place is so strange. The two entered the control room and looked around at the honeycomb structure and the pressure of high-level magic, crying out in amazement repeatedly. Brother, what on earth is this thing? How did you drive it? Guinevere regained her senses and looked at Alexander on the throne, her gaze also inadvertently sweeping over the two stones flashing with golden light on the armrests of the throne. Sister, controlling this thing requires special power of faith. Alexander didn't beat around the bush and said directly, however, I'm not too sure about its specific origin, only that it's not something from the Noah continent. And the information feedback I just received from the control console was only mental fluctuations, without any specific textual instructions, just like a puppet. A puppet. Guinevere was stunned upon hearing this. Although she only had a partial understanding of the special power of faith Alexander mentioned, fortunately, Guinevere also knew that the Mage Tower relied on so-called faith. But to say this airship was a puppet with no informational instructions, driven entirely by mental fluctuations, was truly hard for her to believe. After all, who would create such a massive puppet for use? Not to mention that the 6-star materials consumed were extremely difficult to obtain. The structure inside the hull was clearly meant for carrying living beings, so making it into a puppet didn't quite make sense. Could the other party be a supergiant and this ship was just a giant's toy? If the third prince doesn't want to say, then fine. Anyway, the princess has already given it to you. Just make good use of it and don't let the princess's intentions go to waste. Ishiroti, standing nearby, pursed her lips, clearly not believing him, and complained in her heart that Alexander was stingy. Guinevere gave her a reproving glare. She didn't think Alexander would try to brush her off. Sister, do you recognize this kind of stone? I got it from Sakritha, and it's the key to starting this ship. Alexander ignored Ishiroti's words, cut off the faith output of a grey stone, and sent it before Guinevere. Guinevere took it, looked at it carefully with a slight frown, and then handed it to Ishiroti, who also cast several appraisal spells to no effect. But Guinevere's expression gradually became solemn as she stared at Alexander and said, Alexander, I've never seen this before. Did you really get this from Sakritha? Alexander nodded seriously and said, Sister, have you also considered that besides Crystal City, their true goal might be this ship? Guinevere pondered slightly and said, the Major Tower has too many secrets, not just the demonization you've seen. Perhaps this is also why Mother was so powerful back then, yet still chose to compromise and leave, and why Father was forced to endure in silence. Alexander's brow twitched slightly. It seemed the matters between the royal family and the Mage Tower were even more complicated than he had imagined. Sister, since the Mage Tower is so strong, why don't they just rule the continent? And there aren't many forces from the Mage Tower in the north either. HMPH, that's because there's a terrifying old fellow in the Eternal Winter Mountains. Hearing this, Guinevere gave a cold laugh. The Mage Tower wants to control the various empires of the continent, but they can only use infiltration. If they used force and ended up in a situation where both sides suffered, it would inevitably give that old fellow in the Eternal Winter Mountains an opportunity to strike. Alexander suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the relationship between the empires of the Noah continent and the Major Tower was somewhat superficial. How did another old fellow pop up in the Eternal Winter Mountains? That was right next to his home. However, if that was the case, the Major Tower's weak influence in the north would. Wait. Suddenly, the scene of Beeston and that soul-devouring giant black vortex flashed through Alexander's mind. Could it be that the old fellow hidden in the Eternal Winter Mountains was? It seems you've thought of it. That's right, you've seen it. The undead army. Looking at Alexander's changing face, Guinevere took a deep breath and said solemnly, the master of the undead army, which is also the master behind Beeston, has always been sleeping under the 10,000-year glaciers of the Eternal Winter Mountains. That is a sealed forbidden zone, and also a place for healing. Hiss. Hearing Guinevere's words, Alexander's pupils shrank violently, not for any other reason, but because the destructive power of the undead army back then was still vivid in his mind like it was yesterday. Moreover, the sense of oppression brought by the giant black vortex was absolutely terrifying. Even a 6-star archmage would likely be nothing more than trash before it. Yet what was even more terrifying was that this was the power of that Eternal Winter Master while in a sealed healing state. What if they were at full strength? Alexander couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt as if a giant hand that covered the sky was slowly pressing down on him, and behind that giant hand was a hideous and mocking face. Brother, don't worry too much. Father and Mother are still here. Even if the Mage Tower and that old fellow both emerge, the continent won't be destroyed. They are all wary of each other, maintaining a balance. And what we need to do is slowly tip the scales. Guinevere finally revealed Wood's original plan. She was also afraid Alexander would be intimidated. After all, when she first learned of these things, she had suffered from insomnia for several weeks. Alexander tried his best to calm himself down while quickly absorbing the information he had obtained. He carefully went over the series of events where Wood and Prince Huosi had driven him out of the royal city and arranged for him to go to Kesula in the north. This was all the royal family's layout. However, the initial pawn in this layout was Bernard. He hadn't expected that he, the third prince whose battle chi vortex was destroyed, would stage a counter-attack and rise, instantly disrupting everyone's plans. Not just the royal family, but the Major Tower was even more caught off guard. Even the tentacles reaching from the Eternal Winter Mountains toward the north were severed. It could be said that all the various forces were left wide-eyed with shock. The scales of power had already begun to tip. This was also why the Major Tower would collude with the Orc Empire to invade Crystal City. They were clearly being pushed too hard and were ready to drop all pretenses. Sister, according to what you're saying, is the combat power I currently possess still vulnerable before the true Mage Tower and the Eternal Winter side? Alexander completely cut off the power of faith output at this moment, letting the ship descend. He guessed that the Mage Tower also had such ships in their hands, and more than one. Even if the Eternal Winter side didn't have such ships, They likely had comparable power. Brother, the power Mother holds in her hands is also beyond your imagination. So you only need to do what you can currently do, and that will be enough. Guinevere didn't say it explicitly, but she had already made it very clear. Alexander nodded and said, Sister, I understand. I will do my best to develop the north, and then take back the royal city. At that time, regardless of whether the mage tower drops all pretenses or not, we will have the confidence to advance or retreat. That's right. It's good that you understand. However, besides developing the north, we must first guard against Bastrat of the Black Gold territory. I think he will rush here as soon as he receives news of Alina's capture. Bastrat, a 5-star dark gold great knight. If it were before, I might have been a bit worried, but now I don't care. Alexander looked around the ship, and Guinevere also understood his meaning. Giving a faint smile, thousands of miles away, in the Lord's mansion of the Black Gold territory, a furious roar made the entire mansion tremble. What did you say? A little prince actually dares to hit my daughter? He's simply looking for death. Men, assemble the troops. As soon as the words fell, a dark golden figure rushed into the sky, glanced toward the training grounds, and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. On the training grounds, war beasts growled, banners fluttered, and knights dressed in black armor drew their swords, which gleamed with a cold light. In the sky, hundreds of airships covered the sun, gathering here. The dazzling magic barrier made the entire sky look somewhat illusory. Lord Duke, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let your subordinate take 3,000 elite troops to capture the little prince alive. Yes, Lord Duke. With the strength of the Black Gold Knights, there's no need for you to go personally. Even when facing the Golden Knights back then, you didn't take action. Lord Duke, please reconsider. The Orc Empire is also gathering troops right now. If you are determined to go to Crystal City and the Orc Empire launches a surprise attack on the border, we might not be able to attend to both ends. Facing the indignation of his subordinates, Noak, the chief archmage by Bastrat's side, bit the bullet and voiced his opposition, which caused Bastrat's eyebrows to shoot up instantly. If he hadn't known the other party was loyal, Bastrat would have finished him off without hesitation. The scene was somewhat awkward for a moment. The people below also knew Archmage Noak's status in Bastrat's heart, and they all waited for his decision. Chapter 286 Negotiations between the two parties. Noak, you stay behind. I will only take 3,000 Black Gold Knight elites. After all, Alina is still in their hands. Our primary mission this time is rescue. Bastrat suppressed his violent rage, weighed the pros and cons, and finally held back his impulse. The Duke is wise. We should prioritize rescuing the young lady. It would be better to show the little prince courtesy first before resorting to force. Noak breathed a secret sigh of relief. Just now, he had truly felt a murderous intent. If his entire family weren't in the Black Gold territory and he wasn't afraid of a sudden attack from the Orc Empire, he would never have offended Bastrat. You mean we shouldn't take action? Bastrat's expression darkened once more. No, my lord. I mean we should have them send the young lady back first, and then deploy the troops. Noak said as he looked up at Bastrat, a playful smile touching the corners of his mouth. Bastrat's eyes narrowed slightly. After a long silence, he nodded and said, correct, we should show courtesy before force. Otherwise, if we push too hard, they might do something desperate and harm Alina, which wouldn't be good. The Duke is most discerning. Good. Then first draft a letter, prepare the ransom, and send it to our little prince. Kola, you select 3,000 elites and set out with me in 3 days. As soon as Alina is safe, I will raise Crystal City to the ground. Yes. At the same moment, on the sea east of Kesiulai in the north, airships flying the Imperial Royal flag broke through the clouds and landed on the water's surface. In midair, flocks of griffins spread their massive wings, circling in protection like a vortex formed by a school of deep-sea fish, looking incomparably majestic and formidable. I really didn't expect that my foolish younger brother would actually recover Crystal City. This is truly beyond my expectations. Prince Huosi gently swirled his red wine glass, looking through the portal at the defensive barrier of Kesiulai town behind the coastal mountains and the surging fluctuations of magic power. A gratified smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, Your Highness, to think that after a year's absence, the third prince has grown to such a level is truly unimaginable. The captain of the guard, Salgate, recalled the scene of serving medicine to Alexander a year ago and offered his sincere praise at this moment. However, as for his current methods, I'm still not very optimistic. Prince Huosi took a sip of red wine and analyzed, after Crystal City is recovered, the population facing the north will surge, and most will be disaster victims. Now that they've completely lost supplies from the royal city, if Alexander continues his previous method of blessing Kesiulai and also blesses the people of Crystal City, I'm afraid it will be unsustainable. After all, that place is a ruin. Food will become a major problem. Your Highness is most discerning. Sal nodded repeatedly, thinking about how the royal city had now completely become a puppet of the major tower. He strongly agreed with Prince Huosi's analysis. After a pause, he said, Your Highness, in fact, I'm afraid the matter doesn't end there. We just received news that the route of the Golden Knights toward the Eternal Winter Mountains seems to have shifted slightly. They seem to be heading toward Kesiulai. Upon hearing this, the wine glass in Prince Huosi's hand shook slightly. His eyes narrowed as he said, It seems we must take a risk. Let Pilates go there. Tell her not to leave any traces. Otherwise, the matter regarding Dragon Mountain cannot be hidden. Yes, Sal responded but did not leave, looking somewhat hesitant instead. Is there something else? Prince Huosi asked, glancing sideways. Your Highness, that's Sikritha. Sal's eyes shifted as he looked tentatively at Prince Huosi. Yes, I know. That old fellow is likely not dead. I will remind Alexander and the others. You may go now. Yes. Sal bowed and withdrew. Prince Huosi gazed out the window, his thoughts drifting far away. The Major Tower was now acting without any scruples. The large-scale exposure of demonization, while not a secret among the upper nobility, was still quite shocking to the foundations of faith among the lower classes. But since the Major Tower no longer cared, it meant they were already prepared. The seeds were about to break through the soil. By the time Alexander accompanied Guinevere back to the Crystal City Castle Manor, it was already dawn the next day. Although the inside and outside of the city were still a mess, the spirits of the subjects had been completely renewed. Any laborer who could move, whether elderly, women, or children, followed their leaders to join the massive reconstruction effort. 2 meals a day plus considerable pay allowed the people who were originally in the depths of hell to rekindle hope, feeling deeply grateful to this newly ascended king of the north. The reconstruction work was quite tedious and heavy, but fortunately, Vaughan had arrived from Linshan town, and Andrew had also mobilized most of the northern nobles to help. Thus, Alexander naturally became a hands-off manager. As for the issue of supplies, with the countless treasures in the Crystal City secret vault as a backup, he had already ordered the accelerated construction of teleportation arrays, with sufficient resources and magic crystals, paired with the energy-gathering array. Transferring food from the rear could still meet the demand. Of course, he didn't wash his hands of everything entirely. Instead, after checking on Guinevere's recovery status, he headed to the castle dungeon. A 4-star Golden Temple Knight, Eleanor, was still imprisoned there. To prevent Crystal City from suffering the fires of war again, he had to find a way to appease that 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight of the Black Gold Territory. Thus, escorted by his 3 great guards Gargadon, Liza, and New, Alexander personally came to this dim but relatively comfortable small room. Alinda was currently dressed in grey hemp commoner clothes. The once imperious temple knight who looked down on everything was now stubbornly staring at the black bread on the plate in front of her, refusing to eat. At this moment, her battle chi vortex had long been sealed by a magic potion. She was weak all over, even less capable than an ordinary frail woman. When she saw Alexander enter the room, she almost instinctively wanted to pounce and fight for her life. But after only 2 steps, the iron chain of the noose around her neck tightened with a clatter, checking her forward momentum. "I'll kill you." Seeing Eleanor with eyes nearly bursting with rage like an infuriated lioness, Alexander only shook his head slightly. Yesterday, his purity had checked her. Eleanor, like the other demonized mages, had a massive obscure power deep within her soul. The only difference was that Eleanor was luckier than the other demonized mages. She possessed holy light type battle chi, which could suppress that power. A demonized temple knight. Is this your faith? Is this why you joined the Major Tower? Alexander looked at Eleanor with a calm gaze, not blaming her but rather feeling some pity for her. "I'm going to kill you." Eleanor's voice was still full of hatred, but a flicker of trepidation flashed deep in her eyes. "Are you confident you can kill me?" Alexander walked calmly to a nearby seat while saying to Gargadon, "Go and unlock her chains. I don't mind giving her a few more slaps." Clatter. There was the sound of iron chains falling off, followed by rapid and suppressed panting sounds. Eleanor gained her freedom, but she only clenched her fists tightly and stared with angry eyes, not daring to take half a step forward. Though angry, she wasn't a fool. Pouncing forward would only be asking for humiliation. She wasn't afraid of death, but being slapped in public again would be worse than dying instantly. A pity. After an awkward silence between both sides, Alexander suddenly shook his head with a sigh. "What's a pity?" Eleanor spoke up subconsciously but immediately closed her mouth again. Chapter 287 The Skeleton Lord. In the prime of your youth, yet controlled by someone with an agenda to do things that go against the chivalric spirit. Isn't that a pity? Alexander's gaze softened as he gestured for her to sit down and talk calmly. HMPH, don't even think about persuading me. It's either you or me. Eleanor spoke without fear, boldly sitting opposite him with her chin slightly raised, glaring at him. "If you want revenge, you must first survive and become stronger. I can set you free." Seeing that she still had some sanity, Alexander felt relieved. He didn't want to deal with a woman who had lost her mind. What's the catch? Alinda was stunned. She didn't believe Alexander was being kind. But seeing a glimmer of hope, she chose to suppress her anger and turn her hatred into motivation. "Answer a few questions for me and promise not to involve others, and I will accept your challenge at any time." Alexander spoke his pre-prepared lines, aiming to use Alina's pride to stop Black Gold Territory's retaliation. As long as Alina agreed, he could gain ample time to develop the North. He had that confidence. Alina narrowed her eyes and scrutinized him for a long time before asking, "What questions?" Alexander nodded, spreading his psychic power. Sensing no abnormalities in her emotional fluctuations, he asked, "Why the demonization? Was it voluntary? How many people in the Major Tower have been demonized now?" "Hey." Alina gave a contemptuous sneer, as if she had expected this question. She said coldly, "Don't you know that demonization allows for a smooth breakthrough to the 4-star level? To become stronger, most of us voluntarily choose to undergo seed sublimation. This is common knowledge within the Major Tower. As for how many people, it depends on how many wish to become stronger." Alexander fell silent. It seemed things weren't as he imagined. The Major Tower wasn't doing this in secret, but was brazenly using the so-called seed sublimation to force growth. Breaking through from 3-star to 4-star might not happen even with a lifetime of effort for an ordinary person, yet a single seed sublimation could achieve it. Considering the power boost and the temptation of a 500-year lifespan, few could probably resist, especially those at the peak of 3-star whose lives were nearing their end. Then how many people in the North had used seed sublimation? What is seed sublimation? Alexander's gaze locked onto her. "There's a contract." "I can't say," Alina replied bluntly. Alexander was taken aback. Staring at Alina, he understood and, worried he couldn't solve the issue, changed the subject. "How far do you think your father would go for you?" "He would raise Crystal City to the ground and tear you into 1,000 pieces." Alina answered almost without thinking, then sneered. "What? Are you afraid of my father?" Alexander shook his head. "I just don't want the retaliation to escalate. You should know that if I want to leave, he can't do anything to me." He paused, then added, However, if you want to leave, you need to give me a promise. What? Eleanor understood that with Alexander's teleportation ability, her father might indeed find him quite troublesome. Being targeted by someone who could teleport would make it impossible to sleep in peace. After all, Alexander had few direct ties to worry about, and each was difficult to deal with. Her father was different. At least for now, she and her mother were vulnerable in the other's eyes. Alexander looked into her eyes. He had thought about recruiting her, but felt it was somewhat unrealistic, at least until seed sublimation was understood. He didn't want a ticking time bomb by his side. Promise to seek revenge only against me and not involve anyone else, Alexander said slowly. Eleanor's eyes flickered. Alexander's condition was very much in line with a chivalric spirit. But wasn't he a noble prince? Could he be so brave and kind-hearted? If you agree, I can also guarantee that I won't harm your family. Sensing her mental fluctuations, Alexander added a clause, trusting in Eleanor's pride. As expected, Eleanor's brow arched. A magic contract wouldn't lie. She took a deep breath and said, fine. When the time comes, I will definitely reclaim my dignity with my own hands. Take Miss Eleanor to retrieve her equipment, then escort her out. Alexander gave the order decisively, then he walked out of the cell, instinctively looking toward the royal city. Eleanor's matter was temporarily settled, but he wondered what moves the major tower would make next. Having lost 2 golden temple knights, an archmage, and reinforcements from the Orc Empire, logically the mage tower should have retaliated immediately. It seemed the master of the undead army in the Eternal Winter Mountains had already made it difficult for the major tower to choose. The quill has leveled up. Seeing the quill in his mind break through to the 4th rank, a smile curled on Alexander's lips. In the royal city, within the most secret underground chamber of Sakritha's manor, a magic circle inlaid with black magic crystals slowly lit up with a hum. The surrounding space blurred and distorted, and a massive black oval spatial gate tore open in the void of the secret chamber. With a face as dark as water, Sakritha commanded a squad of skeleton death soldiers behind him to move various resource chests into the spatial gate, while his gaze drifted outside the secret chamber. Though separated by a thick ceiling wall, his gaze seemed to penetrate it. Looking at this capital city he had served for decades with a mix of reluctance, resentment, sighs, and frustration. Thanks to the substitute puppet the Lord bestowed last time, otherwise this old life would have been forfeit. Alexander, hatred flickered in Sakritha's eyes for a long time before he withdrew his gaze. With a slight sigh, he turned toward the spatial gate, knowing that once he stepped through, he would be completely and eternally severed from his current identity and status. He would lose everything he had now, including his soul, but as things stood, he had no other choice. After successive defeats, even if the upper echelons of the Mage Tower were tolerant, they would likely use him as a scapegoat to appease the public. As for eternal winter beyond the spatial gate, although he hadn't completed the assigned task, he could at least gain a chance at survival by selling his soul. All of this was thanks to Alexander. Taking a deep breath, Sakritha took a firm step forward. The spatial gate rippled like a film of water. After the dizziness and darkness passed, a vast, white world of ice and snow appeared before him. The whistling cold wind cut his face like knife blades, and a massive glacier, tens of thousands of feet high, loomed ahead. The surrounding giant trees were encased in ice crystal armor like dragon claws. He walked west along the towering glacier, stopping before a massive hole, and then slowly bent down to kneel. Looking down from above, one could see that where Sakritha was kneeling, the massive hole was merely the eye socket of a giant skull buried under the ancient glacier, and the towering glacier was the body of this giant skull. My lord, I deserve 10,000 deaths for failing you again. Sakritha's voice trembled as he lay prostrate like a toad, cuddled in a ball, not daring to breathe loudly. A long time passed. With a hiss like air being ignited, a cluster of eerie blue-gold ghost fire lit up in the hollow eye socket of the skull. It seemed to focus on Sakritha instantly, making his blood run cold. Useless. Boom. A thunderous scolding rang out, and the world around him plunged into darkness. The suffocating pressure, the distorted spatial ripples, and the black and red striped fissures were dizzying and terrifying. My lord, it's all my fault. The once mighty 4-star archmage, Sakritha, was now like a lifeless little tadpole, completely losing his autonomy and merely shivering. Yet he felt a secret sense of relief. Since the Lord was willing to scold him, it meant he still had value. Otherwise, a single glance would have turned him to ash instantly. With no need for words. The defeat at Crystal City is one thing, but the recovery of the artifact failed as well. What use do I have for you? Do you know the value of those 3 origin stones? The Lord's voice was like a droning thunder, making Sakritha's head throb and his throat dry. My lord, I am willing to sacrifice my soul to atone for my sins. Sakritha answered, bracing himself. HMPH, can your soul match the value of the origin stones? Those are soul crystals. 10 of you wouldn't be enough. Yes, I submit to your punishment, my lord. Sakritha thought to himself that if the Lord knew he had actually lost one of the 3 origin stones, he would be even more enraged. The flames in the Lord of Bones' eye sockets flickered. After a long silence, he said, first, increase your strength. Let the origin stones stay with the little prince for now. He doesn't know how to use them anyway. When I break the seal soon, I will retrieve them. Thank you, my lord. As soon as Sakritha finished speaking, a black flame abruptly rose from beneath his feet, clinging like a maggot to bone as it spread upward. His mage robes instantly turned to ash, and his muscles became fuel for the fire. His once snow-white bones began to shimmer with golden light under the tempering of the black fire, which then turned to dark gold. Chapter 288 New Skills. The temporary residence in Crystal City. Alexander quietly felt the sense of comfort and the powerful auxiliary capabilities brought by the quill after its breakthrough to the 4th tier. The first derivative ability was array superposition, or rather, array fusion. By fusing and superimposing arrays below 4 stars, a new attribute array would be produced, its power unpredictable. With a thought, 2 array modules floated before him, guided gently by his psychic power and the quill. The cyan wind element mana and the red fire element mana converged and fused. The whistling of the wind and the roaring of the flames caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. In the blink of an eye, a thick magic array blending cyan and red appeared before him. Simultaneously, a fire tornado gradually took shape at the center of the array. Starting from a cyan-red core, it spun slowly, continuously absorbing surrounding wind and fire elements as it grew larger. Although it was only at the 2-star level and he had deliberately suppressed the fire tornado from absorbing more elements, its power could definitely reach the level of a 3-star. What a great skill. Alexander's eyes sparkled. Array superposition could not only upgrade the level of the array, but more importantly, the fused array could produce unexpected results in terms of elemental counter-attributes. For instance, if an opponent unknowingly used magic with a countering attribute, it would have no effect because the fused array's attributes were mutated. Thus, as a prerequisite, a fused array possessed much greater power than a normal one. With joy, Alexander withdrew his psychic power and began to study the second derivative ability, blueprint drawing. According to the description from the quill, it could automatically draw the corresponding blueprints for any object he had seen before. For example, high-end equipment from his previous life, such as nuclear bombs and rockets, could be directly provided as blueprints by the quill. Haha, now satellite radars, rockets, missiles, and even the transformers from anime can be put on the agenda. He tried to drive the quill to outline the blueprint of a J-series fighter jet. Seeing the progress bar slowly advancing beneath the blue blueprint in his mind, Alexander felt truly exhilarated. This blueprint drawing was practically a divine tool for him, especially the part where it could draw blueprints for any object he had seen. As a youth from the 21st century, he had seen too many objects, especially regarding people's livelihoods. Once he produced a large number of blueprints and distributed them, the Northern Territory would experience a true leap forward. Generators, hydroelectric power, wind turbines, thermal power, and nuclear power plants would take the Northern Territory directly from the steam age into the electrical age. This, combined with the convenience of array energy, would complement each other perfectly. Having made a plan, Alexander stepped out of the residence and headed directly toward the camp of the captured Sea Beast army outside Crystal City. Currently, he didn't understand the secret of seed sublimation used by the Mage Tower, but there was one point he could adapt. If the Mage Tower could use seed sublimation to contract those knights and mages seeking to break through to 3 stars, he could certainly use the soul magic array to contract those sea beasts desperate to break through their star levels. Moreover, the loyalty of sea beasts might be even more reliable than that of humans as long as the right conditions were provided. He believed that in the near future, sea beasts and humans could coexist in peace. He wasn't some savior, he just didn't want to see ordinary subjects living in misery for generations. They suffered far more than the nobles. Almost every time a war broke out, the cannon fodder was always the ordinary subjects. Aside from racial conflicts, most of it was due to power struggles among the upper echelons, and the root of the manipulation was advancement. Sea beasts needed to devour humans to advance. A bit of soul magic array could break this root cause. He believed that the sea tribe wasn't entirely composed of bloodthirsty creatures, and by then, there would be even greater strategic significance. If the Major Tower truly achieved certain goals through seed sublimation, they might not necessarily hold the lead in terms of numbers or territory size. The Sea Beast prisoner of war camp at the Crystal City estuary. Lord Zeza really abandoned us. Captain, are we really going to be human slaves from now on? Yeah, Captain Asquane. I heard they're sending us to mine the underwater deposits at Crystal Bay tomorrow. That's a 4-star deposit in a magic forbidden field. We won't be able to use mana. Asquane's 2 lantern-like crab eyes swept gloomily over the group of captured subordinates before him. As a special existence of the giant claw hermit crab tribe, he was a special giant claw hermit crab who had broken through the life shackles of lower organisms through his own mutated genes and hard work to become a 3-star blood-burning warrior. Asquane's current mood was extremely complicated. This was his second crushing defeat at the hands of Alexander Bartuk. The first time was a year ago when he followed Shaman to launch a beast tide in pursuit of the Red Fox. In the reed marshes of Little Gold Lake, they were boiled by fire and he barely managed to lead his remaining subordinates to escape. It was also because of that time that he advanced to 3-star blood burning and joined the Crystal City Guard, leading his tribesmen up a level. He had thought his luck had turned, but he didn't expect that in just 1 year, he would again be defeated by Alexander Bartuk and held as a prisoner. And tomorrow, he would be sent to mine underwater deposits. That was an area inconvenient for humans to enter. And even they, the Sea Tribe, didn't like it. In a magic forbidden field, mining was purely manual labor. As a qualified Sea Tribe warrior, how could he be willing to become a mining slave? However, that wasn't what resented him the most. Being directly abandoned by Zeza and the Sea Beast army of the same tribe, without even a signal sent, being discarded like trash in Crystal City without anyone caring, was what truly chilled his heart. In the eyes of higher races, lower races were just cannon fodder and cheap porters, let alone having any right to speak. If he hadn't luckily broken through to 3-star blood burning, he probably wouldn't have such a complicated mindset. Strength. Everything comes down to strength. Asquane wanted to say something to comfort his subordinates, but he didn't know how to start. Having seen the power of Alexander's army, to be honest, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance. After all, even Zeza chose to flee. Not to mention they had all witnessed the shocking scene of Alexander slaughtering 3 Golden Temple Knights and an Archmage on the city walls. Never mind that he was currently only a 3-star blood burning. Even if he could break through to 4-star berserk, he wouldn't have the courage to face the encirclement of 3 Golden Temple Knights. Let alone facing Alexander Bartuk, who could teleport and instantly kill a Golden Temple Knight. Everyone line up, His Highness is inspecting. Just as Asquane was resigning himself to fate, Gargadon's deep voice rang out at the gate of the prisoner camp. Almost by reflex, Asquane and all the captured sea beasts crawled obediently on the ground and the water's surface under the orders of the Crystal City soldiers, none of them daring to look up. but everyone could feel a powerful aura pressing down like the mountains and seas. Even a 3-star blood burning like Asquane couldn't help but tense up his whole body. Every one of these sea beasts had devoured humans. Now that Alexander was suddenly inspecting, no one could say for sure if he was here to take revenge on them. Chapter 289 Asquith. Alexander, flanked by Gargadon's 3 great guards, walked onto a temporary wooden platform in the camp. His psychic power swept through the area. There were at least 3,000 sea beast captives before him, not including the low-level ones like ordinary fish and shrimp that possessed only simple intelligence. Among them, there were over 33-star blood burnings capable of transformation, 3-star blood burnings from the killer whale guards, the blue shark clan, the octopus clan, the swordfish clan, and most surprisingly to Alexander, the giant claw hermit crab tribe. Among nearly 1,000 giant claw hermit crab prisoners of war, there was only one humanoid monster who had reached 3-star. He stood like a mountain, about 8 meters tall, with a blue-silver shell covering his body and a pair of giant silver pincers that were as powerful as massive hydraulic steel clamps. The other giant claw hermit crabs were no more than 2 meters in height. It was clear that this humanoid monster, who had broken through the shackles of 3-star, was an anomaly. After all, everyone knew that giant claw hermit crabs were like the subhuman race among humans. They were unable to cultivate chi or magic. However, overall, although these members of the sea race had been treated by the healing magic array, they were all very listless. Each one had lost their will to fight, like fish on a chopping block. It's a pity for these races with such powerful physiques and talent for water-based abilities. If they could be put to good use, it would surely be a blessing for the Empire. Alexander couldn't help but feel a sense of loathing for the war. Not wanting to waste words, he directly gave Gargadon his orders to have everyone at 3-star blood burning and above go to the barracks over there. After speaking, he walked toward the barracks. Gargadon took the order and shouted to the crowd below with full strength. His Highness has ordered all 3-star blood burning captives to gather at the barracks. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into a brief state of chaos. All the 3-star blood burning sea beast captives shuddered. They looked up at the young prince with the powerful aura on the wooden platform, wondering what fate awaited them. At the same time, their subordinates and clansmen beside them all retreated in unison. In less than a breath's time, the 32 3-star blood-burning warriors in the field were isolated, as if everyone were avoiding a plague. Kill, kill, kill. The surrounding northern soldiers and Crystal City guards suddenly seemed to think of something, and for a moment, they all shouted in unison with sky-high murderous intent. Alexander paused slightly, cracked his knuckles, and finally took a deep breath before heading straight into the barracks. In order to achieve long-term peace and stability between the Empire and the sea race, someone had to be the first to take the risk. Asquane was currently in extremely low spirits. As he followed the other captives into the low barracks, he saw 7 or 8 mages constructing a strange magic array in the center of the room. An inexplicable sense of irritability and fear rose in his heart. Coincidentally, the other 3-star sea races around him also showed expressions of distress. Clearly, this unfinished magic array was the torture they were about to face. In this world, if there were levels of fear, the damage caused by blades, spears, and clubs could be considered the most basic, especially for those living year-round in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The damage from swords was truly commonplace. For the sea race, some did not even fear swords because many of their tribes possessed regenerative abilities. What truly terrified them was magic, especially malicious magic. So, even though these 3-star sea races had weathered many storms, their hearts subconsciously pounded when they first saw the magic array before them. Your Highness, I am willing to become your slave. I am willing to go to the underwater mines to dig. Please, be merciful. Suddenly, a member of the swordfish sea race whose upper body was covered in blue scales fell to his knees. He wriggled his body, crawling toward Alexander's feet, his tone filled with terrified pleading. Your Highness, I am also willing to become your slave. Please do not use magic. Another member of the sailfish sea race was also crushed by this final straw, even breaking into tears. Your Highness. Shut up. With the first came the second, and nearly half of the 3-star sea races were about to follow suit, but they were stopped by a sharp shout from Gargadon and Alexander's side. Alexander simply looked at the sea races with a calm gaze. Because of the suppression of the magic contracts, his psychic power could not sense any significant emotional fluctuations from these captives. Aside from terror, pain, sadness, and despair, other emotions were not very evident. What is your name? Scanning the group, Alexander's gaze couldn't help but fall on Asquane again, because from the beginning, only this sea race member's emotional fluctuations consisted solely of sadness and unwillingness. Asquane. Everyone's gaze shifted toward Asquane. His lantern-like eyes blinked, and he took a step forward, kneeling on one knee before Alexander. The others did not know Alexander's intention, but most of the sea race members believed that Asquane, this anomaly, was particularly an eyesore because of his low race and strange appearance, and had thus angered the King of the North. It was very likely that he would become the first work. Do you hate humans? Alexander spoke again, his gaze as calm as a lake. Huh? Asquane was clearly stunned, looking at the heroic and powerful prince before him. He didn't know why the other party would ask such a naive question. Aren't humans and the sea race mortal enemies? Isn't it a law of nature that the sea race must devour humans to break through their star levels? Wait, Asquane suddenly snapped out of it. Though his race was low, it didn't mean his intelligence was low. The prince was asking about hatred, not about needs like breaking through star levels or the laws of nature. Not really. Asquane fell silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, it was only for survival and following orders. Hearing this, Alexander locked his psychic power onto Asquane while also enveloping everyone in the barracks. The mental fluctuations of the 32 three-star sea races were not very distinct, as they all seemed to agree with Asquane's thoughts. However, the emotions of the Crystal City guards present were exceptionally sharp, with massive fluctuations. Human emotions were clearly more complex and sensitive than those of the sea race, especially regarding hatred. Your Highness, the array is prepared. At this time, a mage stepped forward and reported respectfully. Alexander nodded, took out the core module of the soul magic array from his ring, handed it to the mage, and then said to Asquane, "Go stand on the array. Do not resist. If you can endure it, I can give you a chance at rebirth." Saying this, he looked at the other sea races and said, "In a moment, each of you will undergo the baptism of the array. To those who endure it, I will give a chance at rebirth." The others did not know what Alexander meant by a chance, but they could all sense that this array might not be as despair-inducing as they had imagined. However, some also believed this was a nobleman's lie, a bait used to lure them into a trap. Asquane took a deep breath, looking at the magic array covered in soul crystals. Although it was still missing the core part and hadn't been activated, he could already feel a tremor originating from his soul. Slowly standing up, he hesitated only for a moment before stepping into the center of the array. Resistance was meaningless. As an anomaly among a low race, acceptance was perhaps also a form of courage. As they watched the mage carefully place the core module into the heart of the array, Asquane closed his eyes, and everyone around him held their breath. The 32 sea race members all tensed up, their pupils shrinking into slits, waiting for Asquane to scream in pain. Meanwhile, the Crystal City soldiers gripped their weapons, their eyes wide with anger, ready at any moment for these foreign races to erupt in resistance. The moment the core module was installed in the soul magic array, the surrounding soul crystals instantly lit up. The soft white light was like the wings of an angel, slowly fluctuating to form gentle and beautiful ripples of light, with shadows that seemed to reflect a heavenly portrait. There were no screams, nor was there any twisted evil magic permeating the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the white and gentle soul light slowly gathered beneath Asquane's feet and then gradually rose. His originally blue-silver shell turned into bright silver as the light permeated it. It wasn't until the light reached his face and passed over the top of his head that Asquane let out a trembling sound that was almost like a groan. A speck of light suddenly lit up at the center of Asquane's brow, extremely bright but not piercing. The entire barracks was illuminated, and everyone felt a jolt in their spirits, as if their souls, shone upon by the light, had produced some kind of resonance. Chapter 290 Breaking Through the Shackles. Alexander squinted his eyes, his psychic power remaining in an open lock-on state. Asquane's emotional fluctuations were under his constant monitoring, from the initial nervousness to a slight creeping fear, followed by confusion and then relaxation. When the space between his brows lit up, Asquane clearly saw the light, that feeling of finding direction amidst confusion. Next came the pursuit of that direction, and his emotional fluctuations continued to grow. Suddenly, Asquane let out an abrupt roar. His tightly closed lantern-like eyes snapped open, and two golden rays flashed deep within his pupils like fiery golden eyes before vanishing. This shout gave everyone a huge fright, especially the group of sea race prisoners. They thought Asquane was howling in pain from being provoked, believing this to be Alexander's true face. The surrounding Crystal City soldiers also felt a chill in their hearts, their weapons lighting up with battle chi and magical glows, ready to strike at any moment. However, a series of cracking sounds, like eggshells breaking, drew everyone's attention once more. Then, everyone's mouths fell open in stunned silence, including the Crystal City soldiers. The bluish-silver carapace on Asquane's body cracked like a chick breaking its shell. Spiderweb-like fissures originated from the center of his forehead and rapidly spread across his entire body. When the first shard of carapace fell away, revealing a faint golden shimmer inside, people's hearts skipped a beat as if something unbelievable had flashed through their minds. As more and more carapace fragments fell off and a brand new set of golden armor covered Asquane's body, everyone knew that the unbelievable thing might have actually happened. The sea race prisoners in particular had eyes bulging like octopus monsters. They knew better than anyone what a golden carapace signified. The golden armor unique to a 4-star berserk warrior was simply too shocking. But as a giant claw hermit crab from a low-level race, how could he possibly break through to 4-star? Even with a bloodline mutation, reaching 3-star was already a miracle. How could he break through again? How is this possible? For a moment, all the sea race members looked toward the soul magic array beneath Asquane's feet. The soul stones that had been shining with pure white light were now dim and lusterless, having turned into stone powder. But within the slightly dim barracks, the gazes of these sea race members suddenly became burning and bright. Even if they were fools, they understood what Alexander meant earlier, what he meant by getting through it and giving them a chance at rebirth. Breaking the 4-star shackle, a 500-year lifespan, and the strength of a berserk warrior, this was an opportunity enough to make all sea race members, or rather, all races, go mad with desire. Your Highness, I, Jones Hank of the killer whale race, am willing to pledge my lifelong loyalty to you and become your most faithful servant. A bald, burly male about 8 meters tall, dressed in panda black, immediately stepped out from the crowd and knelt on one knee, his head bowed low as if ready to lick the ground. Damn, how shameless. He beat me to it. With the first person setting an example, the other sea race prisoners instantly understood the importance of submitting right now. As for honor, defecting, betraying their race, or dignity, did those things matter in the ocean world where the strong eat the weak? Strength was the only thing that mattered. Furthermore, they were currently captives abandoned by their own kind in the ocean. They felt no psychological burden. Look at how quickly a member of a low-level race broke through. Right before their eyes, he had broken through so easily. Then what about those of them with high-level bloodlines? This was a ladder to the heavens. To not grasp such an opportunity would simply be a disgrace to the sea race. What they feared most now was that the spots were limited. If they missed this chance, they would regret it for the rest of their lives, and living would be worse than death. At this moment, they even looked at Asquane with deep envy. Why wasn't it them who had been chosen just now? However, they didn't think much of Jones Hank's rash behavior. After all, that Minotaur had scolded someone earlier. Jones Hank, I accept your loyalty. Go wait on the magic array. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Alexander's mouth, but he was ecstatic inside. His goal had been achieved. Just as he expected, the soul magic array could indeed help certain races break through their shackles. Using his psychic power to guide and condense a contract spell, it landed on Jones Hank's head, while he drew his sidearm for a brief ceremony. In an instant, the previously listless killer whale god became radiant and leapt to his feet. The change in status gave him a sense of belonging once again. Sweeping his gaze over his former fellow prisoners, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hate made him feel extremely fortunate to have been the first to pledge loyalty. Even if he was slightly behind Asquane in rank for now, he was confident he would surpass him soon. And most importantly, the surrounding Crystal City soldiers and the 3 great guards across from him no longer looked at him with hostility. He felt his future was bright. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, submitting to the powerful was a tacit understanding among all low-level races. Your Highness, Asquane pledges his loyalty to you. Having advanced to 4-star, Asquane felt the power boost brought by being a berserk warrior. Almost every cell in his body was filled with explosive elements. Looking at his pincers that had transformed to gold grade, he was very confident that with just one snip, he could snap the golden spear of Ablonso, who had previously beaten him like a dog. The sublimation of his life force also made him feel a long-lost room for growth, a mysterious sense of budding vitality, youth, and all of this was given by Prince Sliming before him. Hearing the killer whale god Jones Hank beat him to pledging loyalty made him a bit impatient. Despite being a 4-star now, he was still very self-aware in front of this prince who could easily insta-kill a 4-star Golden Temple Knight. Seeing Asquane, clad in golden carapace, kneeling before him with emotional fluctuations clearly carrying respect, Alexander nodded with a smile and said, I accept your loyalty, Asquane. I hope you can become an excellent knight in the future. As he spoke, Alexander similarly condensed a contract and accepted the other party. This made the other sea race prisoners even more envious and jealous, and their gazes toward the soul magic array grew increasingly fervent. At this moment, Jones Hank had already stepped onto the array, and several mages had skillfully finished replacing the soul crystals. The magic array lit up once more. The same pure white radiance as before attached itself to Jones Hank, slowly climbing up until it covered his entire body, and the space between his brows was lit up. The soft ripples of light were like shimmering spring water, filling the entire barracks. In a short moment, that same soul resonance rose in everyone's hearts again. Jones Hank let out a low shout, and golden patterns began to appear on his panda black skin. Golden lines radiated from between his brows, passing over his cheeks and extending to his back. Simultaneously, the aura belonging to 3-star blood burning surged abruptly, and the pressure of a 4-star berserk transformation was even stronger than Asquane's had been. The sea race prisoners standing around all felt an instinctive awe. It was a natural racial suppression. Even the Crystal City warriors on the perimeter nervously gripped their weapons tighter. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, I succeeded. I finally broke through to 4-star. If I encounter the bastard shaman again, I'll definitely beat him so hard his own mother won't recognize him. Jones Hank threw a powerful punch, creating a series of sonic booms. Recalling his past grievances with shaman, he finally had the confidence to hold his head high. He strode over and knelt again in gratitude. Alexander nodded with a smile and said, Jones, if I asked you to go and induce your clansmen to surrender now, saying that I can provide star-level advancement here and benefits without the need for slaughter, only requiring them to sign a contract for peaceful coexistence with humans, how many of your clansmen could you bring over? Chapter 291 Peace Pact. Jones Hank looked up sharply at those words, his mind racing, but he still didn't quite understand Alexander's intention. He asked tentatively, Is your Highness looking to conquer the sea race? The other sea race prisoners, including the Crystal City soldiers, also pricked up their ears. Not conquer. I just don't want to see senseless killing. Alexander looked at Jones Hank and then scanned the others, speaking slowly. I didn't participate in the wars between the sea race and the human race in the past, but this past year has shown me a lot. My northern soldiers and subjects have lost much, and the sea race warriors have also lost much. Why are we doing this? Resources, power, territory, longevity, glory, or pure hatred? I don't want such wars to become a daily occurrence. I hope for mutual benefit and cooperation. The Noah continent is vast, whether it be the seas or the land. If it's for territory and resources, there's no need to fight. I believe cooperative development is a faster path. As for power and longevity, you've seen this soul magic array. Under the condition that both sides sign a peace contract, I can provide it to the sea race for free. I wonder if you think my proposal is feasible? Everyone looked at each other upon hearing this. The war between the sea race and humans hadn't lasted for decades or centuries, but for as long as these sea race members had been conscious, in their understanding, if they wanted to survive and become powerful, they could only advance by devouring humans. So they hadn't even considered Alexander's proposal, but now, the appearance of the soul magic array shattered their perception. The facts were right before them. The sea race were also intelligent beastmen, and moreover, everyone present was a 3-star blood-burning sea race member. Most importantly, they were all prisoners of war abandoned by their own kind. The cruelty of war was, for them, just yesterday. If they hadn't met a prince like Alexander and happened to have a divine tool like the soul magic array, they could hardly imagine the torture they would face, because thousands of years of experience told them that prisoners of war never had a good end. Your Highness is merciful. I, Jones Hank, am willing to try and do my best. Jones Hank took a deep breath, his eyes filled with respect. Your Highness, I am also willing to work with Captain Jones to persuade my clansmen to reach an agreement. As a member of a low-level cannon fodder race, Asquane felt a storm of emotions surge in his heart upon hearing Alexander's true intentions. As the leader of the giant claw hermit crabs, his greatest desire was to stop his clansmen from being cannon fodder. At this moment, he felt even more fortunate about his decision to submit to Alexander. Very good. Alexander nodded, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the other prisoners. Your Highness, we are willing to sign the peace contract and will do our best to persuade our clansmen. Upon learning Alexander's thoughts, everyone first breathed a sigh of relief. They wouldn't be mistreated and had a chance to advance their star level. If they didn't express their stance now, it would truly be unreasonable. Moreover, a peace contract was indeed a great thing for the future of the sea race. Being able to increase star levels without war. Anyone who isn't a fool would want to live such a life. Good. Since everyone's aspirations are aligned, I can rest easy. Gargadon, stay here and arrange for them to continue. Jones, Hank and Esquane will follow you. I'm going to the city defense office. Alina should have contacted Bastrat by now. And I need to go prepare. In a hidden mountain valley several hundred miles southwest of Crystal City, 3,000 heavy cavalry of the Black Gold territory were ready to set out. A few hundred miles was just a 1 or 2 hour warm-up for a night regiment above 3-star. By the time they reached their destination, their condition would be at its peak. As long as Lord Bastrat gave the order, they believed they could level Crystal City before dinner today. Lord Kohler, the Duke has been in the tent for half an hour now. Why hasn't he ordered us to set out? A burly 4-star cavalry captain with eyes like copper bells approached Chief Knight Kohler and asked. Kohler frowned. He didn't know what was going on with Bastrat either. It seemed that after receiving a transmission from the clairvoyance mirror, he halted the troop and entered the magic tent alone to talk. Not coming out for a long time. According to the plan, they should have first sent scouts to infiltrate Crystal City to find a way to rescue Alina. Even if they had to pay a certain price, they had to get Alina out. After that would be their one-time charge. However, as the Chief Knight, he knew what his duty was. Bastrat's decisions were above all else. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Glaring at the other man, Kohler hesitated for a moment before turning and walking toward the magic tent. The burly cavalry captain wasn't angry at being scolded. Instead, seeing Kohler go to the tent, a grin spread across his face. Inside the magic tent, Bastrat, wearing dark gold armor, stared at the clairvoyance mirror with a face changing colors like a chameleon, sometimes angry, sometimes suppressed. He listened very restrainedly to the news Alina was conveying through the mirror. My dear daughter, since you've gained your freedom, why don't you come back quickly? I'll meet you on the way. Bastrat's eyes were fixed on the scene within the clairvoyance mirror. It was clear Alina was in a house in Crystal City. Through the window behind her, he could see the streets being rebuilt and a corner of the distant Crystal Castle. Clearly, he didn't believe his daughter was truly safe, especially that unstable factor between Alina's brows. It had been a source of worry in his heart for years. Father, did you bring troops? Seeing Bastrat in full armor, Alina knew what had happened. She frowned and said decisively, Father, I am safe. I want to stay in Crystal City for a few days to observe. This Prince Liming might be a bit different. Also, I promised Prince Liming not to involve others. I want to defeat him with my own hands and reclaim my dignity. What's different? Bastrat secretly rolled his eyes, thinking his daughter had obviously been fooled. The opponent was clearly using his daughter as a shield to restrain the retaliation of a 5-star dark gold great knight like him. Yet, with his daughter's proud personality, she actually fell for this kind of deception. Despicable royalty, to use such a mean method to hold my dear daughter hostage. Dear daughter, Bastrat tried his best to restrain his anger and forced a smile. Father knows you've had a knightly spirit since you were a child, but this Alexander is truly too dangerous. In just 1 year, he subdued the entire north and uprooted the northern major tower. We must be very, very careful with such a person. However, don't worry, I will capture him alive and bring him before you for you to deal with personally. Alina's face turned cold instantly, and she stared straight ahead without saying a word. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Anyone could see what Bastrat wanted to say, and Alina's silent resistance could not be hidden from Bastrat's eyes. After a long while, Bastrat chose to compromise. All right, Father will wait for you here as long as you return safely. Father promises you that I will immediately withdraw the troops. Really? Alina was half doubting. Really? Bastrat nodded seriously, but in his heart, he was scoffing. Okay, I'll meet you the day after tomorrow. After Alina finished speaking, she disconnected the clairvoyance mirror. Bastrat took a deep breath. The suppressed fire in his eyes flared up, and his aura erupted. The entire magic tent trembled, like a lone boat in a storm, threatening to capsize at any moment. Someone, come, please give your orders, Lord Duke. Chief Knight Kohler stepped into the tent. Set out. Target. Crystal City. Yes. Chapter 292 Spatial Path Window. The morning sunlight woke the sleeping Crystal City. After the baptism of pain, Crystal City began to glow with vitality once more. Alexander sat atop the Lance Warrior, escorted by his 3 great guards, as he inspected the city defense system currently undergoing emergency repairs. After a night of discussion, Alexander handed the newly fused 4-star fusion array to Ishiroti and the others, urging them to speed up its construction. In truth, everyone understood the situation. Setting aside potential retaliation from the Mage Tower and the Sea Race, they had to be extra cautious just because of the release to Alina. After all, Alina's father, Duke Bastrat, was no pushover, and Black Gold territory was less than 1,000 miles from Crystal City. Even with Alina's promise, they couldn't pin all their hopes on her. Your Highness, this 4-star fusion array is simply too powerful. Crystal City is secure now. Even if a 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight comes, we can hold our own. Taro, who was working with Ishiroti, immediately came forward to greet Alexander upon seeing him, looking just as excited as when he first received the alchemical musket. Alexander nodded with a smile. He knew the power of the 4-star fusion array well. It sat somewhere between the 4th and 5th stars. In a direct head-on clash, a 4-star fusion ray would definitely be at a disadvantage. But if it relied on the massive defense system built upon Crystal City's 4-star ore veins, an average 5-star dark gold Great Knight would be like a tiger trying to bite a tortoise, unable to find a place to sink their teeth in. Everyone has worked hard. My sister is truly fortunate to have such loyal knights and mages. Patting Taro on the shoulder, Alexander sincerely praised Taro and the surrounding knights and mages. These were loyal guards who had been tempered through blood and fire alongside Guinevere. After over a year of bitter struggle, they had finally returned to their territory. For every past betrayal, complaint, or falling out, there was now an equal measure of loyalty, kindness, and encouragement. Your Highness, I heard you want to mine the 4-star ore vein. If you need manpower, we can help. Taro puffed out his chest. Everyone knew that 4-star ore veins were magic forbidden zones where one couldn't use battle chi or magic, relying solely on pure physical strength. Don't worry, I won't be polite when the time comes to use you. Fuel engines were already on the way, not just for Crystal City, but also the Great Rift Valley in the Howling Sand Sea was in the midst of intense preparations for mining. With Barnum, Sama, plus the Goblin Great Elder Robinet and Nilai the Goblin, fuel engines and air pump wind pickaxes had long since entered production. With these technological products, a magic forbidden field would be no problem. After bidding farewell to Taro and Ishiroti, Alexander had Niue continue driving along the Crystal City walls before heading toward Linshan Town. He wanted to see if he could directly move that aircraft out from the lake bottom, as Guinevere had described. If this big fellow could be successfully moved out, even if they couldn't fully control it, its speed and hardness alone could easily crush a 5-star dark gold Great Knight. No fancy bombardment magic would be needed, just a head-on collision of speed and power would send a 5-star dark gold Great Knight fleeing in panic. Soon, the Lance Warrior drove onto the inner lake embankment of Linshan Town. After Alexander got out of the car, his psychic power swept across the area and discovered the illusion array Guinevere had mentioned. Following the instructions, Alexander turned left and right, quickly arriving at the core of the illusion array. This was a circular wasteland, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. The surroundings were filled with magic crystals, and one could faintly feel dense fluctuations of magic power. Alexander's psychic power swept through. This position should be above the corridor of the underwater secret vault, diagonally opposite the aircraft. To move the aircraft out, not only had Guinevere and the Hank couple tried everything, but even Wood had put a lot of thought into it. But as equipment ranked 6-star or higher, moving it was easier said than done, especially since they couldn't control it. So they came up with a compromise: open a channel and use the most primitive method of dragging to invite it out. Looking at the wasteland before him, it was clearly a teleportation array that had been set up, and the one who arranged it was definitely a 5-star Great Archmage level existence. Since they couldn't move the aircraft, they moved a channel instead, refining the entire ground into a spatial channel. He wondered how that 5-star Great Archmage had managed it. Could such a talent not be a high-ranking member of the Major Tower? Alexander shook his head. He really didn't want to overthink the matters between the royal family and the Major Tower. He directed Gargadon and the other two to move over a dozen millstone-sized magic crystal essences from the car and place them at the core of the array. With everything ready, Alexander took several 4-star array modules from his ring, channeled magic power to converge into fusion magic, and poured it into the magic array beneath his feet. Hum hum hum. On the massive array, the dozen or so magic crystal essences lit up one by one. The array emitted a low hum, causing the surrounding magic power to produce slight, distorted fluctuations. Stand back. Feeling the torsion force of the array growing stronger, Alexander's body suddenly levitated, while he ordered the 3 guards to withdraw from the center of the array. So strong. Your Highness, this array definitely exceeds 4-star. Lisa was the first to flash out of the array, his eyes narrowing into slits, filled with astonishment. Protect His Highness. Upon hearing Lisa's words, Gargadon leapt out of the array and immediately called to the other two, shielding Alexander in the center. Activating an array of this intensity, even with Alexander's powerful psychic power, he was not a 5-star Great Archmage after all. Relying on fusion mana, he could barely start it, but the consumption was also multiplied. Look, it's moving. The array has started. With Lisa's exclamation, the sand and stones on the wasteland where the massive array was located all levitated in an instant. The magic power surging in the center of the array formed a tide, and in less than 3 breaths, a slight tremor came from the ground beneath their feet. The massive array, along with the wasteland, twisted and deformed like an abstract painting, forming a water film-like spatial path window. It's done. Alexander's brow twitched slightly. His psychic power extended like tentacles, wanting to see what the other side of this spatial path window looked like. However, the path window truly acted like a water film, completely blocking his psychic power. Your Highness, I'll go take a look. Just as Alexander hesitated slightly, Niue had already leapt forward and jumped into the spatial path window. With a soft pop, Niue's body passed through without hindrance. The spatial path window only rippled like water for a moment before returning to calm. By the time Alexander wanted to stop him, it was already too late. He had actually wanted to test it with something else first and then confirmed by entering from the secret vault entrance, but he hadn't expected Niue to throw himself in so resolutely. HMPH, he beat me to it. Lisa glanced at Alexander, a clear flash of approval in his eyes, making him secretly regret being half a beat too slow. Gargadon, on the other hand, looked calm, finding Niue's behavior perfectly normal. Your Highness, there's a massive space below, filled with magic crystals and countless magic herbs. With a pop, the spatial path window shook, and Niue jumped back out with excitement. The interval was no more than 5 breaths. Good. Alexander's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, settled. Overjoyed at the news, he stepped forward, patted Niue's shoulder, and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Ah?" No, not at all. Nui was startled for a moment, then scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and gave a silly laugh. This made Lisa roll his eyes, while Gargadon nodded with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. Chapter 293. A lesson. As the morning light brightened, 300 miles from Crystal City, Duke Bastrat's Black Gold Knights were once again ready to set out. They had been stopping and starting along the way, deliberately suppressing their marching speed. Scouts reported back almost every few moments, keeping a close watch on the movements of Elena and Crystal City. Report, Your Grace. The young lady has left the city and is currently traveling toward us along the official road. She's finally come out. Hearing the scouts' report, Bastrat, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally perked up. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably as he waved his hand and said, Go scout again. See if there are any tails following the young lady. You should know what to do when the time comes. Yes, your subordinate understands. Protect the young lady, clear the obstacles. The scout bowed and retreated. Bastrat watched the departing scout, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said to Kola, the chief knight beside him, Kola, take the Black Gold Knights and continue along the official road to receive the young lady. Make sure she knows that I am personally leading the team. Yes. Kola's eyes flashed upon hearing this, and he cupped his fists in acceptance. As the most loyal knight of the Black Gold territory, he only needed to obey Duke Bastrat's orders. He shouldn't ask about things that weren't his business. Thus, after marching 100 miles, the Black Gold Knights set up camp once again, raising the great banner of the Duke of Black Gold's territory high, quietly awaiting Elena's arrival. Of course, as high-ranking members of the Black Gold Knights, they weren't just waiting for Elena, but for another good show. Lord Kola, I'm afraid His Grace is going to make the young lady unhappy this time. Tell me, how many arrows do you think His Grace will need? A burly cavalry captain with eyes like copper bells whispered a transmission to Kola, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. What do you mean? How many arrows? We are here to welcome the young lady. Kola gave him a sidelong glance. Lord Kola, we all know His Grace left alone. I think Crystal City and that little Prince Alexander are probably finished this time. The burly cavalry captain didn't care about Kola's response, being very certain of his own thoughts. Kola only snorted and ignored him, but his gaze subconsciously drifted toward those hills to the southwest. At noon, Elena's figure finally appeared on the official road. She wasn't flying, but was instead riding a flame beast, approaching the Black Gold territory camp at a steady pace. Her heart had been in her throat the whole way as she observed the road conditions near and far, especially those snaky scouts. It wasn't until she saw the family crest fluttering above the camp in the distance that Elena breathed a silent sigh of relief. She had been worried that Bastrat would go to Crystal City to commit violence regardless of the consequences. Now that she saw the family crest on the camp and the Black Gold Knights within, she felt much more at ease. The thundering of iron hooves kicked up sand as a squad of 100 cavalrymen rode out from the camp. Leading them was none other than Chief Knight Kola. He reached Elena, reined in his mount, and placed his right hand over his chest in a salute. Young lady, His Grace has been waiting for a long time and ordered me to come and receive you. Elena had long since regained her usual cold arrogance. Hearing this, she only nodded slightly and said coldly, Take me to see my father. Yes. Kola turned his horse's head to clear the path, while simultaneously giving a meaningful look to the trusted guards beside him. The group slowly returned to the camp. The various squad captains of the knights within the camp had long since received instructions and came over one after another to greet Elena. This took a full half hour. This made Elena frown, just as she was about to push past everyone and head straight for the main tent. One of Kola's trusted subordinates ran over with a grave expression. Report, my lord. Young lady, His Grace just received an emergency military report from Black Gold territory. The Orc Empire invaded the border last night and is currently raiding our Black Gold territory. His Grace has already departed to provide relief and has ordered us to break camp and return to reinforce immediately without delay. What? Those damned orcs. They chose this exact moment. Kola's eyebrows shot up. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and said respectfully, Young lady, military orders are absolute. We must return to reinforce immediately. I believe with His Grace's speed, he should be able to make it in time. Elena was stunned. This was far too coincidental. She had just arrived when Duke Bastrat received a military report. If the Orc Empire had invaded, shouldn't the urgent report have arrived last night? Were the outposts on the border just for show? Furthermore, since entering the camp, the members of the knights had been strangely enthusiastic. Even if these people were usually respectful to her, they wouldn't be as enthusiastic as they were today. After all, she was a prisoner who had been slapped and then sent back. Did they all want to watch her embarrassment? No. Father definitely wasn't in the camp to begin with. Elena suddenly realized, if her father were in the camp, with his personality, he would have come out to meet her himself and wouldn't have had Kola do it in his stead. Knight Kola, you're honest. He makes me feel uneasy. Did my father really receive a military report and return to reinforce? Elena's aura suddenly erupted. The battle chi vortex belonging to a 4-star gold rank forced the people around her to involuntarily retreat a few steps. A distinct chill filled the air. This, young lady, I am only carrying out His Grace's orders. Kola's gaze was firm, but he lowered his head, not daring to meet Elena's eyes. HMPH, quite an order. I'll see for myself. Look, what's that over there? Just as Elena was about to use some methods to pressure Kola, the surrounding cavalrymen suddenly all looked toward the southwestern sky. Every single one of them widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. Elena stopped speaking and turned to look. Her pupils also shrank. Simultaneously, she shot a cold glance at Kola and a cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Her body suddenly leapt up, battle chi erupting as she flew rapidly toward the site of the incident. Young lady. Kola was stunned for a moment. Elena had already flown a mile away. He stomped his foot and chased after her. The other cavalry captains looked at each other and followed closely behind. Above the hilly area to the southwest, golden clouds were slowly condensing like a giant vortex. Below, The hills formed a surging tide of magic power, trees swaying as sand and stones flew. In the center, a beam of light was exceptionally dazzling, like a thunder halberd about to pierce the heavens, flickering as it condensed and shone. Looking at this posture, His Grace is determined to give the little prince a lesson. The cavalry captains following behind were all well aware of what was happening. Looking at the ultimate move condensing in the sky ahead, they were full of schadenfreude. His Grace's 5-star light arrow. Let alone the 4-star defense of tiny Crystal City, even the capital's great defensive array back then couldn't withstand it. We better get ready. In case His Grace comes down for a general offensive in a moment, we shouldn't be caught off guard. The burly cavalry captain reminded everyone, his eyes full of excitement. Right, pass the word down, get ready. While the cavalry captains were rubbing their hands in anticipation of orders in the rear, Kola, who was chasing Elena in front, had reached her back. He was just about to speak to dissuade her, but he didn't expect Elena to strike directly. Father, you didn't keep your word. Do you want me to violate the contract? With an angry shout, Elena pulled a golden great bow from her storage ring while flying. She drew the bowstring to its limit and fired an arrow aimed straight at the core of the golden cloud vortex above the hills. As Duke Bastrat's daughter and an inheritor of the light attribute battle chi lineage, Elena knew that the core of the golden cloud vortex was the energy's weak point in her father's battle technique. Chapter 294 Light Halberd. Miss, you mustn't. Swoosh. Kola's attempt to stop her was met with an arrow full of dookie released from the bowstring. The arrow flashed like lightning. Before anyone could react, a hole was pierced through the massive golden cloud vortex. The buzzing magic tide poured down like a torrential waterfall. From afar, the crowd heard a furious roar, and then they saw the light halberd, condensed with power, suddenly fly out, rumble. Carrying the momentum of crashing thunder, the light halberd traced an arc of light, like a long rainbow across the sky, flying toward Crystal City 100 miles away. The crowd hovered in the air, looking into the distance, where they could faintly see a bubble-like magic barrier lighting up in the direction of Crystal City. The giant light halberd locked onto its target, the city lord's mansion in Crystal City, and arrived in the blink of an eye. Father. Elena's eyes widened in anger. Although that arrow just now had hit a weak point in the golden cloud's power, it only reduced the light arrow's power by 20% and did not change its overall trajectory. From her experience, if this strike hit the city lord's mansion in Crystal City would surely be reduced to rubble, but it would never cause any harm to Alexander. But because of this, they would inevitably face Alexander's retaliation. Elena couldn't imagine what threats she and her family would face from a powerful being capable of teleportation. And she couldn't even blame Alexander for any of it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel even more furious at her father for acting on his own and ignoring her advice. And the members of the Black Gold Cavalry Regiment also underestimated Alexander, truly believing they could sweep him away with a cavalry regiment of a few thousand men. Miss, please don't be impulsive. The Duke has his own arrangements. You are safe now. Kola let out a sigh of relief as he watched the light halberd launch, then hurriedly flew closer to soothe Elena. Safe. Elena laughed out of sheer anger. Looking at his ignorant expression, she sneered. Do you really think Prince Sliming is that easy to deal with? Let me tell you, if he wants revenge, he'll find an opportunity even if my father stays by my side every second. Kola was stunned. Elena didn't look like she was just throwing a tantrum. Rather, she seemed absolutely certain that the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. This left him unsure how to respond for a moment. Ha ha ha, my dear daughter, I saw your archery has improved again, though your power compression still needs work. A hearty laugh approached from afar as Bastrat appeared. From his expression, it was clear he had vented his anger and felt refreshed, completely unaware that he had done something foolish. The Duke is mighty. The cavalry captains who followed closely behind all praised him respectfully. Good. Is everyone ready? Bastrat's gaze swept over his subordinates while he also looked into the distance in the direction the light halberd was flying, waiting for the loud crash of the city falling. Rest assured, Duke, the Black Gold Knights have been suppressed for a long time. The burly cavalry captain patted his chest and said, Father, by doing this, the first victim might be my mother. You don't understand Prince Sliming's abilities at all. Just his teleportation alone would make it impossible for us to defend against him. What? Teleportation? Elena's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Not only did Bastrat's pupils shrink, but the smiles on the faces of everyone around also froze. Rumble. However, before anyone could regain their senses, a brilliant light like the sun lit up in the southwestern sky, followed by a world-shaking explosion. There was an explosion in the direction of Crystal City. My dear daughter, did you just say the little prince can teleport? Isn't that a spell only a 5-star great archmage can cast? Could he be an archmage? Bastrat finally began to realize that Elena's situation was not as simple as he had imagined. He's not an archmage. He's only at the 4-star level for now, but I feel he's even more dangerous than an archmage. Elena watched the light shining from Crystal City, the magic fluctuations twisting and rippling in the sky, mixed with thunder, fire, and frost. She was deeply worried. She didn't know how to respond now, or rather, she didn't know how to face Alexander. Bastrat raised his head again and turned to Kola. Kola, go tell Black Gold Territory to strengthen its defenses, double the mansion guards, and activate the defensive array. At the same time, order the Black Gold Territory Knights to set out immediately. Since this little prince is so dangerous, we must nip him in the bud. Yes. With a determined look, Kola waved his hand, preparing to lead the cavalry captains back to camp to reorganize the troops. But just then, a sharp-eyed cavalry captain suddenly pointed toward Crystal City and exclaimed, My lord, look, what is that monster? The city lord's mansion in Crystal City. Guinevere emerged from the secret room accompanied by Ishuroti, her expression very grim. She had just received a communication from Prince Huosi, informing her that 100 elites from the Golden Knights were currently heading toward Kesulai and would arrive in an hour at most. Yesu, how is the repair of the city's defensive array going? Guinevere's eyes flickered as if she had made a decision. It's almost done. The array modules provided by Alexander are very easy to install. I was already finishing up before I came. Ishuroti was also worried about the Golden Knights taking action against Kesuli, as that was Alexander's base. Tell Alexander the news. If he insists on going back, use a teleportation scroll to send him, Guinevere said, gesturing for Ishuroti to take her to the city defenses. She wanted to personally finish the array. Princess, the one leading the Golden Knights is Thornton, a 5-star dark gold with lightning-based abilities. Even if Alexander has teleportation, he likely won't fare well if he goes back. After all, the level suppression is insurmountable. Ishuroti stopped in her tracks. Guinevere smiled bitterly and shook her head. What else can we do? Anyway, the news came from Prince Hiyoshi. Let him deal with the headache. Our crystal city is currently struggling to protect itself, and it's uncertain when Bastrat will arrive. It's truly a turbulent time. Ishuroti looked at her close friend and fell silent. After a while, she nodded and prepared to take Guinevere to the city defenses. But just then, a sudden, intense sense of crisis made her hair stand on end. It was the warning from an archmage's psychic power. At the same time, the entire crystal city seemed to sense the aura of crisis. The newly deployed defensive array, which had just been finished, was automatically activated in an instant. The mages and knights who were finishing up, as well as the citizens carrying out repairs and rescue work throughout the city, all looked up toward the northwestern sky. There was an extremely blinding spot of light rapidly flying toward Crystal City. It grew faster and larger until finally, the shape of that light spot could be seen with the naked eye. Gods above, what is that? With such a massive light halberd, are we doomed? The citizens of Crystal City, who had just suffered the ravages of war, looked at this sudden apocalyptic scene with both indignation and helplessness. Quick, everyone, defend. This is a 5-star skill. Damn it, why did it come so fast? The mages on the city walls were only stunned for a moment before they immediately realized who was behind this attack. After all, everyone knew about Elena's situation. However, although the people on and below the walls moved quickly, they were not faster than the giant light halberd in the sky. The massive light halberd, 1,000 meters long and 100 meters thick, was like a diving dragon. The air it impacted formed rings of sonic booms, and any clouds within a mile of the light halberd were repelled by invisible energy or assimilated into light. No one doubted that if such a powerful light halberd landed on the castle of Crystal City, it would surely create a massive crater. Could the current Crystal City withstand the skill of a 5-star dark gold great knight? Chapter 295 Intersection. Boom. As people's minds went blank for a brief moment, the giant light halberd finally slammed into the newly repaired city defense formation. Brilliant light erupted like an exploding sun. The newly repaired city defense formation suddenly condensed magic power as water, lightning, dark, and light elements intermingled to form a massive rainbow shield above the castle. However, although this massive rainbow shield looked powerful and dazzling against the 5-star dark gold combat chi light halberd, it was like a child wrestling with an adult. In less than a breath's stalemate, the impact of the giant light halberd was about to pierce through the rainbow shield. A clear sound of breaking glass spread to the ears of everyone in Crystal City. Everyone's racing hearts also shattered along with that breaking sound. It's over. Crystal City's ordeal is not over yet. Princess, use the teleportation scroll quickly. In that brief moment of pause, amid the despair of the people in the city, Ishuroti took the opportunity to urge Guinevere to leave quickly. But Guinevere hesitated at this moment, or rather, she decided to stay. Just as when she had led the subjects of Crystal City to Enchant Town, she would not abandon everyone now. Seeing the airflow impact from the light halberd already causing the castle spires to collapse and the high temperatures evaporating the water molecules in the air, leaving no shadows in any corner of the castle, everyone fell into despair. It seemed as if everyone in the castle would be vaporized by the light halberd in the next second. A dark shadow suddenly appeared above the castle. Just as the giant light halberd was about to pierce that last thin membrane, the dark shadow blocked the tip of the halberd. Clang! A massive bell-like chime rang out. Yet it also sounded like pleasant heavenly music. People could no longer distinguish what sound they heard, but they saw the light emitted by the giant halberd dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a glow stick losing its energy, the halberd's light was receding and dissipating. At the tip of the halberd, a massive dark gold aircraft hovered in the air. The nearly 1,000-meter light halberd was pinned against the 300-meter aircraft. It didn't pierce through. Instead, it felt like a steel needle hitting a steel plate. There was no fluctuation. The dark gold aircraft didn't even seem to feel it, easily neutralizing the massive power using only its metal hull. The sky returned to azure, and people once again felt the breeze on their faces. Someone let out the first cheer, which then triggered a chain reaction. Crystal City was filled with jubilation. Alexander felt the spiritual sublimation flooding into his mental sea and teleported from the aircraft to stand before Guinevere. Seeing she was unhurt, he breathed a sigh of relief. But turning his gaze toward the direction the halberd had come from, his expression darkened. Even though he had expected Elena wouldn't be able to truly persuade Bastrat, he didn't expect the other party to be so resolute. If he hadn't moved the aircraft out just in time, given the power of that light halberd, Crystal City would likely have been finished. Brother, Bastrat's matter isn't actually the most urgent. Prince Hiyoshi just contacted me, saying the Golden Knights have temporarily changed their route and detoured toward Kesuli. Guinevere went straight to the point. What? Seeing Guinevere and Ishiroti's worried looks, Alexander's pupils contracted slightly. The Golden Knights are led by a 5-star dark gold Grand Knight and have terrifying Dragon Knights. With Kesuli's current defensive strength, they are no match at all. That place was his route. He could not allow anything to go wrong. Sister, I'm going to the rescue. Alexander took a deep breath to calm himself. Though the 5-star Dark Gold Grand Knight and Dragon Knights were strong, he wasn't without trump cards. If he could use this opportunity to make these forces surrender, it would be a great opportunity. Alright, I'll have Ishiroti open a long-distance teleport for you. Guinevere nodded and was about to signal Ishiroti to go, but Alexander stopped her with a smile. No need, sister. I'll use this. Half an hour is enough. Alexander smiled at Guinevere and gestured toward the dark gold aircraft. Guinevere was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up as she nodded. If the timing is right, with that power just now, Kessulai will be safe. Be careful. Leave things here to us. The hilly area over 100 miles northwest of Crystal City. Bastrat was looking smugly at his light halberd masterpiece with his subordinates. He didn't care at all about his daughter Alina's reprimands. Instead, he felt a bit of satisfaction, as if he wanted to prove to his daughter that he was strong and could protect his family in his own way. However, just as he saw the direction of Crystal City about to be pierced by the light halberd, a mysterious object suddenly appeared and dispelled the halberd in one blow. As the perpetrator, Bastrat had a connection to it. His near-full power blow was easily dispelled by an unknown object, which meant that object's level was at least 6 stars or higher. This sudden change left him very bewildered for a moment. My lord, that monster seems to be charging at us. Everyone saw it, but no one expected that what was just above Crystal City dispelling the halberd would be in front of them in the next blink of an eye. This speed was terrifying. The 300-meter-long dark gold aircraft was like a giant beast blotting out the sun, looking down upon Bastrat and the others. The massive shadow was like a giant whale suspended in the sky. At this moment, even Bastrat, a 5-star dark gold Grand Knight, felt as small as an ant. The combat chi surging around him was suppressed by an invisible force, like a child facing a giant with no power to resist. Alina, run. Bastrat's face finally changed, and he stood in front of Alina to buy her a chance to use a teleportation scroll, while the other knight captains, led by Kola, protected Bastrat and his daughter in the center. Alina, is this the promise you gave me? Alexander's figure quietly appeared above the aircraft, looking down at the crowd below like a monarch, his tone indifferent and emotionless. Prince Liming, don't misunderstand. Alina grit her teeth and stepped out from behind Bastrat. In fact, after seeing the aircraft's speed, she had given up the thought of running, faced with such speed. Having witnessed the power that just dispelled the light halberd, and adding Alexander's own strength, she didn't think they could escape. Even her father, with the strength of a 5-star dark gold Grand Knight, could not escape. They had no way out. Misunderstanding? Alexander glanced over Bastrat and those cavalry captains, snorting coldly. Crystal City's newly repaired defense formation didn't have time to listen to your misunderstanding. Don't waste my time. 2 paths. Black Gold territory vanishes from the Noah continent, or Black Gold territory submits to me from now on. Submit to you. Hearing Alexander's words, Bastrat's eyebrows shot up, and he was about to flare up. As a 5-star dark gold Grand Knight, he could be killed but not insulted. If not for his concern for Alina, he would definitely have fought to the death. Better to die than surrender. The other cavalry captains also drew their knight swords, standing firmly beside Bastrat, prepared for a fight to the death. Chapter 296 Intimidation. Very well, then I won't waste any more time. Alexander sneered and turned to teleport back to the spacecraft. But at that moment, Alina suddenly shouted, wait, I am willing to submit. Alina. Alexander was taken aback, while Bastrat was so angry he nearly lost control. I am willing to submit. Please spare my family. Ignoring Bastrat's tugging, Alina approached Alexander with a look of determination and slowly knelt on one knee. Alexander's psychic power instantly locked onto her. The sudden turn of events forced him to be cautious. However, sensing that Alina's aura was steady and her emotional fluctuations were normal, it was clear she was being sincere. This actually made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Seeming to sense Alexander's thoughts, Alina looked up and said, I thought it through. Rather than being enslaved by the Mage Tower for my entire life, I would rather take a desperate gamble now. Had I not seen your highness's trump card, I might have still hesitated, but now I feel I cannot miss this opportunity. As she spoke, Alina looked up at the craft above with burning eyes. Meanwhile, Bastrat, who was huffing and puffing nearby, calmed down again upon hearing his daughter's words. An alchemical artifact of 6 stars or higher, regardless of whether Alexander had crafted it himself, represented a level of strength at 6 stars or above as long as it could be controlled. This was an absolute power that could crush a 5-star archmage, an existence capable of going toe-to-toe with a 6-star Saint Archmage. Currently, the strongest branch president of the Lance Empire's Major Tower, Archmage Tycho Dios, was only a 5-star archmage. In other words, with Alexander's current strength, he could completely sweep through the Empire. Ever since joining the Major Tower's Golden Knights, Alina had been tempted by power and had a seed planted within her. She had long since regretted it but had never found a way to remove it. Now, seeing that Alexander possessed the power of a Saint Archmage, a flicker of hope was rekindled within her. However, due to the contract, she could not speak of it. Very well, I will trust you once more, but the condition is that you must persuade them. I'll give you half a day. Give me your answer before sunset. Alexander was concerned about the situation in Kessulai. He now believed that Bastrat would not dare to act out again, and if he could truly win over the Bastrat father and daughter along with the Black Gold territory, it would be purely beneficial for him. All right, I agree. Alina was also very decisive, and at the same time, a different light appeared in her eyes. Alexander spoke no further. His gaze swept indifferently over the crowd before he returned to the craft. With a thought, he activated the Origin Stone, and in the next second, the craft vanished before everyone as if passing through a ripple in space. Phew, so strong. Just what is that alchemical artifact? The pressure it emitted made it hard for me to breathe. The burly cavalry captain watched the disappearing craft, swallowing hard as sweat broke out on his forehead. I don't know, but that speed was incredible, faster than lightning. The other cavalry captains also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Bastrat stared solemnly at the craft as it turned into a black dot in his field of vision. His eyesight was much stronger than the others. Even so, he only saw a blurry afterimage moving rapidly. Judging by his experience, this craft was definitely an artifact of 6 stars or higher. It seems the Empire is truly about to undergo a great upheaval. Murmuring to himself, Bastrat felt a sense of powerlessness. The North, Kesialai, the unit belonging to Augusta, the commander of the Southern Legion responsible for staying behind to guard the area, had now entered an emergency state of combat readiness. Based on reports from the front and orders personally transmitted by Alexander, Augusta already knew the gravity of the situation. Kesialai and its surrounding territories, Giant Axe Fortress, Golden Sands Territory, and Tulip Territory, had also entered an emergency state of combat readiness. The defensive barriers were running at full capacity, and airships were conducting high-altitude reconnaissance. All soldiers ascended the city walls, and the inhabitants were being rapidly evacuated and hidden. Half of the north was as tense as a bowstring, and the entire Kesialai town was in a state of chaotic turmoil. Commander, the target has been spotted. They are less than 800 li from Kesialai and are expected to arrive within an hour. The messenger ran in hurriedly to report. Has the evacuation of the inhabitants been completed? Has Madame Barrowman's family been settled? Augusta looked grave as he watched the images sent back by the airship on the clairvoyance mirror. The pressure brought by the Dragon Knights of the Golden Knights made it difficult to breathe. Even through the mirror, everything has been arranged. However, the messenger hesitated. However, what? Augusta's eyes were like knives. Commander, it's the arsenal. The dwarves are unwilling to enter the shelters. They are requesting to join the battle. Nonsense. Everyone knew that the reason why the development of Kesialai and the North was so extraordinary was due to the mechanical forging technology of the dwarves and goblins. They were the treasures of the Empire. Not a single one could be lost. It was absolutely impossible for them to join the battle. Go tell them that this is His Highness's order. If they wish to defy it, they can take it up with His Highness himself. Augusta spoke with finality, then left the main camp and flew toward the town's city wall. With only 1 hour left, the town was facing a catastrophe. Although he didn't believe the enemy would truly slaughter everyone, it was certain that irreparable damage would be caused. And since Alexander could not make it back in time, Augusta was the only 4-star powerhouse guarding all of Kesialai. Facing the Empire's strongest knight order led by a 5-star Dark Gold Grand Knight, he had no confidence at all. He was even prepared to go down in a blaze of glory. Explosives. If the enemy truly intended to massacre the city, he would have no choice but to risk everything. The important personnel had already been transferred, thanks to the convenience of the teleportation arrays and trains. With the experience from the previous Great Flood, even though things were frantic, the results of the evacuation were satisfactory. Ascending the city wall and looking at the soldiers already in their positions, a hint of sadness flashed in Augusta's eyes, but it instantly turned into determination. As an orc warrior, he was born for the battlefield, especially when serving a wise lord like Alexander. Commander, all personnel are in position, and the mage unit is ready. Shall we issue the final warning? The boar warrior Eobano, who wore a nose ring and had grown even stronger, hurried over to meet Augusta upon seeing him. His 2 sons had accompanied Alexander to Crystal City, so being stationed here now, he was less burdened by worries than others. How is the state of the soldiers? Is anyone feeling demoralized? Augusta glanced at the activation of the magic arrays, his gaze falling on the mage units stationed at each array base. Rest assured, Commander, every member of the Southern Legion is a qualified warrior. Pledging loyalty to His Highness and protecting our Kesialai is our duty and our destiny. Eobano puffed out his chest, his aura erupting. He was faintly on the verge of breaking through to 4 stars. Very well. No matter what kind of enemy tries to take advantage of us, they've come to the wrong place. This land belongs to His Highness Alexander, and we are His Highness Alexander's warriors. Loyalty, sacrifice, glory, bravery. As soon as Augusta finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers responded spontaneously. Their good days had only just begun. Under Alexander's leadership, on this land full of peace and vitality, they had found their home and would witness happiness in the future. They would never allow anyone, not even a 5-star Dark Gold Grand Knight, Dragon Knights, or the Golden Knights, to take it. They were not afraid and would fight to the death. Issue the warning. If they ignore it and enter our range, fire immediately. Yes. Chapter 297 Resistance. The Golden Knight's airship. Thornton stood on the deck, overlooking the towns and fields below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Commander, I didn't expect this Prince Sliming to be so capable. It's truly incredible that he managed to govern the North like this in just 1 year. Looking at the towns below, even the villages were built with cement walls and houses. There were various magic water purification arrays, medical arrays, as well as alchemical rails and cement roads laid out in the towns. In the larger towns, one could even vaguely see teleportation arrays. All of this drew the attention of Conrad and all the other members of the Golden Knights, especially upon seeing the transport capacity of the trains and public buses, and the flow of people. Even the largest market in the royal city could not compare to a small town here. It's a pity he shouldn't have opposed the major tower. Thornton watched the warning signals emitted by magical light orbs flickering in the distant clouds. A playful smirk curled on his lips as he said, "It seems they won't be captured without a fight, but that's fine. Let them learn the prestige of the Golden Knights." As he spoke, under everyone's gaze, Thornton casually drew the combat blade at his waist and made a light slash through the air in front of him. Crackle. Arc after arc of electricity suddenly gathered into a lightning ball at the tip of the blade. As the blade swept through, the lightning ball flew 100 miles in the blink of an eye, growing larger and larger until it struck the airship emitting warnings in the distant clouds. Boom. A blinding flash of lightning flared, and the 100-meter-long airship was instantly turned to charcoal. Charred wood fragments, smelling of smoke, drifted everywhere in the wind. Several flashes of light flickered as mages activated some sort of array to flee with survivors. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants and trash. Commander, let us dragon riders go have some fun. A dragon rider licked his scarlet lips, a bloodthirsty light bursting from his pupils. The other dragon riders were also eager to try, and their massive flying dragons let out earth-shaking roars, longing to vent the tyranny in their hearts. Fine, but our time is precious. Don't delay our main objective. Thornton nodded indifferently, completely disregarding Kessulai. Instead, he gazed toward the eternal winter mountains at the edge of the north. Rest assured, milord, with just one charge, we can make Kessulai vanish from the continent. The dragon rider patted his chest in guarantee. Then, with a whistle, he shook his dragon lance and urged his giant dragon to accelerate forward. The giant dragons behind him roared and followed closely, darkening the sky for a moment. Commander, if we destroy Kessulai, do you think climbing will rush over? Conrad leaned toward Thornton, feeling uneasy. Hey, not to mention Bastrat is looking for trouble with him right now. Even if he could make it, what could he do? Thornton smiled arrogantly and prepared to return to the cabin. But just then, a powerful magical light suddenly flared from the direction of Kessulai. It was as if violent magical elements were surging across the entire northern horizon. Boom, boom, boom. Massive pillars of magical light shot through the sky, crashing into the Dragon Rider battalion. The team that had been clamoring and charging wildly was instantly halted as if they had hit a steel plate. The power of the fine-tuned magic ballista was by no means inferior to the combat strength of a 4-star Dragon Rider. At this moment, the dense fire was like armor-piercing shells, wreaking havoc through the Dragon Rider battalion. Basin-sized scales accompanied by golden blood splashed everywhere in the sky. There were roars and bellows as dragon lances condensed battle chi to resist the impact of the ballista light pillars. The magical elements between heaven and earth were thrown into complete chaos. What? They dare to resist? Seeing the sudden scene, not only did Thornton's expression turn grim, but Conrad beside him also found it unbelievable. One must know they were the Golden Knights, the strongest combat force of the Imperial Major Tower. Wherever they went, even if people didn't kneel to welcome them, it was common for people to disarm, surrender, and let themselves be slaughtered. He hadn't expected a tiny place like Kessulai, without even the prince present, to take the initiative to attack. This was simply against all common sense. Conrad, go give them a lesson and make them quiet down. Thornton signaled with his eyes and remained on the deck. Though his gaze toward Kessulai had turned sharp, Conrad took the order and his figure blurred as he soared into the air, floating toward the sky above Kessulai like a dark cloud. As a 5-star dark attribute Great Knight, he was very happy to carry out this kind of noob-stomping task, especially in front of Thornton and the Dragon Riders. This was the best time to increase his prestige and solidify his reputation. Once this mission in the Eternal Winter Mountains is over, Thornton will likely be transferred to the Major Tower's main headquarters. I must make sure to seize the vacant commander position. A distance of several hundred miles was not short for ordinary knights or even 4-star knights. But in the eyes of Dragon Riders and 5-star Dark Gold Great Knights, it was only a matter of minutes. Even if the person couldn't arrive immediately, their battle chi attacks could. Burning dragon flames gathered into a massive array. Although Kessulai's fire had caught them off guard, it had also successfully enraged them. The Dragon Riders group attack, Dragon Flame Descent, gathered all the dragon flames into a massive fire dragon to deliver a devastating strike to the target, with power comparable to a 5-star Dark Gold rank. The air steamed and distorted from the array of gathered dragon flames. A 1,000-meter-long dragon flowing with lava crawled out like a beast escaping a hellish prison. Its massive, sharp dragon claws stepped on the void, making the entire space tremble. Sizzling hot lava dripped down, seemingly burning through the air. Roar! The giant dragon roared at the sky, venting its delight and ferocity. Its cold vertical pupils instantly locked onto Kessulai. With a flap of its wings, it glided and charged over, creating a series of sonic booms that left people's minds dazed. Following closely behind, Conrad, hidden in the dark clouds, also condensed 2 black battle chi vortexes in his hands. They were like whirlpools of black ink. Just one look at them made one feel as if their soul was about to be pulled out and crushed. HMPH. Let these natives of Kessulai see that the consequence of offending us Dragon Riders is destruction. As the Dragon Riders watched their ultimate move approach Kessulai, the fire from Kessulai falling on the giant dragon was like an itch being scratched. Although the fine-tuned thunder crossbow cannon had reached the peak of 4-star power, it ultimately could not cross the 5-star threshold. For a 1,000-meter dragon, it still couldn't break through the defense. Even if some magic weapons with attribute advantages could damage the dragon, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket because the dragon was too large. It was no wonder the Dragon Riders were arrogant. They were, after all, the representatives of the Empire's highest combat power. They had the right to be arrogant. At this moment, on the city walls of Kessulai, Augusta's expression was unusually calm. When the bombardment began, his previous solemnity actually dissipated. Fearing a strong enemy was useless. Fighting for the Lord was the honor of a warrior. Moreover, Kessulai was now the home for him and his clansmen. Even if he died in battle, the Lord provided generous pensions and various policies to favor the families of the fallen. So he was now at peace. Even if he died in battle, he could set an example for his clansmen. Fire. Attack with everything at all costs. The city stands as long as we do. The Dragon Riders were visibly growing larger in the distance. Augusta knew that with his strength, a charge would be like an ant trying to stop a carriage. So holding the position was currently the best strategy. Commander, they're using a big move. At this time, a nearby guard pointed at the battle chi array slowly condensing within the Dragon Rider formation. A 1,000-meter-long giant dragon roared out, its voice shaking the heavens as it pounced toward them. Brothers, for His Highness, for Kessulai, fight to the death. Augusta stared intently at the pouncing dragon. He could feel the surging, violent dragon flames. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped onto the city wall to lead by example, facing the dragon head-on. Loyalty, sacrifice, glory. All the soldiers became excited, their faces solemn as they gripped their steel spears. For a moment, the world seemed to go quiet, leaving only the mechanical sounds of triggers being pulled and the heavy thuds of cannon breaches closing. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da. Chapter 298. 1,000 miles of frozen land. Roar. A massive lava dragon descended upon the walls of Kesuli like a meteorite from beyond the heavens. Like a giant looking down at a model of a moving castle, it opened its bloody maw, and searing lava poured out like the Milky Way cascading down, spraying toward the wall's defensive barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the lava touched the defensive barrier, the entire town shuddered. Immediately, the peak 4-star defensive barrier emitted cracking sounds, like glass expanding and fracturing. In less than 3 breaths, the barrier collapsed with a bang. The flood-like lava poured down, surging and eroding along the wall's walkways. Ah! My face. Oh no. It's on fire. Quick, put it out. Block it. Don't let it flow into the town. My leg. You bastard. I'll kill you. In an instant, the city walls were in shambles. Looking at the soldiers in the sea of fire, Augusta's eyes nearly split from rage. Magic had lost its effect at this moment. It wasn't that the attributes couldn't counter it, but simply that their levels were being crushed. Bastard. Die. With a thunderous roar, Augusta flew out and lunged at the lava dragon. The searing air currents and violent dragon pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. But even so, he gritted his teeth and glared, using all the strength of his life to launch a frenzied attack against the dragon. The lava dragon looked contemptuously at this ant scratching its itch, completely unconcerned. Instead, its eyes turned toward the lava flowing into the town, admiring the bricks and soil being turned into orange soup. Roar. The lava dragon let out an excited low growl. The wings on its back suddenly flapped, and 2 tornadoes carrying sharp wind blades tore through the Kesuli walls like iron plows, wreaking havoc across the streets. Houses were sent flying, trees were snapped, and everything was left in ruins. Beast, concentrate all firepower. Aim for the dragon's head. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery adjusted their angles and fired a volley at the lava dragon's head. Although it remained impervious to damage, it prevented the dragon from opening its eyes, causing it to raise its sharp claws to strike at the blisters on the wall below. Hee hee hee, a bunch of ants still daring to resist. Die, all of you. At the same time, a mass of dark clouds floated over the town, and 2 dark energy orbs descended while spinning. The orbs weren't large, only about the size of footballs, but they looked as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The surrounding space seemed to be pulled by these 2 sudden black energy orbs, drawn toward their cores. Watch out. It's the devouring battle chi vortex. Augusta heard that snickering laugh and turned his head to see the black energy orbs. His expression changed wildly. Devouring battle chi belonged to the dark element. It didn't look particularly powerful, but its danger was immense. If light element mages focused on direct destruction and purification, then the dark element focused on erosion, and it was as difficult to remove as maggots on a bone. One look at the interior of those 2 energy orbs revealed a hidden, extremely potent corrosive power. Given Kesuli's current situation, once this power invaded, the entire city would be like a plague. It would never stop until it had eroded the very last life. Commander, attacking is useless. What do we do? Commander, leave this to us. Go to the rear and check the deployments. Seeing their artillery and magic land on the lava dragon's head and the dark energy orbs without even causing a splash, the soldiers knew in their hearts that they were likely finished this time. Rather than everyone perishing here, it was better to leave behind some surviving forces. Augusta's expression was grotesque. By now, his armor had been eroded into 1,000 holes by the searing lava, and much of his blonde hair was scorched, with sparks still visible. He understood the soldiers' intentions, but his attacking movements didn't pause for a second. As a warrior of the Mastiff clan, the concept of abandoning his subordinates to flee was not in his dictionary. If his attack power wasn't enough to damage the enemy, then he would just put in more effort and risk his life against them. The scene suddenly became tragic. The soldiers fell silent, but they also became enraged. They knew that Augusta had shown them through his actions what they should do next. There was no retreat, and there was no way back. The only path was to kill. Rat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery, gunfire, magic, and the explosions of barrels of gunpowder being thrown covered everything. Kesuli was already a sea of fire. The number of soldiers was rapidly decreasing, while in the distance, the Golden Knights and the Dragon Rider Battalion were drawing closer and closer. They approached like a dense flock of crows, blotting out the sun. It's really over, Your Highness. I've done my best. Augusta's entire body was emitting small flames, and the blisters from the burns on his face had burst. Even though he had activated his healing module, the damage speed of the lava dragon crushed the speed of healing. The massive level suppression had long since overdrawn Augusta's physical strength. His vision was now somewhat blurred. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants still trying to struggle. Die, all of you. By this time, the dragon riders had finally followed the lava dragon onto the walls of Kesuli. With a wild laugh from the dragon rider captain, they actually began to condense their battle chi again, preparing to summon a second lava dragon. Everyone felt despair at this moment. One lava dragon plus a 5-star dark gold great knight had already left them overwhelmed. Now that another was coming, they could already see the Grim Reaper's scythe. Loyalty, bravery, sacrifice, glory. It was unknown who on the wall first shouted their heart's cry, but soon everyone followed, not just the soldiers and mages, but also the civilians who had volunteered to stay and help with logistics. They were all shouting the Knight's Creed. Hee hee hee. Is this the final struggle of the commoners? Break their spines and let them know that might is the only truth. The dragon rider captain sneered contemptuously. He shook his dragon lance and led the riders to accelerate their battle chi output. On the airship behind them, Thornton's gaze was still fixed on the eternal winter mountains in the distance, as if he could see through the mountains to lock onto his target. He didn't care at all about Kesiulai's stubborn resistance. Roar. Finally, the second lava dragon roared out from the Battle Chi formation. Its nearly 1,000-meter-long lava body hung over Kesiulai like a collapsing volcano. Even from a great distance, one could feel the crisis that Kesiulai would be annihilated in an instant. No one doubted that the moment this second lava dragon attacked would be the moment Kesiulai completely vanished from the continent. Even Guinevere, watching through the clairvoyance mirror in Crystal City, and Brian and Cecily in the Ulco Empire's palace, had sweaty palms. However, at this very moment, an imperceptible speck of white light appeared on the horizon. Then, that white light was seen expanding rapidly, as if wrapping around the entire Kesiulai defensive barrier, condensing into an ice dome. The originally blazing lava turned into stone the moment this ice dome appeared. The soldiers, who had felt like they were in a furnace just moments ago, couldn't help but shiver, frozen for 1,000 miles. Who is it? Feeling the fluctuations of 5-star battle chi, the Dragon Rider captain's pupils constricted. He looked toward the northern mountains of Kesiulai, where a blurry figure could be faintly seen, though its exact appearance was unclear due to the distance. Roar. The roars emitted by the two lava dragons this time clearly carried emotions of shock and anger, and their claws were visibly frozen. Augusta and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know who had come to their aid, the pressure on Kesiulai had eased. HMPH, a rat hiding its head and showing its tail on the Golden Knight's airship. Thornton's gaze finally wavered as he looked toward the northern slopes of Kesiulai. Simultaneously, the war blade at his waist was drawn, and a lightning strike slashed through space, arriving before that blurry figure in the blink of an eye. Chapter 299 Instant Kill. Crack. Boom. The thunderlight slash shattered the figure in one blow, like shattering glass, but anyone with a keen eye could tell that the person's aura remained unharmed. Ice Crystal Clone. Thornton's eyes flickered with purple lightning as he searched around. Although the opponent was also 5-star, he was confident he could crush them. However, it was clear this person was hiding their head and showing their tail, unwilling to reveal themselves. At this moment, Galates, lurking in a mountain puddle, had traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Thornton's lightning element countered her to some extent. If she weren't currently in her half-elf state, that blow just now would have likely cost her half her life. Your Highness, I've done my best. Thornton is simply too powerful. Kesiulai is probably finished. Galates slowly regulated her breathing to blend her body into nature. She didn't even dare to heal her wounds, fearing that fluctuations in magic power would alert the opponent. She could only look helplessly at Kesiulai below the mountain. She couldn't expose herself, or else Prince Huos's escape from Dragon Mountain would immediately draw attention from all sides. HMPH, Conrad, stop playing around. We're short on time. After searching around and finding no target, Thornton glared impatiently at Conrad, who was hiding in the dark clouds. He had a premonition that the old fellows in the Eternal Winter Mountains probably already knew of their arrival and were waiting for them to walk into a trap. Don't worry, Captain, I'll give them a quick end right now. Conrad retracted the dark clouds upon hearing this and hovered above Kesiulai. His hands were as black as ink, and a massive black orb continuously expanded and solidified, like a beating demon's heart, giving off a cold and deathly aura. Dark energy fluctuated continuously in the air, as if the vitality of all of Kesiulai was being rapidly drained. Augusta and the others, who had just escaped a disaster, fell into despair once again. They knew that in the face of such a massive power gap, whether it was brute force or strategy, it was all in vain. Their only path was to prove their resolve with death. Who gave you the courage? Attacking Kesiulai is an act of rebellion against the Empire. You are already sentenced to death. Just as Augusta and the others were prepared to sacrifice themselves heroically, and as the black orb in Conrad's hand was about to be thrown, a voice abruptly rang out from above everyone's heads. Even Thornton, standing on the deck of the airship not far away, frowned. If it hadn't been for the person's shout, even he wouldn't have noticed. Who? Everyone looked up to see a massive dark gold aircraft slowly descending from the clouds. A heroic figure looked down from above, framed by the sunlight. His Highness. It's His Highness. God bless us. His Highness has actually come to save us. Waves of golden power of faith flooded into his mind like a tide. Looking at the ruined territory town and the dead and wounded soldiers, the fire in Alexander's heart was already burning fiercely. I wondered who it was. So the third prince has arrived. The dark orb in Conrad's hand was almost fully condensed. He now released his control, letting the orb slowly fall toward Kesiulai. This scene didn't just infuriate Alexander, it also made the eyes of Augusta and the others shrink. This was a direct slap to Alexander's face. Looking at the Dragon Knights and Thornton on the airship, they all had looks of schadenfreude, not taking Alexander seriously at all. Even if they couldn't guess why Alexander had suddenly appeared, everyone could still feel that Alexander only had the fluctuations of 4-star strength. Thus, the consensus among all members of the Golden Knights was that he was not a threat. Die. With a thought, Alexander locked his gaze on Conrad. The massive aircraft behind him suddenly flickered and crashed into Conrad like a teleportation. Conrad was originally feeling smug, even with a hint of provocation in his eyes. But when the massive dark gold aircraft crashed toward him at a speed beyond his comprehension, he found that his body was unable to move. The surrounding air seemed to trap him like a quagmire, and his expression changed drastically. What's happening? Why can't I move? The massive dark gold shadow was already pressing against his forehead. The suffocating pressure and the impact of the massive object's inertia caused his face and hair to twist, and the strong wind of the impact even tore at the flesh on his body. But his body didn't have time to dodge PFFT. Like a splash of water, or like a small flower, Conrad was like a small flower by the roadside before the massive dark gold aircraft, easily crushed to pieces, with not even a speck remaining. Before anyone could react, the dark gold aircraft flashed again, piercing through the bodies of two lava dragons nearby. Like brilliant fireworks, They turned into dust with two bangs. Instant kill. Am I seeing things? A dead silence fell over the world. August and the others were completely stunned. Just moments ago, they had been tormented nearly to death by these two lava dragons, and Conrad had caused them unbearable pain. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were instantly killed by the arriving third prince, Alexander. The contrast was so great that they couldn't react for a moment. On the other side, Thornton on the airship and the dragon knights circling around were also staring wide-eyed. It wasn't because of Conrad's death, nor the fall of the two lava dragons, but because this scene seemed too incredible. It was like a needle popping a soap bubble. After all, Conrad was a 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight and the vice captain of the Golden Knights, and the two lava dragons also represented the combined power of the Dragon Riders. Now, they had been so easily wiped out by the opponent. Not only could Thornton not do it, but even the branch president of the royal capital Major Tower, Archmage Tycho, couldn't have done it personally. This is simply impossible. Everyone screamed in their hearts, but the facts were right before their eyes, forcing them to believe. Retreat. Thornton was the first to react. In fact, the very first moment Alexander drove the Dark Gold aircraft to attack, he had felt the terror of this thing, a level-crushing terror. Even when facing branch president Tycho, he hadn't felt such terror. Perhaps only at the Major Tower headquarters had he had a similar feeling. What? The surrounding Golden Knights members thought their ears were playing tricks on them. Captain Thornton didn't even have the thought of engaging in combat and directly ordered a retreat. How is this possible? However, in the next moment, Thornton's figure was the first to vanish from where he stood, and what greeted the others was the massive hull of the Dark Gold aircraft, PFFT. With a light impact, the originally sturdy and luxurious golden airship was reduced to debris. The members on the airship who hadn't come to their senses also went to meet their gods. Run fast. In an instant, people finally reacted, and the Dragon Knights also scattered like birds and beasts. The one-sided crushing attack instantly reversed positions. August immediately ordered his subordinates to open fire and pursue the retreating enemies. Alexander, however, stopped his movements. It wasn't that he didn't want to eliminate these people, but the aircraft's consumption was too great. The energy of the Greystone was nearly depleted, and he couldn't squander it anymore. Though such a trump card was powerful, it should be used more for deterrence. As a means of attack, it was too wasteful unless he had a steady stream of Greystone. Hooray! Long live His Highness! The surviving soldiers and subjects cheered excitedly, once again channeling tsunami-like spiritual sublimation and power of faith to Alexander. But Alexander was not happy in his heart. Instead, he suppressed his anger and issued one order after another for emergency rescue. At the same time, he led from the front, using his psychic power to conduct search and rescue operations. Chapter 305 Star Mine. At the same moment, Guinevere in Crystal City finally relaxed her tense body. Kessilai had suffered heavy casualties, but it was saved by Alexander in the end. Watching Thornton flee in such a wretched state, Guinevere finally felt a sense of confidence in her heart. Princess, now that Thornton has fled, I fear no one in the entire Lance Empire can stop the third prince. Although I shouldn't be happy, I still want to offer my congratulations. Ishuroti exclaimed sincerely. As an archmage who had seen countless wars, she knew that only strength mattered. Losses among the commoners were inevitable. Only when a lord was truly powerful could they better protect their subjects in the future. Otherwise, empty talk of benevolence was nothing but a joke. Indeed, if Alexander can maintain this kind of power, I look forward to the future of the empire. Guinevere's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The imperial palace in the capital of the Ulku Empire. Incredible. Simply incredible. Orion watched the scene of the emergency rescue through the clairvoyance mirror in shock, but his mind was still replaying the image of Thornton fleeing just moments ago. Too strong. The power of that aircraft is too strong. A 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight is like an ant before it. Father, we are still friends now. Cecily's gaze was deep, but her heart was pounding like a drum. She secretly glanced in the direction of Holy Fire City, feeling a lingering fear. It was fortunate that they had chosen to cooperate with Alexander back then, otherwise, they would likely be finished by now. With an existence that could crush a 5-star Great Knight, combined with the relentless pressure from the Orc Empire, the Ulku Empire would definitely be carved up. Quick, notify Harvey immediately. Tell him to dispatch a rescue team at once and provide full support in terms of supplies. Baran snapped back to reality and made a decisive decision. They hadn't provided support before, but they couldn't fall behind now. He had to pay special attention to such an ally. Rest assured, father, I will make the trip personally. Cecily stood up abruptly. Go ahead. Take my sincerity with you. East Bay. Bubbles rose from the seabed. A figure flashed and submerged into the sea. There was a massive illusion array there. Airships lay dormant on the seabed like quiet mantis shrimp. On the deck of one of the airships, Prince Huosi held a glass of red wine. Looking up at the figure flying down from above. Your Highness, I have returned. In the blink of an eye, the figure landed in front of Prince Huosi. It was Pilates, who had previously used the 1,000-mile ice seal. At this moment, she had retracted her elven bloodline and returned to her wheat-colored skin, though her face was slightly pale from a minor injury. You've worked hard. Prince Huosi nodded. He hadn't expected Alexander to have such a trump card, an aircraft above 6 stars. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be that thing from the bottom of the lake in Linchantown. He really didn't know how his younger brother managed to drive it. It seems our plan can be slightly adjusted. With Alexander guarding the empire, it should be fine. Why don't we go have some fun in the east? Prince Huosi took a sip of red wine and said meaningfully, Does your Highness mean to go there? Pilates looked up abruptly. Seeing the smile on Prince Huosi's lips, she felt a surge of yearning. Sal, Carter, you two stay behind. Tell Alexander about the seeds and the secret medicine. Everyone else set off for Dragon Spirit Island. Yes. After a week of recuperation, Kessilai regained its vitality. Although 300 warriors had died in battle, Fortunately, Augusta had managed the situation well. The subjects were given maximum protection, and with Alexander's timely arrival, the losses in Kesuli were minimized. On the day of the incident, Cecily and Harvey had also brought personnel and supplies to assist, providing the greatest possible compensation. Alexander did not blame the two for this. After all, anyone facing the pressure of the Golden Knights would be timid. It was already good enough that they hadn't kicked them while they were down. After seeing off Cecily and Harvey, Alexander inspected Kesuli and the surrounding territories. In particular, he personally tested the aircraft that had officially entered production at the military factory. He also gave orders to begin recruiting pilots. That day, Alexander headed to the Great Rift Valley in the Howling Sand Sea. The progress of mining the 4-star mining area had improved significantly with the introduction of fuel engines and pneumatic wind pickaxe equipment. The mining speed was no longer what it used to be. The reason Alexander wanted to inspect it personally was not only because he hadn't visited Parker City and Pangbao for a long time, but also because, after mining in the Great Rift Valley, they discovered traces of a 5-star mineral vein deep within the fire lizard nest. This was information obtained after Mosika tamed the fire lizard leader. "Your Highness, the Great Rift Valley is ahead. Let's go down." Niue steered the airship, looking at the pitch-black chasm stretching across the sand sea beneath his feet, and asked for instructions. "Good. Let's go down." At this moment, Alexander's spiritual sea was full again. The critical point for breaking through to 5 stars was likely just a day or two away, so he was somewhat impatient to discover the 5-star mineral vein. He knew that with a 5-star mineral vein, combined with the magic array fusion skill, he would be able to build an army that could crush the Golden Knights. In that case, not to mention the Lance Empire, he could sweep across the entire Noah continent. When that time came, if he wanted peace and wanted people to live happy lives, he would have to become the one who set the rules. "King, you have finally come." Alexander got off the airship and walked down the stairs into the Great Rift Valley. Heading to the bottom, Mosika had been waiting there for a long time. At this moment, after the evolution of the soul magic array, the horns on Mosika's head and the scales on her body had long since disappeared. She had returned to the appearance of a half-elf girl, and her level had reached 4 stars. Looking at Mosika's excited and very well-behaved appearance, Alexander smiled and nodded, saying, "Well done. You have earned another merit for discovering the 5-star mineral vein." He. "Thank you for the praise, King. Our clan's great elder is already waiting inside, and they are also very grateful to you." Mosika led the way. Alexander had long wanted to meet the elven elder Mosika spoke of. He had asked Pangbao before. Although Mosika's clan were half-elves, they did not have the ability to summon spirits. They only possessed some psychic abilities, similar to Mosika's beast taming. However, Alexander did not mean to discriminate against Mosika's clan because of this. On the contrary, he himself was also a half-elf, which made him feel even closer to them. All the way down the Great Rift Valley, electric lights were used everywhere. These had replaced torches after they obtained fuel engines and generators. The water pipes and air exchange systems both used design concepts from his previous life. The only drawback was the dust problem. Magic could not be used for cleaning in the magic forbidden field, and the dust and powder produced by mining made it difficult for people to breathe, even while wearing masks. However, fortunately, they could set up cleaning magic arrays and medical arrays outside. Miners could receive free cleaning and medical treatment every day after work, making their health condition even better than that of ordinary people. All their way down, the miners stopped their work to greet Alexander enthusiastically, but more often they came forward to kneel and thank Alexander for giving them work and food. Alexander was gratified by this, but at the same time, his heart felt heavy. The workers' enthusiasm made him feel that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. He had the responsibility and obligation to let them live better and happier lives. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the title of Lord. The spiritual sea is saturated. I'm afraid I could break through at any time. Looking at his spiritual sea, which was already full and saturated, Alexander let out a breath inwardly, very much looking forward to the abilities he would gain upon advancing to 5 stars. "King, our clan's great elder Kanbu is over there." As Mosika led the way into a hidden cave, she pointed toward an elderly man with full silver hair, nearly 70 years old, among several people around a small pool inside the cave. "Great elder, the king is here." Hearing Mosika's call, the few people who were studying and communicating by the pool turned around simultaneously. Among them, the elderly man, whose eyes were like an abyss, could not help but show a ripple in his abyssal gaze when he saw Alexander walking over. Chapter 301 The Origin of the Raw Stone. Hard work, everyone. Alexander's smile was like a spring breeze, his attitude approachable, and his psychic power spread out, making people feel warm. He had heard Mosika say before that the entrance to the 5-star ore vein was beneath this pool, but the water there was extremely corrosive. In a field where magic couldn't be used, only magical beasts with special abilities could enter the water to mine the 5-star ore vein. So, for these past few days, several elders from Mosika's tribe had become free labor. Walking forward quickly, Alexander enthusiastically shook hands with several elders. Although the elders didn't understand the meaning of a handshake, they could clearly feel Alexander's goodwill. The elders, including the great elder, felt overwhelmed by the favor. Waves of spiritual sublimation poured into Alexander's spiritual sea. With a pop, the shackles were broken, and he advanced to the 5-star rank. "Your Highness, we have long heard that you are approachable and love your people like your own children." Although Mosika confirmed it before, we are only now experiencing it for ourselves. Great Elder Kanbu sighed with emotion. A warm current emerged in his abyss-like eyes, feeling that the efforts of these days were worth it. "Yes, with your Highness's protection, our tribe will surely get better and better." The other elders echoed. "Thank you for your trust, elders. Kesuli will surely treat everyone equally." Alexander nodded solemnly. Now was not the time to study his level increase, so he followed Great Elder Kanbu to a corner of the cave where the 5-star ore was stacked. However, as he walked over, Alexander's peripheral vision inadvertently caught a string of beads worn on the Great Elder's wrist. One of the largest, a grey bead like a glass marble, made Alexander's heart skip a beat. Grey stone, does your highness like this? As a half-elf, Great Elder Kanbu's perception was very sensitive. Of course, the grey stone was indeed a stimulus for the current Alexander, so it was inevitable that he would lose his composure. Seeing the Great Elder take the initiative to remove the grey stone bead string, Alexander did not take it but asked seriously, Great Elder Kanbu, may I ask where you got this grey stone? This, Great Elder Kanbu nodded and sighed slightly. This was brought back from the Elven world by our tribe's ancestor. If your highness likes it, just take it. As he spoke, a flash of reluctance crossed Great Elder Kanbu's eyes, but he still handed it over. Alexander smiled and waved his hand, saying, Great Elder, you misunderstand. I just want to know the origin of this stone. Great Elder Kanbu was stunned and seemed to examine him for a moment. His eyes became a bit more friendly as he said, Your Highness, according to our ancestors' oral account, this stone is called an origin stone. It is a treasure produced in the Elven world and possesses extraordinary energy. However, this energy is very special and cannot be driven by just anyone. If you want the source of this origin stone, we are also powerless. Elven world. Alexander almost subconsciously thought of Pang Bao. If he could really obtain origin stones from the Elven world, then Pang Bao would definitely be the best guide. At that time, he could more fully utilize the power of the aircraft. After all, having broken through to the 5-star rank, the power he could exert would only be stronger. By then, he could completely contend with the Major Tower, and even against that old fellow in the Eternal Winter Mountains, he would have some confidence. The future of the entire Northland, and even the Lance Empire, would develop for the better. Great Elder, thank you for the information. It is very important to me. But for now, let's look at the quality of these 5-star ores first. Alexander was happy. He walked to the 5-star ore sealed in the treasure chest and gently opened it. A wave of cold air hit his face, making him shudder involuntarily. If he hadn't reached the 5-star rank at this moment, this alone would have probably frozen his hair. Be careful, Your Highness. Great Elder Kanbu's warning was a bit slow, but seeing that Alexander was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, this 5-star ore has an extreme cold attribute. It has been soaked under the yin waters of that cold pool for hundreds of thousands of years. Although it has been mined, the yin cold energy within it is enough to instantly freeze the mana of a 4-star archmage. That's right, Your Highness. For the mining, we relied on our tribe's 4-star Blackwater Alligator Turtle's own special mysterious ice attribute to mine it successfully. Although the quantity is small, we did our best. An elder nearby nodded in agreement. Thank you for your hard work. Elders, your contributions will be recorded. Alexander hadn't thought of a specific use for these ores yet. After all, being able to forge them was the key. Uncle Barnum and Aunt Sema's current strength was probably still a bit lacking, so forging 5-star ore would require more hands. It seems it's time to poach from the Mage Tower again. If you asked where there were many experts in refining 5-star ore, the first thought would be the 5-star Great Archmages of the Major Tower. However, as a 5-star Great Archmage, they were definitely high-level members of the Major Tower. The hope of poaching such a person was somewhat slim. After looking at the ore and chatting with the elders about daily trivialities and instructing personnel to provide better help to Mosika's tribe, Alexander left the Great Rift Valley and took an airship to the Lord's Mansion in Parker City. He wanted to go back immediately to see the abilities brought by the 5-star rank. This was not only about his own level, strength, and lifespan, but more importantly, the confidence of the Northland in the future. At the same time, he also wanted to ask Pang Bao about the specific whereabouts of the origin stone. If he could find the source, he wouldn't have to worry about 6-star powerhouses for a long time. Soon, the airship landed at the Parker City mansion. Alexander gave orders not to be disturbed and then entered the secret room. Closing the door, Alexander withdrew his spirit and relaxed. The previously suppressed spiritual perception was now like a bottle with its cork pulled out, and the surging new type of psychic power poured out. In an instant, Alexander felt that his perception was vastly different from before. Although he hadn't tested the coverage of his psychic power, he discovered a qualitative change. Previous psychic power perception was mostly used for sensing and investigation, but the current psychic power clearly carried a trace of inexplicable emotional fluctuation. It seemed it could change the emotions of surrounding things. For example, the originally enclosed secret room felt a bit oppressive and gloomy, but with the psychic power fluctuations, the secret room actually had a sense of warmth and tranquility. This was definitely not Alexander's psychological effect, but was indeed influenced by his psychic power. Impossible. Almost subconsciously, Alexander wanted to deny his own thought. Psychic power can change the emotions of the surrounding environment. These are all inanimate objects. This is simply too magical. But isn't this world already full of magic and battle chi? His gaze couldn't help but fall on the cleaning magic array in the room. With a thought, he adjusted his psychic power fluctuation to an emotion and merged it into the cleaning magic array. Buzz. A fresh, light green magical light was triggered from the cleaning magic array, as if it felt a wave of psychic power transmitted by Alexander. Upon a slight contact, there was unexpectedly no resistance. Perhaps with the enhancement of the fusion magic array, this wavy psychic power merged very fittingly into the interior of the cleaning magic array. In an instant, a fresh aura arose from within, and a trace of hope, like a point of light, illuminated the entire secret room. As the perpetrator, Alexander also felt a sense of relief, and his spirit felt suddenly enlightened and comfortable. It really worked. Carefully experiencing this comfort, a bold idea was born in Alexander's heart. If so, the development direction of future weapon research would have many changes. For example, submission emotion plus magic bullets, or surrender emotion plus ballistae. When the Mage Tower or other hostile forces drove peasant cannon fodder to resist, they could completely use emotional magic to make them surrender without shedding blood. This was simply the strongest winning by stratagem. And regarding the 5-star Great Archmage Artifact Refiner he was just worrying about. If he had this emotional influence, it might not be impossible to fool a few into coming to work. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect such a surprise from advancing to 5-star. Not only has my strength increased greatly and my lifespan doubled, but I've also gained such a powerful weapon. It's simply heaven helping me. No sooner said than done. Such a powerful weapon should, of course, be shared with the subjects first, especially the people in Kessilai who had just suffered the devastation of war and needed a bit of encouragement, hope, and comfort. Knew it. Go inform Parker to return to Kessilai with us and go directly to the arsenal. Leaving the secret room, Alexander did not linger. He would reorganize the Northland and at the same time ask Pangbao about the origin stone. Doing both without delay. Chapter 302 Bellum's scheme. While Alexander was busy popularizing the emotional magic modules, the Mage Tower in the distant capital of the Lance Empire was holding a ceremony for the change of personnel in the Council of Elders. The protagonist of this promotion was Bellum, who was preparing to take Sakritha's place. Early this morning, Bellum was in high spirits and ready to go. Dressed in a white mage robe with gold trim, he held a golden magic book piously in his arms, which made the golden 4-star Archmage badge on his chest look particularly eye-catching. Looking at the solemn gates of the guild, he knew that once inside, it wouldn't be easy to sit firmly in that position. Although he already had a backer, his own strength had only just reached 4-star level. Without impressive achievements, he feared he wouldn't be able to win over the crowd. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, refined the plan he had prepared in his mind once more, and feeling confident, strode into the guild. Archmage Bellum, since branch president Tycho is still in seclusion, I will temporarily preside over this ceremony. The guild hall was solemn and majestic. The red carpet extended all the way to the statue at the far end, surrounded by magic crystals and brightly lit Dharma torch lamps, making it look very holy. Archmage Gerald, with his thick eyebrows, had a look of obvious disdain and jealousy as he held the appointment scroll issued by the headquarters of the Mage Tower, his tone sharp and high-pitched. Thank you for your trouble, Archmage Gerald. I will certainly not fail the president's arrangements. Bellum knew in his heart that in terms of service seniority and personal strength at the Mage Tower, Gerald should have been the one to succeed Sakritha. But as luck would have it, he had unintentionally stolen a dull grey stone from Sakritha and presented it to the 5-star artifact refiner, Archmage Lapworth of the Mage Tower branch, thereby gaining strong support. Although he didn't know what the grey stone was, seeing Sakritha's caution back then and Lapworth's surprise, he knew it was definitely top-tier stuff. HMPH, the ceremony begins. Everyone, please stand and pray. Gerald snorted coldly, then proceeded to lead the attendees in prayer before the gods, followed by a series of magical baptisms, finally handing the appointment scroll to Bellum, ending the ceremony. Only then did the attendees step forward to offer their congratulations, though more people stood on Gerald's side. Elder Bellum. The Mage Tower is currently in a period of upheaval. Elder Sakritha once led the charge for the Mage Tower and has now returned to the embrace of the gods. I wonder how you view the heretical followers of the Third Prince and others. I heard the Golden Knights also failed. Gerald walked down the steps, surrounded by many archmages. Archmage Gerald needn't worry. In a few days, I will personally go to Crystal City to deal with the heretics. I have everything under control. Bellum remained composed, meeting Gerald's contemptuous gaze. He straightened his posture. Regardless of seniority and strength, his current status was half a level higher than the others. Oh, hearing this, Gerald raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at the people around him, and finally looked at Bellum's face, saying flippantly, "Everyone, would you like to hear Elder Bellum's brilliant insights?" Of course, we're all very curious. That's right. I heard Elder Bellum is best at taking people by surprise. Dealing with heretics will surely exceed our expectations, right? Don't forget. Elder Bellum's base was previously in Crystal City. Sarcastic voices rose one after another. Bellum simply kept smiling, waiting for everyone to quiet down. He said, actually, I don't have any surprising methods. I just know the opponent's slogan. Isn't he most concerned about the safety of his subjects? Then I will form a unit of commoners, a large number of commoners. I'll see if his blisters dare to fire then. HMPH, naive. Gerald sneered. Bellum, do you think a large mass of cannon fodder commoners will be willing to be driven by you? The battlefield changes in an instant. Once the deserters scatter, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop them. No need to worry about that. Bellum waved his hand dismissively and said, Grand Elder Lapworth will provide me with assistance. Just a few cheap alchemy potions will make those foolish cannon fodder fight fearlessly. Potions? Gerald's pupils constricted slightly, and he said in a low voice, aren't you afraid our believers will have doubts if you do this? Have you considered the consequences? Ha ha ha. Archmage Gerald. Seeing Gerald's expression change, Bellum felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He raised his voice and said meaningfully, don't forget, we are going to crusade against heretics. As messengers of the gods and loyal believers, any doubt is a form of blasphemy. Are you questioning the will of the gods? Gerald suppressed his rebuttal and nodded fiercely. Fine. Even if your method can trouble the opponent, strength still determines the final victory. I understand. I've already reported this to the branch president, and he agreed to lend me the Star River airship to suppress the rebellion. What do you think of that? Looking at Bellum's punchable face, Gerald never expected that the other had actually persuaded branch president Tycho and even borrowed the flagship of the tower, which possessed solid 6-star combat power. Looking at the gazes of the people around him, he had clearly lost in terms of momentum. Some opportunistic individuals also began to show friendly smiles toward Bellum. Then we look forward to Elder Bellum's triumphant return. With that, Gerald left with a cold face and a flick of his sleeves. I'll take those kind words. Having played all his cards with great effect, Bellum finally reached the peak of his life. Surrounded by the crowd, he left the guild and headed for the Elder's mansion, which was currently being renovated. He had a premonition that after this trip to Crystal City, once branch president Tycho advanced to a 6-star Saint Archmage, he might use his merits to either position of vice president of the branch. East Sea, hundreds of thousands of miles away. Fog spread out like gauze, covering the entire sea level. From quiet to jumping, the originally calm sea surface kicked up huge waves, 10 meters high even without wind. Woo, woo, woo. The low sound of a magic horn turned into sound waves, penetrating the spray to transmit position and news. Within the surging waves, a crystal barrier lit up, isolating a large area of calm amidst the fog and crashing waves. Undercurrents surged beneath the sea, slapping against the hulls of hundreds of warships. Through the fog, the royal flag of the Lance Empire could be seen flying on the ships. The warships were inside the barrier, surrounding a majestic figure holding a giant sword in a crescent formation, confronting a battered black ghost ship opposite them. Countless sharp-toothed sea beasts circled the ghost ship, while even more sea beasts prowled outside the crystal barrier, ready to devour anyone. That majestic figure was none other than the Emperor of the Lance Empire, Wood Baratuke, who wanted to seize the 3-day window of the annual Enverse Ocean Current to enter Dragon Spirit Island. Ha ha ha, Lord Heiora, is this your welcome ceremony? What do you mean? Are you just giving up? Wood strode across the waves to the front of the ghost ship. He thrust his giant war sword lightly into the water, and purple lightning and fire arcs suddenly shot out, causing the surrounding sea beasts to be struck as if by lightning, twitching and jumping away. Wood, you are as overbearing as ever. A seductive figure appeared on the deck of the ghost ship. She had a human torso, but her legs were a long, dark goldfish tail. Under a mess of seaweed-like hair was a blue woman's face. Chapter 303 Hira. Your son has broken the balance between us. If you don't give my sea race an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach Dragon Spirit Island. This is also Lady Beatrix's intention. The female mermaid's voice seemed to possess a tremolo magic. The surrounding seawater reacted, transforming into small water droplets that floated up like translucent blue pearls. They clustered in groups, rotating in continuous chains of 7 or 8, filling the entire tranquility zone. Wood's pupils constricted slightly. He hadn't seen Lord Heiora for several years, but her current aura was clearly much stronger than before. If they truly came to blows, he wasn't certain of victory. Furthermore, this was her territory. If she truly intended to be unreasonable and stall for time, and he missed today, the reverse ocean current would disappear. If he wanted to go to Dragon Spirit Island to seek medicine, then he would have to wait another year. By then, it would be far too late. Lord Heiora, what you did at Crystal City was excessive. Now that my son Alexander has reclaimed it, we can consider things even. Yet you still want an explanation? I believe I'm the one who should be demanding an explanation, shouldn't I? Wood took another step forward, his invisible momentum expanding. The surrounding floating water droplets burst one after another with a series of pops, causing Lord Heiora's body on the ghost ship to tremble as well. So there's nothing to talk about then? Zezza. Formation. Lord Heiora's expression turned cold. Without a moment's hesitation, she gave a sharp screech and leapt straight from the deck into the sea. At the same time, the calm sea surface began to churn. With a muffled, low roar, a massive, bald octopus head emerged from beneath the waves. At the mention of Alexander and Crystal City, Zezza was the most humiliated. He had retreated all the way back to his lair through the deep-sea secret realm, and his pathetic state at the time had made it impossible for him to hold his head up before his leader and kin. This matter was like a thorn stuck in his heart. At this moment, his hundreds of meters of tentacles swung like windmills. He roared as he commanded the surrounding orcas to dive and surface according to a specific pattern. The churning seawater created a strange tearing force, making the soldiers on the nearby warships feel bouts of dizziness and nausea. O spirits of the great ocean, please forgive these souls who have profaned the gods. A hallucinatory song drifted up from the seabed. Lord Heiora looked up through the seawater toward the surface, her seaweed-like hair drifting with the waves. Her lips curled in a light smile as she chanted softly. Invisible sound waves expanded into rings of light and rose to the surface. All the human warriors enveloped by these sound wave rings began to experience distorted hallucinations. Ha! Wood was furious upon hearing this. Before he could warn everyone to focus their minds and resist the siren's song, he had already leapt and dived deep into the sea, intending to capture the leader to stop the chaos. Great God of the ocean, your broad bosom encompasses all. Lowly humans can only sigh. Lord Heiora's eyes flickered. With a flick of her tail, she churned the water and flickered miles away in an instant, completely avoiding a direct confrontation with Wood. Bastard. Seeing Lord Heiora using kiting tactics, Wood immediately understood her plan. A direct confrontation was not Lord Heiora's strength, but in terms of speed within the sea, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, she didn't need to defeat him. She only needed to prevent him from reaching Dragon Spirit Island to obtain the secret medicine to bankrupt all his subsequent plans. The Imperial layout, Alexander's counterattack. By then, if he couldn't stop the seeds sown by the Lance Empire's major tower from sprouting, his entire foundation would vanish like a dream. This sinister scheme to have another do her dirty work was truly malicious. Lord Heiora, you are forcing my hand. Do you really want to see the mage tower rule everything? The sea race will become their puppets as well. Projecting his voice, Wood glared at Lord Heiora and then rapidly ascended through the water. His great sword surged with battle chi, and the moment he broke the surface, it transformed into a massive blade of light that struck the ghost ship. Wood, you dare? While a single vessel was expendable, it represented Lord Heiora's face. Furthermore, this ghost ship was the core of the surrounding mist array. Wood's vent-like attack seemed reckless, but he was clearly intending to force a breakthrough. Roar! Just as the massive blade of light was about to strike the hull, the Sea Beast Legion led by Zeza suddenly accelerated. The surrounding waves surged and gathered into a 1,000-foot-tall giant whale statue, which performed a dragon's tail whip against the blade light. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor erupted within the crystal barrier. Everyone felt their eardrums swell, as if they were trapped inside a toppling glass bottle. Left dazed and disoriented, activate the levitation formations at full power. Steady, steady. There was an orderly chaos on the warships as the massive levitation formations controlled the hulls to keep them unaffected by the turbulence. The ghost ship opposite also lit up with several levitation formations, thereby avoiding a maritime disaster. Crackle. However, the shockwave from the collision between a giant whale statue and Wood's blade light was like a hurricane, slamming into the 5-star crystal barrier and creating irreversible pressure. Fine cracks meandered like spider webs, and mist took the opportunity to seep in like a leaking ball. The barrier appeared on the verge of collapse. Charge out. Suddenly, a flaming spear light erupted from Wood's flagship. Immediately after, a woman like living fire with angel wings spread behind her back flew out. The magic spear in her hand shook like a fire dragon, seeming to spot a point of light within the mist. She charged toward it. Not good. Zeza, stop her. That point of light in the mist was the exit. Lord Hayaora wanted to stop her immediately, but she found that the fire angel's speed was too fast, and the intense heat radiating from her body made Lord Hayaora extremely uncomfortable. A seraph? How can there be a guardian spirit envoy by Wood's side? Seraphs were the strongest guardian clan among the elves, but normally such spirit envoys would only guard the spirit temple. They were different from mages and knights, requiring both innate talent and arduous cultivation. They were born darlings of the gods, and as long as they were willing, they could borrow the power of the gods at any time. Precisely because of their terrifying martial prowess, they were correspondingly restricted by the laws of the world and generally would not appear in the human world at all. But the pair of elf wings on this red-haired woman were definitely the mark of a seraph. Lord Hayaora's expression turned grim. She had miscalculated. At this moment, Wood's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Everyone follow Ataris and charge out!" Taking in the whole situation, the moment Ataris acted, Wood prepared to coordinate. His great sword once again condensed into a blade of light, which he slashed fiercely toward the giant whale statue in midair. Stop! Suddenly, just as Ataris's flame spear was about to pierce through the mist, an incredibly majestic voice seemed to surge out from the depths of the 9 serenities. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Everyone felt their bodies stiffen, followed by an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Who is it? Almost everyone's gaze turned toward the outside of the mist at the same time, and within the mist, a massive shadow was slowly emerging. The mist rolled as a heavy scent of brine spread. The 100-meter-long ghost ship and the royal warships now looked like toys in a child's bathtub before that massive shadow. Ataris, who had just charged out with her spear, was now suspended in the air. She hadn't been stopped by the other party's shout, but rather was imprisoned by an invisible force. Everyone around held their breath. Meanwhile, Lord Hayaora, who had been miles away, had returned at some unknown point. She looked excited and thrilled, but more than that, she was respectfully cautious. "Lady Beatrix, this subordinate is incompetent for having disturbed you." As Lord Hayaora spoke, Wood's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying and unforgettable figure surfaced in his mind, and the massive shadow before them finally appeared to confirm the thoughts in his head. Pop. The 5-star crystal barrier shattered like a bubble. A 1,000-meter-long black dragon held its long neck high and then lowered its head, looking down at the ants below with golden vertical pupils. "Wood, you have crossed the line. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" The voice, like muffled thunder, shook everyone's ears. The lower-ranking knights rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 304 Cooperation. "Beatrix, haven't you figured it out yet? Are you guarding Dragon Spirit Island just for the sake of that island? Just like when you established Dragon Mountain, once the major tower becomes strong enough, do you think you can manage alone?" Wood floated up until he was eye to eye with the dragon's head. At the same time, he flipped his palm to reveal an elven secret medicine. As her gaze swept over the secret medicine in Wood's hand, Beatrix's pupils constricted slightly. Wood was revealing his trump card, showing a desperate fighting style where the result would inevitably be mutual destruction. "You humans are traitors. Back then, you deceived my elven race to obtain the inheritance of magic and battle chi. Now, you shall receive your due punishment." Beatrix suddenly brought her dragon head close, the scales on her snout almost touching Wood's face. The surrounding sea race's morale soared now that they had a pillar of support. Under Lord Hayaora's leadership, they formed the tide array once again, waiting for Beatrix's command to strike at any moment. The royal fleet's momentum was clearly suppressed. Their previous sharpness had vanished the moment they saw Beatrix's massive dragon body. They were completely awestruck. However, the suffocating dragon might only caused Wood to stiffen slightly. After all, this pressure was still a level below the dragon might of his wife. Looking at the anger in Beatrix's eyes, Wood's palms were also breaking out in a cold sweat. As one of the 2 former guardians of his wife, Dragon Emperor Bastoria, Beatrix's strength was that of a genuine 6-star Saint Archmage. Furthermore, her bloodline carried the terrifying magical talent of the powerful Dark Elf Black Dragon. Though they hadn't met in a long time, he sensed her strength hadn't progressed much. However, if they truly fought, even if he used the secret medicine to stimulate his potential, he feared a victor wouldn't be decided in just a day or two. So, whether he fought now or not, he had already lost. "Beatrix, There are bad people among humans and evil ones among orcs. Could it be that the elven race has no traitors? Moreover, humans had no choice back then. Wood slowly narrowed his eyes, ready to swallow the secret medicine at any moment. He knew he had poked at her old scars. To Wood's surprise, however, Beatrix did not fly into the expected rage. Instead, she looked at him very calmly. I did not betray my people. My disagreement with the Dragon Emperor was merely me fulfilling my duty to protect my kin. I do not agree with her friendly views. In my heart, anything that threatens to harm the elven race is an enemy. Splash. As soon as Beatrix finished speaking, the sea level surged. A giant wave hundreds of meters high seemed to await Beatrix's will, ready to overturn everything in sight at any moment. We are not enemies of the elven race. On the contrary, we are family. You should know about my son, Alexander, right? Wood waved his hand, ordering the fleet behind him into a defensive formation. His gaze drifted intentionally or otherwise toward Ataris, who was still restrained in midair, as he shouted loudly, Alexander. Beatrix was taken aback, then sneered. Are you trying to say he desecrated the elven bloodline? A brat who thinks he's something because of alchemy simply hasn't encountered a truly powerful existence. If 1 year, Wood suddenly interrupted. What? Beatrix asked, displeased. Are you confident that you can do what my son did within a year using alchemy, unifying the North, and recently reclaiming Crystal City? Your subordinates, as well as the Major Tower's Golden Knights, all lost to him. Could you have done that, Wood? What exactly are you trying to say? Seemingly poked in the sore spot of her failure at Dragon Mountain, Beatrix appeared somewhat impatient. If you think this alone can move me, I advise you to go back. You won't win against me in a real fight. Out of respect for the Dragon Emperor, let's not make things ugly. Cooperation. Wood said decisively. Alexander has half-elven blood. If he inherits my throne, overthrows the Major Tower, and unifies the human race, then the elven race and humans can coexist in peace from then on. The entire Noah continent will welcome peace. Why not give it a try? Do we really have to wait for that old fellow in the Mage Tower and the Lord of Bones in the Eternal Winter Mountains to awaken? We both benefit if we unite. We both suffer if we divide. The seawater churned incessantly, mirroring Beatrix's wavering state of mind. In the distance, the horizon seemed to darken. It was the shadow formed by sunlight refracting off the reverse ocean current. In half a day, this year's ocean current season would vanish, and the window to Dragon Spirit Island would close completely. I can no longer trust the words of humans. After a long silence, Beatrix shook her head, her deep voice ringing out again. However, I can let you pass today. This doesn't mean I agree with your ideas, unless you can show some results. Otherwise, my kin and subordinates will still demand justice from humanity. Good. Hearing this, Wood's spirits lifted. He knew it was impossible for her to trust him completely all at once. But he was certain of one thing. Beatrix's hatred for the Mage Tower and the Lord of Bones was even stronger than his own. Therefore, to deal with a common enemy, they couldn't waste each other's strength. At the very least, they should preserve it. Scatter. Let them pass. Beatrix's body twisted, and the waves receded. Lord Haora did not hesitate for a moment, leading Zeza's sea beast army to pull back. The mist covering the sea surface also receded like a tide, revealing the reverse ocean current, which looked like a black ribbon stretched out before everyone. Ataris, who had been restrained in midair, finally regained her freedom. Little girl, accept the inheritance when you return this time. Perhaps when we meet again, you'll be able to trade a few blows with me. Splash. After Beatrix finished speaking, her figure slowly distorted and vanished from everyone's sight. The sea beast army followed suit. Watching the sea return to calm, Wood put away his secret medicine, returned to the warship, pulled himself together, and shouted toward the reverse ocean current. Set sail. A warm wind blew in through the porthole, brushing against his face like a young girl's hand. Alexander looked down at Kessilai, which was gradually returning to life, and felt much better. Pang Bao, you've absorbed enough mental faith. Isn't it time to talk about this stone? Alexander moved the grey stone in front of Pang Bao. Pang Bao had now grown 3 sizes larger and had even grown a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings, looking like a flying ball. Pang Bao let out a burp, looking quite satisfied as he digested the contentment brought by the golden power of faith. His small eyes were very calm, even glancing dismissively at the grey stone. This thing is an origin stone, also known as a soul crystal. It comes from the Elf Sea, where they are everywhere. Cough, cough. There used to be many, but they are very rare now. If you need them, I can ask someone to look for them. But regarding the cost. As he spoke, Pang Bao narrowed his eyes and patted his belly. Alexander rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, we have a soul contract at the very least. How many of your schemes can you hide from me? That sentence just now clearly meant they were everywhere, but now he insisted on bargaining. He was obviously trying to rip him off. Then forget it. Since it's so rare, it must be hard to find in your elven world too. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to use it. I'll think of another way. Is that so? Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to Parker City. Pang Bao blinked, playing dumb. Go back then. Originally, I was wondering if all the major towers could be remodeled like Parker City in the future. Thinking about it now, it's still a bit unrealistic. As Alexander spoke, mana fluctuated in his hand as he prepared to send Pang Bao back. Wait, what did you say? Pang Bao suddenly sat up straight, his small eyes wide. I didn't say anything. Sending you back. Alexander channeled his magic, and the formation gradually took shape. A tearing force grabbed at Pang Bao. Hey, Alexander, you're being a bit petty. There are plenty of origin stones. When I said they were hard to find just now, I meant origin stone essences are hard to find. Can you let me finish? His body floating up uncontrollably, Pang Bao grabbed Alexander's sleeve and wouldn't let go for dear life. Really? Alexander laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he pretended to be unmoved. Absolutely. You can have as many origin stones as you want, and I can even get you origin stone essences. I just don't know about the Mage Tower you mentioned. Don't worry, With enough origin stones, the major towers will be the Parker hero monuments of the future. Alexander waved his hand and promised. Good, it's a deal. I'll have those boys collect them for you right away. Pang Bao felt the sincerity coming through their soul contract and immediately perked up. Without needing Alexander to cast a spell, he tore open space himself and dove into the elven world. His eager appearance was just like a bouncy ball. Chapter 305 5-Star Awakening. The Kessilai munitions factory had expanded several times over once again due to the prolonged state of war following the Great Flood. The munitions factory had opened several underground railway trunk lines, connecting Kessilai with the Eternal Winter Mountains, Catsport Territory, and East Sea Bay. It was precisely because of this that the subjects were able to evacuate and take refuge in time when the Golden Knights attacked. Stepping into the underground manufacturing workshop of the munitions factory, huge Dharma torch lamps illuminated the interior as brightly as day. Rows of bombers, modeled after the Type 6, were neatly arranged in the hall. Their dragon-like fuselages, slender tail fins, and massive bomb bays were all the results of Alexander's recreations and analyses via the quill, based on memories from his past life. It was only through the full cooperation of Seymour, Barnum, and Great Elder Robinette that Kessilai's latest weapon for air superiority was completed. The war with the Mage Tower had reached a fever pitch, from reclaiming Crystal City to crushing the Golden Knights. Alexander realized that the Major Tower would surely send even stronger forces to deal with him next. Otherwise, given his current development, the Major Tower's status could be described as precarious. Although he didn't know what kind of combat power the opponent would send, his current greatest shortage was aerial strike capability. While they had airships at their disposal, they lacked the flexibility, stealth, and strike effectiveness that the bombers from his past life possessed in terms of deterrence. Your Highness, you've arrived. Seeing Alexander arrive, flanked by Gargadon, Lisa, and New, everyone in the munitions factory felt as if they were bathed in a spring breeze and bowed respectfully one after another. This was Alexander using his psychic power to shine upon everyone, relieving their tension and stress. Alexander did not disturb them. He merely smiled and nodded to the crowd before walking toward the magic forging site inside. Now that the North had reclaimed Crystal City and defeated the Golden Knights, Alexander's status was at its zenith. In particular, the 10 Grand Mages who had previously defected to Alexander, led by Richard, Mia, and Fox, had now completely integrated into the Kessilai team. They were now all working beside Seymour and Barnum, assisting with processing matters. From a distance, through the crystal dust barrier, one could see the busy figures of many mages and hear Seymour's irritable scolding, which included no shortage of reprimands for Barnum. Little Bar, do you have an eye disease? Can't you see the purity of this forged material? Do you want me to process it a second time for you? And you dare call yourself Kessilai's #1 blacksmith? I think we should replace you sooner rather than later. Seymour unceremoniously slapped a piece of 4-star tail fin material against Barnum's face. Barnum caught it with his face with a thud and said indignantly, Big sis, the purity you're talking about is for 5-star materials. Okay, if you want to do things for His Highness, go work hard yourself. You dare talk back. Hearing this, Seymour slammed the table and stood up abruptly, looking ready to teach her disobedient younger brother a lesson. Ahem. At that moment, Alexander's psychic power radiated over, and the tense emotions of the crowd eased. I am very pleased to see such a lively atmosphere among everyone. As he spoke, Alexander walked over and picked up that piece of 4-star tail fin. Probing it with his psychic power, he found no issues with the purity of the material's forging. As a product of Barnum's handiwork, it emphasized a heavy and disciplined standard. It was forged entirely according to his design philosophy. This caused him to look toward Seymour. Your Highness, the problem isn't that the forging purity is merely qualified. It needs to be suitable. Seymour pointed at the tail fin and said, if it were just a simple tail fin, this plate would be considered perfect according to your design. However, this plate needs to have a magic array that integrates emotions inscribed upon it, which is different from previous single element or fusion arrays. The addition of emotions causes the mana fluctuations of the fusion array to undergo subtle mutations, and the requirements for the base are extremely harsh. It's not something that a simple qualification of material purity can handle. It must be suitable to ensure quality. Aircraft components allow for no carelessness whatsoever. I see. Alexander knew that what was suitable in theory might not necessarily work in practice, which was why experienced engineers were needed to oversee things. Your Highness, Clan Leader Seymour is correct. The emotion fusion array you provided is something several of us have studied. To inscribe it onto 4-star materials, the adaptability requirements for the material are very high. Richard, who had been silent on the side, chimed in at this moment. Can I see the experimental products? Alexander's gaze fell on a nearby workbench, where the arrays inscribed on several tail fins were in a scorched and scrapped state. Please look, Your Highness. Richard led the way, lining up the dozens of aircraft tail fins on the workbench. All of them had defects to varying degrees. Some had the array surface directly destroyed, some had internal fractures within the material, some had arrays that couldn't be engraved or were scrapped halfway through, and some couldn't pass the durability test after being engraved. Your Highness, what kind of mana is emotion magic, exactly? As everyone watched Alexander inspect the failed products one by one, Richard, as the team leader for inscribing the arrays, finally couldn't help but voice the question in his heart. As a 4-star archmage who had deeply studied magic arrays for decades, he had never heard of such a novel power as emotion magic. He looked at the other mages looking on, and even Seymour, Barnum, Robinette, and others were looking at him with curiosity. Alexander felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't exactly tell everyone that this was an effect that came with his golden finger. Could he? It should be considered a talent-type magic, like this. Alexander silently apologized to his Dragon Emperor mother in his heart, then drove his psychic power to spread out. In an instant, the surrounding people felt a wave of emotions like a mountain-shattering tsunami crashing over them. Sadness, excitement, joy, happiness, agitation, warmth. It made everyone's hearts rise and fall like a roller coaster, leaving them unable to control themselves. Your Highness is truly the messenger of the gods. I feel so sad. Ha ha ha, yes. I'm so happy, Your Highness, to be able to serve you. This is all the guidance of the gods. While listening to the crowd's compliments and receiving a wave of psychic power sublimation in his mind, Alexander's thoughts were focused on the pile of scrapped parts. According to Richard's description, the most difficult part of combining the emotion overlay array with the material was the instability of emotion mana, which was extremely difficult to control when Barnum was forging the materials. After all, emotion mana itself was elusive. To create a suitable vessel for it, that vessel would need to possess perception. Wait, thinking of an object possessing perception, Alexander's eyes couldn't help but light up. After promoting to 5-star, besides gaining a 1,000-year lifespan and powerful emotional perception, there was one most miraculous ability that he had overlooked. Spirit Awakening. To what extent 5-star Spirit Awakening had reached, he had not yet experimented. If it was more spiritual than before, did that mean he could allow ordinary materials to have perception? That would be an ability no less impressive than intelligence. Archmage Richard, could you please inscribe the array one more time using this material? I want to see exactly where the problem is. Alexander pushed the newly forged tail fin in front of Richard, having already decided in his heart to see if Spirit Awakening would work. Richard did not hesitate. On the contrary, he was somewhat expectant. After all, it was his first time seeing Alexander's emotion mana with his own eyes. If he could study it a bit, perhaps it would be helpful for his mana research. There was no need for preparation. The surrounding mana was as easy to use as his own limbs, and it followed the guidance of Richard's fingertips to be branded onto the tail fin. At the same time, he embedded a comprehensive magic array module, which had already been inscribed with a fusion of an illusion array, a levitation array, and an emotion mana enchantment, into the core of the tail fin's array. Brilliant colors wound across the tail fin like vines, with the module at the core looking like a blooming flower, and a faint, warm emotion permeated the air. Your Highness, right here. Just as Richard's technique was about to conclude, a wrinkle appeared on the originally calm tail fin, like a slight ripple on a still water surface, vanishing in a flash. Stress. His perception instantly captured the reflective changes in the internal structure of the tail fin's material. Alexander understood and simultaneously raised his hand to strike out a Spirit Awakening array. Chapter 306 Recruiting a Flyer. Buzz. Ripples fanned out like rays, and the tail fin seemed to be jolted awake, flapping against the workbench for quite a while before finally settling down. Why do I feel like this tail fin has gained a sense of sentience? Me too. Could this thing have gained life? That's impossible, but I clearly felt it. The surrounding crowd swarmed forward, and even Alexander Bartuk was nearly pushed out of the circle. Seeing everyone's reaction and the perfect degree of integration of the tail fin, Alexander Bartuk was equally excited. 5-star Spirit Awakening was strong, exceptionally strong. Just now, he had indeed sensed a trace of life force. Though faint, it was definitely there. A grand blueprint for artificial intelligence robots even flashed through his mind. Your Highness, I feel this can work. I wonder if this innate magic of yours can be applied on a large scale. Richard was the first to snap back from his excitement, his fervent gaze betraying his longing for this new type of magical power. No problem. Barnum, Seymour, Robinette. Alexander Bartuk nodded and called the three to his side, saying, from now on, you just need to manufacture according to this purity. Leave the subsequent modifications to me. Then, I will design a type of aerial bomb for you. At that time, Elder Robinette's machining workload might increase significantly. Your Highness, the children have gotten fat lately. As a goblin, gaining weight is not a good sign. Robinette's meaningful gaze was incredibly deep, giving the impression of seasoned wisdom. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Your Highness. As long as there are enough raw materials, our dwarven hammers will never stop. Although Seymour was much shorter than Alexander Bartuk, the aura he projected was as resolute as a rock. Good. Alexander Bartuk nodded in praise. I feel at ease with you here. However, I have recently informed Principal Ab and Vice Principal Natalia to begin writing our Northland Hall of Fame to be compiled into the textbooks. I hope that when the time comes, you several, along with Archmage Richard and others who have made outstanding contributions to the Northland, can find time in your busy schedules to cooperate with Principal Ib and the others for interviews. A Hall of Fame, compiled into textbooks. Even Elder Robinette, who was indifferent to fame and fortune, had a sharp glint flash in his eyes at this moment. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, you mean you're going to include us dwarves in the textbooks? Barnum was also invigorated. Gods above, Your Highness's kindness makes us feel deeply ashamed. Richard's back straightened instantly, and he gave Alexander Bartuk a very respectful bow. The other mages beside him also looked at each other, secretly competing. Your Highness, a troop of cavalry has arrived outside, led by Captain Salgate. They say they've come to join you under the orders of the prince and have secret information. Alexander Bartuk, who was still surrounded by the crowd, received Lisa's voice transmission. After a few pleasantries with everyone, he prepared to return to the Lord's Manor. Upon leaving the munitions factory, Alexander Bartuk swept his psychic power around and suddenly saw the newly built flight recruitment office on the northern slope of Kesuli. With a change of thought, he said, go notify Sal and have him meet me at the recruitment office. The newly established flight squadron base was now the hottest spot in town. The internal flight recruitment announcement, personally signed by the Lord, was directed at all soldiers. This caused the eligible warriors within the 4 major legions to sign up eagerly, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. It wasn't just because the pay for pilots was absurdly high, but more importantly, it offered an elevation in social status. After all, in the common knowledge of the Lance Empire, only noble mages had the opportunity to operate flying equipment. For commoners, demi-humans, and orcs like them, who could only look up at the sky their whole lives, such an opportunity was fundamentally impossible. Yet now, the opportunity was right before their eyes, causing the soldiers to engage in several private brawls just to fight for a single spot. Looking at the soldiers in line, almost every one of them was bruised and battered, yet their auras remained fierce. However, while some yearned for flight, others were indifferent to it. For instance, Scylla, who had been assigned to oversee the recruitment work this time, had been distracted for the past 2 days. Her gaze drifted from time to time toward the nearby eternal winter mountains, as if something special there was drawing her attention. Of course, besides her, there were Mogunda and the group of one-eyed barbarians who had returned with Alexander Bartuk. Due to their size and weight restrictions, they had lost at the starting line. Currently, they were only deployed here to maintain order. The Lord is here. Greetings, Lord. At that moment, a commotion broke out at the base entrance. The groups that had been brawling now scrambled to clear the path, standing aside and watching Alexander Bartuk with fervent gazes as he stepped down from his tracked combat vehicle. Hello everyone. The moment he stepped into the flight base, Alexander Bartuk had intended to greet them with a smile, but upon closer inspection, these soldiers were all in tatters, and some even had a large boot print on their cheeks. What's going on? Walking inside, Alexander Bartuk's expression turned slightly displeased. At the same time, he expanded his psychic power and found that almost every soldier in the recruitment hall looked the same way. Lord Mogunda, wearing a conspicuous mechanical exoskeleton, came rushing out from inside, squinting his one eye with a fawning smile. Mogunda, the combat effectiveness of the squad you're leading today still needs improvement. Alexander Bartuk glanced at Nachor and the other key members following behind Mogunda, greeting the surrounding soldiers indifferently as he walked. What your highness says is true. I'll definitely give them a good honing when I get back, and strive to reach the recruitment standards as soon as possible. Mogunda grumbled in his heart. Couldn't they make the aircraft a bit bigger? Even if it were just one size larger, they could take to the skies too. Behind him, Nachor and the others didn't dare to speak, but their eyes looking at Mogunda seemed to say, are you really going to hone us? There will be large transport planes in the future. Alexander Bartuk instantly caught Mogunda's little thoughts. These guys were clearly not satisfied with Frogman's special ops and had begun to covet the sky. However, he now understood why these recruitment candidates were all black and blue. This thirst for passion was commendable, but becoming a pilot and forming combat effectiveness was a strict and lengthy process of refinement, and time was exactly what he lacked right now. Really? Mogunda and the others' eyes lit up, each of them rubbing their hands in anticipation. Your highness, you've come. At this time, Scylla also came out to meet him. Her gaze swept over Nua beside Alexander Bartuk before returning to Alexander Bartuk, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Have many people passed the assessment in the last 2 days? Alexander Bartuk asked as he followed Scylla inside. Your highness, the physical quality of these soldiers is no problem. Even small scars can be perfectly repaired by the 3-star healing array, but when spinning in the levitation array, Speaking to this point, Scylla shook her head and then said, after all, most people are very unfamiliar with flying. As expected, Alexander Bartuk nodded. In his past life, pilots were 1 in 10,000. Now, with his town's population under 40,000, if they could all pass the assessment, the genes of Kesialai would be unnaturally strong. However, a few newly joined Cataldemi human soldiers did pass the assessment, and their scores were very high. Scylla suddenly changed the subject. Cataldemi humans? Alexander Bartuk was slightly stunned as he took the list of records Scylla handed over. Sure enough, there were records for 4 Cataldemi humans. Archie Levers, male, 20 years old. Cataldemi human, formerly a night watchman of Holy Fire City. Alan Levers, male, 18 years old. Cataldemi human, formerly a night watchman of Holy Fire City. Abby Levers, male, 18 years old. Cataldemi human, formerly a night watchman of Holy Fire City. Joy, female, 16 years old. Cataldemi human, formerly a scout for Cecily's 1st Legion. Chapter 307 100 laps. Alexander did not interfere too much in the pilot recruitment since he had entrusted the screening to Scylla. He would not stand on the sidelines and micromanage. He simply asked a few questions, greeted the newly recruited soldiers, offered some encouragement, and then left. Your highness, there is someone outside named Sal who wishes to see you. He says you told him to come here. Mogunda walked over to report this, his expression clearly showing a hint of disdain. He likely did not think much of Sal's strength. Have him go directly to the floating rotation hall. I will wait for him there. Alexander curled the corner of his lips and headed toward the floating rotation hall first. Simultaneously, he had Gargad and go to the hall ahead of him to give notice, as he intended to make use of the floating rotation magic array. Soon, Salgate, Carter, and several personal guards were brought to the floating rotation hall by Mogunda. As soon as they stepped inside, a gust of strong wind rushed toward them. It was a spacious room constructed from 4-star metal, with magic arrays of various shapes and forms carved into the ceiling, floor, and all 4 walls. Among them, the ones Sal recognized included the Flame Magic Array, Overlook Magic Array, Ice Magic Array, Hurricane Magic Array, and Tide Magic Array, but there were many more complex arrays that looked familiar, yet became blurry and unrecognizable upon closer inspection. However, these were not the main point. The point was that as soon as he entered, he felt his presence being locked onto. The person who had locked onto him was none other than Alexander, who was sitting in the corner of the hall, surrounded by a group of formidable guards. That extremely heroic man, someone both familiar and somewhat strange, was currently looking at him with a half-smile. "Captain, why do I get the feeling that the third prince looks like he wants to mess with us?" Carter whispered from beside him. Sal rolled his eyes upon hearing this, thinking to himself, anyone can see that. Okay, but as a knight who valued both loyalty and courage, Sal straightened his appearance and braced himself to walk forward. Salgate pays respects to the third prince. Carter pays respects to the third prince. The few personal guards all bowed in salute. "Sal, is it time for your medicine again?" What a familiar group of faces. Hearing Alexander bring up past events so suddenly, Sal's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this room must have been deliberately chosen by the third prince. As for what was about to happen, he understood immediately after seeing Gargadon and Lisa, who had once kidnapped him to test the dust mask, standing nearby, along with a new, eager-looking one-eyed barbarian. "Ahem, your highness, the prince has some extremely urgent and secret information that he asked me to convey to you on his behalf. You see, I guessed as much." Alexander waved his hand indifferently to interrupt him, squinting his eyes as he locked onto Sal. "I also have an urgent matter here that requires manpower." Gargadon, Lisa, "Yes, your highness." Without any room for argument, Gargadon took the lead, and together with Mogander and the group of one-eyed barbarians, they swarmed and surrounded Sal and his men. The feeling of being a newborn baby suddenly being manhandled by a group of transformers made Sal choose to accept his fate immediately. "Captain, we do as the third prince says." Carter and the others still wanted to resist, but one sentence from Sal silenced them instantly. "At the very least, the third prince won't let us die for nothing here. If we resist and go back to the prince, have you thought about the consequences? We guarantee we will complete the mission assigned by the third prince. I swear." In an instant, Sal's team was filled with high spirits. Although they were submissive in their actions, their spirits were those of men ready to face martyrdom. This actually made Alexander raise an eyebrow. It seems that in the hearts of Sal and his men, his methods were still nothing compared to Prince Huosi. But upon careful reflection, that made sense. Wasn't he the one who had been made to doubt life itself by being fed medicine at fixed times and in fixed amounts by the other party? That bastard big brother must be swirling his red wine glass and acting cool again. Alexander grumbled to himself. Though he wasn't retaliating against Sal and his men, he simply valued their physical and psychological qualities. Although Prince Huosi was a bastard, it was precisely because he was a bastard that the subordinates he trained had high capabilities in all aspects. Now that there was an urgent shortage of pilots, Sal and his men were a timely help. When Sal, Carter, and the others were driven to the center of the magic array, they didn't need Alexander's instruction. Gargadon and the others turned the power of the test array to the maximum. With a howl like a ghost, a hurricane suddenly swept up from the magic array, rushing toward the ceiling. The few of them hadn't even reacted yet. Just as they were about to crash into the ceiling array activated, unleashing a tearing, rotating force that dragged them into a blender-like state. That's right, it was blending, rapid blending, the kind where faces are stretched and bodies are pulled into arcs. You may use battle chi and magic power to resist. As long as you can persist for 100 laps within the 5-star field, you will pass. Watching Sal and the others gritting their teeth and rolling their eyes as they tried to endure it, Alexander, with a crystal barrier lit up in front of him, smiled knowingly and offered a reminder. SSS, SSS, SSS. In an instant, one battle chi shield after another lit up, like silver fish shimmering in a rushing current. Sal no longer had the heart to think about how Alexander would mess with him next. The blender-like treatment before him was already making him, a 4-star golden knight, feel waves of nausea. The muscle fibers covered in battle chi were like steel bars stretched to their limit. Perhaps if the rotational force increased by just 1 more degree in the next second, he would be torn to pieces. Carter, beside him, was in the same state, but he had already given up on thinking. Seeing the others also submissively letting out howls and screams, he decided to let go and began to wail. However, they had thought too much. As the centrifugal force increased once again, it became impossible for them to increase the volume of their screams in an attempt to divert their pain. Even opening their mouths to breathe had become a luxury. How could they still have the strength to scream? In the hurricane, the battle chi shields flickered, except for the shields of Sal and Carter, which still had some vitality. The others were all on the verge of annihilation. However, one thing made Alexander and those around him nod secretly. The magic array had been running for over 60 laps. Regardless of whether these few could complete 100 laps, they had already crossed the passing line for pilot recruitment. 100 laps was merely a show of force by Alexander to intimidate them. Your Highness, these few are not bad. Although their strength is a bit weak, their willpower and endurance are very strong. Gargadon leaned close to Alexander and gave an objective evaluation. 80 laps passed, and those battle chi shields that could have extinguished at any moment were actually still flickering. Even though they were teetering on the edge, they had not been completely extinguished. It seems that when it comes to selecting talent and training subordinates, Prince Huosi still has his ways. Perhaps my methods should be adjusted. A good lord, wanting to guide his subjects toward the good, needs some very necessary methods. The goal is the same, but different people require different methods. Truly, one is never too old to learn. As a first-year novice lord, watching the few 3-star guards brought by Sal manage to endure a 5-star field, Alexander couldn't help but reflect on his own shortcomings in management. He still had self-awareness. In the past, looking at things from a grassroots perspective was still a bit presumptive, and his vision was insufficient. 100 laps reached. SSS. The magic array in the entire room shook and began to flicker, slowing down from fast to slow. The hurricane, vortex, and suction force, like tentacles retracting into a cave, gradually lessened, and Sal and the others, who had been suspended in the air, slowly floated down. When they touched the ground, except for Sal and Carter who could barely stand like they were drunk, all the others were sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Two of them were even struggling to suppress the urge to vomit as things surged up from their stomachs. Chapter 308 Establishing Authority. You performed well. Let me heal you a bit. Alexander smiled and nodded. A pure, gentle magical light and cleansing power ignited within the magic array, like an angel's hands smoothing away the injuries of the few. Sal shook his head, the sensation of dizziness seemingly vanishing. He checked that his subordinates were all fine, exchanged a brief look with them, and then stepped forward, bowing. Your Highness, Prince Huosi indeed has urgent secret news. You see. As he spoke, he looked left and right, hesitating to continue. Is it about the Mage Tower or about himself? Alexander paused, sensing Sal's genuine emotion, and waved his hand at Mogander and the others. After Mogander and his group left, leaving only Gargadon, Lisa, and Nui by his side, Sal finally spoke. It is about the Major Tower. Prince Huosi received reliable intelligence that Bellum has taken over Sakritha's position and has gathered a large number of serfs and slaves, distributing medicine to them. He will launch a counterattack on the north soon. Medicine? Alexander narrowed his eyes and sneered. It seems Bellum is smarter than Sakritha. He knows I don't want to kill the innocent. However, his calculations are wrong. In the face of absolute strength, his plans are useless. Your Highness, he has obtained the Major Tower's 6-star holy artifact, the Star River warship, and Sakritha likely hasn't died yet. Moreover, what? Upon hearing that Sakritha was not dead, Alexander didn't pay much attention, but the 6-star warship made his heart skip a beat. However, he immediately suppressed his impulse and stared at Sal. A 6-star warship with Bellum's strength as an archmage. I'm afraid he can't unleash its combat power, right? Could it be that President Tycho has come out of seclusion? There is no specific information. Sal shook his head, obvious worry on his face, and said, but there is one more thing, which is the seeds spread by the Major Tower. Prince Huosi reminds you that it is best to slow down. If the timing is not right and the Mage Tower is pushed too far, they will activate the seeds, and then everyone will lose. Alexander frowned. He knew a little about the seeds, but he didn't know exactly what they were or what consequences they would produce. Your Highness should know about the resurrected George and the demonized members of the Golden Knights, right? Sal weighed his words. Alexander looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Sal took a deep breath and said, that is what is called the seed. However, according to information held by the royal family, the seeds inside the Mage Tower are not scary. What is scary are their believers. Alexander stood up abruptly, his gaze like a knife as he stared at Sal. You mean all the believers? Sal did not avoid his gaze, but nodded with a serious face. These bastards, they are simply devils, scum. A scene of all the Mage Tower believers across the entire Noah continent becoming demonized flashed subconsciously in his mind. Alexander was furious and felt a chill down his spine. After a long while, he calmed down and asked, Prince Huosi asked me to slow down. Is there a way? Your Highness, this is exactly what Prince Huosi asked me to tell you. The reason His Majesty went to the East Sea was to find the antidote. Elven secret medicine. Elven secret medicine? Alexander was stunned, his mouth twitching. He felt like things were going through huge ups and downs. Was it such a coincidence? But thinking about the price Pang Bao paid to create the Elven secret medicine, he feared it wasn't that simple. I will send people to investigate this matter in depth immediately. You can go back and tell Prince Huosi that I can slow down. But whether the other side lets me slow down is not up to me. I hope he prepares early. Your Highness, we cannot go back. Sal said with a helpless, bitter smile, looking at Carter and the others beside him. Prince Huosi has already left his original location, and he cut off contact with us when he left. He asked us to come and defect to you. Hey, Alexander was amused. He had deliberately asked if they had a way out, and now it was settled. These people were going to take root here, but on the surface, he still pretended to be troubled. Is that so? But I don't have any vacancies for personnel here. It's not easy to arrange. Your Highness, aren't you recruiting those? Flight. Whatever pilots, we have inquired about it before, and we should have passed the test just now, right? Moreover, we all have experience helping on airships, which is much better than ordinary personnel. That's right, Your Highness, keep us. We can definitely handle it. As Sal and Carter argued, the other personnel also chimed in. Actually, Alexander knew they were afraid of disobeying Prince Huosi's orders. It's a bit difficult. Alexander pondered. The pilots I am recruiting need to be warriors who can fight 10 men each. I need a spirit of not being afraid of death. After all, the newly developed aircraft will be the main force for attacking the Mage Tower in the future, and there may be extremely dangerous situations. Besides, you just said that the Major Tower has sent out a 6-star warship. This is no joke. Can you be ready to face death without fear? Sal hesitated. If Prince Huosi had requested it, he would definitely not have hesitated. But Alexander, he really wasn't sure. Not only had they offended him before, but if he plays dirty and set them up, he really would have no temper. And most importantly, the Major Tower had really sent out a 6-star warship. Comparing the comprehensive strength of Alexander that he had gathered, there was absolutely no chance of winning. So Alexander wasn't lying to them. This position was a life and death gamble. Carter, who thought the same as Sal, also exchanged glances with the other subordinates. They all knew the terror of a 6-star warship, so in the end, they focused their attention on Sal. Your Highness, if we join, Do we count as regular Kesuli troops? Sal looked up suddenly, his expression solemn. Yes, Alexander nodded. Then if we die in battle, do we have the same treatment as regular troops? I heard that Kesuli's soldiers, pilots, are 10 times higher than ordinary soldiers. All aspects of treatment enjoy priority. This time, before Sal could finish speaking, Alexander already understood what the other party meant, and at the same time, he felt the gradually stabilizing emotions of the people opposite him. Your Highness, Salgate is willing to serve you. Carter, Roman, Zama, Dilly. We are willing to serve you. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Gold territory on the northwest border was currently being mushroomed. The Mage Tower brought a super demolition team and carried out indiscriminate, groundless carpet-style demolition and bombing of the Black Gold territory. People were like ants fighting for territory, rubbing together. The mansion of the Black Gold Territory Lord, which had stood on the high ground of the Black Gold Territory for hundreds of years, was leveled by a single shot from a 6-star super demolition cannon. The renowned 5-star Dark Gold Great Knight Bastrat was currently taking his family and fleeing in a golden cloud airship. Major Tower, one day I will come back. I will never let you off. Bastrat was fierce in appearance but weak in reality, covered in dust, his armor looking like a ragman's. Fortunately, his daughter Elena and wife Fassia were by his side, so he resisted the urge to fight to the death. Looking at the 6-star warship hovering above the mansion, he knew the Black Gold territory was finished. The Mage Tower moved too fast. Even if he asked Alexander for help, it would be a case of distant water failing to save a nearby fire. With intent calculating the unintentional, he was liquidated, serving as an example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Father, are we really going to defect to Lord Alexander with the current power of the Mage Tower? Can Lord Alexander withstand it? At that time, won't His Highness blame us for bringing disaster to him? Elena supported her mother, looking at Bastrat with a worried expression. Bastrat only shook his head and sighed at these words, saying, Daughter, you should know the Major Tower's sphere of influence better than I do. Apart from the North, who else dares to take us in? Besides, now that Bellum has successfully established his authority, I'm afraid those nobles who have newly defected to the North will also waver. We have no choice. Elena was silent, looking through the portal at the approaching Crystal City. She didn't feel good either. She had just left, and now she was back. It seemed like Crystal City had cast a spell on her. Every time she came here, it was quite miserable. Does father have confidence in Lord Alexander? Elena took a deep breath and made a decision. No, Bastrat answered almost without hesitation. However, Elena could also understand. After all, anyone who saw Bellum's 6-star warship would not dare to say they were sure. Even a true 6-star Saint Archmage would not dare to say they could retreat unscathed. So Elena probably understood her father's meaning. It was just trying to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Chapter 309 Bombing. Great Elder Bellum. Bastrat has fled with his family toward Crystal City. Should we? Inside the Star River warship, an Archmage reported respectfully to Bellum, who sat high at the control console, but Bellum raised his hand to interrupt him. No need to pursue. We have already achieved our goal. Looking down at the 3 origin stones on the console, which had lost half their energy, Bellum felt a pang of heartache, but he felt the effect of establishing prestige through this single battle was worth it. Achieved our goal? The Archmage was slightly stunned. Bellum glanced at him indifferently and said, I have just received secret letters from over a dozen veteran nobles in Crystal City. They were unwilling to follow me before, but now they are very enthusiastic. I see. The Archmage suddenly understood and quickly flattered him. Great Elder, your skills are superior. You must have foreseen this result long ago. We were kept in the dark the whole time. Great Elder, you are brilliant. Ha ha ha. I actually wasn't certain either. But seeing Bastrat's reaction today, I can conclude that the warship in the hands of the little Prince Alexander Bartuk definitely cannot compare to the Star River. Bellum was in high spirits. His confidence greatly boosted. This is all due to Lord Bellum's wisdom and the protection of the gods. Great Elder is brilliant. Echoes of agreement and flattery rose one after another. Bellum seemed to see the future throne of the Major Tower's deputy branch president beckoning to him. Send the word down. Rest for 7 days. Try to incorporate the commoner slaves of the Black Gold territory to expand our ranks of believers, and then capture the North in one fell swoop. Oh, praise the Great Elder. Great Elder, you are the apostle of the gods. Undercurrents were surging within Crystal City at this moment. Some veteran nobles were now like street rats, meeting in secret, discussing matters of acting as internal agents and defecting. Some radicals even secretly mobilized private armies, just waiting for the Major Tower's army to arrive to turn their coats. Meanwhile, inside the Crystal City Lord's mansion, Guinevere looked at the secret report in her hand, her brows furrowed deeply. Beside her, Ishuroti and the Chief Knight Taro were both looking solemn. Princess, should I have these fence-sitters arrested now? Taro pressed his hand against the musket at his waist, thinking of the restless nobles in the city, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, when we received Bastrat's plea for help earlier, I thought the Mage Tower wouldn't act so quickly, but now it seems. Should we take them in? Ishuroti looked worriedly at Guinevere, who had just recovered a little. Crystal City had only just stabilized. She hadn't expected the Major Tower to completely flip the table. Moreover, Bellum was an old acquaintance who had been dealing with them in Crystal City for ages, especially with those veteran nobles. Now that he had a 6-star warship in hand, it would be strange if those veteran nobles didn't defect. I am more worried about Alexander Bartuk. Guinevere raised her head, rubbed her temples, and said, Bellum has many internal lines in Crystal City. Given his personality, this counterattack must be backed by absolute certainty. A 6-star warship isn't actually terrifying. Didn't Alexander Bartuk say before to utilize a 6-star warship? Besides needing Greystone, one also needs powerful psychic power. And Bellum is merely an Archmage. This. Are you saying that behind Bellum there is still? Ishuroti was startled, as if she had thought of something. Exactly. I am worried that Tycho Dios is coming out of seclusion. Guinevere's expression was serious. Tycho? Your Highness, should we avoid him? Ishiroti hesitated for a moment, then bit the bullet and said it. Guinevere looked at Ishiroti, and the two met each other's eyes. After a while, Guinevere suddenly smiled. She knew Ishiroti wasn't cowardly, but was concerned about her. After all, she currently had less than 10% of her strength remaining. If Tycho comes out of seclusion normally, he has likely reached 6 stars. Where do you think we can go? Ishiroti opened her mouth but couldn't speak. The power of a 6-star Saint Archmage could already be said to have reached an unimaginable level, a level that ordinary mages simply couldn't understand. Furthermore, with the 6-star river warship, they would be chased and beaten like street rats. And given Guinevere's personality and character, that kind of life would be worse than just killing them directly. Report, Princess. Duke Bastrat of the Black Gold territory is now 300 miles from Crystal City and requests entry. A messenger soldier trotted in. Guinevere and Ishiroti exchanged a glance, and she waved her hand, saying, "Let them pass. Have them enter from the west gate." Watching the messenger leave, Guinevere took a deep breath and stood up, asking Ishiroti to accompany her to the city tower. What is meant to happen will happen. Tell Alexander Bartuk that the major tower has flipped the table. The scorching sun hung in the sky. Beneath them was an endless sea of sand. Salgate sat in this bird-like combat aircraft, feeling the bumps and resistance caused by the collision of the surrounding fuselage with the rapid airflow. The white mist kicked up by the tail fins soared through the sky like flying fish cutting through the sea. Boom, 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 boom. The fuselage vibrated as combat aircraft breaking the sound barriers streaked past at high speed, one of them even circling his aircraft and performing a spiral roll. Through the crystal barrier, one could clearly see that the pilot in that aircraft's cockpit was a cat-owl demi-human girl. When the two met the girl even made a face at him. Joey, a 16-year-old cat-owl demi-human, had once served as Cecily's scout and had been exposed to the combat aircraft for one morning more than him, and the result was what it was now. Little girl. Salgate pulled the control stick hard with both hands, and the aircraft violently surged forward with a burst of acceleration, breaking through a sonic boom ring. As the captain of the Prince's Guard, if he were crushed by a little girl, he would lose all face. Moreover, the other party was a demi-human from Holy Fire City. Actually, it wasn't just Joey's talented operation of the combat aircraft. Even the operation of the Lefus 3 brothers who came with her made Salgate and the others fall far behind. HMPH, relying on alchemical weapons. What kind of hero is that? A knight must rely on their own strength. The aircraft broke the sound barrier 3 times, but he was still eating dust behind. Salgate's expression was ugly, glancing at Carter, who was following closely, and Joey and the others who were provoking him from time to time. Salgate muttered to himself, "This combat aircraft has at most the strength of a 4-star peak, although it is forged very excellently in terms of noise reduction, levitation, stealth, detection, etc., especially its speed, which is even more flexible and faster than Prince Huosi's airship. This thing is at best a fly." Facing the Major Tower's 6-star river warship, it is simply not in the same league. No matter how excellent the operation is, what's the use? I really don't know what His Highness Alexander Bartuk's intention is. Captain Salgate, the bombing zone is ahead. This time we are loaded with live ammunition, and the third prince wants us to record the damage effects. Carter's voice came through the communication cochlea in his ear, and Salgate gave a thumbs up to Carter, who had caught up to his right window. Follow the plan. Even if we are cannon fodder, we cannot embarrass His Highness the Prince. Received. The aircraft dove down, and sand dunes of varying heights appeared in the sea of sand ahead. Black dots moved rapidly on the sand dunes, seemingly sensing the threat of the few iron birds in the sky, restless and preparing for defensive counterattacks. Salgate activated the detection and locking magic array, and a small crystal screen appeared before his eyes, showing a clear image of the sand dunes below. Groups of crimson scorpions, like small cars, were raising their scorpion tails high, rapidly moving their scythe-like legs, and waving their large pincers as they gathered toward the gullies of the sand dunes. Although the rustling sound of digging sand couldn't be heard inside the aircraft, it could be felt through the crystal projection. These crimson scorpions were like shrewd hunters, half burying their bodies in the sand, exposing only their scorpion tails and 2 fiery red pincers. The tail needles, as thick as a child's arm, and the scorching fireballs condensing on their pincers were ready to strike, making the entire sand dune gully look like it had been lit by little lanterns. Altitude 2000, outside the Crimson Scorpion's range, ready to drop bombs at any time. Drop bombs. Chapter 310. Tycho leaves the pass. Swish, swish, swish. A series of piercing screeches tore through the sky. Sal glanced to the side and opened the bomb bay. The aircraft vibrated slightly, then suddenly felt lighter. Explosive shells, as fat as watermelons, plummeted in a graceful freefall. The only difference was that these shells were inscribed with arcane magic arrays. Turn on the recording stone to record. Watching the aerial bombs fall, Sal subconsciously curled his lip. He didn't think much of these explosive shells, which were at most peak 4-star level. The Crimson Scorpions were not on the same level as the Star River warship, and even if they were used to deal with the cannon fodder groups of poor slaves driven by the Major Tower, they might not be effective. After all, once the seeds were activated, those slaves and poor people would become true demons. As the squadron behind him finished dropping their bombs, Sal pulled up the aircraft and led the team to record with the recording stone. PFFT, 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 hiss, hiss, hiss. The Crimson Scorpions sensed a huge threat and launched attacks at the sky one after another. However, the targets were too far away, and the Crimson Scorpions' tail stingers and fireballs couldn't reach them. Fortunately, these cunning creatures were tenacious, and their continuous, dense attacks formed an invisible barrier of firepower above the ravines. boom, 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 like brilliant fireworks. The plummeting bombs exploded the moment they touched the barrier of firepower. The earth shook, and the surrounding sand dunes radiated for dozens of miles like waves stirred up by a hurricane. Almost all the Crimson Scorpions hiding in the gullies of the sand dunes were buried. But before they were buried, the shock waves from the 4-star aerial bombs stunned 1/3 of the Crimson Scorpions and killed 1/5 on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. The buried Crimson Scorpions very cleverly chose not to fight back head-on, but instead dug frantically, trying to escape by using sand evasion. But just then, the aerial bombs that had exploded in the sky manifested huge magic arrays. Within the white and blue arrays, thick emotions flowed out, permeating the sandy ground like pervasive mercury. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The irritable and chaotic Crimson Scorpions were deeply infected as soon as they came into contact with this emotion. Their crimson eyes went blank, then turned watery. They stopped digging, raised their pincers to touch each other, and their scorpion tails swayed and tapped against each other, as if they were dancing. What's going on? Sal, who was recording, looked at the crystal screen and sat up straight. A moment ago they were brutally exploding, and in an instant, everything was calm. The contrast was too great. Captain, what is going on? Am I hallucinating? Carter and the other team members were also stunned, and the same thing was happening in Joey's formation. These bombs are different. Let's get closer and see. Sal pushed the control stick, and the aircraft dived down. The recording stone moved in close to record, not missing a single detail. The thick emotions swept in like a tide. Sal's aircraft plunged into it, seemed to tremble slightly, and then the aircraft slowed down. The irritable and nervous emotions suddenly eased, replaced by warmth and joy. What a comfortable feeling. Sal relaxed his body and mind, and the words Alexander Bartuk said to them before the exercise appeared in his mind. The aerial bombs this time were quite special. At the time, he hadn't thought deeply about this special aspect, but now that he had experienced it personally, the special nature of these bombs was too powerful. First, it ignored level and defense. The penetrating power of this kind of emotional bomb was almost impossible to defend against. As for lethality, it didn't seem to cause casualties, but it could produce area of effect emotional strikes, causing the enemy to lose their will to fight. If this effect might have a weak impact on high-level warriors, but if faced with large numbers of poor slaves and demons, this kind of emotional attack was simply the best weapon. Captain, it's so comfortable here, I feel like I'm floating. Yeah, Captain, I want to go down and dance with those Crimson Scorpions right now. Return. Sal woke up hearing this. The effect of this emotional bomb was an indiscriminate attack. His subordinates behind him were not high level, so he shouldn't capsize in the gutter. Moreover, the purpose of the exercise had been achieved, and he could go back to report. The top floor of the Mage Tower in the royal city of the Lance Empire was like an independent starry sky. Extremely rare 5-star magic crystals were dotted here like stars at the core of various magic arrays, filling this top floor with magic power. Inside the enclosed space at the core of this top floor, a 6-star magic array slowly lit up. The surrounding spatial magic power was instantly triggered, surging like a tide. In the magic array, a dark golden metal door appeared and slowly opened from the inside. Welcome, Master. Upon your emergence from seclusion, a dense tide of magic power surged. In an instant, 4 tall demon figures knelt before the door, feeling the slight footsteps inside getting closer. The 4 of them tensed up. Under the starlight, the thin figure of Tycho Dios slowly emerged. His mage robe drifted, and his eyes opened and closed slightly, as if countless lightning bolts flashed and vanished. How is the situation at headquarters? Tycho raised his hand and cast a spell into the air. A huge water screen of magic power appeared, reflecting the scenes around the major towers across the empire. But seeing the Northern King's flags planted everywhere, Tycho's expression grew more and more sinister the more he looked. These days, he had exhausted everything to break through to 6-star, even turning a blind eye to the chaos in the north. But now that his resources were exhausted, he was still stuck at the threshold of 6-star. He knew this was all because of the thing in his mind restraining him. If he wanted to break through, he would have to go to the Mage General Tower in the Tiger Kingdom to find his guide, the Saint Archmage Sabazgoth. Master, headquarters has recently been discussing the matter of the Lord of Bones about to break the seal. The Golden Knights we sent out have lost contact. In hearing that the Golden Knights had lost contact, Tycho finally raised an eyebrow. If the matter in the north was not beyond his control in his view, the Lord of Bones in the Eternal Winter Mountains was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He pondered slightly and said, "Go tell Bellum that he must pacify the north at all costs, and then have him garrison Kessulai. No matter what, he must prevent the invasion of the Lord of Bones' undead army." Tycho paused as he spoke, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. "If necessary, you can activate the Major Tower's demon array, Master." The 4 demon subordinates suddenly raised their heads upon hearing this. It was obvious that excitement was brewing in their eyes, but they were afraid that Tycho was just speaking casually, so they swallowed the words that were on the tip of their tongues. Go. The Mage Tower wants believers, not an empire. Some noisy voices should have been silenced long ago. Master is wise. You are just too benevolent, always tolerating the existence of those heretics. But they don't know how to be grateful. They should have been silenced long ago. Tycho waved his hand. He viewed the matter in the north as a minor trouble. With Lapworth, a 5-star alchemist, in charge of the Star River warship, Bellum would definitely be able to pacify the north. He was not worried about this. Watching the 4 leave, he restrained his spirit and raised his hand to carve out a space gate in front of him. Inside the gate, the huge metal building was like a monster dormant underground, waiting to choose people to devour. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The 6-star shackle was more important. Other things like the imperial royal family or continental territory were just chess pieces on a chessboard. As long as he could break through to 6-star, Everything else would be just a matter of turning his hand. Chapter 311 Attention from all sides. At the same moment, in an independent space somewhere in the sky above the Noah continent, Pang Bao sat under a coconut tree on the shore of the Elf Sea, watching the backs of his subordinate elves collecting origin stones, and stretched lazily. Long Bao, what are you collecting these stones for? A gentle yet majestic voice suddenly rang in his ear. The title Long Bao was Parker's name in the Elven Realm. He was a life form born alongside the Elven Dragon Empress at the beginning of the Elven Realm's creation. Sister, these are things the little prince needs. Pang Bao turned his head as an elven woman with an elegant figure and majestic temperament, dressed in dragon robes, stepped out of a spatial gate. Although her invisible dragon might was restrained, the elves on the distant shore sensed it instantly and turned to bow one after another. Alexander obtained Quinton's spaceship. The Elven Dragon Empress's brow twitched slightly, and she casually waved her hand at the distant elves. Yes, he operates it with ease. Pang Bao nodded seriously. The Elven Dragon Empress gave a soft toe, her eyes flashing with sharp light. She then gazed into the depths of the Elf Sea and muttered to herself, "This is a sign of an impending great war." Speaking, she turned to stare at Pang Bao and said solemnly, "I think you should be clear about the power of the Major Tower. With the little prince's current strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to shake it. Aren't you being a bit too hasty in helping him grow, sister?" Pang Bao shook his head and explained, "I think Alexander can do it. Besides, things aren't stable in Eternal Winter right now either. The Mage Tower is focusing more on the Lord of Bones side, so we still have a buffer period." The Elven Dragon Empress pondered for a moment. She naturally knew about the movements of the Lord of Bones and understood that the Major Tower would inevitably prioritize Eternal Winter. But regardless, the Major Tower was still a behemoth that had operated for 10,000 years. How could a fledgling little prince topple it? If it were that easy, the Dragon Emperor and Wood wouldn't have had to put in so much effort, only to be confined to Dragon Spirit Island by the Major Tower. Long Bao, the life spring of the Elf Sea has been sealed. We need the little prince's help. What? Hearing the Elven Dragon Empress suddenly change the subject, Pang Bao was stunned, then jumped up immediately. The life spring was the foundation for the Elven race's survival and reproduction. If it was sealed, it would cut off the Elven race's bloodline inheritance. This was a matter of immense gravity. However, the Elf Sea was divided into two layers, the Magic Shallow Layer and the Magic Forbidden Abyss Layer. As the name suggested, the Magic Shallow Layer was a layer of water formed by the convergence of vast magic power, while the Magic Forbidden Abyss Layer isolated all magic. To put it bluntly, it was like a black hole, but the life spring just happened to be at the very bottom of the Magic Forbidden Abyss Layer. Now that it was sealed, the Elven race's constitution simply wouldn't allow them to enter the Abyss Layer without being able to use magic. Going there would be certain death. Sister, Alexander can't leave his side. The Mage Tower is preparing to counterattack. Besides, to enter the Elven realm, his level won't allow him to cross the spatial barrier. I can solve the spatial barrier issue if necessary. I can convene the Council of Elders. After all, the Spring of Life is the foundation of the Elven realm. Seeing the Elven Dragon Empress's piercing gaze, Pang Bao knew she wanted to use this method to indirectly protect Alexander, but the Major Tower had already launched its retaliatory actions. If Alexander wasn't there to take command, morale would surely be unstable. At that time, not only would the North be lost, but his dream of the Hero Tower would also be shattered. However, the Spring of Life was truly too important. Sister, I understand. I will ask for his help after I return. I wonder how much longer the spring can hold out? Pang Bao peeked toward the far end of the Elf Sea. The waves were as usual, and no abnormality could be seen at all. I don't know the specific time, but I estimate it won't exceed a month. 1 month. Pang Bao grimaced and slowly looked up, saying, "In that case, I will definitely tell Alexander as soon as I return and have him rescue our Elven realm no matter what. I'll be waiting for your good news." 7 days passed in a flash. At Little Gold Lake, not far from Crystal City, the overwhelming Mage Tower army had cleared the area, making it their first camp for capturing the gateway to the north. Belam was currently accompanying the 5-star alchemy Archmage Lapworth, standing before a magic sand table, looking high-spirited. On his journey north, he hadn't struck directly at the heart of the enemy. Instead, following a policy of steady advancement, he destroyed towns and captured forts along the way, not sparing a single living settlement, all to expand his army of cannon fodder. Looking at the 200,000 cannon fodder troops outside now, he truly felt a sense of kingly pride. With so many believers, he seemed to see the position of vice president getting one step closer to him. Report. Dozens of old guard nobles from Crystal City and Golden Spike City have sent messengers seeking an audience with your lordship. Good timing. Belam and Lapworth shared a smile. As this was the signal that everything was ready, he nodded. Let them in. Pass down the order. Attack Golden Spike City. Yes. Woo woo oo oo tilde. The low sound of magic horns vibrated through the fields. The flowing clouds in the sky blocked the sun, spreading an orange-red glow. The ground shook as continuous volleys from magic ballistae were unleashed, roaring as they vented dense firepower upon Golden Spike City. Looking down from above, the entire Golden Spike City was in an uproar. Like a tidal wave of magic, the red of fire, the blue of ice crystals, the yellow of rock and earth, the black of corrosion, and the pure white of holy light, all magic elements of various attributes mixed together, licking at Golden Spike City like a lonely boat. In that light and shadow, the city's defensive arrays flickered, threatening to vanish at any moment. In accordance with the divine will, purge the heretics. Under the shadow of the massive Star River warship, golden knights astride giant dragons raised their long swords and roared. The 200,000 cannon fodder troops swarmed toward Golden Spike City like locusts. After several days of torture, whipping, threats, inducements, and forced baptism with potions, the 200,000 cannon fodder in front of them had long since lost their humanity. Each one had a distorted face, blood-red pupils, and sharp, blackened fingernails, snarling like enraged tigers or wolves. Most notably, black demonic wings had grown from their backs. They were true berserk demons. They were going to vent the suppressed resentment and pain in their hearts upon every living creature before them. This scene was also transmitted to various parts of the continent via magic projection. In the palace of the nearest Tulku Empire, Orion watched the magic projection with a solemn face, his fingers gripping the armrests of his throne tightly. With the Mage Tower deploying such a lineup, he knew that even with the full power of the Ulku Empire, he would be unable to resist. A 6-star river warship, 500 golden dragon knights, and hundreds of their ships, each requiring 100 3-star mages to operate, and an army of 200,000 demonized troops. This strength and these numbers were definitely enough to make one tremble. But now he had sided with Alexander. If Alexander were defeated, it was very likely the Mage Tower's next move would be to turn its spearhead toward him. Cecily, Harvey, restrain your people. Do not get involved under any circumstances. Reinforce the capital's defenses, and make sure there are no slips in Parker City either. The Mage Tower has gone mad. They aren't even hiding the demonization potions anymore. This is a betrayal of the Noah continent. Orion's tone was heavy, and anyone could hear the tension and anger in it. Sitting below, Cecily and Harvey glanced at each other, for once not bickering. The Mage Tower's actions had crossed the line. Who would be willing to be enslaved? Today, it was only poor civilians and slaves being demonized, but who could guarantee that this evil potion wouldn't fall upon them tomorrow? However, they also knew that to resist, they needed strength. Although they understood Alexander's strength, it was precisely because they understood that they couldn't help but feel shocked, and even a trace of fear, at seeing the Major Tower's foundation. They had still underestimated the Major Tower too much. They wondered if they would still be able to make amends after this war. Also watching the progress of the Golden Spike City battlefield was the Diga Kingdom. But at this moment, the face of King Quinn of Diga was extremely poor, pale and bloodless as if he had been drained of his lifeblood. Looking at the Major Tower army in the magic projection and the precarious Golden Spike City, his eyes were dark, filled with a hidden complexity and intense unease. In contrast, Prince Koza, who sat below, had a calm, cold smile, looking as confident as if he were watching a play. Father, I told you long ago that all resistance is futile. The divine will is inviolable. Quinn didn't even look at his son. Instead, his entire aura was locked onto an astral magic array pulsing with 6 black flames above his head. This was a small-scale forbidden curse cast by a Saint Archmage from the Mage General Tower. He wondered if his secret plot would that they had been detected by the other party. The fact that the Major Tower could bring out a bottom-draw 6-star warship to deal with a little prince seemed to reveal a clue, not to mention having a Saint Archmage monitor him. And most importantly, the massive use of demonization potions meant they were laying their cards on the table. Do what you are supposed to do. Never underestimate anyone of the Bartuk bloodline, or you will lose miserably. HMPH, Bartuk, just a bunch of arrogant fools. Koza's lip curled. He didn't believe a word Quinn said, his gaze fixed on the magic projection as if to witness his own thoughts being proven right. Looking at his son's appearance, Quinn almost slammed the table and stood up, but feeling the pressure of the hexagram array, he forced himself to endure it. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. He sighed in his heart. The timing was wrong, and some things were better left unsaid to avoid them becoming a death warrant. Chapter 312 The Emotional Navigation Channel. Boom, boom, boom. Lord Steward, over a dozen veteran nobles of Golden Spike City, led by the former City Lord Ginder, have secretly defected to the Major Tower. Currently, the city defense formation has sustained multiple damages, and our soldiers have suffered casualties. Inside the Golden Spike City Defense Command Hall, Vaughn and Chris gazed at the city defense sand table, lost in thought. Counterattack. It wasn't that they didn't want to counterattack. However, according to intelligence, the disparity between the enemy and us is too great. With Golden Spike City's strength, it is impossible to win. At most, they could use alchemical weapons to leave behind those 200,000 cannon fodder demons. But this was precisely where Vaughn and Chris were conflicted. These cannon fodder were merely ordinary commoners and slaves. If they killed them ruthlessly, not only would it fail to change the situation, but it would also give the Mage Tower an excuse to spread rumors that Alexander Bartuk was slaughtering the innocent, effectively slapping himself in the face regarding his claims of protecting the commoners. This concerns the reputation of the royal family. It is by no means a small matter. Lord, give the order. Those people are no longer human. They are demons. We must defend the North. Defend His Highness. That's right, Lord. It doesn't matter what others say. We people of the North all know that His Highness treats us with sincerity. The generals around the sand table were filled with righteous indignation at the Major Tower's schemes. Vaughn pondered slightly, took a deep breath, turned to look at Chris, and said, Chris, what do you think? Chris raised her eyebrows and said decisively, anyone who questions His Highness, no matter who they are, is my enemy. Whoosh. The command room suddenly fell silent, with only the city defense sand table, constantly changing and flowing under the light of the Dharma torch lamp, flickering and fading. Vaughn's expression gradually became stern, and he nodded, saying, Chris, hear my order. All Mage Tower armies, open fire as soon as they enter range. I will bear all consequences. Yes, we stand and fall with the steward and the commander. Watching Chris stride away with the soldiers, Vaughn's eyes also slowly became firm. Lord Steward, a message from His Highness. At this moment, a communications soldier reported from the side. Oh, Vaughn's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he said, connected quickly. Report. Lord, a breach has been blasted in the west gate of Golden Spike City by our ballistae. The 1st Cavalry Regiment requests to split forces for a surprise attack. Ha ha ha, good, granted. On the Star River warship, Bellum laughed excitedly, looking at the favorable situation on the battlefield before him. He was full of spirit. These are my believers. Once we take Golden Spike City, and then take Crystal City, the number of believers will expand tenfold. Report. Lord, unidentified aircraft have been discovered in the north, numbering in the hundreds. It seems the third prince's reinforcements have arrived. Bellum was slightly stunned upon hearing this, but immediately snorted coldly. HMPH, ignore them, with our Star River warship here. No matter how many come, they are just courting death. Bellum sneered and dismissed the messenger, while ordering his subordinates to copy the magical projection onto the sand table. Sure enough, a group of alchemical aircraft in the northern sky were rapidly approaching Golden Spike City. It seems our little prince has not given up. Lapworth, who had not spoken until now, looked at the alchemical aircraft on the sand table with a flash of light in his eyes. The structure of this aircraft was something he had never seen before. It looked somewhat like a wild goose and somewhat like a falcon. Judging by the movement speed and trajectory of these aircraft on the projection, they appeared very fast and agile, incomparable to airships. Furthermore, judging by the size of the aircraft, there were at most 2 operators. It was just unclear how their combat effectiveness was. As a 5-star Great Archmage, he could see the pros and cons of this aircraft almost at a glance. It had speed and agility, but insufficient attack power. Another point was that its level was a fatal flaw. Even if it could reach 4 stars against Dragon Riders, or even the Star River warship, it was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot, just cannon fodder. Hey, just some small fry. We just need to wait for the third prince's warship to appear and then destroy it. Basically, there will be no suspense left in the north. Bellum looked at the 2 opposing forces on the sand table that were about to make contact, looking quite confident. In fact, it wasn't just him. The surrounding subordinates and Lapworth's attendants and disciples also held absolute confidence in victory for this battle. It was simply because the disparity between the 2 sides was too obvious. 200,000 demon cannon fodder, 500 dragon riders, 3,000 regular golden knights, plus hundreds of airships and a 6-star Star River warship, with a 5-star Great Archmage presiding. Such power, let alone pacifying the north, would be more than enough to invade the Ulco Empire. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as everyone was imagining preparing to sweep through Golden Spike City with overwhelming force, the third prince's aircraft unit on the sand table had already made contact with the 200,000-strong army of demon cannon fodder. But the scene of the contact was not the overwhelming destruction they had imagined. Instead, a strange scene appeared. On the magical sand table, the tidal wave of demon armies roared, waving their wings and sharp claws, lunging at the last defensive barrier of Golden Spike City. The soldiers of Golden Spike City on the city walls fought back frantically, but they also suffered heavy casualties. At the same time, the demons also fired dense magic projectiles at the aircraft diving down from the sky. Various elemental magics were like a barrage, painting half of Golden Spike City's sky like an oil canvas. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Royal fighter planes, each painted with a sky blue lion, dove down furiously and opened their belly hatches. Dark, heavy aerial bombs emitted shrill screeches as they smashed into the densest clusters of demons. Boom hum. The earth trembled, and powerful shockwaves sent the surrounding demons flying. But the explosion sound also carried a dull, thermobaric frequency. After each aerial bomb exploded, a huge magic formation pattern would light up on the ground, with rich magic elements gathering upon it and diffusing outwards. The demons, who had just climbed up, roaring and lunging, suddenly quieted down after being tainted by these rich magic elements. Their violent eyes instantly fell into confusion, and then they looked at each other and engaged in friendly exchanges. Even those demons attacking the city walls took the initiative to shake hands with the defending soldiers. What's going on? Bellum felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of flies. He had originally wanted to issue a victory declaration, but at this moment, he felt as if his throat had been choked. Watching the bizarre scene spreading like a plague on the battlefield, he felt as if his brain had been smashed by a hammer. He had personally tested the dosage of the demon potion thousands of times, and the previous state was absolutely perfect. But why, after the opponent's round of bombing, did the battlefield undergo such an inexplicable change? Looking at those lit-up magic formations, Bellum's expression became increasingly ugly. This is impossible. How could there be such magic bombs? Bellum looked at Lapworth beside him. Lapworth's eyes flashed with brilliance. He raised his hand and cast several spells, pulling the image on the sand table closer and magnifying it. The white and blue magic formations emitted a glowing magical radiance. Any demon that came into contact with this radiance immediately fell into confusion, and then became friendly. Some demons, because of special constitutions and strong resistance to the potion, were even gradually turning back into human form. Incredible. I didn't expect this little prince to be able to attach emotions to a magic formation. This kind of enchanting ability is unprecedented. Lord, the potential threat of this alchemical weapon is not small, especially to our believers. It is very harmful. The people around also realized the power of this aerial bomb magic formation. Their confident demeanor from just a moment ago had long since turned into a sense of precariousness. This kind of weapon that could control human emotions was, for those of them who believed in gods, a threat that truly shook their foundation. Imagine, the Mage Tower is spread across the Noah continent with countless believers, but if they were attacked by such aerial bombs or weapons, all their efforts would go down the drain. Order, dragon riders and airships, destroy those aircraft with all your might, at any cost. Bellum gave the order, almost shouting. Lapworth also nodded and said, tell them, if there is a chance, get some samples back. Perhaps this magic formation will be even more useful in our hands. Teacher is wise. Hearing Lapworth's words, the crowd looked at each other and felt heartfelt admiration. For a time, the sky on the magical sand table became a meat grinder. Wyverns roared and bellowed, coordinating with the Dragon Knight's battle aura lances to spew dragon fire and frost, stirring the air currents in the sky into chaos. The climate of the entire battlefield fluctuated between hot and cold. One moment it was thunder and lightning, the next it was hail and heavy rain, like the end of the world. The royal fighter squadrons were clearly inexperienced in aerial combat. Their newly learned formation combat appeared extremely rigid in actual combat. Furthermore, Wyverns were inherently the overlords of the sky. Regardless of destructive power or agility, they held an overwhelming advantage. Looking down from the sand table, the Dragon Knights were like goshawks driving away a flock of sparrows. A scene of panic and confusion. Chapter 313 Activating the Galaxy. Bellum and the others felt their tense hearts relax, and smiles appeared on their faces. It was just a false alarm. In the face of absolute power, all tricks were nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bellam had already cast his gaze toward the northern region, certain that Golden Spike City and Crystal City were already within his grasp. Lapworth's gaze fell upon those fleeing aircraft, also filled with anticipation. The sound of conversation among the surrounding crowd grew loud again, and spirits were high. It was as if the roaring explosions on the battlefield were a victory anthem played for them. Unlike the certainty held by Bellam and the others, Alexander, who was controlling the warship from within the clouds high above Golden Spike City, watched the changes on the battlefield via the magic sand table. His gaze focused more on the Star River warship and the Royal Mage Tower. The forces dispatched by the Mage Tower this time were massive. To be honest, only when truly facing them could one feel their substantial foundation. The northern region's foundation was still too weak, especially since the opponent still had one uncertain variable, Tycho Dios. However, he was not completely unprepared. Looking at Pang Bao, who was enjoying the golden energy on the side, he still had plenty of confidence in this war. Notify Sal and the others, and have them implement the second plan. Yes, the order was quickly transmitted to the flight squadron. Sal had just shaken off a fire dragon biting at his tail, cursing under his breath as he looked at Carter and several old brothers following behind him. Although the fighters were all scorched and smoky, fortunately, no one had fallen behind. This was also thanks to the speed and agility of these fighters. Spread out. Activate the tail fin magic arrays. Understood. Received. Upon hearing the order to activate the tail fin magic arrays, the flight squadron knew it was time to initiate the second plan. In an instant, all the Blue Lion fighters in the sky were struggling to break free from the battlefield, accelerating toward the periphery. This made the group of Dragon Knights and the Mage Tower airship members wonder if the opponent couldn't handle the pressure and was deserting the battle. But before they could react, the Royal Flight Squadron's fighters had already formed a massive encirclement on the periphery. Even though this encirclement could not form dense firepower, when the tails of these aircraft lit up with blue and white magic arrays, everyone seemed to realize something. Not good. Attack them quickly. It's an emotion array. These bastards had this planned all along. Spread out. Spread out. The Dragon Knights and the Mage Tower airship were thrown into chaos. No one wanted to see themselves becoming friendly on the battlefield, especially those arrogant flying dragons. Their intelligence was no lower than humans. If they were to become like the demons below, calling each other brothers, it would be even more unbearable than killing them. The dignity of a dragon cannot be violated. Hum hum. The speed at which the magic arrays lit up far exceeded the movement speed of the Dragon Knights. The glowing magic elements in the air, attached with thick emotions, spread out. The flying dragons that were close by shuddered subconsciously the moment they made contact. Then, their cold pupils widened instantly, like snake eyes turning into cat eyes. Looking adorable. Roar. Despicable humans, stop your magic. We dragons will never submit. Hello. The rising and falling dragon roars revealed shock, anger, nervousness, and fear. Dragon heads nodded at each other, tails bumped in a friendly manner, and some even learned to fly in a figure-8 dance like bees, posing and posturing in various ways. It was simply nice. In fact, it wasn't that their breakout speed wasn't fast enough, but that the range of the emotion array was wide and impossible to defend against. Anyone who got close would be invisibly infected. This made the Dragon Knights feel very aggrieved. Advancing was not an option, and retreating was not either. Report, Lord Bellam. It's bad. The Dragon Knights have sent a distress signal. Inside the Star River warship, Bellam and Lapworth's faces were as gloomy as water. Just moments ago, they had victory in their grasp, but in the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. The situation on the battlefield had clearly tilted back toward the royal family's side. And most importantly, it was the morale of the army. The powerlessness of the 200,000 cannon fodder, combined with the failure of the Dragon Riders, caused the morale of the rear troops to plummet. They couldn't figure out what the emotion array that Alexander used was. And often, the most terrifying thing is the unknown. Damn it, how could this happen? Bellam scanned the silent combat operations hall. Lapworth pondered in silence, while the other personnel huddled like frightened quails, fearing that the blame would fall on them. This was forcing him to activate the Star River warship. In fact, he also wanted to use the warship. A few shots would solve the problem, but everyone knew the price to be paid for activating the Star River warship. It would definitely be a devastating blow, not to mention anything else. Those few origin stones were guarded by the Mage General Tower as scarce strategic resources. Everyone used was one less available. Furthermore, once the Star River warship was activated, it would be directly telling the Mage General Tower that he could not quell the matter with his own strength and needed to borrow the power of the warship. This was absolutely an insult to his ability and a provocation to his strength. It would definitely result in a deduction of points in front of the Mage General Tower. But now, having been outmaneuvered by the Third Prince's troops once or twice, he had no choice but to salvage the situation and stabilize the army's morale. Otherwise, how would he stand his ground in the Mage Tower in the future, let alone the position of branch president? Even keeping his current position would be a problem. By then, if Gerald stabbed him in the back, he wouldn't even have a chance to turn things around. Everyone return to your positions. Activate the Star River warship. Bellum took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and returned to the main control console. He looked at the 3 slots on the console and hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth, took out 3 precious origin stones from his storage ring, and embedded them into the slots. The warship trembled slightly, and an invisible pressure slowly spread out. Whether it was a 4-star Archmage or a 5-star Archmage, even all magic arrays below 6-star both inside and outside the warship were subdued by this invisible pressure, producing low moans. At the same time, a projection of a forbidden spell appeared on the ceiling above the control console, like a black eye staring at Bellum. That's right, for a strategic weapon like the Star River warship, even the Mage General Tower would set up restrictions to prevent the operator from going out of control. The feeling of needles pricking his back caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on Bellum's forehead. He knew that everything he did now was under the surveillance of a Saint Archmage, and he had no way back. However, the effect was also obvious. After the warship finished starting up, everyone's expressions visibly relaxed. It was as if they had taken a reassurance pill, sweeping away the previous gloom. At the same time, the Star River warship slowly ascended, slicing into the battlefield effortlessly like a hot knife through butter. The soldiers, whose morale had previously declined, regained their composure, and their eyes shone with light. In an instant, all eyes were focused on the Star River warship, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. The soldiers behind the defensive barrier of Golden Spike City widened their eyes at the first moment, feeling a terrifying pressure. The demon army that had just been pressing the front line retreated like a receding tide at this moment, leaving a vacuum zone for several miles in front of Golden Spike City. Intelligence from various aspects was transmitted upward like snowflakes. Chris and Vaughn stood on the city tower with serious expressions, gazing at the Star River warship gradually approaching in the sky. What was bound to come has finally arrived. Vaughn narrowed his fox-like eyes. Even though they had long received intelligence that the opponent had activated a 6-star warship, seeing it actually arrive before their eyes and feeling the terrifying magic light waves flickering from the 6-star cannon barrels still made one feel fear. After all, this thing only needed one shot to completely evaporate Golden Spike City. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. Can His Highness's warship handle it? Should we remind His Highness? Chris's firm gaze flashed with a rare look of worry. Rest assured, His Highness is not a reckless person. Vaughn narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He looked at the tense bodies of the soldiers around him and said, "Didn't you see that the opponent hasn't discovered His Highness? And even our own people don't know. So that means His Highness is more skilled, right?" Chris felt slightly relieved. She beckoned to the guards beside her and said, "Notify everyone, be ready for an all-out attack at any time." Chapter 314 Taking Action. Soldiers and citizens of Golden Spike City, surrender now. If you surrender now, you will still receive the gods' forgiveness. Do not remain stubborn. Do not listen to the royal family's deception any longer. The consequences of betraying the gods will be severe punishment. I will give you 5 more minutes. Otherwise, you will be reduced to ashes. Bellum's voice, amplified by a magic loudspeaker, enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone who saw the 6-star Star River warship slowly advancing felt as if a heavy boulder was pressing down on their hearts. The world seemed to fluctuate. The airflow on the ground twisted like a dragon, and it felt as if the magic elements in the surrounding space had turned into bubbles, becoming extremely unstable. Roar! The dragon riders let out earth-shaking roars to bolster their momentum. The entire Golden Spike City seemed to be trembling. What do we do? It's a 6-star Star River warship. The soldiers of Golden Spike City, including the logistical support personnel, were all at a loss, even panicking. Can we win? Some veteran generals who had just received orders to prepare for an all-out attack began to mutter to themselves, wondering if the orders from above were a mistake. Ha ha ha, you ants of the north, if you don't surrender now, prepare to face death. The morale of the Major Tower Legion soared, their cheers sounding like a roaring tsunami. Meanwhile, as the Star River warship activated, all factions were on high alert. In the Ulku Empire Palace, Orion watched the main cannon of the Star River warship gathering magic power on the magic projection. He stood up from his throne involuntarily, his expression extremely serious. Beside him, Cecily repeatedly issued orders for guards everywhere to sound the highest defense alarm. No one could guess what strange strategic decisions the Star River warship might make. Such a weapon could already threaten the security bottom line of any nation. In the Diga Kingdom Royal Palace, Quinn narrowed his eyes, leaning against his throne as he sighed while watching the projection. The Mage Tower still possessed its foundation. If he weren't being monitored by an Archmage, he might have been able to help mediate. But looking at the movements in Golden Spike City now, Wood's youngest son still hadn't appeared, and the situation seemed dire. On the contrary, Koza beside him was so excited that his eyes shone, as if he were the one piloting the Star River warship. The North must not fall. Otherwise, Wood's plan will be even more difficult. A large population doesn't just represent countless believers, but also the numbers for an undead army. The consequences would be terrifying. In Crystal City, Guinevere's knuckles were white from clenching her fists. Even though she didn't speak and tried to remain calm, Ishiroti beside her could still feel her intense unease and worry. Your Highness Highness, the third prince has a warship too, so it should be fine. You don't need to worry too much. Guinevere looked at Ishiroti and shook her head gently. Have the city defenses been prepared? Notify everyone to enter the bunkers. This situation is different, Your Highness. Ishiroti hesitated to speak. She knew that this shot from the Star River warship concerned not only the survival of Golden Spike City but also the strategic direction of Crystal City, the north, and even the entire Lance Empire. If there was any misjudgment of the situation, it would mean total destruction. Far away in the eternal winter mountains, in front of a massive glacier projection, Sakritha grinned, watching the Star River warship's main cannon finish charging, letting out an excited low growl from his throat. Destruction meant the birth of the undead. He craved the slaughter of the battlefield. Fresh souls were the supplement for his advancement and the catalyst for the Lord of Bones to rule the world. It didn't matter who won or lost. All he wanted was more souls, more destruction. In the vacuum zone of Golden Spike City, the Star River warship's main cannon had reached saturation in its energy accumulation. Bellum could clearly feel that the magic energy feedback from the control console had reached a critical point. It was a power that made his heart tremble. It was like an infant holding the reins of a Tyrannosaurus. He knew that only by letting go of the reins could he preserve everything. Soldiers and citizens of Golden Spike City, it seems your souls can no longer be saved. Then accept the god's punishment. Hum. A violently blinding white light ignited at the head of the Star River warship, emitting a heart-stopping, vibrating hum. The surrounding air and even the sky suddenly turned dim, as if all light had been swallowed by the glow of the warship's main cannon. Large chunks of rock floated up involuntarily, and underground water veins were ripped out. With a thunderous boom, the white light transformed into a colossal beam of light that pierced through. It's over. Everyone was unable to open their eyes, imagining that Golden Spike City had already been vaporized in the beam of light. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a full 5 breaths passed before the beam of light slowly dissipated. It was as if the sounds of the world had been muted by the gods. On the Star River warship's control console, Belam was drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted, but his face was relaxed. However, when he looked through the projection at Golden Spike City in front of him, suddenly, his eyes widened, and he opened his mouth as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. Lapworth and his entourage, including the Dragon Knights wandering the battlefield and the 200,000 cannon fodder demons, wore the same expression as Bellum. Even the various factions watching the battlefield through remote magic projections wore expressions of disbelief. A 100-meter-long dark gold warship stood between the Star River warship and Golden Spike City with a transparent magic barrier activated. The shot just now had not harmed Golden Spike City in the slightest. Instead, it had been completely neutralized by this suddenly appearing dark gold warship. Anyone present who wasn't an idiot could guess what had happened. Alexander, it's His Highness. We're okay. How is this possible? The thousands of expectations had been for naught, leaving the people waiting anxiously in front of the magic projections feeling utterly deflated. That was a shot from the main cannon of a 6-star Star River warship. Even a 6-star Archmage wouldn't dare claim 100% certainty in tanking it head-on. Was this Alexander's greatest trump card? Everyone's gaze turned toward the dark gold warship. It wasn't just Belam who questioned it. He immediately communicated with Lapworth and even released a sliver of soul power to communicate with the Archmage behind the forbidden spell. The result he received was that the dark gold warship was of the same level as the Star River warship. Same level? Belam's face was ashen, and he slammed his fist onto the control console. The Archmage he had just communicated with was clearly very dissatisfied with him. He also knew that many factions were watching here now, and no matter what, he could not lose. Because he did not represent just himself right now, he couldn't afford to lose. Elder Lapworth, only you can help me now. Taking a deep breath, Bellum pleaded. In a confrontation between warships of the same level, if the operator's level was higher than the opponent's, the power exerted would be doubled. According to intelligence analysis, Alexander's side absolutely did not have any Archmage above 5 stars. On this point, Belam was very certain. Another point was that the time Alexander had obtained this ship, and the number of times he had used it, were both very short. Although he hadn't known the level of this dark gold warship before, now that he did, he could infer that the opponent's stock of origin stone was likely not much. After all, such strategic supplies were scarce even for the Mage General Tower. With the royal family's power, how could they possibly have a large reserve? Therefore, relying on level suppression and reserve exhaustion was his only key to victory. Chapter 315 Open Fire. Order the Dragon Rider and airship units to fall back another 20 li. Today, we must finish off this little prince. Lapworth nodded deeply at Bellum in agreement. Immediately after issuing a series of orders, he approached the control console. A metal chair rose from the magic array on the floor. He sat on it, and numerous tentacles extended from the back of the chair, connecting to his head. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. The Star River warship, originally a seamless metal structure, suddenly emitted air currents from its seams. Magic arrays lit up as they charged, and the entire hull expanded as the metal modules transformed. It shifted from a spindle shape into a beetle shape. At the same time, a massive spherical magic barrier enveloped the warship, resembling a miniature landscape inside a floating crystal ball. However, the surrounding space was twisted like a vortex. Anything, including magic elements, that approached the defensive barrier was completely devoured by the energy shield. Even more terrifyingly, this massive spherical magic barrier was compressing at a speed visible to the naked eye, centering on the single horn atop the beetle-shaped Star River warship, gathering into a compressed magic projectile. Gods above, is this the true form of the Star River warship? The vast majority of the 200,000 cannon fodder on the battlefield subconsciously knelt to the ground. It was a submission to absolute power. The Dragon Rider and airship units, as if their tails were on fire, accelerated their retreat even further. Meanwhile, the various factions watching through magic projections felt their hearts, which had just calmed down, tighten once again. Ulku Empire. When Baran saw the true form of the Star River warship, he hesitated for only a moment before sighing dejectedly and collapsing back onto his throne. He seemed to age significantly in an instant. Cecily, go and prepare, contact the envoy from the Mage Tower and tell them we accept the conditions they previously proposed. Father. Unwillingness flickered in Cecily's eyes, but looking at the magic projectile on the Star River warship that was about to be compressed to its limit, she eventually gritted her teeth and nodded. Harvey was currently on pins and needles, looking at the clairvoyance mirror in front of him. He raised his hand, wanting to connect with Alexander, but then retracted it as if afraid of being bitten by a poisonous snake. This happened several times until Cecily agreed to their father's words, at which point he wilted like an eggplant struck by frost. Unlike the depressed atmosphere in the Ulku Empire, Diga Kingdom appeared extremely excited. Although Quinn did not express an opinion due to the surveillance of the forbidden spell, Prince Koza, as the first heir, issued several secret orders in succession. Mobilizing border troops and preparing to raid the Lance Empire at any moment, he seemed ready to annex the neighboring country in one fell swoop. It seemed that in just a few breaths, the entire continent had undergone a drastic change. Several invisible pressures converged, sweeping toward the Lance Empire like a tsunami. It seems the Mage Tower is going all out this time. Inside the dark gold warship, Alexander merely raised an eyebrow slightly, watching the new changes in the Star River warship and the situation on the battlefield. He also issued a series of defensive and evasive orders to Golden Spike City. At the same time, he assigned the Sol Squad to conduct close-range reconnaissance at the Major Tower base at Little Gold Lake and to keep an eye on the movements of reinforcements from the Royal City. While arranging everything, he rubbed the space ring on his finger, which was piled high with a large amount of origin stone brought back by Pang Bao. Among them was a small pile of high-quality ones that were amber in color. At this moment, he took out an amber origin stone and replaced the ordinary one in the center of the control console. With his current 5-star psychic power level, he could naturally feel the pressure transmitted by the Star River warship. It was clear that the opponent had changed their main operator. However, this pressure vanished completely after he replaced it with a high-quality origin stone. Experts often rely on split-second intuition when facing off. Your Highness, Her Highness the Princess is requesting a call. Put it through. While controlling the warship to strengthen its defenses and charging the main cannon, Alexander diverted a thread of psychic power to connect with Guinevere. Brother, this form of the Star River warship cannot be underestimated. Are you confident? Guinevere's face flushed slightly, and her eyes flickered with worry. Although she tried hard to regulate her breathing, one could still sense that her whole body was tense. Sister, I am prepared. Alexander smiled calmly. He glanced at the situation around Guinevere. The guards were still relatively calm, and the clairvoyance mirror transmission was stable. However, Ishiguroti's face was somewhat pale, clearly also worried that things would go wrong here. Alexander, given the speed of the warship, you could go to the East Sea. Guinevere's tone was cryptic. She paused and said, I have just received confirmed news that Tycho Dios has come out of seclusion. Alexander's smile stiffened upon hearing this, his thoughts racing. Tycho Dios coming out of seclusion was no small matter. As the branch president of the Mage Tower and a peak 5-star Archmage, his emergence now likely meant he had broken through to a 6-star Saint Archmage. That was an existence that had mastered forbidden spells. Sister, go to the secret chamber in Linshantan right now. No matter what happens, do not come out. Even if Tycho comes, I have a way to deal with it. Alexander stared at the Star River warship in the projection, his gaze sharp as he increased the energy of the high-quality origin stone to its maximum. He had originally intended to try and capture the opponent, but now that the situation had changed, quickly weakening the enemy's effective strength was the best plan. Time waits for no one. Guinevere suddenly fell silent, her eyebrows raised as she stood up abruptly, but she held back her words. After a while, she shouted, Alexander, don't worry about me. I have already arranged everything and will provide you with support at any time. Having said that, she snapped the clairvoyance mirror shut. Alexander caught the trace of worry and annoyance in Guinevere's eyes just before she disappeared, and his heart warmed. She was his own sister, and even more than that. Sister, don't worry. The glory of Baratuk will begin to bloom from today. Your Highness, the enemy's main cannon will finish gathering energy immediately. The magic array has detected violent fluctuations of space-type magic within the enemy's main cannon. Please advise. Just as Alexander was silently vowing in his heart, the information summary from the side was reported in real time. Prepare to counterattack. Alexander waved his hand, and his psychic power permeated the control console like countless tentacles, causing the 3 origin stones to be rapidly consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire dark gold warship lit up. Wisps of dark gold electricity, like swimming dragons, coiled around the hull. Each time they moved, they left behind a black crack, like a torn spatial rift, making the area around the warship extremely unstable. Fire, fire. Both warships activated their main cannons almost simultaneously. The magic projectile, compressed to its limit by the Star River warship, instantly transformed into a ball of light trailing flames. The magic energy compressed within the ball of light was dense like tangled fibers, fluctuating at a strong frequency and presenting a special field. Wherever the ball of light passed, it acted like an eraser, wiping the space it traversed into a void so strong. All the onlookers gasped. This power is definitely comparable to a space-type forbidden spell. Golden Spike City is finished. The Star River warship took the initiative, making everyone feel their scalps tingle. They seemed to have already seen the outcome of the war. After all, at the same moment, the main cannon of Alexander's Dark Gold warship also launched an attack. It was just that the attack from the Dark Gold warship appeared somewhat unremarkable. A rotating dark gold beam of light, formed by the convergence of countless tiny electric arcs, had little fanfare and looked like an ordinary lightning-type magic spell. But if one's own level was high enough, one could still see an amber dot of light at the core of this rotating beam. However, even with this dot of light, people did not believe that lightning-type magic power could contend with space-type magic power. Therefore, everyone naturally still favored the Star River warship. Chapter 316 Starship Boom, Swish. However, as the two forces collided, an incredible scene unfolded. The moment the compressed light sphere that distorted space hit the dark gold pillar of light, it was as if it had struck a void barrier. It flattened instantly and came to a dead stop, its internal chaotic energy squeezing together as if ready to explode at any moment. Yet, for some reason, after being lightly touched by that amber speck of light within the dark gold pillar, the light sphere became like a deflated ball. Not only did it not explode, it quickly lost its luster, and with almost no pause, that amber speck of light directly pierced through the compressed light sphere and vanished into the Star River warship in a flash. Everyone around was dumbfounded. The Star River warship shuddered all over like a shivering chick, tensing up before beginning to disintegrate. The Beetle-style transformation modules fell off one after another like scabs. Some of the hull's protective plates turned to ash before they even hit the ground. Creak! A tooth-grinding sound of twisting metal emanated from inside the Star River warship. The entire hull lost its balance, tilting into a nosedive. No one could escape the ship. Only two egg-shaped escape pods were seen dropping from the warship's rear hatch like a bout of constipation, hitting the ground with two loud thuds, while a beam of transmission light shot into the sky. The dragon riders and airships that had been swaggering in the rear scattered like startled birds. The 200,000 demon cannon fodder, however, did not move, for they were already dazed with terror. Gods above, what am I seeing? How is this possible? Did someone interfere with the clairvoyance mirror's projection? The world is changing. Baratuk is truly going to rise. The battlefield was in an uproar, and for a moment, the scene was somewhat out of control. Meanwhile, the various forces watching in real time before their clairvoyance mirrors felt their hearts racing like a roller coaster, soaring to the heavens and plunging to the depths. Ulku Empire. Moran jumped up from his throne again and shouted excitedly, Cecily, quick, quick, stop the envoy. Do not let them contact the people from the Mage Tower. Hurry. Father, I have already sent word. Please rest assured. Cecily's face was flushed red and looking at the dark gold warship on the projection. She too could hardly hide her excitement. Ha ha ha, Alexander, my good brother, I knew it. Father, you won't have any objections to the investment in Parker City this time, right? Harvey finally sat firmly in his seat again. Looking at Alexander's spiritual imprint on the clairvoyance mirror, he was no longer anxious or conflicted. Fortunately, he hadn't severed ties just now. However, he also felt a slight pang of regret. If he had given his support just now, his weight in Alexander's heart would be different. But he was also open-minded. At least they could maintain the status quo. Ha ha ha, not bad. Harvey, my son, you will have full authority over Parker City from now on. I will give you my full support. Thank you, father. Having received Baran's approval, Harvey was beaming with joy and began to calculate how to send gifts to Alexander. Diga Kingdom Palace. They actually won? Quinn looked at the results on the clairvoyance mirror in bewilderment. He glanced slightly at the monitoring forbidden spell above, trying his best to restrain his inner excitement, but his tensed body still relaxed in an unmistakable way, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out. Bastard. How is this possible? That was a 6-star warship? How could it fail? Koza stood up indignantly, slapping the table. Such a result was completely contrary to the future he had envisioned. Someone, order the border army to withdraw. Report. Your Majesty. Prince, this is bad. Second Prince Jaiqi just launched a rebellion while the border garrisons were being redeployed. Now, the south of Deku and everything north of the central region have fallen under the second prince's control. What? That bastard actually? Koza almost choked on his breath upon hearing this. He had planned painstakingly for so many years, even secretly surrendering to the Mage Tower and completely betraying his father, only to be stabbed in the back now by the foolish younger brother he had always ignored. Wasn't the timing of this just a bit too wretched? Sigh. He finally made his move. On the throne, Quinn slowly closed his eyes, seemingly relieved, but also somewhat saddened, his tightly pursed lips revealing helplessness. The time for the Empire's reshuffling has come. Wood, I hope you can keep your promise and leave a way out for my Diga. Humphrey, the winner has yet to be decided. The Major Tower will not fail so easily. After catching his breath, Koza issued a series of troop deployment orders, then looked at the clairvoyance mirror with a faint, cold sneer flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Crystal City was in a state of jubilation. Inside the Lord's castle, Guinevere breathed a long sigh of relief, her fingers pressed against her heart still trembling slightly. Princess, we really won. I didn't expect the third prince to actually win. Ishiroti circled around Guinevere, unable to hide her excitement, but then she thought of something, leaned in, and frowned slightly. However, will Taiko Dios? Don't worry, I have confidence now that Alexander will definitely win. Guinevere interrupted Ishiroti, her eyes showing a somewhat blind confidence in Alexander. On the Golden Spike City battlefield, the Star River warship collapsed. Not only could the Major Tower soldiers present not accept it, but even the personnel at the Major Tower branch far away in the Royal City were in a state of panic, everyone feeling themselves in danger. A surging undercurrent began to sweep through the Royal City. If not for their lingering fear of the Mage Tower branch President Tycho, the Royal City would have likely undergone a complete change. Meanwhile, those soldiers staying behind at the Little Gold Lake base, as well as the old-school nobles who had previously secretly defected under Gindle's leadership, all felt their vision go dark, filled with deep regret. Order: take the Mage Tower prisoners. Announced to all lords of the Empire and members of the Mage Tower, as of today, swear fealty to the Imperial Royal Family. Those unwilling will be expelled, and those who resist will be dealt with according to the law. Long live the Princes Mighty. Alexander appeared atop the warship, and as the order was given, a mountain-shaking roar of praise erupted in the field. Alexander, you're celebrating too early. Have you forgotten we still have President Tycho? You are looking for death. Amidst the countless cheers, a sharp, hysterical voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's gaze shifted to see two disheveled, ragged figures crawling out of the two escape pods that had been dropped by the Star River warship. It was Bellum and Lapworth. And the one speaking was Bellum, whose eyes were blood red with a murderous intent. Right. How could we forget President Tycho? So, we haven't lost yet. With President Tycho here, we still have hope. The Mage Tower warriors in their desperate situation once again had light in their eyes, and as if in response to them, while they were shouting to the heavens, the sky over Golden Spike City suddenly darkened. A massive black cloud slowly gathered, forming a giant vortex, within which countless lightning dragons flickered in and out, roaring and snarling. At the same time, a sinister and suppressed voice of rage came from the sky, making people's hearts tremble with fear. Who was talking so big just now? To make my Major Tower submit and swear fealty? Even Wood Bartuk wouldn't dare be so arrogant before me. With a swish, a spatial rift was torn open, and a tall, thin purple-haired old man with dark starlight flickering in his eyes stepped out. Chapter 317 I forgot. Tycho Diaz had gone to the Mage General Tower and paid a great price to finally cross the 6-star threshold, and he was currently in high spirits. He hadn't expected that as soon as he returned, he would find his own front door smashed in. If he had been a step later, he feared his old nest would have been wiped out. At this moment, he stared down at Alexander with furious eyes. The rumbling, world-ending celestial phenomena in the sky became his backdrop. He intended to blast this little prince to death to establish his prestige. It's a forbidden spell. 6-star world-ending thunder, someone shouted, and the battlefield below fell into chaos once again. Almost every mage had heard of the famous 6-star forbidden spell, world-ending thunder, but very few had actually seen it. Now that someone had called it out, and seeing Tycho actually able to tear through space with his bare hands for teleportation, everyone felt a pressure akin to that of a god. This was the strength of a 6-star archmage, an existence infinitely close to a god. There were no more than 5 in the entire Noah continent, and every single one was an existence capable of truly destroying heaven and earth. Now, one was standing right before them in the flesh. Tycho's eyes flickered as he took in the expressions of the people below. This was the deterrence brought by absolute power. Mages, knights, empires, territories, in the face of absolute strength. They were all mere playthings. Boy, I'll give you a chance, as long as you, Tycho, the order I just gave applies to you as well. If you remain obstinate, I don't mind using you as an example for those who are still holding on to illusions. Speak, submission or refusal. What? Everyone had been listening intently to hear what conditions Tycho would offer Alexander, but they hadn't expected Alexander to pull such a reverse maneuver. What was even more shocking was that Alexander actually had the audacity to claim he would use Tycho to establish his prestige. That was a 6-star archmage, an existence infinitely close to a god. Had he lost his mind? Everyone's eyes bulged like duck eggs. Their mouths agape like dim-witted penguins suddenly plucked from the Antarctic and dropped into a desert, utterly bewildered. The various factions were also stuck like jammed gears. Feeling exhausted, Iran of the Ulko Empire felt like giving up at this point. No matter how strong one's heart was, it couldn't take this kind of up and down tossing. Kozel of the Diga Kingdom also had an expression like he was constipated. He had guessed the beginning, but he hadn't guessed that Alexander would respond like this. Quinn, on the other hand, had no expression. He watched Tycho appear as if he hadn't seen him at all. On the battlefield, Bellum, who had been shouting the loudest before, had a face flushed bright red. He had originally thought that Tycho's appearance would make Alexander feel fear and regret, but Alexander refused to play by the rules and instead gave him an even bigger surprise. Looking at Alexander now was like looking at a donkey suspended in the sky. Even Lapworth beside him couldn't help but steal 2 more glances at Alexander, thinking these were the little prince's last 2 looks at the world. Ha ha ha, you want to use me to establish prestige? I'm really... What the F? Tycho laughed from extreme anger, and with a flip of his palm, he prepared to mobilize the world's magic power. But just as he was about to cast, Alexander teleported right in front of him and smashed a punch directly into his eye socket. Without any fancy movements, it was just a direct black eye. The scene instantly exploded. The commotion was even greater than when the Star River warship disintegrated earlier. Many 4-star mages even blurted out curses because it was too stimulating, and some who couldn't handle the pressure fainted outright. However, this strike actually woke Tycho up, and he suddenly understood why Alexander had been smiling obscurely at him since he appeared. Like a little fox looking at a little chick. I forgot. Alexander has magic immunity. Run. After breaking through to 6-star archmage, Tycho found himself getting a bit ahead of himself. He had actually forgotten about Alexander's bloodline talent. Perhaps it was also because the alchemy weapons Alexander created were too eye-catching, and he had even obtained a 6-star warship. Regardless, Alexander's original innate talent had been overshadowed. Now that he suddenly remembered, the hair on Tycho's back stood on end. The magic immunity constitution, the natural enemy of mages, was no joke. It was true bloodline suppression. What 6-star forbidden spells? What spatial teleportation? In the face of magic immunity, they were all a joke. Just like now, as he got close to Alexander, he felt an oppressive sensation as if shrouded in a magic forbidden field, like a fish that had fallen into glue. He had only just advanced to 6-star and hadn't even properly enjoyed the benefits and prestige of looking down upon the world. How could he fall here? Want to run? Do you think you have a chance? With a PFFFT, Alexander grabbed Tycho by the neck, lifting him up like a chicken. Alexander's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a playful smile. I am willing to submit. Whoosh. Before Alexander could even speak, Tycho's answer stunned everyone's minds so much it felt as if heaven and earth had flipped upside down. The world-ending thunder brewing in the sky vanished without even letting out a single bang. The Mage Tower warriors, who had just felt hope ignite in their hearts again, now all had faces like dead dash. As if their souls had been snatched away, their entire lives turning dark. Bellum and Lapworth were as if struck by lightning, standing woodenly in place, only having more breath than a corpse. The various factions also fell into a dead silence as they watched through their clairvoyance mirrors. They no longer knew how to express their current feelings. Perhaps just staring blankly at Alexander and Tycho's performance was the wisest choice. Of course, some radicals began to curse Tycho loudly, while the Northland subjects were in a state of jubilation. Victory! We won! Gods above! We really won! His Highness the Prince actually subdued a 6-star Archmage. Incredible. Simply incredible. The Empire's sky is truly going to change. Inside Crystal City, Guinevere stood up abruptly from her seat, her excited expression uncontrollable. She waved her hand and shouted, "Order! All airship units are to assemble at Little Gold Lake and annihilate the Major Tower forces. After that, await the third prince's command." Princess, are we going to counterattack their royal city? Ishiroti knew she shouldn't ask about this strategic objective, but she really couldn't help herself right now. Yasu, why do you think Tycho betrayed the Mage Tower and surrendered instantly without a second thought? Without even resisting? Guinevere asked instead of answering. This, Ishiroti was taken aback. She certainly wouldn't think Tycho was cowardly or unintelligent. Someone who could climb to the position of Mage Tower branch president and even break through to 6-star Archmage could not possibly be a cowardly or dim-witted waste. That meant, Princess, if Alexander took down Tycho so easily, does that mean even a 6-star Archmage has no power to resist before him? And the high-level members of the Mage General Tower also? Exactly. Guinevere smiled, her spirit suddenly soaring. Back then, the Major Tower tried every means possible to put Alexander to death because they feared his magic immunity. Now that Alexander's wings are full, the Mage Tower is no longer a threat. Our counterattack can begin. Princess, in the future, will we court mages be able to walk the streets openly without fearing the threat of the Major Tower? Ishiroti's eyes were bright, and her clenched fists trembled slightly. Having sided with the royal family back then, she had finally seen the clouds part to reveal the moon. I don't know if you can walk the streets, but I do know that in the Northland, mages work together with commoners. Guinevere winked mischievously. Ishiroti rolled her eyes upon hearing this. She knew her good friend was indirectly teasing her about how she had looked down on the poor and used her noble mage status to talk to Alexander back then. However, Guinevere had also subtly revealed a piece of information to her. That was, the Empire's future policies might be implemented according to the Northland's policies. This was undoubtedly a hint as to who the future ruler of the Empire would be. Alright, don't think too much. Do the task at hand first. Don't forget, there's still an old fellow waiting over at the Eternal Winter Mountains. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 318 Making a Call. Little Gold Lake was in complete chaos at this moment. There was no need for Vaughn and Chris to lead the Golden Spike City army to sweep through. Infighting had already broken out within the Mage Tower camp at Little Gold Lake. The old guard nobles, who had been regretting their choices deeply, suddenly came up with a way to redeem themselves after realizing they had no way out. They fabricated a story that they were undercover in the enemy camp, infiltrating the Mage Tower to act as internal support for the Northlands. Now, they were leading their families to purge the Little Gold Lake camp, truly scrambling to be the first and leading the charge. Especially Count Kindle, who went into battle bare-chested, his layers of fat trembling. He was truly putting his life on the line, playing a desperate self-injury ruse. Coincidentally, many members of the Mage Tower had the same plan as Kindle and the others. Thus, the conflict at Little Gold Lake wasn't as intense as expected. Instead, most were busy searching for wealth and food. When Vaughn, Chris, and the others arrived, they were speechless for a while, seeing the mess at Little Gold Lake. The mountains of mana crystals and door supplies, the group of old guard nobles led by Kindle seeking forgiveness, and the large number of surrendering Mage Tower personnel. It was a classic case of rats deserting a sinking ship. In fact, the same thing was happening within the royal capital of the Lance Empire. The butterfly effect of Tycho's surrender reached the royal capital, causing a huge commotion. Even the Mage Tower branch in the city center had split. A group of hardliners led by Gerald still stubbornly guarded the branch's secret vault while contacting the Mage General Tower to request reinforcements. Lord President, this is all we know so far. The foundation of the Lance Empire has been shaken, and Tycho Dials has betrayed us. On behalf of the remaining 30 guild mages, I implore you to activate the power of the Major Tower to punish the Lance royal family. Gerald mustered all his courage and finished his words through gritted teeth, because the pressure from the elderly mage sitting in the starry sky on the other side of the crystal projection, with his white hair and beard, and half-closed eyes, was too immense. In a space like the starry sky, visible elemental currents cycled in and out of the old mage's body with every breath. Above him, a peculiar insect-shaped magic circle rotated, tearing through the surrounding space like the compound eyes of monsters, flickering dimly and brightly. Even from 10,000 miles away, the terrifying pressure of being stared at could be felt just from the image. Gerald, the old, deep voice, like the murmur of an ancient god, penetrated through space. Lord President. Gerald trembled and bowed with his hands at his sides. Bring all the fragments to the headquarters now. You don't need to worry about anything else. Huh? Gerald choked on his words. The royal army was already stepping all over the Major Tower's pride. Were they really going to endure it? However, hindered by the other's power, he didn't dare to ask, but he didn't move immediately either. Seemingly seeing through Gerald's thoughts, the old mage's eyelids lifted slightly as he hummed, "Do you have an objection?" Buzz. As the old mage finished speaking, Gerald suddenly felt the surrounding space ripple, and a massive red magic circle abruptly lit up beneath his feet. Under a massive gravitational force, Gerald's body felt like it was filled with lead. He was pulled down to his knees with a thud, and cold sweat immediately broke out. I wouldn't dare, Lord President. I was just mentally counting the number of fragments. I will set off immediately. HMPH, go quickly. The crystal projection closed, and the magic circle beneath Gerald's feet vanished. He slumped to the ground on his side. His face was pale as he gasped for air, but he immediately scrambled up. Not daring to delay for a moment, he flew to the secret vault, collected the ancient metal fragments gathered by the branch over the years into his storage ring, gathered the remaining personnel, took one last look at the royal capital, and headed for the Diga Mage General Tower. At this moment, in the astral space within the Diga Kingdom's Mage General Tower, the three highest combat powers of the Mage Tower were gathered around a dark gold metal arm, performing alchemy magic to repair it. Sitting at the very top was the old mage who had just finished his conversation with Gerald, President Saboscat. To his left was a bald mage, Vice President Blythester, and on the other side was a slender figure with vertical pupils, the guild's great elder, Bikarati. President, is it really okay to abandon the Lance Empire? And Tycho, Great Elder Bikarati embedded the last metal fragment into the damaged part of the metal arm. A glimmer of starlight flashed and vanished, and then he cast a cleaning spell on himself. Are you trying to say we should activate the power of the Mage Tower? Before Saboscat could speak, Vice President Blythester finished his part of the repair and answered for him. It's not time yet. If we're not careful, we'll just be doing the Lord of Bones' dirty work for him. That old fellow, Bikarati realized, but then frowned. The Dragon Mountain Golden Knights, dispatched to the Eternal Winter Mountains earlier, had been out of contact for a long time, indicating that a major change had likely occurred in the Eternal Winter region. What we need to do now is completely take control of Deku and repair the divine artifact. Only then can we deal with the Lord of Bones and the Dragon Emperor. As for that little prince, he has potential, but he has yet to see true power. And as for Tycho, he's nothing but a buffoon. Saboscat cast one magic circle after another, finishing the final stages of the repair. At the same time, a crystal screen appeared in the astral space, projecting Gerald and the others hurrying along with the fragments. President, the Lance Empire still has many resources, especially several 5-star mineral veins near the royal capital. Are we really giving them all to that little prince? Bikarati looked at the pathetic state of Gerald and the others, feeling a loss of face. When had the Mage Tower ever suffered such humiliation? What else? You want to make a trip yourself? Saboscat glanced at him sideways. Bikarati choked, but then his eyes shifted. Lend me the divine artifact, and I guarantee I'll take down that little prince as soon as I get there. He. Saboscat and Blythester looked at each other and smiled. To use the divine artifact, you have to speak with the divine envoy. If the envoy agrees, I have no objection. Hearing this, Bikarati's mouth twitched. Thinking of the divine envoy's unapproachable demeanor, he didn't even have the courage to ask. He grumbled a bit, raised his hand to open a spatial gate, and stepped inside, leaving behind only one sentence. I'm going to find someone to chat with. Don't call me for anything. Saboscat watched Bikarati leave, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He seemed to guess the other's intention but didn't point it out, his face returning to a calm state. He dismissed the crystal screen and turned his head. Blythester, go to the Diga Royal Palace. I have a feeling the Lord of Bones has likely broken the seal and is just lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Our plan must be moved forward. I have the same feeling. Blythester nodded solemnly, and with a distortion of light and shadow around him, he disappeared from the astral space. Once Blythester's presence vanished, Saboscat looked at the dark gold metal arm in front of him, pondering slightly. Then, he tore open space and looked toward the island floating in the sky on the other side. This floating island was located above a cavity in the ocean, with a bottomless abyss below it. Seawater from all around poured into it, its depth unfathomable. In the space surrounding the floating island, countless dark gold symbols were everywhere, like incantations or magic circles, appearing and disappearing, profound and mysterious. Even as a 6-star Saint Archmage, Saboscat felt a sense of dizziness after staring at these dark gold symbols for a long time. He took a deep breath and stepped into the space. Chapter 319 The King Returns. Eternal Winter Mountains. Dense black mist swirled through the deep forest. The massive mountain of bones that had once stretched across the depths of the range had now left behind the giant canyon. At the northern end of the mountains, upon a 10,000-year-old frozen lake, a massive skeleton sat cross-legged, surrounded by black mist that rose and whistled like soaring dragons. Through the frozen surface of the lake, countless wailing souls could be seen packed densely together. Lord, the Mage Tower has abandoned the Lance Empire. That rat Alexander actually subdued Tycho. Sakritha, who had advanced to 6 stars, stood respectfully at the feet of the Lord of Bones with his golden skeletal head. However, as he reported the intelligence, his eyes flickered with the fire of resentment and jealousy. Tycho, whom he had once regarded as a goal to surpass, had now been subdued by the little prince he hated most. This indirect blow left him feeling stifled and irritated with no way to vent. Behind him, the undead Golden Knights also had soul fires flickering and burning intensely within their eye sockets. Those were memories branded into their souls even in death. The Mage Tower had once been the glory they protected, more important than life itself. It seems the old fellow in the Mage Tower is nearing the end of his recovery. The Lord of Bones' voice sounded like a magnet from the 9 Serenities. Blue fire danced in his deep eye sockets as he raised a skeletal claw and grasped at the void. Space rippled like a pulled tablecloth, not breaking, but revealing profound tracks of magic that flowed into his fingertips like a stream of information. After a long moment of contemplation, the Lord of Bones released his grip. As if talking to himself or to Sakritha, he said, the old fellow isn't in Tiga. He's hiding in the abyssal realm beneath Dragon Spirit Island. It seems he's more impatient than I am. That little girl, the Dragon Emperor, is cowering on Dragon Spirit Island. I'll see how much longer she can hide. The primal shard will be mine sooner or later. Lord, the Lance Empire is in chaos right now. This is a rare opportunity. Do you think we should? Sakritha's tone was urgent, the flames of hatred flickering in his eyes. HMPH, you want to take revenge on that little prince, don't you? The Lord of Bones looked down with disdain, the flames in his eye sockets seemingly able to see through one's heart. How pathetic. You're at a loss over a mere magic immunity. Fine. Go get the orcs moving and add some drama for them. But don't play with fire and mess up my plans. Understand? Sakritha was overjoyed and immediately bowed. Rest assured, Lord. I understand the concept of reaping the benefits while others fight. After speaking, seeing the Lord of Bones wave him away, he bowed and withdrew, leading the undead Golden Knights as they teleported directly to the Orc Empire. In dealing with Alexander, he didn't seek a direct victory. As long as he had the numbers to form a strangulation, he would be in an invincible position. The next day, in Golden Spike City, an airship flying the Imperial Royal flag rose slowly into the morning sun, heading toward the royal capital of the Lance Empire. Alexander, dressed in military uniform with a cloak over his shoulders, stood on the deck, looking out at the rolling mountains in the distance and down at the territories and castles below. His heart was filled with emotion. Forced to head north back then, he had now returned as a king, gazing at the endless territory and the power of faith pouring into his sea of consciousness like a tide. He felt an illusion of controlling heaven and earth. Of course, he also had self-awareness. As an ambitious youth who had once grown up under the red flag on Blue Star, he kept in mind the principles that water can carry a boat but also overturn it, that it is lonely at the top, and that the moon waxes only to wane. Moreover, he wasn't so arrogant as to think he was invincible. Even though he could see the power of faith currently battering the six-star bottleneck with all its might, he didn't believe he could easily sweep across the Noah continent. Dean Tycho, looking at this new atmosphere of the Empire, do you have any good suggestions for the future development plan I mentioned yesterday? Tycho Dios, who had submitted yesterday and been appointed as the first Dean General of the Lance Empire's Magic Academy, bowed slightly upon hearing this. He weighed his words before saying, Your Highness, I wouldn't dare offer suggestions. I am already honored to be of some service to you. With your current prestige, the cohesion of the Lance Empire is unprecedented. The resources that can be mobilized are immeasurable. With an alchemy archmage like Lapworth to share your burdens, the magic industrial empire you wish to develop will surely have a bright future. Especially those alchemical items you mentioned yesterday. Magic-powered puppets, magic-powered unmanned aircraft, and magic-powered carriers. They truly opened our eyes. We are very much looking forward to them. However, there is a question that sticks in our throats, and I feel I must speak it. Speak your mind. Alexander glanced at Lapworth and Bilam nearby and, seemingly thinking of something, gave a faint smile. Your Highness. Tycho hesitated for a moment before saying, with your current momentum, why not take the surrounding territories in one go and expand your gains? Instead, you are slowing down the pace, distracting yourself with pacifying the subjects and improving the environment. Isn't this somewhat tying your own hands? Alexander smiled knowingly, looking at the power of faith continuously pouring into his sea of consciousness. He knew what was more important. He waved his hand and said, Dean Tycho, I want to know. How much would having endless territory help in subduing the Major Tower's divine envoy and the Lord of Bones? This Tycho choked up and subconsciously exchanged a look with Lapworth. According to their thinking, if Alexander wanted to expand the territory, they would certainly have a place to use their skills. But now Alexander had suddenly slammed on the brakes, shrinking the front lines to focus entirely on developing the territory, which was quite unexpected for them. They had submitted so readily despite knowing about the Divine Envoy in the Mage Tower because they wanted freedom and didn't want to be the Divine Envoy's puppets. And expanding the territory was intended to weaken the Mage Tower's believers and, simultaneously, the Divine Envoy's power. Your Highness, as I said yesterday, the peak combat power of the Mage Tower is the Divine Envoy behind the three Saint Archmagi. Tycho emphasized, although I haven't actually seen them. I know that even if the three Saint Archmagi joined forces, they couldn't withstand a single finger of the Divine Envoy. As for the Lord of Bones, he and the Divine Envoy are on par with each other. Alexander nodded. I looked at the map of the Noah continent you gave me yesterday. Given the Lance Empire's position, no matter who we attack first, we risk having someone else strike us from behind. As Alexander spoke, he raised his hand to project the continental map into the void, pointing at the Lance Empire's northern and southern defense lines. The Empire's defensive lines are too long, and we've just fought a civil war. We need to build up our military strength, especially over an eternal winter. They haven't suffered any losses at all, Your Highness. Tycho's eyes flickered as he said, I have considered your concerns, but weakening the Major Tower's power is a matter of urgency. Reducing their territory is only on the surface. The real goal is to dismantle all the Major Towers on the continent. I know. Alexander nodded but then shook his head. But the Major Towers can only be modified, not completely dismantled. Why? Tycho was stunned. Alexander waved his hand to interrupt Tycho, who was about to speak. When you told me the true purpose of the Major Towers yesterday, I did indeed think about dismantling them completely. But after thinking it over, I feel that the Major Towers can be used in reverse. After all, we don't have the specific names of the subjects who have been seeded. Even if we dismantle the towers, there's no guarantee there isn't another way to trigger the demonization. By leaving the Major Towers, I might have a way to perform a reverse operation. Are you sure? Seeing Alexander's confident expression, Tycho opened his mouth to speak, disbelief clearly written in his eyes, but he ultimately remained silent. This caught Lapworth, who was about to chime in, off guard. His foot, which had just stepped forward, froze in place. He then awkwardly ground his toe against the floor before retreating in embarrassment. Alexander pretended not to see. With the quill, as long as it was a magic circle, he could master it instantly. Reverse engineering it would be a matter of minutes. To ease the embarrassment, he changed the subject. Dean Tycho, the books and materials in the Mage Tower should be fine, right? I'm very interested in them. Rest assured, Your Highness, the important classics of the Mage Tower are all in the secret vault, and I am the only one who knows how to enter. Good. I'll have to trouble Dean Tycho then. You are too kind, Your Highness. It is my honor to share your burdens. Upon being praised, Tycho's expression instantly relaxed. He glanced at Lapworth, feeling that his status in his new master's heart still held some weight. As for Alexander, he was very much looking forward to the Mage Tower's collection, especially those precious books on magic circles. If he let the quill perform copying and fine-tuning, his strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Chapter 320 Orc Troop Deployment. The sun shone brightly, the airship crossed the high mountains, and the outline of Boulder Town appeared in the distance, covered in royal flags, clearly declaring its allegiance. Thinking of meeting Vaughn in the town and earning his first pot of gold from Viscount Paulson with the enchanted pickaxe, Alexander's lips curled into a slight smile. He wondered how the Royal General Merchandise Supermarket was developing now. Report. Your Highness, urgent news from the Dragon Mountain defense line. A large army from the Diga Kingdom is gathering at the Dragon Mountain defense line, including a large number of demons and dragon riders. They are all level 4 or above. Oh, Alexander's thoughts were interrupted, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he waved his hand to dismiss the messenger, raised his hand to enlarge the void map image, and zoomed in on the Dragon Mountain area. In yesterday's battle, not only did the Mage Tower fall apart internally, but even the Golden Knights stationed at Dragon Mountain collapsed upon hearing the news. Reasonably speaking, the members of the Golden Knights should have left with the Archmages from the Mage Tower who fled into Diga. He hadn't expected them to assemble a large army again so quickly. Your Highness, according to the information I have from the Mage Tower, I don't think they have much intention of counterattacking. Now is a critical moment for controlling Diga, and it's impossible for them to split their forces. Instead, we should pay more attention to the northwest. Tycho stepped forward and waved his hand. A crystal projection appeared next to the map, showing the actual scene around Dragon Mountain. This was the spatial projection magic of a 6-star Saint Archmage. A large number of demons were gathered in the southwest of Dragon Mountain. Airships and dragon riders were also patrolling the skies, eyeing the border of the Lance Empire like tigers watching their prey. However, behind this large army, there were no food and grass supply convoys, and even the healing mage corps that should have accompanied the army was missing. Seeing this, Alexander nodded secretly and swiped his hand, pulling the map towards the northwest, the junction of the Ulco Empire, the Lance Empire, and the Orc Empire. Previously, the Wolf Cavalry had launched a surprise attack on Crystal City from a hidden path at the junction, but now this junction was heavily guarded. So far, no abnormalities have been found. Your Highness, according to my information, the Orc Empire should have connections with Eternal Winter. It seems we need to make more preparations. Order. Have Joey lead the Lefus brothers to scout Dragon Mountain. Have Bastrat return to the Black Gold territory as soon as possible and keep a close eye on the Orc defense line. Alexander motioned for Gargadon to go down and deliver the orders, then adjusted his mood and told the airship to speed up towards the Royal City. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Northwest Wilderness, Lion King City, the ancient palace, constructed of rock and loess, had weathered and become mottled through war and time. It looked like natural tiger skin camouflage. As the monarch of the Orc Empire, Gaiman, the Lion King who controlled the entire Northwest Wilderness and a million elite orc troops, a 5-star berserk warrior, celebrated his 50th birthday. However, a guest arrived on his birthday today, making him somewhat unhappy. Looking at Sakritha sitting in the VIP section below, and the 2 5-star undead temple knights guarding him, Gaiman felt not only the pressure of strength but also the irritation of his former capable subordinate Alonzo never returning. Now that Sakritha had come again, it was likely nothing good. Old friend Gaiman, I didn't expect today to be your birthday. What a coincidence. Sakritha's smooth skeletal jaw gave 2 dry laughs. He felt very confident in delivering the orders to Gaiman this time, no longer showing the deliberate self-deprecation and goodwill of the past. This was the arrogance of 6-star strength. Gaiman also felt the subtle change. His eyes narrowed, and his large palms rested on his knees. The veins on the surface tightened for a moment before slowly relaxing. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Congratulations to Saint Archmage Sakritha on advancing to the 6-star realm. Today is indeed my birthday. Quite a coincidence. Someone, bring wine to the Saint Archmage immediately." With the command, music immediately filled the palace. Several fox-tribe maids understood and hurried forward to pour wine and accompany them, not leaving out the 2 undead temple knights. He. King Gaiman is too polite. However, I have matters entrusted to me by the Lord, so let's talk business first. Sakritha gently raised his hand, and an invisible magic force blocked the maids. He saw through these vixen at a glance. Gaiman wanted to avoid the main issue and change the subject, but unfortunately, he was now an undead Saint Archmage, a skeleton, and ordinary eating, drinking, and merrymaking had no attraction for him at all. Moreover, Alexander was a thorn in his side. If he didn't remove it soon, he would find it hard to eat or sleep. Ha ha ha, Lord Sakritha, of course I wouldn't dare to decline the Lord's instructions, but that doesn't prevent us from having a private conversation. After the banquet, we can go to a secret room, and I will listen respectfully then. How about that? Gaiman laughed loudly and waved for the maids to withdraw. He personally picked up the wine flagon and stepped down from the throne. But with every step he took towards Sakritha, his aura rose by 1 star. The throne was only 6 or 7 steps from the VIP seats, but in the eyes of those around them, these few steps were like facing a hurricane or a tsunami. With every step Gaiman took, the momentum of the tsunami grew, and a giant transparent lion's head seemed to be roaring at Sakritha. Gaiman, the Lord has broken the seal. You decide what to do. The soul fire in Sakritha's eye sockets suddenly flared with blue flames, and a black magic circle covered the entire palace floor. A cold wind whistled, pouring in through the main gate and blowing out the windows, sounding like the wailing of ghosts. Gaiman, whose aura had been violent, seemed to be instantly frozen, coming to a dead stop. The Lord has broken the seal. His feet were nailed to the spot, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on Gaiman's forehead. It wasn't because of the 6-star pressure Sakritha displayed. As a 5-star berserk warrior and the Lion King of the Orc Empire, he still had a few trump cards. But hearing that the Lord of Bones had broken the seal, his heart instantly leapt into his throat. Back when he was competing for the title of Crown Prince, he had entered the Eternal Winter Mountains for training and encountered the sealed Lord of Bones, experiencing the great terror of the Lord of Bones firsthand, and he had made a contract with the Lord of Bones. Later, he ascended the throne with the help of the Lord of Bones' power, and he also learned fragments about the Lord of Bones and the divine envoys behind the Mage Tower from the Royal Secret Records. That level of power was simply not something an ant like him could reach. Now, hearing that the Lord of Bones had broken the seal, he immediately looked towards the Eternal Winter Mountains, as if a pair of flickering soul fires were coldly watching his every move from there. Thinking about his attitude just now, Gaiman's hand holding the wine flagon trembled slightly. How are you not happy that the Lord has broken the seal? Seeing Gaiman's changing expression, Sakritha gave a teasing smile. No, no. The Lord's breaking of the seal is naturally a cause for celebration. Lord Sakritha, please don't misunderstand. Gaiman was startled and waved his hands hurriedly, while stepping forward quickly to respectfully pour wine for Sakritha, saying, "What are the Lord's instructions?" Gaiman will certainly carry them out. Sakritha snorted, too lazy to waste words on Gaiman's shift from arrogance to servility, and said directly, "Send troops to attack the Lance Empire and curb the further development of the young Prince Alexander." Gaiman's wine flagon paused. Yesterday, Alexander's Northern Legion had soundly defeated the Major Tower's demon army. The 6-star Dark Gold warship had swept through everything, and he had personally subdued the Major Tower branch president, the 6-star Saint Archmage Tycho Dios, who didn't know about this. At this moment, Alexander's Northern Legion was at its peak morale, asking him to face their edge now. How was that any different from seeking death? Analyzing further, the trump cards in Alexander's hands were not something he could contend with either. A prince who could subdue a 6-star Saint Archmage, a Saint Archmage who had just been subdued, a 6-star warship, a 5-star Alchemist Archmage. Setting aside the Northern Legion equipped with alchemy weapons, these few mainstays alone were not something any empire would dare to touch lightly. Compared to only the 10 Legion commanders reaching 5-star level, other warriors were just cannon fodder before a 6-star. Even if their warriors of the Orc Empire were all unafraid of death, it didn't mean they were brainless enough to die for nothing. Lord Sakritha, I wonder if the Lord will personally command this campaign? Gaiman's mind raced. He called a waiter to bring a glass of wine for a toast while carefully testing the waters. Sakritha just glanced indifferently at the wine glass on the table and didn't reach for it. Instead, he said in a commanding tone, "The Lord has put me in charge of the matters here. I hope you don't waste our time." After speaking, Sakritha gave the other party no further chance and stood up to leave. At the door, he only left one sentence: "You should know what the Lord wants. What can dragging it out for a day or a month change? The only thing it will change is the Lord's attitude towards you." Watching Sakritha and the 2 undead guards walk away, Gaiman's face turned ashen. The muscles on his arm holding the wine glass bulged, as if he might explode at any moment. But he suddenly glanced towards the Eternal Winter Mountains and forcibly suppressed the fire erupting within him. He tilted his head back and drained the wine in the glass, exhaled a long breath of wine vapor, and shouted, "Set up the command tent. Muster the troops." Chapter 321 Recruitment. Sunlight spilled onto the streets of the imperial capital, as fine dust permeated the air like a thin yellow veil. These were the traces left behind by the hurried and chaotic crowds. When Alexander stepped onto the streets of the capital's outer district, a place once familiar to him, he found it had been nearly looted clean. The power of magic might be vulnerable against the Northern Legion, but using it to sweep away the property of commoners was as easy as turning over one's hand. As one cleaning magic array after another was cast, the entire street gradually became clear. Taking a deep breath, Alexander spread out his psychic power, covering nearly half of the capital. He did not have the airship land directly at the Major Tower, choosing instead to enter on foot. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to set up a temporary camp outside the city and raise the Northern King's banner. He didn't want people to think he was being unscrupulous by driving straight in, or that he viewed the throne as something already in his pocket. After all, the throne of the empire still belonged to Wood, and Prince Huosi was still alive and well. He didn't want to violate any taboos just because his contributions were great. "Your Highness, the road ahead should be faster to reach the Major Tower." Lisa, who had been accompanying Alexander, looked excited. The feeling of returning home made him eager to get moving, his eyes darting everywhere. On the other side, while Gargadon stood tall, his bull-like eyes paid more attention to the dark corners around them. He also subtly signaled New not to let down his guard. "Let's go to Auntie Blimen's house first. I want to see if everything is all right there." As Alexander spoke, he glanced at the shops on both sides of the street. Most were empty, with only a few still occupied. But even those had their doors tightly shut, with people peeking out through cracks in the doors or windows. After walking 100 paces along the street and turning through an alley, rows of collapsed houses appeared before them. Alexander stopped in his tracks. Looking at the houses in this part of the outer district and the weed-choked courtyards, the scene of the 6 great dependents leaving once again surfaced in his mind. Memories of competing with Urxiu to eat flatbreads here in the past filled him with a sense of nostalgia. He had originally wanted to contact Auntie Blimen using the clairvoyance mirror, but he decided against it for now to avoid unnecessary sorrow. His psychic power slowly swept through the basement of the house, which was already unrecognizable. It was clear the major tower had conducted a thorough cleaning back then. Just as Alexander was about to withdraw his psychic power and leave, he noticed a blacksmith shop still open for business at the end of the street. Moreover, a familiar figure was currently having a dispute with the people at the blacksmith shop. Let's go take a look up ahead. Morgan Blacksmith Shop. Hello, ordinary blacksmith shop built of grey stone. The owner was a veteran from the logistics department who had retired due to injury. His name was Morgan, over 50 years old. He was tall and one-armed, with short grey hair, bright eyes, and muscles as hard as rock. It was said that during his service, he had forged a 5-star divine weapon and was awarded a Knight's Medal by Emperor Wood. However, due to the outbreak of the Battle of Dragon Mountain, he lost an arm and was forced to retire and return home to take care of his old wife and raise his son and daughter. Now, Morgan relied on forging ordinary kitchen utensils and farm tools to maintain his family's livelihood, and he got along quite well with the neighbors. In fact, since the departure of the 6 great dependents, very few neighbors remained. The reason he was having a conflict today was not with a neighbor, but with the manager in charge of recruiting miners for the mines. As for this manager, he was also an old acquaintance of Alexander's, Viscount Bob Baker. As his psychic power spread out, the scene in front of the shop was reflected in Alexander's mind. A squad of soldiers, a group of neighbors, and several fellow blacksmiths were gathered around the entrance of the Morgan Blacksmith Shop. With a quick listen, he understood the cause of the matter. It was because of the order he had issued yesterday to mine high-grade ore veins nationwide. A large number of miners and blacksmiths were needed, preferably locals, with experience preferred, and veterans and their dependents given priority. The compensation and benefits were to be issued according to northern standards. The trouble lay precisely in this tempting priority treatment. One must know that the current treatment for northern miners was 10 times that of the capital, and Alexander's reputation for keeping his word had long been famous among the common people. So as soon as the news came out, the mining areas were practically overcrowded, with everyone scrambling to be first. Yet this father and son from the Morgan Blacksmith Shop remained indifferent, because he was a veteran, in the priority category, and possessed the knightly honor bestowed by Wood. He was naturally a key target for the mining manager to win over as a model case. This was a guaranteed political achievement. As someone who understood Alexander's way of doing things, Bob knew very well back then what Alexander's attitude toward veteran dependents was. Therefore, for a retired veteran like Morgan, Bob was arguing his case and handling it personally. Of course, this also allowed other miners and blacksmiths to see which way the wind of profit was blowing. Old man Morgan was the bellwether. If the benefits set for him were high enough, then their own would naturally rise accordingly. But it just so happened that while the Morgan father and son had originally been tempted by the compensation, once they saw Bob, they realized this guy was the same bully who had tried to kidnap Morgan's daughter before. This immediately chilled their hearts. They had luckily avoided him back then and didn't want to provoke him now. However, while their hearts were cold, Bob was full of heat for both public and private reasons. He was now making a perfectly legitimate visit. Those who didn't know better would think he was thirsting for talent and exhausting himself for Prince Alexander, but who here was a fool? At least the onlookers who had rushed over to watch the excitement all knew the fat Bob's true purpose. But the other miners and colleagues didn't want to miss the opportunity either, so they had come along to help pressure the situation. Uncle Morgan, Brother Bacon, such an opportunity is once in a lifetime. With your forging skills and military seniority, you'll definitely be given a position of great responsibility in the mining area. Even Brother Bacon could become a manager or a foreman. Bob put on a thick-faced smile, trying to persuade them over and over with earnest words. But his eyes couldn't help but glance toward the back room. Where are you looking? I said we're not going. So we're not going. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Seeing Bob's shifty eyes, Bacon's anger flared. He stepped in front of him, gripping the iron hammer in his hand, and shouted angrily. Beside him, Morgan remained focused on striking the iron without looking up, but the muscles on his arms bulged, and his veins throbbed. He, Brother Bacon, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Bob waved his hands repeatedly, laughing dryly. I just heard people say Uncle Morgan forged divine weapons in the army and wanted to broaden my horizons. But here, as he spoke, he looked at the farm tools hanging on the wall, the ordinary kitchenware on the table below, and the few dust-covered knightly swords in the corner, his voice trailing off. I don't know how to forge any divine weapons or sharp blades. Leave. Morgan's raspy voice rang out, his tone cold but still somewhat polite. In fact, everyone around knew that in the past, Bob would never have been this polite. Even if he were wary of Morgan's knightly status and martial prowess, he would have maintained a high and mighty posture. The fact that he was now smiling and speaking as an equal was entirely thanks to the northern policies promulgated by Alexander. No one dared to bully a veteran. Uncle Morgan, I still understand your family's situation. Bob cleared his throat, adjusting his attitude. He took a scroll of official documents and a stack of silver coins from his storage ring and said, Auntie Morgan is unwell, and this little shop of yours is likely already struggling to support a family of 4. The third prince's official document has stated very clearly that this is to take care of retired veterans like yourself. As long as you sign the contract, this money can be advanced. This isn't me being biased, it's the welfare provided by His Highness. The eyes of the people around immediately fixed on that stack of silver coins, a full 50 silver coins. One must know that this was equivalent to the value of 5,000 loaves of black bread. If eaten sparingly, it could last a year. And this was only 1 month's wages, not including disability pensions. It was the top-tier level of support for veterans. If Bacon was also willing to go, he would get 15 to 20 silver coins a month. Thinking of such treatment, the onlookers' mouths practically watered, their eyes filled with infinite longing. And of course, some were green with envy. I say, old man Morgan, why not go with such treatment? This is the third prince's intention. Do you want to defy the third prince's orders, or are you just a fraud? A sharp-featured young man in the crowd whistled, clearly driven by jealousy. Exactly. I think he just has no real skill and is embarrassed to take that much money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck here forging hoes and kitchen knives. The companion beside the sharp-featured youth chimed in. Chapter 322 Intervention. Bullshit. My father has real talent. The father didn't care, but Bacon couldn't bear it. He glared, walked out carrying a sledgehammer, and immediately saw a bald man standing next to the sharp-featured youth. As they say, those in the same trade are enemies. This bald man owned a blacksmith shop on the street because his skills weren't as good as Morgan's. He relied on flattering people like Bob and hanging out with street thugs to get business. Now that the mining area was hiring, a large number of mining tools would surely be needed. Seeing a big piece of cake in front of him, yet blocked by someone like Morgan, it was impossible for him not to feel jealous and resentful. What? You want to hit me? Come on. What there? You're actually serious? Facing the bald man's provocation, Bacon didn't swing his hammer. Instead, he gave the man a direct uppercut, making blood flow from the bald man's nose. Assault. Murder. The sharp-featured youth nearby saw things going south, but he didn't panic. He tilted his body and pulled the bald man, who wanted to fight back, down to the ground with him. The people around immediately swarmed forward, pinning down the still-dazed Bacon and demanding compensation. Inside the shop, old Morgan finally stopped his work and sighed inwardly. Knowing that today's trouble was unavoidable, he turned around, fixed his gaze on Bob, and said sternly, "What exactly do you want?" Cough, cough. Stared down by the other man, Bob subconsciously took a step back. Looking at the sledgehammer in Morgan's hand, he spread his hands and said guiltily, "Uncle Morgan, this has nothing to do with me." Big Brother Bacon was just too impulsive. Enough nonsense. What exactly do you want? With a hum, a suppressed blast of air sounded. Morgan's aura surged abruptly, and his suppressed battle chi erupted like a volcano, causing the temperature in the small blacksmith shop to spike. However, along with the full release of Morgan's aura, a sickly flush appeared on his face. "Uncle Morgan, you can't scare me." Feeling his entire being locked onto by Morgan's aura, Bob actually became less mild-mannered than before, especially after seeing the flush on Morgan's face. His mind settled somewhat. He said, "Your injuries haven't healed. The consequence of acting recklessly is that your entire family will have to do forced labor. I am currently on official business for the third prince. Do you understand?" Ha ha ha. Viscount Bob Baker, stop trying to scare me with that. When I was crawling out of piles of corpses, you were still playing with mud. I am a soldier of Emperor Wood. Who have I ever feared? So what if it's the third prince? The current temperor is still Wood Bartuk. Presumptuous. Morgan. You. Well said. Just as Bob wanted to defend his dignity and Alexander's prestige by ordering his subordinates to take action, a voice from behind interrupted him. At the same time, an invisible pressure rendered everyone present silent. It was the intimidation of a superior. Your Highness. Bob turned to see the person behind him and nearly fell to his knees. Fortunately, a gentle force stabilized him, preventing him from making a fool of himself in public. Alexander walked closer, his gaze passing over Bob to size up Morgan from head to toe. At first glance, this man looked like a larger version of Barnum, tall and sturdy, with bronze skin and muscles like steel, though his eyes were very reserved, carrying the weariness of life's hardships. When his psychic power swept over the sledgehammer in the man's hand, Alexander's eyebrows twitched instinctively. A 5-star sledgehammer. Morgan was also sizing up Alexander. Although he had just spoken arrogantly, he showed no fear now. His battle chi was potent, but there were clear signs of his internal injuries worsening. Alexander didn't speak to Morgan. Instead, he turned and walked into the crowd toward a sharp-featured youth and the bald man lying on the ground. This move stunned Morgan. Even Bob and the crowd of onlookers gasped, feeling that this heroic and extraordinary third prince didn't seem to be playing by the book. By normal logic, shouldn't the prince reprimand the arrogant offender to maintain royal dignity? Why did he look so calm now? Was this the calm before the storm? The crowd's eyes instinctively drifted to Morgan, making the apprehensive old Morgan's face darken even more. However, he braced himself and walked to his son Bacon's side. "You two idiots, get up and pay your respects to the third prince." Bob was quick to react. After his initial daze, he immediately followed Alexander and kicked the bald man and the sharp-featured youth, rousing the two from their confusion. The third prince? Thud, thud. The sharp-featured youth and the bald man had just scrambled up in a daze, but upon hearing Bob's words, they immediately fell to their knees in terror. Alexander's gaze was calm as it swept over the two, then toward Bacon, who was still holding his hammer. That fellow was still staring blankly until Morgan kicked him from behind, after which he joined the bald man and the other in kneeling on the ground. Alexander remained non-committal. He turned to look down at the two men and said slowly, "You need not fear. You are all subjects of the Empire, and I will grant you equal protection. But if anyone violates the laws of the Empire, they must be punished according to the law." "Your Highness, Bacon was the one who hit us first. We didn't even fight back," the bald man argued, pointing to his twisted, bleeding nose and then to Bacon kneeling beside him. Yes, Bacon started it." The sharp-featured youth beside him hastily agreed. Several young men in the surrounding crowd took the opportunity to point their fingers at Bacon. However, a portion of the neighbors looked at these accusers with indignation, though they didn't speak up to refute them, only quietly shifting their gazes between Alexander and Bob. Morgan didn't speak either. A cold smile merely played at the corner of his mouth, as if he were watching a fuss. Alexander's eyes narrowed slightly. In truth, He already knew what had happened, but he didn't intend to intervene directly. Instead, he turned and asked, "Bob, is it as they say?" Catching Alexander's subtle expression, Bob's heart skipped a beat. He cursed the bald man and his group for being idiots. Didn't they see what kind of strength Alexander possessed, or who the people following him were, to think they could get away with such trivializing sophistry? They truly didn't know how to spell the word death. More importantly, by throwing the question to him, Alexander was clearly testing him. If he handled this poorly, things would become very serious. One had to remember that his current position as the mining area manager was obtained through his father, Old Baker, and his friend Salgate. Now that Alexander had just arrived, he was clearly using this incident to establish his authority. Once he performed unsatisfactorily, his future would definitely be over. "Your Highness, the incident began because I was recruiting Knight Morgan according to official documents." These few individuals spoke mockingly. Bacon, as a son, stepped in for his father. It might have been a bit excessive, but it wasn't without cause. "Oh?" Alexander smiled upon hearing this. "You came in person to recruit him. Does Knight Morgan meet the priority recruitment criteria?" "Reporting to your Highness, Knight Morgan once served in the Imperial Guard 10 years ago. During the first demon outbreak at Dragon Mountain, he was discharged due to injuries and received a Knight's Medal bestowed by His Majesty. He meets the criteria." Bob secretly rejoiced at his luck. He knew Morgan's background like the back of his hand. The Imperial Guard. Alexander was slightly stunned. He looked at Morgan again, his expression turning solemn. That meant he was a brother in arms from the same trench as Uncle Barrowman. "So, Knight Morgan fully meets the recruitment criteria?" "Yes, your Highness," Bob answered truthfully, but after waiting a moment, he found Alexander just looking at him with a faint smile without saying more. This gave him a sudden jolt, and he immediately barked. "Men, seize Moose and Jimmy. For insulting a retired veteran without cause, they shall be punished with 30 lashes. Furthermore, since Knight Morgan holds merit, after the lashes, the two shall be sentenced to 3 months of forced labor." "What? Lashes and forced labor? We refuse to accept this." Whoosh. Following Bob's command, the eyes of the bald Moose and the sharp-featured Jimmy turned red instantly, while the crowd erupted into an uproar. The kneeling Bacon also looked up in a daze, while a flash of surprise crossed Morgan's eyes, though he quickly regained his indifference. Chapter 323 5-Star Weapon Forging Master. Several soldiers stepped forward, giving Baldy and Sharpmouth no chance to resist. This was their opportunity to show off before the third prince, and they wished they could use every ounce of their strength to deal with the two. They dragged the two to an open space, where a binding magic spell locked them in place. The soldiers then drew their vine whips and gave them a series of harsh, snapping lashes. Screams rang out as their backs became a bloody mess, the pain causing the muscles all over their bodies to tremble violently. The young men in the crowd who had been echoing them earlier were so frightened that they all shrank back and slipped away. Bob took a peek at Alexander and found that he remained expressionless. This made him a bit uncertain until he looked at Bacon, who was still kneeling nearby, and seemed to understand something. After a slight hesitation, he shouted. Bacon's use of force to injure someone, though justified by the circumstances, was excessive. He must compensate Moose for part of his medical fees, totaling 1 silver coin, and is hereby given a verbal warning. Punish Bacon? Why? Some neighbors looked at each other in surprise. They had thought Bacon would be fine, but they didn't expect him to have to compensate the other party. Morgan also raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his muscles tensing as he stood behind Bacon. Bob said calmly, Bacon's injury of another was justified by the circumstances, but handled improperly. He knew we were all present, yet he did not report it to the authorities first and chose to take action himself. This was a disregard for us. Even if the prince gives preferential protection to veterans, it cannot become his reliance for escaping justice. Imperial law is inviolable, so that's how it is. Everyone realized, if all scions who hold preferential policies relied on such policies to do evil, it would run counter to the original intention. Therefore, such a judgment could serve as a warning to others. Right. Preferential treatment is not a privilege. Alexander finally nodded to Bob and signaled for Bacon to stand up. This made Bob heave a huge sigh of relief. His back was drenched in sweat, but his official rank was saved. I have no money. Bacon, who had just climbed up from the ground, struggled for a long time before letting out a bitter voice. Even Morgan's momentum behind him weakened accordingly. In his heart, he accepted Bob's explanation. Furthermore, he felt some surprise and appreciation for Alexander's handling of the matter. Based on his experience, when ordinary nobles judged a fault, it would always be mixed with personal bias. However, the third prince before him not only deliberately delegated power but also praised justice. The transmission of this attitude would inevitably cause a fierce wind to blow through the royal city, making both officials and lowlifes shudder with fear. They, the subjects living at the bottom, could also stand tall under the protection of imperial law in the future. He, Brother Bacon, how can you say you have no money? Hearing this, Bob suddenly perked up and hurried forward like a squinting fox, patiently coaxing, as long as you complete the prince's recruitment, you can immediately receive 15 silver coins as an advance payment. Not to mention Moose's medical fees. Even Aunt Morgan's medical fees will be resolved as well. Bacon looked at the shiny silver coins in Bob's hand and felt tempted for a moment, but remembering this fellow's gold, he forced himself to resist. He looked back at Morgan, but to his surprise, Morgan actually nodded. This stunned Bacon, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. Morgan, however, directly took a step forward, came before Alexander, and bowed, saying, Retired craftsman of the Imperial Guard, Morgan, greets your highness. Please punish my crime of disrespect just now. Ha ha ha. Just as the surrounding people thought Alexander would explode, he laughed and patted Morgan on the shoulder. He said loudly, "Veteran Morgan, your loyalty to the Empire and His Majesty has been seen by everyone present. The reward you deserve is that we will take responsibility for healing your severed arm. As for your disrespect toward me, that also requires punishment, which is to become my craftsman and work for me. Do you have any objection to this? The severed arm can be healed." Upon hearing that his severed arm could be healed, Morgan didn't take any of the other words to heart. Even Bacon beside him excitedly pulled at Morgan's clothes from behind, fearing his father would say something wrong again and offend the prince, missing such an opportunity. "I guarantee it." Alexander smiled and glanced at Bob again, saying, "At the same time, I can also guarantee that you have preferential honor and no one can force you to do what you are unwilling to do. You can also appeal to me regarding past injustices, and I will give you a satisfactory answer." Hearing this, the Morgan father and son almost simultaneously looked at Bob, making Bob's face turn pale as he nearly burst into tears. In fact, the reason Morgan had taken the initiative to step forward was because he saw Alexander's attitude of handling the incident fairly. With this guarantee, he would no longer fear Bob or the difficulties posed by other superiors in the future. "Your Highness, I believe you must have known all about the matters between Viscount Bob and my family long ago. Although he had some small schemes, they weren't too over the top. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for us to have lasted until today." Morgan weighed his words slightly, still leaving himself a way out. Bob peeked at Alexander, his heart in his throat. Hearing Morgan give him face didn't make him feel much more relaxed. Alexander looked at the two with a half smile. In fact, he had guessed this as well. Even if old Baker had retired to his hometown and the Major Tower took total control and purged those who disagreed, the Baker family's influence in the royal city was still deep-rooted. If Bob had really used force, 10 Morgan families would be no match for him. So essentially, Bob, as a sign of nobility, was still quite commendable. "Then fine Bob, 3 months' salary as compensation for your mental distress. He will be responsible for arranging all your affairs after you enter the mining area." Alexander made the decision with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, Your Highness." The Morgan father and son finally breathed a long sigh of relief and stood tall. At the same time, 2 clusters of golden energy merged into Alexander's spiritual sea. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely do my best to properly handle Uncle Morgan and Brother Bacon's affairs." Bob also breathed a sigh of relief and even gave the Morgan father and son a grateful look. 3 months' salary was nothing to him. Gaining Alexander's approval was the greatest future benefit. Moreover, having gone through this, the air was cleared with Morgan's family. As for whether they could take things a step further in the future, he had already thought of the reasons. The task arrangements from His Highness and thanking Morgan for showing mercy. "Gargadon, stay behind to help Uncle Morgan treat his severed arm and internal injuries. Then meet us at the Major Tower." Seeing the matter resolved, Alexander, with the library's collection on his mind, left behind the healing module and led his people straight to the Major Tower. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on recruiting a 5-star forging master." As soon as the group left the street, Lapworth took the initiative to congratulate Alexander. Alexander looked at the people around him, any of whom could make the royal city tremble just by announcing their names. Morgan's abilities certainly couldn't be hidden from their discerning eyes, but seeing Lapworth speak up to congratulate him now, there was likely another reason. "Master Lapworth, as a fellow 5-star artifact refining master, is there something you want to remind me of, regarding technical talent?" Alexander took the initiative to slow his pace and walk side by side with Lapworth. This immediately made Lapworth feel overwhelmed by the favor. Although he tried his best to suppress his excitement, joy still overflowed from the corners of his eyes and brows, making Tycho, who was beside them, feel a bit jealous. Chapter 324 The Secret Vault. "Your Highness, although Morgan and I are both 5-star rank, our crafting techniques are fundamentally different." Lapworth cleared his throat and intentionally glanced at Tycho before explaining from a professional perspective. "For ordinary forging below 4 stars, whether it is an item refined through magic or one tempered through Duchi, their power is almost the same. There are also no special restrictions. However, after breaking through to 5 stars, a watershed appears. Items refined through magic will carry elemental characteristics, and the carving of magic arrays will involve technologies from the elemental domain. On the other hand, items tempered through Duchi will completely break free from the shackles of magic elements, pursuing the ultimate essence of the material zone attributes, such as sharpness. Magic 5-star refining relies on the blessing of the sharpness element, but the sharpness from Duchi tempering is the inherent sharpness of the material itself. Under normal circumstances, the power of these 2 types of sharpness is neck and neck. However, in special environments, their power difference becomes very significant. For instance, within an elemental space or a magic forbidden field, the power they can exert is worlds apart. Lapworth paused, seeing Alexander listening intently. He couldn't help but feel a bit more respectful as he said, "Your Highness, the reason I want to congratulate you is that Morgan's 5-star tempering is exactly what you currently need most. For example, in the Dragon Mountain Magic Forbidden Field, if you have a 5-star item tempered by Morgan, it will not be suppressed by the Magic Forbidden Field. Instead, it can produce a magic breaking effect. If used on the aircraft you designed, you will be able to come and go as you please through that Magic Forbidden Field." "I see." After hearing Lapworth's explanation, Alexander suddenly understood. Previously, he thought recruiting a 5-star craftsman was only helpful for mining and forging 5-star mineral veins. But after hearing Lapworth's analysis, he felt like he had picked up a real treasure, a precious gem. It might even be no less valuable than the Mage Tower books he intended to duplicate. Currently, the entire army used magic items. Even though there were a few purely mechanical ones, they were generally below 4 stars. In future wars, while 4-star power could serve as the backbone, high-level power would be the key factor in determining the battlefield's direction. Now, having a Duchi 5-star tempering master was like sending charcoal in the snow. "Master Lapworth, you are the authority in crafting. The future industrial development of the Empire and the Northland cannot do without you. I will need you to put in a lot of effort. Alexander stopped in his tracks and bowed quite humbly to the other man. This move left Lapworth somewhat flustered and even apprehensive, his face turning red with excitement. He had held high positions before and received plenty of flattery, but this was the first time in his life he had been treated with such respect and humility by a superior. Others, like Tycho, felt the same way. Seeing Lapworth being so highly valued, they felt both envious and jealous. They wanted that kind of respect too. Your Highness is too kind. Lapworth will certainly share your burdens and give his all. Lapworth bowed, and a cluster of golden power of faith flew into Alexander's mental sea. The quill was already saturated at the peak of 5 stars, reaching a critical point where it could break through at any moment. Alexander felt the future was becoming brighter and more hopeful, and his pace quickened. Soon, they entered the inner city, and the major tower was right before them. Unlike its former lofty majesty, the major tower was now shrouded in a twilight air of old age. The elemental light flowing in the open space at the main entrance was also completely shut off. Only a row of mages kneeling there were awaiting judgment. Alexander scanned with his psychic power. Most of these people were below 4 stars, their faces ashen. A few of them originally had looks of resentment, but when they saw Tycho and Lapworth following him, that resentment turned into bewildered helplessness. Without interfering with the personnel carrying out the judgment, Alexander entered the mage tower directly and, led by Tycho, went straight to the door of the top floor secret vault. Your Highness, once the secret vault is opened, the monitoring array of the Mage General Tower will inevitably receive feedback. I can only disrupt the monitoring for 10 minutes. Your Highness should be prepared. After using a special array key to open the secret vault, Tycho stood to the side and gave a kind reminder. Thank you for your hard work, Dean Tycho. I will come out as soon as possible. Alexander took a deep breath, wrapped his entire body in psychic power, and flashed inside. After a cool sensation like a bubble bursting, Alexander stepped into an independent space that looked like a starry sky. The surroundings were silent. The entire area was like a deep blue sphere. Countless stars twinkled in the firmament, and his feet seemed to be in a state of suspension. But stepping forward produced ripples like those on water. He took a breath. The air was fresh and the temperature moderate, but it was empty. He didn't see any bookshelves, equipment racks, or treasure chests. Releasing his psychic power, the space seemed to have no end and could extend infinitely. Could it be that everything has been taken away? Alexander flew around in a circle. Previously, Tycho had vowed that only he could open this secret vault. But why was there nothing here now? Not good. Suddenly, Tycho's reminder from just now flashed through Alexander's mind. The Mage General Tower could monitor this secret vault. In other words, the Mage General Tower had the ability to remotely control this secret vault. Or perhaps those 3 Saint Archmages of the Mage General Tower could have played a dirty trick of waiting for the rabbit, slightly modifying the secret vault and waiting for him to walk right into the trap. I was careless. Alexander instantly set up a psychic power barrier around himself. At the same time, he drew his sword and deployed a circle of modules, lighting up the arrays. There was no change in the space. The feedback from his psychic power still showed no end. He tried attacking with magic and his flying sword, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The thought of whether Tycho had betrayed him flashed through his mind, but he felt it was unlikely. As a 6-star Saint Archmage, Tycho would take oaths very seriously. Moreover, Alexander was very confident in his psychic power's ability to distinguish truth from lies. After thinking it over, he still placed a positioning coordinate module and began to explore in different directions. The starlight overhead first became his target for exploration. Controlling his sword, he flew toward the brightest star in the firmament. However, the more he ascended, the further away that starlight seemed to be, as if he were going in the opposite direction. Alexander wondered if it was a mirror image, but then he shook his head. All magic effects would fail before him. If it were a mirror image, it would be impossible for him not to sense it. On the contrary, using his psychic power to its limit in this space for a while gave him an impulsive sensation of being about to break through a bottleneck. It was like water waves crashing against a dam one after another, as if they could overflow at any moment. At that moment, in a magnificent cultivation room in the distant Dija Mage General Tower, the slender Bikarati, who had a pair of vertical pupils, was sitting cross-legged in the center of an insect-type array, sensing the wandering elemental trajectories in the surrounding space. Seeming to have discovered something interesting, his half-closed eyes slowly opened, and a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The little bug has finally walked into the net. Now we can have a good talk. As he spoke, the surrounding elements gathered into a light mirror, reflecting Alexander, who was spinning around like a headless fly. However, it was different from the spatial scene Alexander saw. The spatial scene inside the light mirror was composed of countless silk threads, similar to the longitude and latitude lines of a curved spatial surface, or like some special energy lines, crisscrossing and rising and falling as if they were alive. Bikarati raised his finger toward the light mirror and gently flicked those silk threads. With a hum of spatial turbulence, the image in the light mirror instantly distorted like an abstract painting. What's going on? Caught off guard in the secret vault space, Alexander sensed the surrounding space twisting and deforming. His body was already being torn and squeezed by different forces of attraction and gravity. His stomach was churning. His muscles and bones emitted popping sounds from the pressure. His mind was in turmoil. His head was dizzy, and he felt waves of nausea. But surprisingly, his psychic power did not sense any fluctuations of magic. For a moment, he was suspended with nowhere to land. His psychic power and magic weapons had actually become useless. Chapter 325 has been released. Your Highness, this is the law power. Just as Alexander was about to forcefully break through in one direction, Tycho's voice suddenly echoed within the space. In fact, as early as when Alexander entered the secret vault space and found it empty, Tycho, who was controlling the secret key outside, had also sensed that something was wrong. He had originally intended to interfere with the Mage General Tower's surveillance, but suddenly discovered that they had long since fallen into a trap set by the other party. Furthermore, Tycho discovered that the ones who had set the trap were the three Saint Archmages. The binding power within the secret vault space now was not mere magic, but a power one level higher than magic that only a 6-star Saint Archmage could touch, the law power. Tycho had only just begun to comprehend a bit of it. As for its application and mastery, he was still a beginner. This was why, after Alexander had been struggling for a long time, Tycho could only barely manage to send his voice in without being able to change anything inside. The law power, his twisted body seemed to find some relief due to Tycho's voice transmission, and his suspicions toward Tycho were also dispelled. Raising his psychic power to its limit once again to sense his surroundings, he tried his best to calm his chaotic heart. His psychic power expanded outward from him like a giant membrane, as if adhering to the inner walls of the distorted space. Though the so-called law power was invisible to the naked eye, his psychic power clearly projected the image of the distorted space into his mind. Collapse, expansion, tremors, high-frequency fluctuations. The subtle changes in space made Alexander feel as if he were looking at a changing piece of dough, or perhaps the phenomenon of cosmic collapse explained in an astronomy class. However, what surprised Alexander most was that the golden power of faith in his spiritual sea seemed to have received some kind of inspiration, unexpectedly beginning to automatically mimic these strange changes. Collapse, expansion, tremors, high-frequency fluctuations. Mimicking it time and again, it struck the 6-star bottleneck of the quill repeatedly, until a faint sound of cracking seemed to emerge. It was as if light was shining through the cracks. In seeing this unexpected turn of events, a realization dawned on Alexander: the law power might just be the opportunity he needed to break through to a 6-star quill. He instantly added a hint of active thrust to the automatically mimicking golden power of faith. Buzz. Suddenly, the blue-gold quill perked up. It trembled and hummed as the energy pillar, which had been stagnant at the peak of 5 stars, suddenly broke through its shackles and filled the final section of the pen's barrel. The golden patterns on the outside grew frantically, winding around the barrel and condensing into a flower bud at the very tip. Puff, puff, puff. Strands of transparent energy filaments sprayed out from the flower bud like the golden domed skeleton of a cathedral, adhering to the sky above the spiritual sea and constantly expanding it. The golden light flared brilliantly, illuminating the entire spiritual sea as if by countless suns. The warm glow made Alexander feel as though he had fallen into a mother's embrace. The pain he had just suffered vanished instantly, while his perception grew exponentially like a rising tide. Ha ha ha, it's done. 6-star, the law power. I understand now. At this moment, Alexander's body was like a fish swimming freely in the sea, no matter how large the waves of the spatial latitude and longitude lines were, how great the pressure, or how turbulent the undercurrents, he could navigate them with ease. Furthermore, he had now discovered the true location of the starlight on the vault's dome. That was where the books were kept. Like clinging to a ribbon swaying in the water, Alexander wound his way through, riding the waves until he finally reached the place of starlight. With a soft pop, the moment his finger touched the starlight, the surrounding distorted space was like a catfishing net, and a massive spatial curtain came crashing down. Stacks of treasure chests, rows of giant bookshelves, stone tables laden with various weapons, and gems and scrolls piled haphazardly in corners. It was simply overwhelming. I've struck it rich. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Without time to study the new abilities granted by his 6-star rank, Alexander rushed toward the bookshelves impatiently. Ancient metal grimoires, magic arrays carved onto rocks, and magic sigils sealed within crystal balls. This was simply paradise. 5-star Glimmer Grimoire, 5-star spatial magic analysis, compendium of top-tier alchemy secret arts, notes on breaking through to Saint Archmage. Alexander's psychic power swept across the bookshelves one by one, and the quill copied them joyfully, like a mouse falling into a rice vat. He had truly struck it rich. Your Highness, it's wonderful that you're all right. Tycho's voice came again, sounding relieved amidst his excitement. At the same time, an elemental projection opened. Lapworth, Bellum, Lisa, and Nui were all anxiously waiting outside the secret vault. Tycho had sensed the situation inside the vault immediately and then tried to make contact, the result of which put his mind at ease. Don't worry, I'm fine now. I'll be out in a bit. Alexander had no time for more words, and the others saw that he was focused on perusing the grimoires. Since he was fine, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The emergency plan they had devised earlier was no longer needed. They just had to guard the entrance properly. In contrast to the joyful mood of those present, far away in the Mage General Tower of the Diga Kingdom was the Grand Elder Saint Archmage, Bikarati. At this moment, his vertical pupils had narrowed into thin slits, and his fists were clenched so hard they were cracking. Staring at the blurry elemental projection before him, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. This was clearly the result of interference from the law. He had originally intended to toy with Alexander. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least leave him bedridden for a few months. But now, not only had he failed to succeed, he had outsmarted himself and somehow helped the other party break through to 6-star. What was going on? A blunder, a stroke of divine irony? If Sir Bosget and Blythester found out about this, wouldn't they beat him to death? Alexander's appearance had already nearly derailed the Major Tower's plans, and now, to make matters worse, he had even helped the guy break through to 6-star. That was a 6-star, and a 6-star with magic immunity at that. Wasn't he just digging his own grave? Never mind a basket and the others wanting to beat him. Bikarati felt like slapping himself right now. I must never let the divine envoy find out about this, or I'm dead. At that thought, Bikarati shuddered. With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the elemental projection, then cast a series of surveillance spells to scan every corner of the room several times before finally breathing a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he unleashed a series of law powers, embedding the entire room into the law nodes. This way, the entire room became an unstable space. Without his permission, no one could enter. Once the arrangements were made, Bikarati used a spatial shift to flee the room. Beneath an unnamed coral island in the northern West Sea, several airships enchanted with bubble magic were cruising around a trench at the island's base. Occasional flashes of magical light from within the trench were completely erased by the magic forbidden fields released by these airships. On the deck of a massive flagship airship within the trench, hundreds of archmages were busily constructing a 100-meter diameter teleportation array below. Seeing the array enter its final closing tests with special grey stones embedded in each node, Prince Huosi, swirling a wine glass on the deck, let out a long breath and turned to walk toward the sleeping quarters. Entering the cabin, Prince Huosi dismissed his attendants and stepped into the cleaning magic array, brushing himself 3 times. Then, walking to the desk, he set down his glass and took an origin stone from his storage ring to embed into the array core within the cabin. A golden, ripple-like magic power enveloped the cabin. Only then did he take out a mirror engraved with the magic patterns of a golden divine dragon, dripped a drop of his own magic immune blood onto it, and stood waiting solemnly. Kill, Huosi, is something the matter? I'm busy. The dragon-patterned mirror rippled, revealing Wood with a large basket on his back, swinging a great sword. He dodged and leapt, cleaving through vine-like monstrous pythons that were constantly attacking. Chapter 326 Why don't you usurp the throne? Father, where are you? Prince Huosi raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't Wood be on Dragon Spirit Island right now? Why did it look like he was fighting giant plants picking flowers? Ha! Keep up, everyone. Move faster. Beatrix, have your subordinates not eaten today? Hurry up. As Wood let out a great roar, the figures of the Imperial Guard and Ataris appeared within the dragon-patterned mirror. At the same time, not far away, a dark-faced woman in black, holding a long spear, led Shaman, Zeza, and a group of fierce sea race warriors, following closely behind. These people, who had been trying to kill each other not long ago, were now all carrying the same style of wicker baskets on their backs, following Wood as they hacked through thorns and brambles, charging toward a certain location. Meanwhile, Wood flicked the great sword in his hand, and a 7-colored flower flew from a freshly severed vine into his basket. A magical barrier lit up within the basket to protect the flower. Picking flowers, Prince Huosi's lip twitched. Looking at this group of ferocious people, he could more or less guess that this action was definitely related to the production of elven secret medicine. Father, Alexander has fought his way into the royal city, and the major tower's front line has contracted back to Giga. Currently, the Empire's situation is excellent. Wood's eyes shone brightly, and the power with which he swung his sword noticeably increased. His face beamed with excitement as he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Beatrix, did you hear that? My son succeeded. You have nothing to say now, do you? Not far away, the woman in black, who was thrusting her spear like a dancing dragon, paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then, her dragon spear suddenly became more aggressive. A flash of annoyance and jealousy crossed her eyes, and her tone was full of bitterness. HMPH, it's just the royal city. You're shouting so loudly. I thought he'd finished off those 3 old fogies in a basket. As she spoke, the surrounding vines were beaten into a bloody mess by her wild spear technique. No one dared to come within 300 meters, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Back then, she hadn't thought highly of Alexander, but now that the little prince had actually completed the recovery of the royal capital, she would have to fulfill her previous promise. Although she was currently helping Wood, it was out of respect for the Dragon Emperor, and the other party would have to return the favor. But with the little prince completing the recovery of the royal capital, she had suddenly become the loser. Not only was the favor gone, but she also had to commit her entire clan. It would be strange if she felt good about it. Hee, Beatrix. When the elven race returns to the continent, you'll have contributed both effort and people. Do you feel wronged to have the top merit? Wood leapt over the severed vines, searching for his next target. A glance from the corner of his eye at Beatrix told him exactly what she was thinking. Don't worry, I always keep my word. Lord Hayaora, lead the men and charge. If we harvest too few materials, I'll wring your head off. Hearing Beatrix's words, Lord Hayaora gave Wood a resentful look. Anyone could tell Wood was making empty promises, but everyone could also see that Beatrix was now full of energy. However, when Lord Hayaora wanted to convey her resentment to the other sea race members, those guys had already turned away, picking flowers with their backs to Lord Hayaora. Thus, the scene appeared where Lord Hayaora would push in one direction, and that direction would create the illusion of a vacuum. Father, Alexander was too unexpected this time. He crushed the Star River warship and even subdued Tycho Dios. His ability is simply breathtaking to me, just like you back in the day. The subjects of the royal city also love him dearly. Prince Huosi watched Wood's excited face in the dragon-patterned mirror, his eyes flickering as he showered Alexander's great achievements with praise. If there's nothing else, close it. I'm busy. Wood didn't even look at Prince Huosi. As soon as his son opened his mouth, he knew exactly what the other was trying to say and gave him no opportunity. Cough, father. Prince Huosi choked. Hearing Wood's tone, it was obvious his thoughts had been seen through. He gave a dry cough and quickly changed the subject. The teleportation channel is basically complete. At your command, the Imperial army can appear from any location. Father, do you think I could go to the East Sea? Huosi Wood interrupted, saying decisively, you are my successor in line. Don't even think about slacking off. Go get to work. With a sizzle, Wood closed the dragon-patterned mirror, leaving Prince Huosi with a look of constipation on his face. He didn't want to be any emperor or some bullshit successor. What he wanted was to be the carefree controller behind the scenes. Let others do the dirty and tiring work, while he just enjoyed himself in the back. Looking at the half glass of red wine in front of him, he hadn't drunk a full glass since he obtained the title of prince. He so badly wanted to have a satisfying, drunken spree, but this exhausting, bullshit title of prince made him like a wound-up puppet. He even had to sleep with one eye open. This wasn't the life he wanted. He wanted freedom, to be carefree, to rot away. But now, Wood clearly wasn't giving him the chance. Wood insisted on putting a muzzle on him, whipping him, and driving him to work. In this regard, he particularly envied Alexander. Alexander could do whatever he wanted. If one day he didn't want to fight anymore, he could just drop everything and go enjoy himself. Because when the time came, there would still be his pathetic older brother to clean up his mess. Since he was the successor in line, the rise and fall of the empire were directly related to him, whereas his younger brother could just not care at all. Alexander, you brat, why don't you just usurp the throne now? Are you stupid? He slammed a fist onto the table, knocking over the wine glass. Prince Huosi cursed his brother under his breath with a look of frustration, wondering why he was so troublesome. No, I received news earlier that old thing Sakritha from the Eternal Winter Mountains went to incite the orcs to launch an invasion. I have to tell Alexander so he doesn't get careless. If those fierce demons from the Orc Empire flip the table and crush my stupid brother's spirit, I'll have even less hope of getting him to usurp the throne. Yes, right now, immediately, tell him about the orcs' strength and make him be careful. At the foot of Eagle Mountain, 800 miles from the northwestern border of the Black Gold territory, the Orc Empire's army of 400,000 elites and 20 million vassals was assembling here in batches. As the person in charge of the outpost, a high-ranking official, the patriarch of the Golden Eagle clan, and the flight commander of the Orc Empire's second army, Ale had long since led his subordinates to clear out a 100-mile camp around Eagle Mountain. The central command tent was set up halfway up Eagle Mountain, providing a view of the entire camp and a distant look at the Lance Empire's borderline. If one used magical equipment like a clairvoyance mirror, even the outlines of the castles in the Black Gold territory could be clearly distinguished. Allah spread his wings, his hooked claws like black iron. He activated his 5-star Beast King true form, transforming into a giant golden eagle hundreds of feet tall. Narrowing his golden eagle eyes, he circled and inspected the camp that was being constructed in haste below. The 1st Legion, Explosive Bear Legion, the 3rd Legion, Fierce Tiger Legion, the 4th Legion, Black Panther Legion, the 5th Legion, Violent Rhino Legion, the 6th Legion, Estuarine Crocodile Legion, and the Royal Guard, Mad Lion Legion. Furthermore, there was a self-built camp area reserved in the far rear for the 100,000 undead army led by Sakritha and the 20 million vassal races. The entire elite camp area was placed within a concealment formation. Not only did it block detection spells below 5 stars, but even to the naked eye, it appeared only as thick mist swirling in the mountains. Commander, when are we going to defect? I'm getting a bit impatient. Flying half a body length behind Ale was the fat cat owl Adelaide, staring with his large, innocent cat owl eyes, his voice sounding a bit like it was leaking air. Shut up. Ale gave his deputy a cold glance, then pulled his body higher. He stared coldly at the first batch of the undead army that had arrived for a while before turning to fly toward his own camp. Passing over the central command tent, he looked down at those first arriving Mad Lion warriors with a contemptuous look, as if he were looking at idiots. Commander, why are you still looking at those idiots? They're about to become cannon fodder for that skull Sakritha, and they're still gloating. Let's just defect already. The dream of the Flight Legion is the free sky. Bang! Adelaide wanted to continue his incitement and imagine the future, but he was smacked on the back of the head by Ala's huge wing to wake him up. Commander, shut up. Ala's voice turned cold as he scolded. You're the only idiot here, you know. The Lion King has ordered you to lead a small team to scout and find out if that little prince's dark gold warship has run out of energy and cannot be used in the short term. Remember, don't do anything out of line. Hee. Don't worry, Commander, I won't run away alone. As your most loyal subordinate in the Flight Legion, I will never betray you. Get lost right away. Chapter 327 Magic Array Fusion. On the northwestern wasteland path of the Orc Empire, Sakritha's undead army and the 3rd batch of the Mad Lion Royal Guards marched grandly toward Eagle Mountain. As the final showstoppers, Lion King Gaimon and the invasion controller, the 6-star Saint Archmage Sakritha, were naturally the last group to set out. Inside the 100 Janglong Lion King floating carriage, Sakritha and Gaimon sat opposite each other, looking at the magic sand table in front of them to analyze the odds of success for this invasion. Master Sakritha, are you certain that Alexander's dark gold warship cannot be used again in the short term? While raising his hand to enlarge the Black Gold territory castle on the sand table and measuring the distance to the royal city, Gaimon looked at Sakritha with a worried expression to confirm once more. Do you know about origin stones? Sakritha spoke casually, his hands also releasing streaks of magic power to set up several magic circle nodes along the border and around the Black Gold territory castle. In an instant, the magic circle nodes lit up, and squads of orc warriors swarmed out from them, clashing with the Black Gold cavalry patrolling around the Black Gold territory. Are origin stones really that precious and hard to find? Gaimon watched the changes on the sand table. A holy light halberd belonging to 5-star light magic shot out from the Black Gold castle, while airships from the royal city also swept in like a dark, swarming hive. Alexander's dark gold warship has only fired 2 shots so far. I heard he even took an airship to the royal city this time. You know, I've been in the royal city's mage tower for so many years, and the Star River warship has only saved up 3 origin stones. How many more shots do you think the little prince's dark gold warship can fire? As he spoke, Sakritha gave Gaimon a cold, sidelong glance. With a wave of his hand, he first extinguished that 5-star holy light halberd, and then with another wave, he actually drove the Lance Royal City on the sand table to fire 2 6-star light beams. With 2 booming shots, a large area of the orc army was cleared, and even the teleportation magic circle was destroyed along with them. But after a few breaths, a tide of orc soldiers surged again from the direction of the Orc Empire. Whether in the sky or on the ground, they followed one after another like a raging tsunami. This Gaimon's mouth hung open. He understood what Sakritha was trying to express. Bastrat of the Black Gold territory was like an ant before Sakritha, and even if Alexander's Dark Gold warship still had energy reserves for 2 shots, they could use human wave tactics to exhaust them. It was just that this method would consume the warriors of his Orc Empire, but thinking about it from another perspective, it could add countless undead warriors to the undead army. So, to put it cold-bloodedly, Sakritha's plan was entirely about reaping the benefits while others did the work. What? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing Gaiman's face turn gloomy, Sakritha gave a contemptuous smile. With a grand wave of his hand, the undead army swept through everything living in front of them like a violent gale. They still have Tychodios and alchemy weapons. The undead army is not invincible against the holy light. Gritting his teeth to control his surging emotions, Gaiman glanced at the direction of the eternal winter mountains from the corner of his eye, his fists clenched tight. Hey, as for them, I've long since prepared. Sakritha flipped his palm, and several ancient scrolls emitting magic power that disturbed the surrounding space appeared before him. Gaiman looked closely, his lips twitching slightly, and then he gave Sakritha a deep look, a sudden sense of helplessness rising in his heart. The other party had actually calculated to this extent. Once these ancient scrolls were used, his soldiers would be forced to march into the slaughter one after another. Even if they won then, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Those were 20 million Orc youths, all his subjects. Yet after this battle, they would all become Sakritha's puppets, and Sakritha's undead army would be the final winner. As for Alexander's army, they had almost no chance of winning. Looking at the borderline not far from Eagle Mountain on the sand table, there were still 3 months of travel left, and he could not bear to imagine the battle 3 months from now. Heavier on the hammer strike speed. Rhythm is very important. In the southern suburbs of the Lance Empire's royal city, at the temporary forging camp for the 5-star Orvane, the newly appointed chief craftsman Morgan earnestly inspected the purity and techniques of the newly recruited craftsman refining the ore. When Alexander summoned him, he gave him the appointment of chief craftsman along with a brand new forging task. A batch of purely mechanical powered armored exoskeletons was needed. The special requirement was that these exoskeletons must still be usable after being fitted with magic power modules and mounted with magic power weapons. In other words, he wanted Morgan to create dual-system mechanical exoskeletons. In fact, this could be seen from the mining of the 4-star and 5-star ore veins. Magic-powered machinery was sometimes not a cure-all. Furthermore, Morgan mentioned the scenes of fighting demons in Dragon Mountain. Based on experience, when both sides are exhausted at the end and magic and battle chi are gone, they rely on pure physical attacks. After all, in a life-and-death struggle, it was common for resources to be completely depleted. Bacon, come look at these blueprints for the power devices given by His Highness. According to these dimensions, we must try to miniaturize them as much as possible. Returning to the private forging room, Morgan spread several blueprints on the stone table, pointing at a fuel engine, a battery-powered motor, and the accompanying transmission machinery. His eyes sparkled with light. Father, can dimensions like these really be equipped into armor? And the quantity His Highness requested is to equip the entire army. Isn't this making things difficult for us? As a 4-star refiner, Bacon had forged over 1,000 sets of armor, and even over 100 pieces of runic equipment. But adding such clunky machinery to armor, wasn't this a joke? Even with miniaturization, there had to be a limit, right? If it were for the one-eyed barbarian's armor, he could guarantee it with his chest out, but for other races, except perhaps for the strong orc troop types, every other race had inherent limitations. Morgan looked at his son, seemingly knowing Bacon would react this way. He raised a hand and patted his son's shoulder, saying, Bacon, you might not yet know His Highness's capabilities. It's not your fault. Your horizons are limited to where they are. Just remember, we will try to miniaturize this equipment as much as possible and ensure quality and function. As for further miniaturization and the quantity, His Highness has a way to solve that, huh? Bacon was stunned upon hearing this. Seeing his father's expression, it was clear he had discussed it with Alexander. He asked curiously, Father, what method does His Highness have? Hey, naturally there is a way. You just do your job well, and you will know when the time comes. Morgan gave a mysterious smile and picked up his iron hammer to work aside, leaving his son standing there in a daze, looking quite frustrated. At this time, Alexander was in the Major Tower's secret treasury, studying and comprehending the new abilities he had gained upon advancing to 6-star. However, from beginning to end, he seemed somewhat distracted. Your Highness, if you want to achieve that kind of effect, refining this 5-star array disc isn't difficult, but the efficacy might be. Lapworth withdrew his magic power and hesitated. Before them was a massive hexagonal array disc 30 meters in diameter, shimmering with a dark gold luster. Hearing that Lapworth had finished the production, Alexander withdrew his gaze from the patch of starry sky on the secret treasury's dome, though a strand of psychic power still remained on the starry sky to continue observing. Not bad. This texture should work. The array disc assembly is also seamless, and the precision is high enough. You truly are a 5-star master artificer. Reaching out to wrap several strands of psychic power around it, he disassembled the array disc into 6 parts along the sliding rails, then began to carve magic circles onto the 6 parts. A force field vacuum circle, a purification and dust removal circle, a constant temperature circle, a meta-miniaturization circle, and finally, the overall integration of 6-star laws, as well as the most crucial part, nurturing an artifact spirit. Alexander had already rehearsed this set of operations many times in his mind. The various magic circles were copied and fine-tuned from the secret treasury's classics by the Quill. While the 6-star law coordination was the Quill's newly acquired 6-star ability, no matter the magic circle, they could easily be fused and used. The nurturing of an artifact spirit was an upgraded variation of his psychic power technique. It could allow an object to nurture a truly intelligent artifact spirit, much like the AI of his previous life. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Indigo magnetic ripples turned into circular magic runes, floating over one set of the array discs, followed by pure white dust removal magic runes that were like an angel's spinning top dance, imprinted onto the second set. Then came the constant temperature circle combined of fire and ice crystals, and the meta-miniaturization space element circle expanding and contracting. Finally, Alexander's fingers grasped the air, and invisible, distorted law ripples on the magic circles were pulled together by him. Like weaving a net or welding, he reintegrated and connected the originally separate magic circles, forming a brand new set of magic array runes. Spirit awakening. As Alexander's fingers guided the power, the entire room trembled, the magic circles were imprinted onto the reassembled array disc, and a special rune condensed from psychic power was simultaneously struck into the disc. The entire array disc flashed with light and shadow before quickly quieting down, as the attached magic array runes seeped in bit by bit like mercury. This scene, falling into the eyes of Lapworth nearby, left him incredibly shocked as he frequently stole glances at Alexander. One must know that these magic circles were all extremely difficult to control among 5-star circles, especially the force field vacuum circle and the meta-miniaturization space element circle. Their architectural difficulty was even more demanding than 6-star laws. Yet looking at Alexander's manual operation, he not only drew these magic circles but could even integrate and master them, creating brand new magic circle rules. This simply subverted his understanding. Just moments ago, he had questioned the other's ideas as being somewhat whimsical, but looking at this operation now, even if it didn't succeed this time, he believed that success was merely a matter of time. Chapter 328 Layout, Buzz. However, just as his thoughts were drifting, the quiet magic circle suddenly burst with intense light, which then slowly converged on the array plate into an elemental figure. It had no gender or face, appearing only as a blurred humanoid form. Though it could not speak, through perception, it was clear that this elemental figure was a spiritual body with intelligence comparable to a human's. This array plate has come to life. Lapworth's mouth hung open, and a sliver of admiration for Alexander rose within him. Previously, he had been forced to submit due to the overwhelming gap in strength, but now, the other party's technical attainments caused him to completely change his perspective. This was the dignity of a master craftsman. The one who achieves mastery first is the teacher. A wisp of spiritual sublimation flew into Alexander's spiritual sea. Alexander couldn't help but glance at Lapworth and nodded. Understanding the signal, Lapworth flipped his palm, and a 10-meter-tall mechanical golem flew out from his storage bracelet, landing on the array plate. Next, he took out a spirit awakening magic crystal and embedded it into the core of the array plate. With a buzz, the array plate vibrated. An energy shield formed by an indigo magnetic field surged up, its surface covered in dense magnetic waves that pulsed back and forth like electric currents, isolating it from the outside world and creating a vacuum inside. Then, a pure white halo rose from the bottom of the array plate, purifying all impurities within the vacuum. The space within the force field became crystal clear to the naked eye. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the purification ended, the ice and fire magic patterns on the array plate quietly lit up, rotating slowly like a G diagram, and a gentle breeze emerged within the force field space. ZZZZZZZZZ. Suddenly, the artifact spirit that had been floating above the array plate struck out an energy rune from its hand. The light within the vacuum force field suddenly dimmed, and strands of distorted force field ripples turned into threads that enveloped the mechanical golem, looking like a 3D modeling mesh or a fish caught in a net. The artifact spirit reached out and made a grasping motion in the air. Those mesh threads instantly tightened and contracted, and the 10-meter-tall mechanical golem also slowly shrank along with the mesh, visible to the naked eye. Incredible, incredible. It actually worked. Lapworth's face was almost pressed against the force field shield in his excitement, his eyes flashing with a burning light. The obsession and fanaticism of a craftsman. Wisps of golden power of faith poured into Alexander frantically like a fountain. At this moment, Alexander's expression remained as calm as ever, as if this result had been expected all along. This was not surprising. With a magic circle designed by the Quill, failure was impossible, so his level of excitement wasn't that high. Instead, the starry sky on the ceiling of the secret vault attracted him more, even giving him a sense of longing. Actually, he hadn't paid much attention to this starry sky at first, but later, while browsing through ancient records, he discovered something interesting. There was a picture here extremely similar to the one in the Dwarven secret vault. A picture of an alien spaceship crashing, and it wasn't an isolated case. When he asked Tycho, the other party said that since the construction of the major tower, there had been a secret order to collect ancient metal fragments at all costs. Recalling the auction where Prince Jaiqui of the Diga Kingdom collected fragments, Alexander could basically conclude that the magic and forging techniques of the Mage Tower and the Dwarven race were inevitably related to alien spaceships. The reason he was interested in the starry sky before him was that he felt since alien spaceships existed, could this starry sky be part of the same universe as the starry sky of Earth? At most, they were in different galaxies or different dimensions. He was now someone who grasped laws. It wasn't impossible for galaxies, spaces, and dimensions to be interconnected and traversed. In other words, he might be able to go home. Your Highness, Your Highness. Lapworth's voice interrupted Alexander's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw Lapworth holding a 1-meter-tall mechanical golem, wearing an expression of intense excitement. Alexander's psychic power swept over it, and he knew his concept had been realized. Furthermore, the Quill's upgraded abilities and the application of his psychic power techniques had also been validated. Beyond having a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years, his abilities now had a broader space to be utilized. Traversing time and space might become possible, or perhaps it required even greater power. But there was hope. Your Highness, it worked. It turns out crafting magic circles really can be fused. Your Highness, I truly admire you. Although Lapworth tried his best to control himself, he was still somewhat out of sorts. He had clearly seen a new direction. Master Lapworth, besides me, you are the one who understands this magic circle best. Therefore, for its promotion and use, I will need you to put in a lot of effort. The Empire's industry has just begun, and I will rely on you heavily in the future. Your Highness, please do not say that. It is my great benefit to be able to serve you. Rest assured, I will give it my all. Lapworth straightened his mage robe with a serious expression and bowed respectfully. Alexander quickly went forward to help him up and handed a recording stone and a mirror magic stone to him. Lapworth solemnly put them away. These were the core secrets of the miniaturization magic circle. He took Alexander's trust in him to heart. Northern border of the Diga Kingdom. An ancient castle. Koza threw the head of his younger brother, Jaiqi, into a burial pit, gestured for his subordinates to bury it, and walked toward the interior of the castle. In less than a week, with the assistance of the Mage Tower and the guidance of the undercover agent Archmage Soro, Koza had easily suppressed Jaiqi's rebellion. Now, the Diga Kingdom was considered to be completely under the control of the Mage Tower. Prince Koza, are we really just going to withdraw the troops like this? In a dark corner, Archmage Soro stepped forward with a sinister smile, accompanied by the commander of the Monk Legion. Koza paused slightly, glanced at Archmage Soro, snorted, and continued walking into the castle, saying, I have fulfilled my promise. You are already free. Hee. It seems I've been over-talkative. Archmage Soro smiled self-deprecatingly and said, it seems your highness doesn't care much for the throne. Farewell. Wait. Seeing that Archmage Soro's words had a hidden meaning, Koza's eyes widened as he stopped the other man. After looking around, he said, what do you mean? Archmage Soro smiled upon hearing this and answered indirectly, I know a place in Dragon Mountain where one can control their own destiny. As he spoke, he raised his right hand to condense a ball of magic elements, then reached out with his left hand to gently extinguish it. Koza's brow twitched as he looked deeply at the other man. He was now only one step away from the throne of the Diga Kingdom, but everyone knew he was sitting on that throne on behalf of the Major Tower. Archmage Soro's meaning was clear. He had a way for Koza to control his own destiny. If his guess was correct, Archmage Soro's display of magic and the so-called place in Dragon Mountain referred to the magic forbidden canyon that Prince Hiroshi Baratuk had entered. Because only there would the deterrent of the Mage Tower be reduced to its lowest point. Dragon Mountain is indeed a good place. Koza's lips slowly curled into a grin as he said, however, I need a guide. If Archmage Soro is interested, why not come to my banquet? After speaking, he turned and left. He. It is my absolute honor to serve your highness. Archmage Soro bowed slightly, watching Koza leave. He then left the commander of the Monk Legion behind, retreated into the darkness himself, and fled to a cave over 100 miles away. He cast detection magic around him. Seeing no reaction, he sealed the cave entrance, placed a crystal stone containing a secret message on a stone platform covered in magic patterns in the cave, and dripped a drop of blood onto it. The stone platform vibrated, red light flashed, and a skeletal claw reached out from the magic patterns, grabbed the transmission crystal, and retracted. Feeling the magic patterns on the stone platform settle down, Archmage Soro finally let out a long breath, straightened his robe, and flew back to the ancient castle. Chapter 329 Artifact Spirit, Lance Empire Royal City, Central Square of the Outer City. The newly completed 4-star ultra-long-distance teleportation array emitted a faint, shimmering magical glow. It drew the attention of passers-by, as the cost of using such a teleportation array was extremely high. A blue light shield lit up, and blurry figures appeared within the array, at least a dozen of them. Urxiu, are we there? As the blue light shield dissipated, Madame Barryman's excited, raspy voice rang out from within. She gripped the arms of Urxiu and the mute girl beside her, trembling slightly. Mother, we're back. Seeing the Mage Tower in the inner city towering into the clouds in the distance, Urxiu nodded excitedly. He retracted his gaze and noticed that the familiar outer city square had taken on a new look. Just like in Kesuli Town, craftsmen were repairing drainage channels, laying tap water pipes and asphalt roads, and installing streetlights and other facilities, adding a touch of vitality to the post-war royal city. Home. Let's go home and see. Madame Barryman also seemed to sense the familiar atmosphere, pulling her children's hands. She was somewhat impatient. Urxiu smiled and didn't dare to disobey. He greeted Barnum, Sama, Robinette, Nilai the Goblin, and others who had come with him, then took out a flying carpet from his storage bracelet to carry his mother and sister to see their old house. He heard from Alexander that people had already been sent to renovate the old house. He wondered what it looked like now. In fact, Rabbits and Bradman, 2 of the original 6 retainers, also wanted to come back and see, but affairs in the north were too busy for them to leave. They could only entrust Urxiu to send messages for them from here. Big sister, I also want to go home and see. How about no? The Orc Empire's army is already at our borders, and you're thinking of family matters? Hurry to His Highness to report. Coming down from the teleportation array, Barnum watched Urxiu's family leave with some envy. He also missed his old den, and though it was dilapidated, it was still a place of unforgettable memories. But as soon as Sama spoke, he frowned. They had come this time under a direct order from Alexander to help rush the production of dual-system equipment to re-equip the army in preparation for the Orc Empire's invasion. While others might not understand the combat power of the Orc Empire, they certainly did. After all, they had dealt with orcs year-round in the Urakiak region of Holy Fire City and had suffered quite a few losses. Although Alexander had defeated wolf cavalry before, those were not the strongest branch of the Orc Empire's military. If they encountered the explosive bear clan, the fierce tiger clan, the fierce rhino tribe, or the flying tribes, those were all 5-star berserker clans whose combat power was on a completely different level. One could understand just by looking at Captain Longby and Augusta. Back then, They had suffered humiliation but could only slink away. Under a system of absolute power, the Orc Empire's law of the jungle was no joke. The weak had no right to speak. Furthermore, the Orc Empire had mobilized 400,000 elites and 20 million vassals for this invasion. A scale like that was truly the strength of an entire nation. If not handled properly, it would lead to eternal damnation. Despite Alexander having the dark gold warship, no matter how strong it was a lone fighter facing 20 million frenzied Orc warriors. Even an elephant would be devoured by ants. And when the soldiers of both countries were locked in combat, would the cannons fire indiscriminately? Big sister, can we really help? I heard His Highness wants to upgrade the equipment to 5-star this time, but we. Barnum voiced his true inner concern. Sama paused, her eyes darkening as she remained silent. Nearby, Robinette and Nilai the Goblin also subconsciously lowered their heads. Everyone present had used the soul magic array to break through to 4-star less than a year ago. Yet now they were expected to upgrade 5-star equipment. What were they here for? To act as assistants? How could the prideful dwarf race and goblins accept that? Forging was their life and their dignity. If they were made to be assistants to others, how could the dwarf race and goblins ever hold their heads high again? Enough. Do you think His Highness would harm us? Let's go. Stop overthinking. Seeing the expressions on Barnum and the others' faces, Sama took a deep breath and said loudly, we've survived great storms and waves. What is there to fear? I choose to believe in His Highness. Yes, believe in His Highness. Everyone looked up, light in their eyes. They took their lance warriors out of storage and drove to the designated teleportation point in the inner city. After an inspection, the group passed through the designated teleportation point and arrived at the secret base in the southern suburban mining area. The teleportation array's light shield faded, and the Dharma torch lamps on the ceiling of the vast underground hall illuminated the place like broad daylight. The first thing they saw was the heroic figure of Alexander, wearing a smile. Everyone is here. You've had a long journey. Alexander smiled and stepped forward to greet them. Sama, Barnum, Robinette, and the others did not dare to be negligent and hurried forward to bow. Your Highness is the one who is working hard. We traveled by teleportation, so it wasn't tiring. Sama shouted in her booming voice, not forgetting to slap Barnum's back several times with her large hands to show strength, nearly knocking Barnum from a younger brother into a grander son. Ha ha ha, good. I'll take you around first. Hearing this, Alexander laughed heartily and skipped the pleasantries, leading them directly to the newly built forging workshop. Sama and the others exchanged glances and subconsciously puffed out their chests, silently encouraging themselves. Their strength might be weak, but their spirit could not be. Passing through the hall and 2 magical barriers, the group entered a perfectly square metal forging workshop. To the surprise of Sama, Barnum, and Robinette, there were no operators in this workshop. All the mechanical equipment was running automatically. Huge alchemical mechanical arms extracted orange-red molten steel from the magic furnace, poured it into molds to cool, and then the magic teleportation ray at the base lit up, transporting the glowing red iron blocks to a massive magic forging machine. With every heavy blow of the hammer, the surrounding arrays lit up with different auxiliary spells in sequence. Elemental forces of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple echoed each other. Once the forging process was complete, the teleportation array would automatically open again to transport it to the next stage. Gods above. Your Highness, are these the legendary artifact spirits? Robinette stepped forward excitedly, his face close as he reached out trembling hands to touch an automatic drilling machine. As the most authoritative mechanical master of the goblins, he saw the essence of these automatic machines at a glance. As for the dignity and spirit he intended to maintain, they were long forgotten. That's right, as expected of a mechanical master, these alchemical machines all possess artifact spirits. As Alexander spoke, he tapped the drilling machine. A glow condensed, turning into a transparent energy humanoid that floated above the machine and greeted everyone. Your Highness, are we about to lose our jobs? Barnum forgot the pain in his back. Looking at the lifelike artifact spirit, he felt even more dejected. As soon as he spoke, the others realized the same thing and subconsciously looked over. Of course not. Come with me. Alexander gave a mysterious smile and led them through the forging workshop into a sealed spatial elevator. The spatial window opened, and about 2 minutes later, the elevator rose from another spatial door. The hatch opened, and Tycho and Lapworth came forward to meet them. Chapter 330 Another Advancement. This was a secret spatial chamber covered in ancient magic patterns, 70% of which were fused with the law power. Even a 6-star Saint Archmage would be unable to probe it. On the floor of the secret chamber, a soul magic array 10 meters in diameter operated slowly. The soul crystals embedded around it flickered, emitting heart-palpitating energy waves. Alexander nodded to Tycho and Lapworth before introducing everyone to each other. When Sama and the others heard that these 2 people before them were actually the Royal City Major Tower's 6-star Saint Archmage Tycho Dios and the 5-star crafting master Lapworth, they were all filled with deep respect. To these dwarves and goblins who dealt with forging every day, a 5-star crafting master was practically the pinnacle of their industry. Not to mention a 6-star Saint Archmage, who was infinitely close to a god. However, seeing how respectfully these 2 treated their Highness Alexander, it was clear they had been completely subdued by him. This gave them a renewed sense of superiority and pride. I have made improvements to the soul magic array. It can help you break through the 5-star bottleneck in a short period of time. Upon entering the secret spatial chamber, Alexander immediately dropped a bombshell of information. This left Sama, Barnum, and the others stunned in place, staring at each other with wide eyes, their minds momentarily blank. Rest assured, this isn't a pulling up seedlings to help them grow situation. We've already tested it. It still depends on individual potential and has no side effects. Seeing their reactions, Alexander first dispelled their doubts. Your Highness, I am willing to try. Even if there are side effects, I am willing. Barnum was the first to react, stepping forward with eyes burning with fervor. I am also willing, Your Highness. You must let me try. The second one to speak was actually Robinette. This surprised everyone. After all, Robinette was no longer young. Even with Alexander's guarantee of safety, such an advancement still involved uncontrollable factors, especially the part where breaking through a bottleneck increased one's lifespan. Given Robinette's agent status, he could completely afford to retire to the second line. Your Highness, if I hadn't just seen the artifact spirit, I might still be hesitant, but now I feel I must advance. A sharp light burst from Robinette's eyes, and his posture straightened considerably. In truth, based on the 500-year lifespan of the 4-star rank, Robinette was only in his middle to late years, not yet at death's door. Hearing Robinette's explanation, everyone understood immediately. For a race that dedicated their entire lives to mechanical forging, the attraction of seeing a legendary artifact spirit was something others simply couldn't comprehend. Forget a soul magic array, even if it were a mountain of blades or a vat of boiling oil, they would jump in without a second thought to give it a try. Your Highness, we are also willing to try. Sama, Nilai the goblin, and the other dwarves and goblins were all filled with hope. Good. As expected, the people of my Northland are all warriors. Alexander looked at them, feeling very gratified. With the Orc Empire's army pressing down on the borders, he was also feeling the pressure. What was the use of fine words if he didn't have enough trump cards to face the crushing weight of a 20 million strong army? With such a long border, even using the Dark Gold warship and 6-star laws, the coverage area would be limited. Moreover, there was the undead army behind them, which was the real headache. No matter which side died in battle, it would only serve as fodder for the undead army. Therefore, he had to employ certain countermeasures to guard against the undead army. Currently, this countermeasure required the rapid replacement of 5-star equipment. The reason for boosting the strength of Arnhem and Sama as quickly as possible was that forging an artifact spirit prototype required 5-star forging masters. We are willing to serve Your Highness. A month passed in a flash. Ulku Empire, Holy Fire City. Report. Your Highness, an urgent order from the Royal City. The Orc Empire has gathered 400,000 elites and 20 million vassal troops to pressure the border. You are ordered to mobilize your troops and head to the western frontier immediately. It is of the utmost urgency. The hall of Holy Fire Castle was brightly lit as a messenger ran in frantically. Harvey stood up abruptly from his chair. Lately, he had been feeling depressed over Prince Jaiqi's death in battle. After all, they were friends, and both were second sons. He felt a sense of shared grief and mutual sympathy. He had originally planned to take advantage of the Emperor's delegation of power to secretly cultivate his own forces in Parker City. He never expected that the Orc Empire would strike at this time, and with the strength of their entire nation. Steward Femo, what do you make of this situation? Harvey looked at the head steward, his voice tinged with tension and his face somewhat pale. Steward Femo pondered for a moment, waving the messenger away before saying, Your Highness, there is likely something fishy about this. He paused, and seeing Harvey lean in, he continued, there were previous reports that the Orc Empire was going to war with the Lance Empire. But after nearly 2 months of marching, why have they suddenly turned their spears toward us? Do they intend to attack both countries simultaneously? They shouldn't be that stupid, right? Harvey frowned and shook his head. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Steward Femo's mouth as he said, Your Highness, I believe you should ask His Majesty in person. If we rashly deploy our troops, our Holy Fire City will be left completely defenseless. Harvey was suddenly startled. Seeing Steward Femo's cold sneer, the matter of Prince Jaiqi flashed through his mind, and he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly took out the clairvoyance mirror and had Steward Femo send the signal. As the magical light waves dissipated, the image revealed a training ground. Emperor Baran, now clad in armor, sat atop the head of a massive one-horned sandworm beast, looking down at the royal court army that was assembling below. Beside Baran, Cecily, also in military attire, had her brows furrowed as she frequently issued orders to the supple units. Harvey, where are you? Baran set up a soundproof barrier before noticing the palace environment Harvey was in through the clairvoyance mirror. His face darkened slightly. Ahem. Greetings, Father. I am currently mobilizing the army. Harvey's eyes darted around as he said, Father, why must you personally lead the campaign against the Orc Empire's invasion? Wouldn't it be enough for my sister and me to go? This time is different. Baran paused and raised his hand to open a crystal light screen. Inside was a dense, black mass like rolling storm clouds, covering the entire land. As the image zoomed in, one could see it was an overwhelming swarm of Orc warriors. All races were represented, with Ratman being the most numerous. Seeing the image clearly, Harvey felt his scalp go numb. Even though he knew the Orc Empire had mobilized 20 million troops, actually seeing this formation made his legs feel weak. Even through the projection, he felt as insignificant as if he were facing a hurricane or a tsunami. It was a force that human power could not overcome. Useless. Seeing his son's reaction, Baran snorted coldly and said, the Orc Empire's sudden change of course to invade our border is likely due to supply issues. They want to come to our side to scavenge and pillage. He paused, and seeing that Harvey still hadn't processed it, his heart felt stifled. He glanced at Cecily beside him and said, you explain it to him. Cecily, who was busy organizing orders, was taken aback, but seeing the expressions of Baran and Harvey, she understood. She curled her lip and nodded reluctantly. Harvey, this is a battle for the very survival of our Ulku Empire. Do not take it lightly. Do not think for a moment that the enemy is just going through the motions. Why? Curiosity appeared on Harvey's face, while he secretly exchanged looks with Steward Femo. Things might not be as they had previously guessed. The Empire was truly facing a crisis. Chapter 331 Preparing for War. From mobilization to departure, the timing for these beast soldiers must have been very tight. The supplies for an army of 20 million are definitely insufficient. Cecily zoomed in on the crystal projection, pointing at the formations of Orc warriors. Forget about supply bags for dry rations. Some weren't even wearing their pants properly, let alone having anything besides their weapons. Do you know how terrifying a hungry beast is? Cecily swallowed hard, seemingly remembering something she didn't want to voice. She took a deep breath and said, I suspect they were mobilized on short notice, and invading our border was also a spur-of-the-moment decision, intended for small-scale looting. However, if our defenses are empty, they will likely change their strategy and head directly into our heartland. She paused, seeing Harvey listening intently, and continued, you should know that when we fought them before, they didn't dare enter our heartland because we had the geographical advantage of the desert. Their supple lines were too long to support the front and rear, but this time they have the undead army as backup, so supplies are not an issue at all. Do you understand? What do you mean? Harvey shook his head blankly. Cecily rolled her eyes, pointed at the skeleton soldiers wandering behind the orc troops in the projection, and snorted. Their manpower is almost immune to combat losses, understand? This. Suddenly, Harvey understood. These orcs were cannon fodder being driven forward, but they were also a source of troops. Thinking deeper, if this undead army were to penetrate deep into the heart of the Ulco Empire, wouldn't the Ulco Empire itself become a source of troops for the undead army? Sister, they wouldn't really do that, would they? The hair on Harvey's arms stood up, and his face turned pale. I'm not sure, which is why we must resist. Seeing Harvey's frightened look, Cecily didn't mock him as she usually did. Instead, she said very seriously, I just discussed this with father. I believe the only way to keep them from acting recklessly is to have Alexander immediately send troops to form a pincer movement. Alexander, right. Harvey slapped his thigh and said excitedly, let him send troops to pincer these beasts. I'll contact him now. Hold on. Just as Harvey was looking for Alexander's psychic image, Baran stopped him with a sharp shout. His voice carried suppressed anger as he barked. I am still here. Who gave you the right to make decisions on your own? Father, didn't you discuss this with sister? Suddenly, Harvey caught Cecily's sidelong glance and realized, he cursed inwardly. They had certainly discussed it, but his father's attitude clearly showed he hadn't agreed. He was being used as a pawn by Cecily. HMPH, you two fools. Do you think if Alexander sends troops, the Diga Kingdom's major tower will miss the opportunity? Would he even dare to send troops? Baran glared at the siblings and said deeply, this is a national war. Every power is watching like a hawk. Who would dare to cross borders and send troops lightly? If someone raids your home base while you're away, you won't even have a place to cry. But father, if you intend to negotiate, isn't that a blatant show of weakness? Cecily still wanted to argue, but Baran raised his hand to cut her off. Do as I say. Harvey, head to the western border bunker immediately. Remember, stay there and do not move without my command. After Baran finished speaking, he closed the clairvoyance mirror. Hearing Baran's final command, Cecily's eyes flickered with a sharp light. She said gloomily, Father, you want to stall for time, don't you? You want Harvey to preserve the lineage for you. Then what about me? You can leave. Baran's expression was cold, almost inhumanly so. You can take your people and leave right now. I give you your freedom. Cecily's breathing became erratic. She wanted to roar, but she couldn't find an outlet. Looking at her aging father's face, she finally cried out, I won't. If you don't pass the throne to me, I won't leave you. Hearing this, Baran's hand hidden behind his back trembled, and his eyes avoided Cecily's gaze. Looking at the royal court's army, which was nearly finished assembling, he said slowly, showing weakness is not necessarily a bad strategy. Although I know those beasts can never be satisfied, if we can gain a buffer period, we can accomplish many things. HMPH, the word weakness does not exist in Cecily's vocabulary. Supply team, follow me. Roar. Let's go. Cecily. Watching Cecily jump onto a sandworm and depart on a desert ship, surrounded by a group of warriors, the corners of Baran's mouth curled up slightly, but immediately turned solemn again. He turned to the army, took a deep breath, and commanded loudly, Warriors of the desert, the fire of the sun shines upon us. All enemies who invade us shall be burned to ashes by our flames. Kill, kill, kill. For our home, we shall leave our enemies with the most painful memories. Kill. March. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, sifting down in hazy beams. The dark gold warship, cloaked in the sky like a giant deep-sea beast, lurked and glided toward the black gold territory. Alexander's eyes were somber as he closed the intelligence communication. He stepped down from the main control console and looked out through the porthole toward the northwest. The Ulco Empire is finished. Emperor Baran has fallen in battle. The Orc Empire's supply lines were fully connected, and with the Diga Kingdom watching like a tiger, the pressure on the Lance Empire had doubled. However, these were not the most worrying things. Under the detection of the six-star law power, three incredibly staggering and obscure forces on this continent were stirring, secretly competing. There was death energy like a dark vortex over the eternal winter mountains. In the far reaches of the East Sea, there was a cluster of life energy with a natural aura that felt familiar, and an obscure cluster of energy like a star cluster. It seemed everything happening on this continent was under the surveillance of these three energy clusters. Furthermore, what worried Alexander was that the dark force also seemed to have an urge to head toward the far reaches of the East Sea. He knew that the life energy with the natural aura in the far reaches of the East Sea was likely his mother in this life, Dragon Emperor Astoria. Orders. Alexander suddenly turned and barked commands. All departments cancel their leave and enter the highest level of combat readiness. The 1st and 2nd Flight Regiments are to guard the border and be on standby 24/7. The national teleportation arrays are to be open around the clock to ensure that troops and logistical supplies reach their destinations immediately. All subjects must follow arrangements. All lords, no matter who they are, Must obey my unified dispatch. Violators will be executed. Notify the submarine units to head to the East Sea Polar region immediately to construct teleportation rays and aircraft carriers along the way. Also, have Esquane and Jones Hank come to see me. Yes. The messenger went down. Alexander returned to the main control console and infused psychic power into an origin stone. Countless law powers spread out with the help of the Dark Gold Warship's detection array, covering half of the Lance Empire and overlooking the entire battlefield on the Black Gold territory border. At the same moment, in the defensive tunnels of the Black Gold territory's moat, squads of Ratkin demi-human soldiers, wearing new dual-powered mechanical exoskeletons, were digging rapidly with tense expressions. Mages accompanied several of the teams. Upon reaching designated locations, they inspected and activated various city defense arrays, charging and tuning them. Battalion Commander, the Orcs have mobilized 20 million troops this time. We are responsible for defending against the Ratfolk and other subterranean races. This task is more than just difficult. In the tunnel, under the light of a Dharma torch lamp, Terra, who wore the rank of captain with 3 stars on one bar, lit up a magical sand table of the formation map and presented it to Urban, a major with 1 star on 2 bars. Scared, Urban glanced at his brother, snorted, and pulled the sand table over for comparison. He then glanced at the soldiers of the 1st Battalion digging behind him and said, "You're a veteran. You followed His Highness through life and death for years. You should set an example for the recruits. Don't be so hesitant, brother. This time is different." Terra shook his head and said, "Past battlefields were mostly local conflicts, but this is a war between nations. Although I believe the new equipment His Highness gave us can handle 20 million Orc warriors. Don't forget the undead army behind them." At the mention of the undead army, Terra's pupils constricted, and even Urban's fingers paused, his expression turning grave. After the previous Beast and undead army incident, no one dared to take it lightly, especially when the source of troops this time was 20 million Orcs. His Highness has the Dark Gold Warship and President Tycho, brother, the Diga Kingdom's Mage General Tower is watching like a hawk. It's impossible for His Highness to manage both sides. This situation is very unfavorable for us. Terra took a deep breath and continued, "I've already recorded my psychic message and left it at the station. When the time comes." Terra. Urban turned his head sharply and interrupted with a low bark. "We are soldiers, His Highness's guards, and recipients of the Knight's Medal. Don't always think about those what-ifs. Think about what you should be doing now. Don't disappoint His Highness, and don't bring shame to the Barrowman name, brother." Terra's scalp tightened. He met his brother's resolute gaze and stood at attention almost by reflex, shouting, "Loyalty, courage, honor, sacrifice. We shall prevail." Chapter 332 Fake News. Woo, woo, woo. The night was dark and the wind was high. Massive swathes of dark clouds rolled in from the west, surging like a tide. Suddenly, the magical arms of the Black Gold Territory Castle blared loudly, and the defensive barrier lit up in emergency mode. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everyone, get to your battle stations immediately. Repeat. Everyone, get to your battle stations immediately. Tap 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 tap. The sound of hurried footsteps, combined with dazzling magical spotlights, instantly turned the area within 100 miles of the Black Gold Territory Castle as bright as day. Up there, someone with sharp eyes spotted a plump figure in the sky, flapping its wings and flying with all its might. Being discovered, the plump figure shrunk its neck. Shoot him down first. On the city walls, rows of new model dual-power alchemical guns had their magic array safeties switched off. Their muzzles glowed with a searing red light as red aiming dots locked onto the target. "Don't shoot, friendly. I'm one of you." The plump figure, Adelaide, turned around, seeing the row of alchemical muskets ready to fire on the wall. The piece of braised dried meat in his mouth dropped out from fear, combined with his guilty conscience. His voice trembled as he spoke. He recalled how 3 months ago, he had infiltrated the Lance Empire, planning to lay low and gather intelligence. Unexpectedly, he happened to coincide with the Black Gold Territory establishing the new Royal Postal Service and recruiting couriers, thinking that delivering mail was an excellent way to obtain information. He impulsively signed up. During his 3-month probationary period, flying back and forth across the Lance Empire every day had indeed allowed him to collect a lot of intelligence. This also earned him quite a bit of rare praise from Ada. However, for some reason, while he was quite happy to receive praise at first, as his time spent delivering mail grew longer, he found that he actually liked this job. Conversely, he grew increasingly resentful of spy work. Although delivering mail was exhausting and offered no freedom, he simply loved it, braving the wind and rain to deliver letters filled with warmth into the hands of those waiting for them. That inexplicable sense of accomplishment made him feel as if he had found his true self. Furthermore, the pay was several times more generous than in the Orc Empire, and the food was incomparable to what was available there. Even his squad of Cat Eagle race subordinates shared the same sentiment. It seemed that delivering mail was a genetic code etched into the very bones of the Cat Eagle race. Consequently, they began to slack off on their spy work. And today was the first day after his probationary period ended, marking his transition to a permanent employee. He had originally intended to follow his usual routine, sending a random report to Allah before returning, but he hadn't expected this unexpected scene. Adelaide, Vice Commander of the Orc Empire's 2nd Flight Regiment, Cat Eagle race, 4-star Berserk Warrior, colluded with the enemy 12 times over the past 3 months. "Do you think we don't recognize you?" On the castle wall, separated by the defensive barrier, Chris stood with her back to the light source, her hand on the hilt of her sword, a cold sneer on her lips. Big sister, you've got the wrong person. Adelaide lied through his teeth, shaking his head like a rattle. I made the Royal Courier. I just became a permanent employee today and came out for a stroll. This is my work ID. Maybe I look like the person you're talking about, but he definitely isn't as handsome as me. As he spoke, he flapped his wings to show off his plump waist while using his beak to pick up the ID card on his chest to defend himself. Big sister, Chris's brow twitched, and her hand gripping the sword creaked. In fact, the moment Adelaide's squad stepped into the Lance border 3 months ago, their files had reached the hands of Chris and Bastrat. They just wanted to figure out what scheme these guys had, so they hadn't made a move yet. Later, once things were clear, they decided to beat them at their own game, using this fellow to pass false intelligence to Allah. Tonight's operation was also authorized by Alexander. Chris had used Adelaide's name to send a fake message to Allah, stating that a general offensive could be launched. Adelaide just happened to be caught in the middle of it. Adelaide, you've certainly wasted a lot of our food these past 3 months. Tell me, how do you want to die, huh? Adelaide's owl-like eyes widened in a daze. This big sister completely ignored the script, going straight for the kill without giving him a way out. Big sister, I surrender. His Highness Alexander has explicit regulations that those who surrender shall not be killed and prisoners must be treated well. So you're admitting it? The corners of Chris's mouth curled up slightly. Are you sure you want to surrender? I swear. Fire. With Chris's command, tongues of fire suddenly erupted from the city walls. Holy crap. Adelaide, you traitor. Boom. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. Adelaide was cursing Chris in his heart, thinking he was finished. But to his surprise, the tongues of fire from the alchemical guns and cannons on the wall weren't aimed at him, but at the magical clouds hidden in the sky behind him. There, a roar that was both familiar and terrifying rang out simultaneously, vibrating so hard his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Commander Allah, why are you here? Turning his head in fear and confusion, a ripple of magic shattered in the sky illuminated by magical flames. Transforming into his Beast King true form, the Golden Eagle King Allah's massive 1,000-foot figure slowly descended. Behind him were the overwhelming members of the aerial Orc Legion. Like a black curtain under the light of the castle's Dharma torch lamps, the momentum was grand and the pressure overwhelming. Adelaide, you're really something. But it doesn't matter. After today, you will disappear along with the Lance Empire. Spread out and kill. Allah's body shook, and he flapped his 1,000-foot wings forcefully. 2 hurricanes blew the magical attacks in the sky into oblivion. The Orc soldiers of the flight regiment behind him were instantly invigorated, howling as they split into small teams and pounced on the castle, submerging it in the blink of an eye. So strong, Chris's heart tightened. Even through the defensive barrier, she could seemingly feel the violent hurricane power of the gargantuan Allah, and her nerves instantly became taut. Even though she had broken through to the 5-star rank via the Soul Magic Array and frequently dealt with strong warriors like Captain Longby, Augusta, and even the barbarians, facing the top-tier combat power of the Orc Empire in his Beast King true form still brought a sense of pressure. Looking at that massive shadow that seemed to shroud half the castle, wings spanning almost the entire length of the wall, and those golden claws flashing with sharp, eerie light, she was certain that the defensive barrier of the city wall before her probably couldn't withstand a single strike from the opponent. Defense array, maximum power. Boom. As soon as Chris's command fell, Allah's wings vibrated, and his figure turned into an afterimage. Breaking the sound barrier, his claws dug into the castle's defensive barrier in an instant. The entire sky seemed to tremble, and the soldiers on the wall all turned pale. Crack, 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 like tempered glass being pierced. Fine cracks rapidly spread outward from the claws. In less than 3 breaths, with a loud bang, the defensive barrier turned into magical elements and vanished into the air. Whoosh! A gale poured in, and debris on the city wall was instantly swept into the sky. The entire wall seemed to shake under those claws. Some low-level recruits were directly blown away, and the Spirit Awakening modules in several defense arrays flickered a few times before shattering. Fire. Call for air support. Chris shouted her orders, but because of the howling gale, the only thing people could hear was the thunderous sound of the wind. Hey hey hey, lowly humans, tremble. At the same moment, this scene of offensive and defensive contact was also relayed back to the main tent of the Orc army through a crystal projection. Gaiman slapped his large hand down, cheering excitedly. Beside him, the soul fire in Sakritha's eye sockets flickered, though he remained non-committal. Ha ha ha, these foolish humans really thought they could pull the wool over our eyes by deceiving a moron from the Cat Eagle race? They didn't expect us to beat them at their own game. Gaiman reached out and enlarged the magic sand table in front of him, surveying the troop deployment across the entire black gold territory defense line. His eyes flashed with the red light of aggression. Allah's strength is decent, but don't be happy too soon. Bastrat hasn't made a move yet. Moreover, that female commander also seems to be at the 5-star rank. Sakritha raised a finger, condensing black magic power and tapping it into the void. An obscure power of law drifted away. In the wasteland far outside the black gold territory castle, squads of skeleton soldiers thrust their claws out from underground, the flickering soul fire in their eyes turning into an eroding crimson. Rest assured, Allah has only just begun to show his strength, and my ground troops are already in position. Gaiman rotated the terrain map of the Black Gold territory on the sand table and said, given the strength of the Black Gold territory and the troops at their defense points, if they want to oppose our great army, they can only adopt a passive defense strategy. But with the borderline being so long as we tear open the breakthrough, the Black Gold territory will be ours. By then, even if Alexander's Dark Gold warship can still be activated, he will have no place to use it. Not to mention your hidden hand, Master. Hey hey, let's see. It looks like Bastrat is about to make his move. Sakritha's gaze fell on the black gold territory castle. Bastrat's tall figure had already faintly appeared on the city wall. Chapter 333 The Final Attack. Activate the Grand Formation. Holy Light Halberd. Tilde. With a series of commands, the great sword at Chris's waist finally slashed out. 100-meter-long cross-slash of battle chi flashed with a cyan light, tearing through the air toward Ella's chest. Simultaneously, a massive holy halberd radiating sacred light shot out like lightning, thrusting straight into Ella's flank. At the same time, a colossal seven-colored magic formation rose from the ground around Black Gold Territory's castle. The shimmering magical light carried a gentle emotion, enveloping all the pouncing flying beast soldiers. It was like a spring rain or a gentle breeze brushing against the face. The flying race, whose eyes were originally sharpened crimson, felt their murderous intent instantly subside as soon as they touched the light of the formation. Then, those waves of emotional light, like a mother's loving head pat, caused all the flying race within the formation to squint their eyes and lose themselves. What's happening? I think I see my mother. Me too. I want to go home. You. I don't want to be cannon fodder. I want to go home. Screech. Wake up, all of you. Rumble. Ella let out a high-pitched eagle screech. A dark gold light flowed along the edges of his wings as he flapped them. Simultaneously, he tilted his body to avoid the direct hit of the cross-slash and the holy light halberd, slicing out a spatial ripple from the side to tear through space and cancel out the two attacks. Commander, we don't want to fight anymore. Commander, why are we at war? Commander, let's surrender. The treatment here is very good. Look, I've even put on some weight. Stop being cannon fodder for that skull. Adelaide appeared behind Ella at some unknown point. Due to his work badge, the emotional fluctuations of the magic formation had no effect on him. Get lost. With a flap of his wing, he swatted Adelaide away. Ella soared into the sky to break free from the formation. His eagle eyes swept around, seeing that almost all of his subordinates had been wiped out. The massive magic formation, spanning hundreds of miles like a pillar of light supporting the heavens, was clearly a trap waiting for him to walk right into it. But he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he let out a pitying, cold laugh and looked at Chris and Bastrat on the city wall, who were glaring at him. His eyes were filled with contempt. Ha ha ha, Bastrat, you are courting your own destruction. Chris and Bastrat frowned slightly upon hearing this. They had estimated Ella's strength, but they couldn't understand how he could remain so confident while watching his troops be wiped out. Squeak squeak squeak, bang bang bang. However, at that moment, the sound of the earth moving suddenly came from outside the walls of Black Gold Territory. It was like the ebb and flow of the tide, with visible seismic ripples appearing on the ground. Following that, the ground looked as if hole punchers had been installed, with honeycomb-like holes appearing one after another. Some holes were from the ground collapsing, while others had soil spewing out. Rat heads poked out from the holes to look around, followed by squads of rat soldiers emerging. Not good. Urban and Terra's defensive lines have been breached. Seeing the tide-like army of the rat folk suddenly flood the battlefield, Chris's expression changed drastically. Within hundreds of miles of Black Gold Territory were underground tunnels, hidden bunkers, and magic formation foundations, which were the sole responsibility of the rat Gindami human troops led by the Urban Brothers. But now, with the Ratfolk army suddenly bursting out from underground, it was obvious that a gap had been torn through the subterranean defense line. According to intelligence, the Ratfolk army should still be on the march in the rear. How could they suddenly appear here? Could it be? Ha ha ha. How is it? Did you not expect the Ratfolk army to arrive so quickly? You should thank the news Adelaide delivered to you. Ha ha ha. Damn it, it's spatial teleportation. A 6-star magic. Chris realized it in an instant and gritted her teeth. Bastrat's expression was also unsightly. However, there was something even more unexpected. Millions of Ratfolk beast soldiers suddenly flooded into the magic formation. Combined with the chain reaction of the collapsing formation foundations, the formation's capacity had become overloaded. The massive pillar of light of the magic formation flickered visibly, appearing on the verge of collapse. The beastmen warriors in the formation, who had been weeping and wailing, gradually calmed their excited emotions. Driven by instinct, they began to look for prey, becoming restless. Why hasn't the air support arrived yet? While keeping an eye on Ella, Chris threw out a sand table module and quickly scanned the current city defense status. She issued commands one after another to stabilize the troops' morale. They've probably already arrived. Bastrat gazed solemnly at the flickering magical fluctuations on the horizon. Clearly, the sky over there was also locked in a fierce battle. Moreover, with his keen hearing, he could faintly hear the roars of terrifying bone dragons. Roar. Weak humans. Today I will show you the power of my explosive bear clan. Roar tilde. Ha ha ha. Woo. My fierce tiger clan is also here to join the fun. Ha ha ha. Warriors of the blazing rhino clan. Trample these ants. From now on, this land will be our galloping wilderness. Moo. In the darkness far behind Black Gold Territory, roars like thunder shook the surrounding fields. Then, people felt the earth trembling as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The thunderous sound of hooves was like the drums of a god of war, making everyone's heart race with every beat. Not good. We're surrounded. Chris zoomed out on the sand table. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes were rapidly rushing toward the castle. Gradually, as the night was pulled back, brawny beastmen warriors appeared in the sand table's image, howling as they came like a hurricane or a tsunami. The 3 beastmen commanders leading them were each 100 feet tall, like 3 black towers supporting the sky. They could cross mountains with a single step and walk through forests as if they were wading through grass. Xungang, the 5-star beast king true form of the explosive bear clan. Tyler, the 5-star beast king true form of the fierce tiger clan. And Manton, the beast king true form of the blazing rhino clan. With every step they took, a pond appeared on the ground. Some low hills and mounds were like sandcastles built by children under their feet, crushed into powder with a single step, combined with the over 100,000 elite beast soldiers behind them. Their momentum and imposing presence were not inferior at all to the ferocity of the million-strong ratfolk. I hope Captain Longby and Moganda can hold them off. Hee, I didn't expect our plan to go so smoothly. I bet the little prince must be dumbfounded now. Inside the Lion King chariot, Gaimon took the wine cup brought by the messenger and drained it in one gulp. Seeing the encirclement forming on the sand table, he was in high spirits. Indeed, this way, I can also remind the Diga side to Siro put more pressure on the little prince. Sakritha began planning to expand his troop sources, while also sending out a sliver of law power to monitor the dark gold warship on Alexander's side. Pass down the order, launch the general offensive and take Black Gold territory in one go. Gaimon waved his hand and commanded. Order, 4th Legion Commander Wolf and 6th Legion Commander Heinzen are to prepare for the second wave offensive. Once we win this round, we can drive straight in. After speaking, he turned to Sakritha and said in a slightly flattering tone, Master Sakritha, shouldn't we also enter? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Sakritha snorted softly. Black light flickered on his fingers as waves of law power spread out, enveloping the moving Lion King chariot. With a ripple of space, the Lion King chariot vanished into the law space, its presence completely gone. To prevent being bombarded by the dark gold warship, they had made every preparation. The presence has vanished. At this moment, Prince Huosi, who was far away in Crystal City having a secret long-distance conversation with Guinevere, had a sharp glint in his eyes. The magic sand table in front of them had been monitoring the battlefield all along. The sudden disappearance of the Lion King chariot undoubtedly put them on high alert. What on earth is Alexander doing? He hasn't been seen from the start. Prince Huosi put down his wine cup, his gaze landing on the Dragon Mountain border on the sand table. According to reliable sources, Prince Kozel of the Diga Kingdom has secretly entered Dragon Mountain and is lying in wait. As Alexander's strong supporter, he has to guard the back door for him. My brother must have his own plans. I believe in him. Guinevere was also staring at that small border path of the Ulko Empire on the sand table. Now that the Orc Empire had defeated the Ulko Empire, there was no guarantee this path wouldn't become a route for a surprise attack by the Orc legions. I hope so. If we can't kill Sakritha, there's no chance of winning this war. Prince Huosi gestured to those behind him and said, deploy all reconnaissance methods. We must find Sakritha's location. Watching Prince Huosi's deployment, Guinevere issued the same command. It was just that the situation at Black Gold territory had reached a critical point, like a lonely island in a tsunami, looking as if it could be submerged at any moment. Chapter 334 1 against 3. Activate the formation. The main camp at the rear of the Black Gold territory. Captain Longby stood on the tall tower at the camp gate, his expression solemn. Watching the Mastiff clan soldiers deploy in an orderly fashion to face the enemy, he barked in a deep voice, boys, the time to prove ourselves has come. For a new home, for the King of the North, fight. Loyalty, glory, bravery, sacrifice. Glory to the beast god. Kill, kill, kill. Beat the drums. Blow the horns. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh. In an instant, the great array in front of the camp gate shone brilliantly. Holy emotional ripples wove around the formation like soaring dragons, shrouded in mist and clouds. The Mastiff clan lined up, setting up dual-system heavy cannons alongside the barbarians, and opened fire fiercely. Emotion bombs fell like rain, creating massive ripples that surged like a mountain-toppling wave. Aside from the several regiment commanders in their 5-star Beast King forms, other Beast soldiers, even those in a 4-star Berserk state, would be affected. However, the moment they stepped into the emotion magic array, the several Beast King commanders unleashed critical strikes on the ground, coordinating with the underground ratfolk in an attempt to destroy the formation's foundation as quickly as possible. Orcs were brave and reckless, but that didn't mean they were brainless. Having identified the flaws of the emotion magic array, they utilized their numerical advantage to the fullest. Those bastards. Captain, let's switch to lethal shells. The guard beside Captain Longby felt anxious and eager as he watched the emotion magic array fluctuate and become unstable. But Captain Longby hesitated to give the order. Using lethal shells would only bring temporary satisfaction, and in the end, the undead army would be the one to benefit. Otherwise, why go to such great lengths to build 2 emotion magic arrays around the Black Gold territory? Report. Captain, the silhouettes of Bay Crocodile warriors have been spotted in the northwest channel, and there are movements from the Black Panther clan in the southwest. The messenger brought over a magic sand table. Captain Longby's gaze sharpened as he quickly pulled up the desert projection. Sure enough, there were numerous hideous backs floating in the northwest waterway, and faint magical fluctuations on the southwest border. Although they were magically disguised, in Captain Longby's eyes, it was completely useless. After a brief silence, Captain Longby took a deep breath. When he looked up, his eyes were as deep as an abyss. Pass the order. Switch to burst incendiary shells. We must hold this place at all costs. The city stands as long as we do. Yes, sir. The pupils of all the soldiers narrowed into slits. Everyone knew Captain Longby's purpose for switching to burst incendiary shells, to leave no trace of the enemy behind. Although those before them were former colleagues and comrades in arms, it was precisely for this reason that they didn't want these people to become puppets who had sold their souls. Only by making them disappear completely could they avoid being assimilated by the undead army. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Intense flames lit up half the sky. The Orc legions, still under the interference of the emotion magic array, were caught off guard and trapped in a sea of fire. The intense ping made them even more frenzied, their battle cries shaking the heavens. GGG. Just then, a string of eerie, sinister laughter rang out abruptly. Then, countless skeletal arms were seen reaching out from beneath the formation's ground, densely packed. The already unstable emotion magic array paused briefly, followed by the sound of the magic lines etched on the ground cracking and shattering. Roar. The three Beast King commanders, who had been wreaking havoc within the formation, finally sensed several formation nodes during that moment of magical pause and unleashed a thunderous roar with their strikes. Bang! The ground split open, and the formation's structure was completely destroyed. The holy emotional ripples dissipated into the air. The beast soldiers who had lost themselves gradually regained clarity in their eyes, which then turned a vengeful crimson. Awoo! Eat them! The three regiment commanders strode forward, charging toward the main camp. Boys, kill. Seeing the formation broken, Captain Longby leapt to meet the three Beast King commanders. He unleashed his 5-star form with a roar, his 100-jang-tall great massive form resembling a divine beast from the gates of heaven in mythology. Equipped with his full-body 5-star dual-power mechanical exoskeleton, Captain Longby was now like a mecha deity, facing the three of them without a hint of fear. Xungang, Tyler, Manton, we meet again. With a click, Captain Longby locked his multi-barrel Gatling gun onto the rack on his back. His 10 fingers were covered in a layer of dark gold armored claws, a gesture of respect toward the Orc warriors. Ha ha ha, awoo. Longby, you stray dog, do you really think you can take on the three of us alone? Tyler, the Tiger Regiment commander, had a cruel light flashing in his amber eyes. This old mastiff before him actually gave him a slight sense of danger. Longby, have your men surrender. Manton and I might be able to speak for you before the Lion King. Xungang. Before Xungang could finish, Captain Longby interrupted with a cold sneer. Is Gaiman the one in charge now? Do you want to become skulls in the future? The three of them fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. I believe you've heard of Prince Alexander's mercy. I won't force you to join us. I only hope we can maintain a policy of non-aggression. Shut up, Longby. Stop trying to deceive us. To the victor go the spoils. We orcs have always been this way. Now die. Awoo. Before Tyler's voice could fade, he lunged forward like a pouncing tiger. A massive shadow, accompanied by a fierce astral wind and a speed that defied logic, seemed like a stretched-out yellow streak of light. Caught off guard, it actually made Captain Longby struggle to breathe for a moment, feeling his body enveloped by the tiger's aura, as if the surrounding space had become viscous. Captain Longby's heart tightened. The artifact spirit inside the mechanical exoskeleton awakened automatically. With a click, the mechanical mask closed, and healing oxygen was automatically supplied. The magical levitation ray on his back activated, almost perfectly synchronized with Captain Longby's reflexes, helping him turn into an afterimage to dodge the opponent. Simultaneously, Captain Longby's eyes flickered with a ghostly light as his claws swept upward. Chi tilde. So fast. Tyler's pounce was perfectly controlled. Before his claws could hit the ground, he twisted his waist in midair and landed, forming a triangular formation with Xungang and Manton to surround Captain Longby. He felt a chill on his chest. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw 3 claw marks clearly left on his fur. Bear. Old bull. This dog has gotten stronger. Careful. Let's finish this quickly. I see it. Watch out for the alchemical weapon on his back. Xungang narrowed his small eyes, his back slightly arched, and his muscles coiled like a bow drawn to its full moon, containing explosive power. The single horn on the forehead of the fierce rhino Manton turned deep red, and the surrounding muscles hardened like stone armor. Taking a slight step forward, he exerted a pressure akin to facing a heavy tank. Eat him. Awoo. Roar. Moo. At this moment, hovering above the black gold territory within a hidden space, the dark gold warship's detection law threads were constantly penetrating the space to search. Alexander sat before the main control console, monitoring the changes on the battlefield while also intensifying his search for the whereabouts of Sakritha and the Lion King Gaiman. To capture the rebels, one must capture their leader. Only by decapitating Sakritha could this war be quelled. Although it would only take one shot from the dark gold warship, the inability to lock onto the opponent's coordinates was truly agonizing. Seeing that the warriors on both sides had entered the stage of mutual slaughter, Alexander clenched his fists tightly. These vibrant lives, when they chanted loyalty, bravery, and sacrifice before setting out, and when they followed him, the King of the North, without hesitation, his heart had been burning. But now, seeing these lives sacrificed fearlessly in the slaughter, still upholding their beliefs and chanting loyalty until their deaths, his heart was bleeding. These were his soldiers, his people, and among them were even his brothers and friends. I can't wait any longer. Orders. Alexander took a deep breath and opened the communicator. Asquane, Jones Hank, immediately lead the Sea Race Army into the battlefield. Eleanor, get ready. Yes, sir. Chapter 335 Coverage. The area within nearly 1,000 miles of the Black Gold Territory Castle had already turned into a chaotic mess. Enormous gullies crisscrossed like a net, and the collapsed hollows in the ground were as densely packed as a honeycomb. Magic turbulence was everywhere, severed limbs were scattered all over, and the stench of blood permeated the air. In the aerial battlefield before the castle, Chris hovered in the sky with her hair disheveled. The war sword in her hand had chipped into a jagged mess, the desert eagle at her waist emitted heat, and 2 hideous claw marks marred the chest of her mechanical exoskeleton. Beside her, Buster Carter's right shoulder was pierced through, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his mechanical exoskeleton was covered in even more scars. The pincer-attacked Beast King Allah was also in a wretched state. Panting, his eagle beak pulled out the holy light halberd embedded in his arm. His left eagle eye was blinded, and 90% of the feathers on his neck had fallen off, making him look like a mangy vulture. Although the massive cross-shaped wound on his abdomen was healing rapidly, golden blood was still seeping out. Yet, he still held his head high, looking down at the battlefield below as if the scales of victory were tipping in their favor. A similarly tragic scene was also playing out in the camp behind the city. The three Beast King commanders, Explosive Bear Sun Gang, Fierce Tiger Taylor, and Violent Rhino Mountain, were fighting almost bare-chested. Taylor, in particular, had half of his underpants scorched. Opposite them, Captain Longby held a multi-barrel machine cannon that was radiating heat, and his mechanical mask was half shattered. There were several dents on the back of his exoskeleton, and he walked with a slight limp in his left leg. Longby, surrender. Look at the city you're defending. It's about to be hollowed out from underground. When that happens, everyone, including the elderly and children, will become food for the rat folk. He. In your dreams. Longby gritted his teeth, no longer wanting to look at the battlefield behind him. The only thing he had to do now was to keep these three here. Ha. You're afraid, you old dog. Roar. Taylor's eyes rolled, and he simultaneously gave a look to the two beside him, saying sinisterly, Bear, Ox, let's change our strategy now. Don't seek a quick battle. As long as we stall this old dog, victory will be ours. Ha. Roar. Don't worry, leave it to me. The two understood and let out a roar, preparing to besiege him again. Longby also reloaded his weapon, preparing for a fight to the death. However, at that moment, the sky over Black Gold territory suddenly darkened. The bright moon that had been high in the sky was now pulled into darkness as if by a giant hand, and the entire sky seemed to be coated with a layer of ink. Then came dazzling lightning and rumbling thunder, the sound shaking the surroundings. It's a forbidden spell. A 6-star Saint Archmage. Splash, 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 someone shouted. And as everyone looked up at this natural disaster-like 6-star forbidden spell, the sound of surging waves seemed to come from the distant horizon. That is, as the overlord of the sky, Alice squinted his eagle eyes and gazed toward the source of the water's sound in the distance. His expression froze, and then he let out a loud roar to the ground below. Watch out for sea beasts. What? Sea beasts? The orc soldiers engaged in fierce combat below didn't react for a moment upon hearing Alice's warning. Where was this? The highlands of Black Gold territory. Where would a sea come from? Not to mention sea beasts. However, while the orcs didn't react, their warriors of the Lance Empire immediately activated the oxygen masks of their mechanical exoskeletons. And in that split second, giant waves surged out from all directions. Holy crap, it's spatial teleportation. Glug glug glug. Sea water. Glug glug glug. Sea beasts, watch out. Glug glug glug. Amidst the towering waves, two dark gold figures hundreds of jang long appeared like two aircraft carriers in the wind and waves. Surrounding them were dense crowds of sea people warriors and the sea beast army, numbering no less than 20 million. How could this be? Not only was Ella in the sky staring with disbelieving eagle eyes, but Sun Gang, Taylor, and Menton at the rear camp were also caught off guard, nearly being taken out by a pincer from the suddenly appearing Esquane. In an instant, the Orc Empire's numerical advantage vanished, and some local battle circles even began to collapse. Caught unprepared, the Orc soldiers submerged in the water were no match for the Empire warriors equipped with underwater breathers. They were captured alive and had their combat power suppressed, and the scales of the battlefield immediately tipped toward the Lance Empire. At that moment, within a certain space, sitting in his Lion King chariot, Lion King Gaiman looked at the battlefield projection and slammed his large hand onto the magic sand table, causing cracks to appear on it. Damn it, how is this possible? How could so many sea people appear? Sakritha also had a grim, skeletal face. We were careless. This little prince is truly not easy to deal with. I expected Tycho to make a move, but I didn't expect him to secretly subdue so many sea people. What do we do now? Sliding his finger across the sand table and watching the orcs struggling to survive in the seawater, Gaiman was incensed. Use that. Let's settle this once and for all. Sakritha signaled Gaiman with his eyes. Gaiman choked up upon hearing this. Hesitation in his heart. Once that thing was used, the orc race would surely fall into an abyss from which there was no return. But looking at the current battlefield situation, he could only grit his teeth and nod. Commanding, pass the order, activate the magic forbidden field. All orc units, including the Royal Lion King Regiment, advance on all fronts. Yes. He turned off the communicator. Sakritha's mouth finally curled into a grin, and with a tap of his finger, he sent law power toward Dragon Mountain. This magic forbidden field was no small matter. The night was long, but dawn would eventually arrive. When a glimmer of light appeared on the eastern horizon, a massive scroll 100 meters long suddenly appeared above Black Gold territory. Strands of law power meandered out from the scroll, reaching toward the heavens like winding vines trying to climb a wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, across half of the Lance Empire, from Dragon Mountain in the east to Eagle Mountain in the west. From the Royal City in the south to Crystal City in the north, massive scrolls slowly unfurled. Their law powers connected with each other, and an incredibly vast magic forbidden field covered half of the empire. Under the influence of the dark type laws within it, the skeleton soldiers became high-spirited and unrestricted. Oh no, the weapons have failed. The magic arrays have stopped too. The magical glows on the battlefield instantly extinguished, and the towering waves created by the 6-star forbidden spell rapidly receded. The orc warriors roared and bellowed again, while countless fallen orcs and empire soldiers were summoned as skeleton soldiers by the dark laws. Roar. GGG. Victory belongs to us. Glory to the beast god. Change the power modules. Activate the emergency protocols. As more and more corpses were converted into undead soldiers, the empire side finally switched to the dual system power they had long prepared, while ancient law scrolls were tossed into the air. Similar law powers spread out, but it was an indiscriminate magic forbidden field coverage, causing the dark laws to fail as a result. With series of pops, all the skeleton soldiers enveloped by the magic forbidden field automatically disintegrated, and the situation reversed once again. How could this be? Not only the orc warriors who had just regained their morale, but even Lion King Gaiman and Sakritha within that space were caught off guard. They never imagined that Alexander would also have prepared the move of a magic forbidden field, and one with an even larger and wider coverage area. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone knew that the reliance of Alexander's army was magic alchemical weapons, and the greatest advantage and weakness of alchemical weapons was the issue of mana. Once magic was forbidden, alchemical weapons would be like fire pokes. But what Gaiman and Sakritha never expected was that Alexander had actually played a surprising card. Not only did he use a magic forbidden field, but he had also secretly modified the alchemical weapons. Not good. Suddenly, Sakritha seemed to sense something. Completely ignoring the magic forbidden field, his figure leapt up, intending to tear open the space in front of him to teleport away. But just then, an incredibly powerful law of psychic power completely enveloped the surrounding space, forming a law distortion. Chapter 336 Escape. Bastard. The soul fire in Sakritha's pupils flickered violently as he gnashed his teeth. Simultaneously, two substitute puppets identical to him emerged by his side. The space above the black gold territory castle distorted as the Lion King chariot slowly manifested. Not far from it, the dark gold warship also quietly appeared. Having just covered the area with the laws of the magic forbidden field, Alexander followed the trail and immediately sensed the trajectory of Sakritha's dark laws. Although he couldn't lock on precisely, the general range could still be inferred. This was exactly why Sakritha's reaction was so extreme. Now that the surrounding space was covered by the laws of Alexander's magic forbidden field, no one could leave via spatial displacement. Even forbidden spell level long-distance escape magic was unusable. Naturally, the dark gold warship and the Lion King chariot also lost their power at this moment, both falling to the ground and becoming unusable. Sakritha, die. The moment the Lion King chariot appeared, Alexander had already activated the newly installed thermal weapon main cannon of the dark gold warship. For this troublemaker, a wretch who treated life like grass, he had no mercy to spare. Thus, a single artillery shell was the most satisfying solution. Boom! Amidst a massive flash of fire and the smell of gunpowder, a sharp warhead polished from 5-star ore pierced through the Lion King chariot in the blink of an eye. One could almost see the distortion of sonic boom rings and the slow-motion disintegration of the Lion King chariot. It was as if this single strike had silenced the world, whether they were soldiers in the sky, on the ground, or in the grass and riverbeds, whether they were entangled in combat, biting each other, or staring each other down like fighting cocks. Everyone simultaneously looked toward the Lion King chariot. Even though what they saw was a white light bright enough to blind them, they all witnessed the scene of the Lion King chariot being instantly blown apart. Roar. He. Alexander, without the blessing of magic, do you really think you can kill me? A low lion's roar came from the core of the white light. It was a massive line 100 jang long, but half of its body was now ruined. Relying on its self-healing ability, it was barely hanging on to life. Standing on the lion's head were 3 identical roped skeletons. In their hands, they held death scythes as black as ink, spinning them like windmills to block the shockwave of the shell. Substitute puppets. Alexander appeared on the dark gold warship in a flash, looking at the unscathed Sakritha and the death scythe in his hand. Alexander's eyes narrowed slightly. Even without mana empowerment, the aural level of that death scythe was not inferior to the dark gold warship. Clearly, the weapon's origin was extraordinary. It likely had something to do with that Lord of Bones. Furthermore, the substitute puppets were quite troublesome. These things were not driven by magic but nurtured by the soul. It was somewhat like psychic power control. Everyone, scatter. Sakritha, come and meet your death. Alexander's peripheral vision swept across the battlefield below. With a thought, he flew on his sword to strike. Simultaneously, over 1,000 blades and swords around him turned into a torrent, surging to strangle Sakritha. What? Alexander, how could you? Seeing the sky full of sword light sweeping toward him, the soul fire in Sakritha's pupils froze, and his mouth hung wide open. It was clearly a magic forbidden field, so why could Alexander still use magic? No. This kid has magic immunity. He wasn't using magic from the very beginning. Escape. The thought only flashed for a second before Sakritha's 3 forms moved faster than his mind, bolting in 3 different directions. Relying on the sharpness of the death scythes in their hands, they shredded all the flying swords in their path. Roar. I surrender. Sakritha was quick to tuck tail and run, but Gaiman, the Lion King beneath him, was so furious he wanted to jump up and curse. However, with the battlefield reaching this state, he also saw the reality clearly. If they continued to resist, the Orc race would surely perish. Furthermore, in his heart, he was no longer willing to risk his life for the Lord of Bones. If the Lord of Bones questioned him this time, he could entirely let Sakritha take the fall. Humphrey, you'd better not play any tricks. Alexander only spared him a glance, his figure never stopping. He locked onto the middle target and controlled the flying swords, merging them into a colossal greatsword that slashed down fiercely. Sakritha had lost his magic, but that skeleton frame still possessed genuine 6-star combat power. His speed and explosive power were not to be underestimated, especially now that he was running for his life. Stay right there. Rumble. The earth trembled as sand and stone for miles around levitated, forming 2 walls to block the Sakrithas on the left and right. At the same time, a ring of mantle ripples formed, pushing away the soldiers who hadn't had time to withdraw. Ha ha ha, Alexander, you can't trap me. Bang. Seeing the great sword crashing down on his head, the soul fire in the middle Sakritha's eyes turned blue. He swung the death side in a full circle, creating a low, whistling howl. Faintly, black energy seemed to emerge from his dark gold skeleton. With a thunderous boom, the great sword and the death scythe collided. The impact created a vacuum in the space. The ground collapsed, and the body of Sakritha shattered into bone meal. It's a puppet. The resistance on the flying sword lightened, and Alexander's mind shifted to the left. At this moment, the wall on the left had been split in 2 by Sakritha. Although it was constantly regenerating to block him, it was like tofu before the death scythe, and its effect was limited. The person had already run far away. The situation on the right was the same. The speed at which the two Sukrithas were escaping was truly faster than a rocket. With even a slight hesitation, both would escape the range of his psychic power. Die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swarm of flying swords condensed again, slashing down fiercely at the Sukritha on the left. Alexander knew that if this strike also failed to hit, the other one would likely escape his control range. If that happened, this operation would essentially be considered a failure. After all, on the surface, it was a Pyrrhic victory for the Empire and a surrender for the Orcs. But the true undead army hadn't really been crippled. Actually, every high-level warrior present understood this logic, and the fleeing Sukritha knew it even better. If anyone had noticed, a faint smile had appeared on the skeletal mouth of the Sukritha fleeing to the right. Boom! The great sword crashed down, and the dust and air currents formed a massive ring of gas that billowed out. Sukritha could not withstand it even while holding up the death scythe, and he was smashed to pieces. Fake. Alexander immediately sensed the extinguishing of this Sukritha's soul fire. At the same time, he sensed a trace of joy from the soul fire of the other Sukritha, as well as a sense of openness as he was about to disappear. He escaped. On the city walls and in the sky, the soldiers gazed into the distance at the horizon. Other than the silhouettes of hills, there were no other living creatures. I suppose he can use the power of laws to tear open space now. Ares, who had the best eyesight, stared at a black dot smaller than a needle tip and sighed inwardly. Helena understood. Suddenly, just when everyone thought Sukritha had successfully escaped, a speck of light flickered in the shadows of the Black Gold Territory Castle's roof. Immediately following was the suppressed, low sound of a bolt being pulled and a round being chambered. Bang! Then fire flashed, and the explosion of the explosives formed a ring of air that flipped the Black Gold Territory Castle's roof right over. Helena, who had been covered by a camouflage blanket nearby, was also exposed. She was sprawled in a prone position in a hollow. Her face, painted with camouflage oil, was pressed tightly against the sight of an oversized anti-materiel sniper rifle about 5 meters long with an 88mm caliber. And she exhaled softly. Those with sharp eyes could see that the mechanical exoskeleton on Elena's shoulder had been shattered by the rifle butt. Her entire arm, along with the finger that had pulled the trigger, was trembling slightly. One must realize that the current Elena was at the 5-star dark gold level. With her strength, she only had one shot with this gun. Chapter 337 Sukritha dies. The bullet fired was invisible to the naked eye. Only Alexander's 6-star psychic power could vaguely sense a trace of searing heat as the air was torn apart. In the distance, Sukritha, who was preparing to forcibly tear through space to escape, suddenly felt a hair-raising sense of crisis lock onto him. Almost reflexively, he turned around and swung his death scythe to slash behind him. However, a sharp whistle collided with the death scythe. He couldn't even see what it was, only feeling a force as if he had been struck head-on by a dark gold warship. His dark gold hand bones immediately lost their grip on the death scythe and shattered instantly. What made him even more desperate was that the death scythe simultaneously let out a fragile wail and was pierced through by that force. This is impossible. The thought flashed through his mind. This death scythe was a magical artifact refined by the Lord of Bones, made from a fragment of the Lord of Bones' fingernail, and its hardness was several times greater than that of ordinary origin stones. Even the main cannon of a dark gold warship could not easily damage it. How could it be so easily pierced by this mysterious force? This was simply a fantasy, yet the reality was right before him. Before a second thought could arise, the force had already pierced through his forehead. Searing like magma, it penetrated his forehead and skull. His soul perception finally saw the true face of the opponent. It was a translucent, amber-colored conical stone, devoid of any magical fluctuations, yet carrying a vast, primordial aura. It was the same aura as the origin stones that had powered the Star River warship back then. Vaguely, he seemed to have guessed what it was. A high-grade origin stone. Alexander, I hate you so much. If I had known this would happen, I should have let you die when you were condensing your battle chi vortex. Bang! Radiance bloomed, and black energy rose. Even from the Black Gold Territory's castle far away, one could clearly see a burst of radiance erupting from the horizon, turning into countless law streamers that merged into the sky. The giant scrolls that had been hidden in space emerged one after another, burning automatically and turning into ash. The soul fire flickering in the eyes of all the undead warriors on the battlefield slowly extinguished. Their heads slumped, and their skeletons scattered across the ground. Success. Was that radiance just now Sukritha's death? Gods above. I find it hard to believe. Everyone's heart was in their throat, not daring to easily accept this fact. The gloom cast by Sukritha had been too oppressive and was deeply rooted in their hearts. Not until Alexander also unleashed the law power to withdraw the magic forbidden field. Magic elements surged between heaven and earth like a tide, and people felt their strength fill their bodies once more. Straining their vision and using various detection spells, they confirmed it repeatedly before finally being certain of Sukritha's death. Why, I'm still alive. What? Someone wept bitterly. We really won. Sukritha is really dead. Hurrah. Long live the King of the North. The soldiers raised their arms and cheered. Ha ha ha, we won. Sick cat. Bear. Old bull. Do you still want to fight? Ha ha ha. Ow, I'm tired. HMPH. The Lion King ordered us to withdraw. At the rear of the castle, both sides withdrew their troops and began treating the wounded. Captain, we won. We don't have to be cannon fodder for the skullheads anymore. Get lost, traitor. Hee hee. Captain, let me tell you, I actually predicted the outcome in advance and was planning for our flight core future. Don't walk away. Do you know about the Royal Post Office? Our Orc Empire doesn't have one yet. If you become the director, we can join forces then. Hey, Captain, wait for me. Alexander looked at the messy battlefield, feeling little joy from the victory. Even though the surging golden power of faith was almost bursting his spiritual sea, and the quill that seemed to be infused with it showed signs of breaking out of its shell, he just couldn't bring himself to be happy. He took out all the healing modules from his storage ring, channeled the law power, and transformed them into countless giant healing magic arrays that descended. Regardless of friend or foe, or race, all lives that were physically or mentally wounded received healing. It wasn't that he was being a holy mother or showing mercy to the enemies who had invaded his territory and killed his people. It was because he wanted these people to remember that their lives, and everything they had, were within the palm of his hand. Life or death was but a thought away. He wanted everyone who dared to invade him to know that Alexander Bartuk was invincible. He wanted future generations to know that he, Alexander Bartuk, could be the god of death, but also an angel. Respected Lord Alexander, the Cynic Aemon surrenders to you and is willing to submit to the light of your mercy. I hope your highness can accept the submission of my orc race. At this moment, the Lion King Aemon, whose injuries were 80% healed, led a group of beast kings and captains to crawl respectfully before Alexander, prostrating themselves and opening their soul imprints. This was the rule for all prisoners of war: either die in battle or become the opponent's slave. Very well. With a thought from Alexander, several psychic power imprints were struck into the minds of Gaimon and the others. Although I know your invasion was not entirely of your own will, I cannot forgive your brutality on behalf of my soldiers and people. Therefore, I accept your submission with a clear conscience. However, considering you were not the masterminds and have shown remorse, I will also give you a chance to redeem your freedom. Hearing this, the eyes of Gaimon and the others flickered, but no one spoke. However, their previously drooping ears all stood up like antennas. In addition to war reparations, you will provide 5 years of unpaid service to the Empire. I will draft a contribution point system. Once you reach the required contribution points, you can exchange them for freedom. May I ask your highness, has anyone ever completed these contribution points before? The Golden Eagle King Allah looked up and asked. The other beast kings also listened intently. They were all smart and didn't want to be fed empty promises. This, I think, should be seen everywhere. After all, my north has developed to this point not by relying on slaves. After Alexander finished speaking, he didn't waste any more words. He handed everyone over to Captain Longby and returned to the Dark Gold warship. Now that the Orc Empire had submitted and the Ulko Empire was leaderless, his biggest concerns were still the Eternal Winter Mountains and the Diga Kingdom. Although he had previously received Guinevere's assurance at Dragon Mountain that Prince Huosi would help keep an eye on things, only Augusta was stationed at Kessula in Eternal Winter. He had to go and check. Watching the Dark Gold warship fly away, the Lion King Gaimon carefully pondered Alexander's words. Just as Alexander said, the North's development to this point didn't rely on mercy or making empty promises to the defeated, but on genuinely absorbing talent for growth and development. Furthermore, he had heard that there were no slaves in the North. Taking a deep breath, Gaimon looked at his dejected beast kings and then at the orc soldiers being reorganized. He subtly sighed. Perhaps, this is the best outcome. Lion King. The beast kings looked up one after another, their fists clenched, still feeling somewhat aggrieved and unwilling in their hearts. Especially the Golden Eagle King Allah, his proud eyes were still full of defiance. Gaimon smiled faintly and waved his hand. I admit that at first, I underestimated Lord Alexander's strength. Not just his personal strength, but the strength of his entire army. Lord Alexander is truly strong. At the very least, even all of us combined might not be his match. Moreover, Allah, you fly fast, but are you confident that you are faster than Sakritha? Suddenly, the several beast kings were awakened by Gaimon's words. Only then did they recall that shot from earlier. It had been overshadowed by the joy of Sakritha's death. But now that Gaimon mentioned it, everyone looked toward the top of the Black Gold Territory's castle. However, at this moment, there was nothing but ruins there, and not a soul in sight. Few I believe the Lion King's judgment. Indeed, perhaps this is the best outcome. Ow, at least we don't have to turn into skeleton puppets. Ow, Captain, now that the Lion King is also here, why don't we talk about setting up the Royal Post Office? Scram, this is no place for you to speak. Chapter 338 Sand Table of the Kingdom of Tiga, Eternal Winter Mountains. A wisp of black energy dissipated into the air, followed by an enraged low roar that shook the entire mountain. Alexander, you ant, to think you dare to repeatedly ruin this lord's plans, you deserve to die. This lord actually misjudged you and underestimated your potential. Damn it. The mountain-sized Lord of Bones stared with flaming eyes at the completely dissipating soul of Sakritha, smashing the mountain peak before him with a single palm. Slowly rising, his perception pierced through the sky, where countless forces of law were intertwined. Among them, 3 forces of law were the most prominent: the death energy like a dark vortex, which was his own dark power. In the far reaches of the East Sea, there was a mass of life energy with a natural aura, which was the natural power of Dragon Emperor Bastoria on Dragon Spirit Island. The remaining mass of obscure energy, like a star cluster, was the power of the stars belonging to Quinton, the so-called divine envoy of the Major Tower. The starry sky magic locking array consumes too much energy. Quinton and that little girl are truly resilient, otherwise, this lord could have spared a hand to exterminate the ant. Alexander, the Lord of Bones, raised his hand to grasp the space, feeling the information returned by the force of law, the soul fire in his eyes flickering. After a long while, he seemed to have made a decision and said ruthlessly, forget it. The spirit locking array on Dragon Spirit Island has begun to loosen. Obtaining the primal shard is still the most important. Having fought for 10,000 years, I think it's better to ease up with Quinton first and join forces to take down that little girl. This will also save more trouble, especially those self-righteous little ants. Diga Kingdom Mage General Tower Bikarati, seeing the image of this little prince using the magic Forbidden Field scroll to kill Sakritha, don't you have anything to say to us? Abasgit and Blythester slow their movements of refining the ancient metal, glancing sideways at Bikarati. What? When Bikarati saw the sealing scroll from the secret vault used by Alexander in the image. He knew things were going south because the secret vault of the Lance Empire's Mage Tower Guild had always been under his remote control. Now that the scrolls inside were being taken out and used, he naturally couldn't escape responsibility. Moreover, Alexander's advancement to the 6-star rank now had more or less to do with him. Out of a guilty conscience, he simply decided to play dumb. HMPH. This little prince's influence is growing larger and larger. He has already escaped our control and threatens the foundation of the Major Tower. Lord Divine Envoy has already inquired about it. Abasgat snorted irritably. After finishing the repair in his hand, he raised his hand to project a sandbox image. Distributed on it were the distribution maps of major towers all over the continent. Looking down from above, this distribution map was clearly some kind of giant magic array. That can't be blamed on me, right? With that magic immunity of his, anyone who encounters it gets a headache. In my opinion, we might as well flip the table. Bikarati also finished his repair, continuing to clear his name while not forgetting to fan the flames. I agree with flipping the table. Blythester, who hadn't spoken, finished assembling the last piece of metal and looked at the distribution of major towers in the sandbox, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Abasgat fell silent for 2 breaths upon hearing this, his gaze skipping over Bikarati to look at Blythester, saying, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Blythester nodded and said, "Haven't you sensed the aura of the Lord of Bones over at Eternal Winter? I'm afraid the East Seaside will take action soon. As the Divine Envoy's rear area, we cannot allow any mistakes. As for those lives, they are just some low-level ants. Even if they go extinct, as long as we are willing, we can still nurture a new atmosphere when the time comes." As he spoke, a force of law was injected into the sandbox, lighting up all the major towers. Countless beams of light shot out, converging into a giant grid between heaven and earth. In an instant, the world within the sandbox changed. Space shifted, and everything was forced to join this deduction, destruction, regeneration. Abasgat and Bikarati looked at Blythester's calm expression and already understood his meaning. Nurturing life was truly not a difficult task for them, because they were the ones who could create order. They could in the past, and they could likewise do so in the present and future. Then go ahead and do it. Abasgat turned his gaze to Bikarati and said, "You are most familiar with the major towers across the continent. Although the little prince now controls most of the areas, he shouldn't have fully discovered the secret yet, nor does he have time to deal with it. So we can still use the time difference to implement the plan." Upon hearing this, Bikarati patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, the true array foundation towers are all hidden within spatial nodes. Even if he destroys all the major towers on the surface, it won't cause much of an impact. Once I complete the law charging, I'll make them completely dumbfounded." Bikarati. At this moment, Blythester interjected, "Law charging takes time. I suggest you first use the mage towers outside to create some trouble for the little prince and distract him." "That's right." Bikarati's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he agreed. "This way, we can keep our little prince busy, and in the end, he'll still be busy for nothing." Seeing his despairing expression then will definitely be very satisfying. Go. Don't make any more mistakes this time. Otherwise, even we won't be able to help you with the Divine Envoy. Dragon Mountain. As the warship slowly submerged into the sea-connecting waterway within the mountain, Prince Huosi finally poured himself a glass of red wine and drained it in one gulp. Refreshing. After guarding Dragon Mountain for these past few days, they finally managed to beat Koza's troops back to the Diga Kingdom when the battle in the Black Gold territory broke out. Such a great victory put Prince Huosi in a very good mood. His Highness the Prince is truly wise. This time, we stopped the enemy invasion and captured a great deal of loot. You will surely receive a reward from His Majesty. Pilates felt happy for Prince Huosi as she opened the captured internal sandbox of the Diga Kingdom. No, Pilates, the credit for deterring Koza belongs entirely to Alexander. Prince Huosi's expression suddenly turned solemn upon hearing this, and he waved his hand repeatedly. Remember, it was all due to my dear brother's excellent command. Everything is his credit. I only helped out in passing. Your Highness is too modest. You, Pilates, are you trying to go against me? Seeing that she still didn't understand, Prince Huosi's tone became solemn again. I said this is Alexander's credit. Do you understand, Your Highness? Your subordinate understands. Pilates opened her mouth to speak, but she knew of Prince Huosi's little desire to slack off. It was just that they, as subordinates, felt Prince Huosi was more suitable to succeed the throne. Sighing in her heart, she activated the sandbox, and a huge black hole immediately caught Prince Huosi's attention. What place is that? Prince Huosi zoomed in on the sandbox and had Pilates inject a stream of magic power. In the southwest of the Diga Kingdom, a giant magic array with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers slowly lit up. It was dotted with starlight, and the exterior was a black hole illusion that obscured people's eyes. Open it. In fact, without needing Prince Huosi's order, Pilates had already spread her wings, increasing her magic attributes to crack the force of law within the sandbox. With a buzz, the black hole trembled and melted away like spring snow. The scene inside the giant magic array could also be somewhat discerned. Holy crap. What is this? Even with Prince Huosi's stable mindset, seeing the colossus within the giant magic array at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. Chapter 339 A Day of Grinding. A massive warship tens of thousands of kilometers long lay across the southwestern wasteland of the Diga Kingdom like a mountain range. Even though the black gold metal hull was only a simulation on the sand table, it still inspired a sense of palpitations. The shape of the warship was particularly striking. It closely resembled the beetle-like shell of the Star River warship after transformation, except the Star River warship looked like a mere ant in front of this vessel. the Mage General Tower actually hid such a monstrous weapon? This is simply, no, I must tell father immediately. Prince Huosi felt that everyone might have misjudged the Mage Tower's strength, which was an extremely fatal error. Over a dozen magic arrays shielding the cockpit were activated. Prince Huosi used his bloodline to activate his exclusive communicator. After a distortion of law power, Wood appeared on the screen. Ha ha ha, Huosi, you've contacted me at just the right time. Is it because Alexander defeated the Orc army and taken control of the Empire's northwest and the Alka region? Are you here to give me the good news? Wood spoke first before Prince Huosi could even open his mouth. However, Prince Huosi stood frozen in place. His gaze wasn't focused on Wood, but rather behind him. He even forgot the urgent matter he had intended to report. He held his breath, doing his best to control his trembling body. His eyes reddened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but for some reason, the words wouldn't come out. Huosi, my child, you've grown up. Are you well? A kind and gentle voice came from behind Wood. Then, Dragon Emperor Bastoria, wearing dragon robes and a crown with a naturally commanding presence, stepped in front of the communicator. Mother. In his excitement, Prince Huosi subconsciously took a step forward, like a wronged child rushing into his mother's arms, seeking comfort. He had so much to say, but his throat was choked with emotion, and he couldn't utter a single word. HMPH, useless, why are you crying? Wood, being ignored on the side, wanted to scold him, but after a glance from the Dragon Emperor, he shut his mouth and turned his head away. Huosi, do you have something to say? Through the communicator, the Dragon Emperor saw Pilates standing bowed behind Prince Huosi, as well as the image of the giant warship on the sand table. She understood the situation in her heart. Yes, mother. Through the screen, Prince Huosi finally snapped out of it and said, I just discovered on the Diga Kingdom's high-level sand table that the Mage General Tower still hides a weapon like this, so I thought to report it to father immediately. Did we misjudge the Mage Tower's strength from the beginning? As he spoke, he had Pilates zoom in on the sand table image. The incredibly massive black gold warship almost filled the entire communication screen. That is Quinton's nest, and also its body. We know about this. The Dragon Emperor smiled faintly, giving Prince Huosi a reassuring look. Quinton? Prince Huosi glanced at Wood in confusion and found that Wood was also perfectly calm. Clearly, Wood hadn't told him everything before. HMPH, what are you looking at me for? Wood telling you have been useful? Wood glared back crossly. Quinton is the divine envoy of the Mage General Tower. It's a long story. Currently, that old fellow is right beneath the Dragon Spirit Island where we are. Also, that Lord of Bones has arrived. They seem to be joining forces, preparing to break the spirit locking array. Wood spoke quickly, but Prince Huosi only half understood. He knew about Dragon Spirit Island and the Lord of Bones. But what was the spirit locking array? Why did the Lord of Bones and the Major Tower's divine envoy have to join forces to break the spirit locking array? And looking at his father and mother, they were clearly guarding this spirit locking array. Huosi, the spirit locking array is the greatest secret of the entire Noah continent. It concerns the origin of the continent and its future. The Dragon Emperor weighed her words, preparing to tell her son. But upon hearing this, Prince Huosi reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, waving his hands repeatedly to stop her. Mother, wait. You don't need to tell me such a secret. You just need to tell me what I can do now. I feel like only someone like Alexander can shoulder a secret like this. He really is too outstanding. The Dragon Emperor was stunned, her mouth hanging open, not knowing what to say. HMPH, you little brat. You're looking for an excuse to slack off again, aren't you? Wood's eyes widened as he exchanged a look with the Dragon Emperor. She understood instantly and was also left speechless. Ahem, father, mother, it's really not what you think. Prince Huosi was a bit embarrassed and chuckled dryly. You know me, I'm a cautious person. It's best if not too many people know this secret. I'm doing this out of caution. Really? Veins throbbed on Wood's fist. If not for the screen between them, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't strike. It was the Dragon Emperor beside him who reached out and patted his shoulder, causing him to restrain his aura. Fine. Tell the kid Alexander about Quinton and have him be extra careful. Wood snorted and said, also, those 3 Saint Archmages of the Mage Tower are no pushovers. You must help your brother monitor their movements. If the timing is right, you can take the chance to seize the Mage General Tower. Huh? Prince Huosi was stunned. He subconsciously looked at his mother, but to his surprise, the Dragon Emperor also nodded with a smile in agreement. This made his mind race as he began to piece things together. Father, do you mean that since the Major Tower's divine envoy is away, the Major Tower has no fatal threat? Prince Huosi asked tentatively, but his gaze still drifted toward the giant warship on the sand table. I didn't tell you to go head to head. Even if you and Alexander both have magic immunity, it's not like they are defenseless. Wood wanted to hit him again. Glaring, he said. My point is for you to find opportunities to cause them some trouble so they don't interfere with your brother's development. Aren't you the best at setting fires in people's backyards? Ah. Prince Huosi's lip twitched. He stole a glance at his mother and indeed saw a flash of complex emotion in her eyes. This made Prince Huosi feel as if he were being looked down upon, and the perfect persona he had maintained was about to collapse. Father, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go warn Alexander now so he can prepare early. Go then. Tell him for me that I'm already hoping to break through to 6-star. If he covets the throne, he can duel me, but that's provided he can find me. He had originally planned to close the communicator to find some peace, but Wood's last sentence made Prince Huosi's eyes widen. This was a hint to him that the throne would not be easily passed to Alexander. In other words, the days Prince Huosi wanted to spend as a leisurely prince were nowhere in sight. Furthermore, as the first-in-line heir, as long as Wood didn't return home for a day, he would have to grind the mill for him for a day. After all, this was the responsibility of the first-in-line heir. Where is the logic in this? Stop wandering around outside. Come back. By the time Prince Hiroshi snapped back to reality, Wood had already closed the communicator on the other side. This left Prince Hiroshi gnashing his teeth for a long time, but in the end, he could only walk silently to the desk, pour a glass of red wine, and drain it in one gulp. How frustrating. Chapter 340 Reminiscing about the past. The royal city of the Lance Empire was bright at night. Bikarati stepped out of the spatial gate. His first impression, through his slender vertical pupils, was that the city was brilliantly lit with lanterns, appearing completely different from the primitive, barbaric place he had visited 100 years ago. There were spacious and clean asphalt roads, rows of new-style buildings, bright floor-to-ceiling glass windows for street-side shops, and even beautiful neon lights on both sides of the road. He applied a law power of concealment to himself and walked along the main street toward the original site of the major tower. The alchemy cars shuttling back and forth on the streets, along with the people shopping, made the entire city glow with vitality. Closing his eyes slightly and letting out his perception, he felt that almost everything greeting him was laughter and the scent of happiness. I didn't expect this little prince to be quite interesting. Opening his eyes suddenly, the corners of Bikarati's mouth curled up slightly. Although he marveled at how well Alexander's policies on people's livelihoods were doing, effectively mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm and filling their eyes with hope for life. By the same token, the people here were all focused on their happy lives, and their vigilance against danger was extremely low. He had just roughly sensed the entire city. Although magic circles and detection arrays of 5 stars or higher were deployed throughout the city, along with soldiers patrolling in shifts, they wouldn't have the slightest impact on the attack he was about to launch. The only thing he found amusing was that Alexander seemed very intent on clearing out the recreational toy known as the cricket jar. Back then, the Mage Tower had intended to use the cricket jars to transform all believers into demonic puppets by leading the cultural trend. But now that Tycho had defected, this plan was completely exposed. Moreover, the cricket jar was merely a medium at best. The thing that truly functioned was the major tower. It seems the little prince hasn't discovered the secret here yet. A 1,000-mile dike can truly collapse from an ant-hole. Standing beneath the mage tower and looking up at the water globe-shaped statue that had replaced the top, Bikarati sneered and shook his head. He didn't know if Alexander was arrogant or truly negligent. Not only was the foundation of the real magic circle deep underground operating normally, but even this major tower, which was just the same old thing in a new guise, still had many law loopholes remaining inside. Namely, the back doors he had left behind back then. Was he just waiting for him to come back and strike? Hey, have you heard? The third prince is going to form an aircraft carrier battle group. He just released an announcement saying they're recruiting heavily for the Navy and Air Force. Do you want to go sign up? A common citizen passing by the mage tower spoke quietly to his companion. Navy and Air Force? Aren't those exclusive to the sea race and the flying race? What place is there for landlubbers like us who can't fly? Envy flashed in the eyes of the other common citizen. This made Bikarati prick up his ears. Terms like aircraft carrier and recruitment registration immediately caught his attention. It's possible. I heard earlier that several sand people were selected. Of course we can too. Sand people? The citizen was clearly surprised. If even those sand people from the Empire, who had barely seen a few ditches, could do it, then they, the original inhabitants of the Empire who had dealt with the sea, would certainly have no problem. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. The administrative hall is staffed 24 hours a day. Watching the two leave excitedly, Bikarati fell into slight contemplation. He didn't rashly use law power to probe. After all, information related to the military was different from city life. Random probing might not go unnoticed. After all, any mage loved using the trick. As for new military terms like carrier battle group, Navy, and Air Force, he didn't take them to heart. They were nothing more than some new alchemy weapons. What made him frown in thought was the urgent and excited attitude of those two citizens going to sign up. Just a moment ago, he had judged that the people here only cared about a happy life and had forgotten their sense of crisis. But now, looking at the attitude of these two citizens toward joining the army, they actually possessed the same hope for life. This was the complete opposite of the people he had seen in the past. Even those old money nobles who fought for power and profit had never been this excited when joining the army. What on earth was going on with this country? Had this little prince used some sort of mind-controlling magic to make these subjects forget selfishness and fear? Don't panic. It's fine. It's just a few serfs wanting to join the army. It's probably just for gold coins and titles. Without even battle chi, they'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Bikarati took a deep breath to calm himself down. He believed that even if Alexander turned the whole country into soldiers, it would still be futile when it came time for their major tower to flip the table and launch a total offensive. Regardless of quantity or power and quality, he believed they simply weren't in the same league. After all, once the true major tower was activated, it could cover the entire Noah continent. At that time, all living beings on the continent would be at their mercy. I'll just stick to the plan and perform the magic circle charging and testing. I'll also take the opportunity to watch the final happy moments of these ants. In a while, I'm afraid all of this will vanish into nothingness. East Sea, the Long Island Naval Base, 3,000 miles east of Crystal City. Originally a troop training camp belonging to Caesar of the Sea Race, it had now been completely requisitioned by Alexander, the King of the North. A huge shipyard was hoisting carrier hull modules for assembly, and those responsible for forging and welding were all 5-star level spirit weapon puppets. Old Kit, remember the scene of the Crystal City waterway and the boiled shaman in Little Gold Lake? Roy and Kitchi inspected this massive alchemical hull side by side, and couldn't help but recall the days of fighting while piloting the Red Fox. HMPH, bringing that up again. Kitchi rolled his eyes at him, knowing that what the other wanted to talk about wasn't the Little Gold Lake battle, but the one before it. He snorted and said, "Don't be so cocky. If you hadn't relied on His Highness's alchemy weapons back then, you would have been my prisoner long ago." He, no regrets about the past. Roy enjoyed seeing Kitchi's frustrated look and wanted to continue gloating. but he was interrupted by Kichi. Alright, your old habit is acting up again, isn't it? Kichi interrupted irritably, then said seriously, today is the first sea trial exercise for the recruits, and there's also the magic circle test His Highness ordered. Don't delay the business at hand. Let's go. Hearing the task, Roy's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he restrained his joking mood. He nodded, but then took out a palm-sized spirit weapon cube from his coat, hesitating. Do you think it's true when His Highness says this thing is so miraculous and has world-shattering power? Looking at the test equipment Alexander had given them when they accepted the mission, Kichi was also unsure. He mused. If His Highness says it's strong, then it's definitely strong. After all, His Highness is someone who easily killed a Saint Archmage. We just need to do as we're told when the time comes. The two exchanged a knowing look before quickening their pace and boarding the Red Fox No. 2 destroyer. On the magnificent sea surface, 10 vessels were currently lined up in formation. Each vessel was equipped with multiple 5-star main guns and multi-attribute automatic cannons, various modular magic circle mounting gear, assault, rescue, medical, reconnaissance, defense, and so on, were all fully equipped. And on the wide sea surface in front of the vessels, sea race soldiers led by Asquane and Jones Hank had already formed 2 square formations. In front of these 2 formations, there was another square formation composed of hundreds of humans, demi-humans, sand people, and beastmen. Every one of them wore a brand new amphibious mechanical exoskeleton and stood atop the waves. Judging by their rank, they were all newly enlisted recruits. However, seeing them standing steadily with the waves in the ocean, they didn't seem any different from the sea race. It was just that those in the know still understood that if a real fight broke out, the sea race would still have the advantage. Chapter 341 Your Highness, I want to go home. Attention. Once the Red Fox No. 2 destroyer docked steadily, Asquane gave a loud shout, then parted the waves to come below the ship, saluting Roy and Kichi on the deck as he reported. Reporting to the captain, the 1st Regiment of the Deep Blue Legion has assembled for the recruits' sea trial exercise. Please provide instructions. Do you understand today's mission? Roy's gaze swept over them as he raised the spirit weapon cube in his hand. Understood. Understood. Everyone, including Asquane, Jones Hank, and the soldiers on the ship and in the sea, looked at the spirit weapon cube in Roy's hand with burning eyes, even eager to try. Among them, the sea race veterans were the most eager. That was a mission personally issued by Prince Alexander, and the personnel able to enter this mission were carefully selected and had signed confidentiality contracts. If they performed well and tested good results, it would be their supreme glory, along with actual rewards. They might even be personally received by Prince Alexander. Very good. That's the spirit. Let's begin. Roy nodded and, without further ado, gave the order directly. Yes, sir. Asquane took the order and turned to gesture to Jones Hank. With a roar, the row of ships at the front of the formation started their 5-star wind track engines and surged forward through the waves. Simultaneously, the sea race formation leapt and dove collectively, advancing in a fan shape and accompanying the ships eastward. Behind them, the recruit square formation split into 500-man teams, marching rapidly across the waves. Forget the way you used to run on land and get familiar with the combat mode in the sea as quickly as possible. Looks pretty good. Seeing the orderly formation, Kichi took out the mirror sand table from his storage ring and simulated the entire exercise scene through the island's sky real-time reconnaissance array. In that case, let's spice things up for them. I'm also quite curious about the power of this little thing. I hope it won't be too easy. Roy waved his hand, installed a magic crystal into the spirit weapon cube, and threw it into the air, though he still had some doubts about the power of this small object. I don't think it'll be easy. Didn't His Highness give us 3? Let's take our time and have some fun. Boom. Just as Kichi finished speaking about taking their time, the thrown spirit weapon cube turned into a stream of light and vanished into the sky. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and streaks of magic power burst from where the spirit weapon cube had disappeared, permeating the heavens, the earth, and the ocean. People felt the world suddenly tremble. The originally clear sky turned dark, and the calm sea surface began to churn with wind and waves. It's coming. The celestial phenomenon array confrontation. Seeing the changes in the sky and sea, Asquane and Jones Hank, who were deep in the sea, both brightened up. They exchanged a look and then issued orders through their mechanical exoskeleton communicators. All ships change formation. All squads maintain your lines and activate magic barriers. Recruits to the front. Ships, prepare to dive at any time. Splash waves slapped against the hulls as the ships lit up their magic barriers. The recruits following around them also put on their amphibious masks and opened elliptical barriers to withstand the impact of the waves. Boom, boom, boom. Crack. Lightning snakes darted through the sky, dark clouds rolled, and great thunderclaps fell onto the sea surface, forming huge fireballs that rolled toward the ships. The surging waves were like strong volleyball players, hitting the fireballs with intense spin. Attention all recruits, this is your first trial. Break through the lightning. Find the array base and destroy it. The order was received again in every recruit's communicator. No one was afraid. Instead, under the command of their respective captains, they seemed somewhat excited. Groups of 10 would elemental resistance against lightning. Prioritize using enhanced barriers, trapping arrays, and sealing attacks. Medical teams, be ready to provide support at any time. Note, this is a forbidden spell level array. I repeat, this is a forbidden spell level array. Received. Understood. Magic power suddenly surged on the sea surface. The most visible was the green element, as countless magic barriers lit up one after another, like countless bubbles surfacing, reflecting the magic elements. They were brilliant and colorful. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs collided with the soldiers' barriers, and the seawater evaporated into mist, dispersing. The scalding steam clung to the soldiers' bodies, making a sizzling sound. However, the attack had only just begun. The lightning in the sky suddenly condensed into countless long whips, like drooping willow branches, lashing at the sea surface. Crackling arcs of electricity darted between the surface and the seabed like sneering electric snakes, slippery and possessing terrifying attack power. Not good, brothers. Get out of the way. Damn. How do I dodge this? I'm numb. How had these green recruits ever seen such a scene? Even if they had some understanding beforehand and knew the exercise process, they still felt overwhelmed when they actually entered the battlefield. Gather around. Don't panic. Get close to the ships and enter the magic forbidden field. Asquane and Jones Hank, who had been deep underwater, now poked their heads out. The radiation area of this wave of attacks was simply too wide, striking the sky and the seabed indiscriminately. At this moment, the ships ahead had gradually converged into a massive circular formation, activating the magic forbidden barriers to isolate the lightning from the sky and sea. The soldiers scrambled. Those who couldn't move were dragged by their legs by their comrades into the magic forbidden barriers, looking like a school of fish throwing themselves into a net. It was a scene of chaos and utter embarrassment. Hey, it seems these little guys have gotten a taste of it. But this is only the beginning. Roy looked at the soldiers gathered on the sand table and unhurriedly took another spirit weapon cube from his storage ring, loaded it with a magic crystal, and threw it into the sea. Splash! Surging magic power seeped out from the cube, as if transforming into an 8-armed demon god, stirring the ocean currents. A massive deep-sea vortex rose almost out of thin air from the seabed, like a devouring mouth, swallowing the ships and soldiers gathered in the water. Damn, here it comes again. Gods above. I suddenly want to go home. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Find the array base and destroy it. Not only did the soldiers on the sea surface turn pale, but the personnel on the ships also felt caught off guard. The immense suction made them feel as if invisible giant hands were tearing at them from behind. Even though they turned the mechanical exoskeleton power units to maximum and pushed the ship's dual power systems to the limit, to the point where they could hear the engines roaring like bulls, they still couldn't escape the vortex's suction. Everyone, surface. Activate levitation mode. Use depth charges to bomb and disrupt the vortex's current. Asquane gave a loud roar, his body transforming into a 100-jang-tall beast king true form. His massive pincers violently paddled the water, tearing the surface like two giant pairs of scissors and creating a brief laminar flow at the edge of the vortex, opening an escape route for the recruits. Quick, surface, surface. I'm numb again. With the mechanical exoskeletons equipped with levitation arrays, the soldiers and ships left the sea surface. But the lightning in the sky continued to lash down. To levitate, they had abandoned the magic forbidden barriers. This group of conflicted people was like a bunch of light bulbs, flashing in midair and putting their X-ray photos on display. Haven't found it yet. I'm almost at my limit. Jones Hank, now in his massive beast king true form, leaned against a small window of a ship, staring at the sand table scan in front of the console and asking anxiously, Vice Regiment Commander, we've scouted a 1,000-mile radius in the sky and sea. This cube must be on the law node. Captain Gerald, his hair standing on end like a cactus from the electricity, commanded his subordinate majors to keep refreshing the sand table detection screen while also linking and sharing with the detection arrays of other ships. We've really gone too far this time. This celestial phenomenon array of His Highness is clearly more powerful than the 6-star forbidden spell from before. Jones Hank withdrew his gaze, looked at the ships and soldiers floating in the air and the lightning sweeping over their heads again and again, and suddenly transmitted his voice to Asquane, who had just flown up nearby. Crab, this isn't working. I think we should open up a space. What? Asquane frowned. Opening up a space meant retreating and finding a place to hide. This was the backup plan Prince Alexander had left for them when he assigned the mission. It was for fear that they might not be able to handle it, leading to irreversible casualties, so he had made a contingency plan for them. However, at that time, both of them had puffed out their chests and guaranteed they would absolutely complete the mission perfectly. Yet now, having only reached the second stage, they had to enter a space to hide. Wasn't this a slap in their own faces? I think we can hold on a bit longer. Are you sure? Just as Asquane stubbornly insisted they could hold on a bit longer, Jones Hank's pupils contracted like needles. He stared toward the far rear, his face full of astonishment as he cursed. Damn, His Highness really wants to play us to death. Seeing Jones Hank's huge reaction, Asquane instinctively turned his head as well, and with one look, he also just wanted to curse. Chapter 342 Infinitely Stacked Modules. From a distance, Roy, hiding on the destroyer, watched the soldiers on the sand table still responding in an orderly fashion, a playful smirk on his lips. He finally pulled the last spirit weapon cube from his storage ring, loaded it with a magic crystal, and tossed it into the sea. The hearts of all the soldiers who saw this, including Jones Hank, sank. Whoosh. Cyan elements permeated in all directions. The moment the spirit weapon cube disappeared, a swirling tornado condensed on the sea surface between the ocean and the sky, slowly growing larger and taller. The low whistling transformed into a rumbling dragon's roar. A hurricane several thousand meters high connected the sky and the earth, its hollow roar deafening. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface was twisted with countless giant spirals. By the sea god, Great Whale, I agree with you. Let's open a space. Asquane's lantern-like eyes rolled blankly around the hurricanes closing in from all sides. Half-moon wind blades were slowly forming. They seemed capable of cutting through space, causing fine distortions in the surroundings. The originally surging waves and lashing lightning became even more rampant. Bottomless whirlpools, torrential rain, and lightning like dragons. It was a scene straight out of hell. Commander, isn't this taking things a bit too far? The soldiers following Asquane and Jones Hank turned pale at the sight, even though they had participated in the Battle of the Black Gold Territory. Stop talking nonsense. Open the space. Enter the space. Woola woola woola. The alarm blared instantly, and all vessels received the message. The soldiers in the exercise finally found their direction. Bang, bang, bang. The naval guns fired ripples into the sky. The chaotic sky suddenly went still, and then a long spatial rift emerged. The veterans, who already had a contingency plan, immediately activated the flight wings of their mechanical exoskeletons, flew to the spatial rift, and took out magic circle modules to install around the rift. Amidst the lightning and hurricanes, the magic circle modules activated a triangular barrier, propping the spatial rift open and expanding it. Without waiting for a Swain's order, the ships and soldiers began sailing into the rift. Quick, quick, everyone keep up. Be careful to protect the magic circle modules. The recruits followed in the footsteps of the veterans, remembering to bring their comrades along. Soon, as the ships and soldiers retreated into the spatial rift, the inlaid magic circle modules slowly merged together like a zipper, sealing the rift shut. Those inside could not see the outside, but they could still feel the extremely unstable vibrations of the space outside. Far away on the destroyer, Roy took out a pipe, lit it gently, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Looking at the hurricanes and thunder filling the sky and earth, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Old Roy, this celestial phenomenon array of His Highness. I'm afraid even you and I wouldn't fare well if we entered it. Are we failing to keep up with His Highness's pace? Kitschy's expression was solemn. Nowadays, Alexander's strength was growing more and more powerful. Any random alchemical item he created was a world-destroying existence. People like them, who climbed up based on seniority, wouldn't even count as cannon fodder once they entered such a powerful battlefield. I don't know, perhaps you can only get an answer to that if you ask His Highness. Roy looked down at his storage ring and pursed his lips. Actually, His Highness gave me a fourth spirit weapon cube. He said if Asquane and the others could withstand the first three, I should use the fourth one on them. Kitschy suddenly looked up. There's a fourth one. Does that mean these things can be stacked infinitely? He felt a bit of a headache, but one thing he understood completely. In a battle at Alexander's level, their presence could be completely ignored, because in the face of that kind of power, they truly were like ants. Forget it. I don't think we'll need this fourth one. Announce the end of the exercise. Summarize all the test data and report it to His Highness. I was thinking the same thing. Kitschy nodded, gave a salute, and ordered his subordinates to send out the message announcing the end of the exercise. The Lance Royal City suburban camp. Alexander answered a transmission from Prince Huosi. Oh, my dear. Get to the point. I'm busy. Alexander interrupted the other's cloying greeting. On the screen, Prince Huosi's smile stiffened awkwardly, but seeing Alexander actually about to raise his hand to close the transmission, he coughed twice and quickly stopped him. Wait, there's serious business. Take a look at this first. As he spoke, he presented the sand table of the Diga Kingdom opened beside him. When the ferocious warship spanning tens of thousands of miles appeared behind the massive magic barrier, Alexander, who had been somewhat indifferent, suddenly sat up straight. Where did you get this intelligence? Even without seeing the actual object, based on his analysis of the Dark Gold warship, he could discern some clues. Its defense and attack levels were definitely above the Dark Gold warship, at least a 6-star peak existence. A warship of this level, even setting aside other means of attack, could almost troll over the Lance Empire like a tank just by its sheer size. Absolute invincibility. He even felt that even if he used high-quality origin stones to power the Dark Gold warship's main cannon, he wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage to this behemoth. As you can see, this thing is at the Mage General Tower's nest. It's the body of the Divine Envoy, Quinton. Prince Huosi shrugged and sat in his chair, his hesitant gaze full of expectation for Alexander to ask more. Quinton. Alexander's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had heard this name before from Tycho. It was an existence on the same level as the Lord of Bones. However, as for exactly how powerful he was, the descriptions he'd heard were limited. Now that this body was displayed before his eyes, he finally had a bit of a real understanding of this so-called Divine Envoy and the Lord of Bones, whom he had never met. Very strong, at least much stronger than his current strength, he asked himself, facing such a body. He had no certainty of victory. One could imagine what it would be like to face them in person. All right, I know about it now. If you have nothing else to say, I'm going to get busy. Alexander prepared to close the communication again because Pang Bao was calling him. Prince Huosi. Hey, I'm telling you, this is all for the Empire. Do you really think I want to talk to you? Father asked me to give you a message, saying that Quinton is currently not at the Mage General Tower. You can go raid their base. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Also, Father said he has now reached 6 stars and intends to abdicate. But he has one more test for you, which is to defeat him. But in my opinion, you'd better get familiar with the Empire's political affairs first, so you won't be in a scramble when you accept the throne later. How about I give you the Empire's current? Beep. Alexander directly closed the communication, completely ignoring the prince who was nearly driven mad on the other side. He didn't want to inherit any throne, let alone deal with so-called political affairs in advance. He knew exactly what kind of responsibility Prince Huosi was trying to dump on him. He wouldn't fall for it. However, since the Mage General Tower hid such a major weapon, he had to prepare early. Perhaps he really should take a trip to the Diga Kingdom and do something. After all, it was for the Empire. Pang Bao, why are you calling me? After having a signalman arrange a common airship to prepare to secretly infiltrate the Diga Kingdom by blending into a merchant caravan, Alexander then used his psychic power to communicate with Pang Bao in the Elven world. Didn't I tell you before? The Elf Sea needs your help. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Fine, let's go to the Elf Sea first. Chapter 343 Outline and Ending. Standing before the ancient magic array, he was surrounded by a strange light that flickered faintly, as if it were alive. A powerful force tightly enveloped Alexander Bartuk. The scenery before his eyes began to blur. Then, a dazzling flash of light surged past, and he found himself in a magnificent world. Towering ancient trees, tall and lush, had leaves that shimmered with a strange light, as if carved from emerald. Elves of various forms flew through the air, their wings glittering with multicolored light like dreamlike fairies. Clear streams gurgled, and the fish within shimmered with a golden light. Like stars in the water, follow me. Pang Bao, familiar with the way, grew a pair of small wings and flapped them, leading the way ahead. Alexander Bartuk followed closely behind. Looking up, the lush foliage was like a sea of green clouds, laden thick, blotting out the sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden pillars of light like mysterious ladders connecting heaven and earth. The leaves weren't just one shade of green, they ranged from light green to deep green and then to dark green, with distinct layers, like a masterpiece meticulously painted by nature. On the branches of the ancient trees grew strange flowers blooming in brilliant colors, red like fire, pink like sunset clouds, and white like snow. These flowers emitted an enchanting fragrance, attracting countless butterflies and bees to play. It was said that these flowers possessed magical powers, able to heal wounds and bring good luck. The roots of the ancient trees were even more wondrous, plunging deep into the earth like the claws of a giant dragon, firmly grasping the land. Small mushrooms of various shapes surrounded the roots. Some looked like little umbrellas, others like bells, adding a touch of vitality and vigor to the land. Beneath this ancient elven tree, time seemed to slow down and become tranquil. As the breeze blew, the leaves rustled as if the ancient tree were whispering, telling people unknown secrets. This was a perfect blend of nature and fantasy, a resting place for the soul. Alexander Bartuk enters the Elf Sea to obtain the primal shard, opens the star map, and discovers the jump gate. The road home goes to the Elven King and uses a conch to communicate with the Dragon Emperor, who reveals the secret. The Noah continent was originally ruled by the Elven race. Later, the Lord of Bones and the Broodmother Quinton descended from outer space to fight over the primal shard. Both were severely injured, and the primal shard was lost. The Lord of Bones' blood contains the power of a curse, which scattered across the Noah continent, giving rise to various races like humans, beastmen, magic beasts, and dwarves. Demi-humans are also a result of the curse. Quinton's blood also scattered across the continent, turning into mana crystals. All mana crystals on the Noah continent are formed from Quinton's blood, reversing the Mage Tower or the Time Array, coordinating with a brainwashing insectide to counterattack humanity. But they are subdued by Alexander Bartuk using the forbidden spell Sonic Module. As the ruler of the last pure land on the continent, the Dragon Emperor is barely holding on to provide a glimmer of hope and guidance to the original inhabitants. Alexander Bartuk fuses with the primal shard, eventually kills the Lord of Bones and Quinton, and returns to his original world through the Stargate. A great victory, eliminating the Lord of Bones and Quinton, opening the cursed domain, activating the Stargate. Characters: Alexander Bartuk, Dragon Emperor, Wood, Prince Huosi, Lord of Bones, Quinton, Gay Iman, Captain Longby, Cecily, Harvey, Elven King, Sea Race. 1. The Lord of Bones maintains the cursed domain and Quinton's domain, while the Dragon Emperor's domain has been contending at the highest point of the continent for 10,000 years. Thus, it is inconvenient for them to leave, as it would divide their focus too much, depicting the interaction and balance between the heavens, the earth, and the essence of all things. The Lord of Bones and Quinton communicate. Insectide, Reversal Array, Elven Secret Medicine plus Soul Magic Array, Forbidden Spell Cannon, Time Laws, Combat Capability Testing for Aircraft Carrier Drones, Celestial Phenomena Testing, Insectide, Flying Birds, Sound Waves, Roy, Kitschy, and Artifact Spirit Puppets help with the work. Hidden Island, Artifact Spirit Puppet Welding Workshop, Magic Arrays can be inscribed and used according to the crystals. Mass Production, Automation, Drones, Soldiers practice takeoffs and landings, running on the sea, maintaining formation, Roy and Kitschy Controller Small Scale Celestial Phenomenon Array, Military Training and Testing. 2. The three Saint Archmages of the Mage Tower discuss the matter of Alexander Bartuk reaching 6 stars. Oldb gets scolded. This leads to Quinton, who is currently communicating with the Lord of Bones. Quinton devours Oldb, finding the primal shard. The foundation of the Mage Tower is at a spatial node. To deal with Alexander Bartuk, they launch an Insectide, Time Array, Accelerating Aging. Requires Power of Faith. 3 major flagships. High-quality origin stones of great power. The power and information of the Insectide, winning through numbers. Power of heavenly punishment and natural disasters. Insectide and natural disaster forbidden spells. Celestial weapons, meteorological weapons, reversing the situation for a comeback. Black holes, vortices, forbidden spell weapons, law weapons. The purpose is to defend against forbidden spells. Celestial phenomenon array, the shifting of the stars. Alexander Bartuk looks at the sandbox image given to him by Prince Huosi. The message has been delivered. Such a spaceship gives him the feeling of a sci-fi movie. Is the prepared celestial phenomenon array enough? How to improve his strength? 6-star power is insufficient. The only way is to strike first. Go and sabotage the opponent. He will go personally. Even if he cannot win, sabotaging is fine, and retreating safely won't be a problem. Since Quinton is not at home, this is an opportunity to raid their base. Prepare. The Dark Gold warship sets out. Kill the 3 Saint Archmages. 3. Call with Prince Huosi. The Dragon Emperor's seal is broken. The time has come. Foreshadowing signs of collusion between the Lord of Bones and Quinton. The seal on the coordinates of the primal shard probably won't hold. This time, their resurrection is definitely to break the seal and find the primal shard. 4. building aircraft carriers, robots, and drones, full satellite reconnaissance coverage, long-range spatial teleportation, large-scale teleportation flying boats. Hope for an upgrade, go to the Elf Sea for a small trial. Destroy the major tower's insectide, kill the 3 Saint Archmages, and obtain the secrets of the Curse and Quinton. Inherit shard secret techniques. Activate the major tower, insectide, forbidden spell cannon, black hole meteorological weapons. Alexander Bartuk enters the Elf Sea again to reach god level. Chapter 344 The Grand Finale. Epilogue. Alexander entered the Elf Sea and discovered that what was clogging it was actually the Primal Shard. He obtained the Primal Shard, broke through to the Supreme Realm, and became a deity. Opening the star map, he found a warp gate that actually pointed the way back to Blue Star. Alexander felt the power surging within his body. He now controlled this world. His consciousness entered the body of the world's laws, looking down upon all living beings, and he discovered 3 other powerful auras, those belonging to the Lord of Bones, Quinton, and the Dragon Emperor. He contacted the Dragon Emperor directly. The Dragon Emperor told him the secrets of this world. It turned out that the Noah continent was originally ruled by the elves. Later, the Lord of Bones and the Zerg Quinton descended from outer space to fight over the Primal Shard. Both were severely injured in the conflict. The Lord of Bones' blood contained the power of a curse. As it scattered across the Noah continent, it gave rise to various races such as humans, beastmen, magical beasts, and dwarves. Demi-humans were also a product of this curse. Quinton's blood turned into magic crystals. All the magic crystals on the Noah continent were formed from Quinton's blood. The Dragon Emperor reminded him, the major towers were gathering, inscribing a great time array to coordinate with the brainwashing insectide for a counterattack against humanity. Alexander smiled and reached out toward the world's laws. Countless energy threads between heaven and earth were pulled up, and the mage tower arrays originally laid out across the world were all uprooted and crushed into powder. Then, with a single thought, he killed the Lord of Bones and Quinton. The world instantly returned to tranquility. Alexander's voice spread throughout the Noah continent, telling the people that he was a transmigrator. At the same time, he used a resurrection method to revive the deceased real Alexander Bartuk and returned him to Wood and the Dragon Emperor's family. Seeing that order had been restored to the world, Alexander locked onto the coordinates of Blue Star on the star map and tore open the spatial barrier. In the next moment, the Azure Sea appeared before his eyes. With a thought, the entire view of Blue Star was laid bare before him. Buildings of steel and cement, high-speed rail like long dragons, and mesmerizing snow-capped mountains and jungles. Taking a deep breath of his hometown's air, he saw his family. Now that he had returned as a god, he would ensure they enjoyed the greatest happiness. Epilogue. All the major towers on the Noah continent were torn down and rebuilt, and the deity within them was Alexander. Kessulai Town had now developed into the World Freedom Center, and the one in control of this center was Ataris. Horse led his team to adventure in the depths of the ocean. Cecily and Harvey merged the Desert Empire into the World Freedom Center. They each governed a region, bringing peace and prosperity to the people. Through his ability to traverse spatial tunnels, Alexander broke through the barriers between the two worlds and brought his family to the Noah continent. Using the laws of the Noah continent, he immediately modified his family's lifespan to immortality. At the same time, he used supernatural means such as magic crystals and rays from the Noah continent to carry out an energy transformation for Quaxia. In less than 3 years, Quaxia unified Blue Star. After finishing these tasks, Alexander turned his gaze toward the deep universe, the direction from which the Lord of Bones and Quinton had come. The power granted by the Primal Shard was too great. What would a complete Primal Core look like? What was the homeland of the Lord of Bones and Quinton like? Could they have been just a vanguard? Could there be even more powerful beings coveting the Primal Shard, only currently unable to spare the effort? Alexander had to plan ahead, preparing everything and building up his home base. He also began planning to march into the deep universe to seek the original body of the Primal Shard and also to see if there were even more powerful enemies behind the Lord of Bones and Quinton. The end. End of Block 4.